As the ordinary life was approaching its conclusion, he unexpectedly found himself reborn in 2016, bound to a system of extraordinary wealth, embarking on a completely different existence. The once unremarkable youth was transformed into the third young master of a prestigious family that had just returned to the homeland. His father, a financial tycoon, and his mother, the eldest daughter of a prominent family, along with his doting elder sisters, shower him with love and affection. In a vibrant nightlife, he lavishly spends fortunes, becoming the center of attention among the crowds. When his luxury car suffers damage, he merely smiles and takes a selfie in front of the vehicle. The wealthy and charming system rewards him not only with cashback for spending on beautiful women, but also with special reward points. From campus beauty to internet celebrity, from stunning ordinary girls to popular movie stars, from the sweet neighbor girl to the aloof CEO. In this life, Jiang Chen is determined to rectify the regrets of his past existence and reclaim all that he has lost. The media inquires, what are your thoughts on netizens referring to you as the newly minted national husband? Is it true that a famous actress has publicly expressed her affection for you? Does this add pressure to your life? It has been reported that several publicly listed companies are held in your shares. Is this accurate? To this, Jiang Chen remained non-committal, responding with a calm smile. There is nothing extraordinary, merely a matter of practice. Chapter 1. Binding the System of Extraordinary Wealth, where spending leads to cashback. March 1st, 2016. Blue Star, the Huaxia Nation, Jiangnan City. Jiang Chen awakens in a 5-star Crown Hotel. His arm tingles under the weight of a jelly-like pressure. Turning to his side, he sees a beautiful stranger peacefully sleeping while embracing his arm. Sunlight filters through the curtain seams, casting a glow on her almost flawless curves. Each breath she takes releases a fragrant aroma that caresses Jiang Chen's chest. The quilt barely covering her waist and the lace attire suspended from the crystal ceiling seem to narrate the intensity of last night's escapades. Jiang Chen dares not look further anymore, and he might encounter a scene too explicit to behold. Where am I? Is this paradise? Gazing into the full-length mirror hanging from the ceiling, he finds his reflection simultaneously familiar yet foreign. His appearance is that of his youthful self. Did I not already perish? Could it be that I have been reborn? In his previous life, Jiang Chen came from a respectable family, yet his parents divorced and remarried, leaving him to strive alone for sustenance since graduating from university. After several years of toil, the handsome Jiang Chen faced the harsh realities of life, ultimately yielding. Much like director Chi, he abandoned true love and entered into a marriage with a powerful and hefty wife. Through his innate talent and hard work, he achieved a modicum of success in his career. However, in the eyes of his wife's family, he was merely a laboring beast. Jiang Chen met his demise in his previous life due to overwork. After being rushed to the ICU, the last words he heard before passing were his wife's decision to forego treatment. It was clear to him that he was always a solitary figure, perfectly fitting the role of a tool to be discarded once used. In his dying moments, Jiang Chen fervently prayed to fate, if you would grant me another chance to start anew. At that instant, he felt a blinding light flash before his eyes, and he found himself here. Ding! Notice, given the host's diligent efforts in the previous life, fate has heard your call. System, initiating the introduction of new life memories for the host, customizing an extravagant and carefree existence. Only the host's identity and family background have been optimized. The encounters in life will experience only slight alterations. Jiang Chen's head throbbed as a torrent of information flooded his mind. He had been reborn into a parallel world, inhabiting the body of another Jiang Chen who shared his name. Specifically, he had entered an alternate timeline of himself, where by some coincidence, the original had met a tragic end. His father, Jiang Jiangwo, not only controlled an energy conglomerate, but was also the mastermind behind Baishan Capital in Shanghai, possessing immeasurable wealth. His mother, Wang Lanchun, the eldest daughter of the Wang family in the imperial capital, hailed from an esteemed lineage, exuding elegance and grace. His uncle, Wang Dakong, wielded significant political power in the imperial capital, bolstering the Wang family's influence. His elder sister, Jiang Xia, returned from studying abroad, a domineering and sophisticated figure, now a senior executive in the family business. His second sister, Jiang Shi, also back from her studies, is gentle and accommodating, always catering to Jiang Chen's needs, not to mention the distinguished elders in their family. In Jiang Chen, he is the third young master of the Jiang family in Shanghai. For the past 2 years, he primarily resided at New York University, and now he is a junior at Jiangnan University. In his memories, he had always been abroad, attending high school and his first 2 years of university overseas. His enrollment in this institution was entirely at his mother's insistence. Yearning for her son, she employed some subtle means to bring Jiang Chen back from abroad and enroll him in this university. Consequently, Jiang Chen has very few friends in the country. This was all thanks to the system. Everyone's impression of him remains as mundane as in his previous life, almost non-existent. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen understands the situation. Those outside the heavenly realm are perpetually ignorant of its inner workings. In this life, his busy parents and family have one simple request of him: to live happily without causing any trouble. After all, only the impoverished need to struggle. Wealthy families dread their children causing turmoil in entrepreneurship. I will only give you 100,000 a month. Let's see how you survive. Behave yourself, and do not think about asking money from your sister or father. You must either pursue a respectable career or follow in your father's footsteps in business. This was the final advice his mother, Wang Lanshan, imparted during their phone call yesterday, and he had barely returned for less than half a year. Now, as the second semester of his junior year approaches, Jiang Chen comprehends fully. He has been reborn into a top-tier family. Ding! The system is about to bind the host to the extraordinary wealth system, providing the host with a fortune, with cashback available for expenditures on attractive individuals scoring above 80 points. Note: the host may only utilize system funds on individuals rated above 80 points for cashback and cannot spend on oneself. There is no need to worry about the source of system funds. It is entirely legitimate and unrivaled. Processing the amounts for black cards and gold cards. Please hold on. Additionally, a warning. Should the host fail to complete the system-issued tasks of the Sea King within the stipulated time frame, the system shall declare the task unsuccessful and consequently shorten the host's weapon length. Jiang Chen, what on earth? Is this really necessary? The playful mechanical voice concluded, and in Jiang Chen's hand appeared a super black card and a gold card. Do not leave, Brother Tongzi. I will spend. Jiang Chen, in a daze, almost instinctively replied. Receiving host response, planning task. Jiang Chen endeavored to comprehend these memories and information. However, at this moment, the dramatic changes akin to a thrilling novel were still quite challenging to digest entirely. Fate is impartial. With gains must come losses. While Jiang Chen acquired beauty, physique, lineage, and wealth, he also relinquished anxiety and troubles. Fate has echoed his sentiments. Jiang Chen slowly lifted his head, and a soft blue light screen materialized before him. Sea King System, Level 1, 110. Host, Jiang Chen. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Attractiveness, 83. Maximum, 100. Physique, 75. Maximum 100. Fishing pond, 1. Stamina, recommended to rest. Abilities acquired. Intermediate driving skills, advanced financial knowledge, advanced management knowledge, basic swimming skills, etc., carried over from host's previous life. This section omits 20,000 words. Staring at his attribute panel, Jiang Chen's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, along with the indignation felt at the time of his demise dissipating entirely. The clouds have parted to reveal the moon. All of this stems from the affection of the Sea King life system. I love you, Brother Tongzi. I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. System. Observing these data, it appears that the highest score for humanity should indeed be 100. At present, my foundational attributes seem quite satisfactory, though I do feel a slight ache in my lower back. Fishing pond, 1. Stamina, recommended to rest. The prompts seem rather accurate. My mind is indeed somewhat foggy. Jiang Chen sensed a soft, enveloping pressure and turned to gaze at the fair-skinned maiden sleeping before him. He had not anticipated that this young woman would be his first. It seems that fresh from the novice village, he is still quite protective of his life. Yet, from his memories, he learned that he had previously lived at home under strict supervision, and only now was he given the freedom to roam. This must be the system's doing, facilitating the host's endeavors to sow seeds and gain experience. Just one maiden adds a touch of experience? According to the system, his identity and lineage have been optimized, with only minuscule alterations to the trajectory of encounters in his life. Thus, Jiang Chen's first woman in his previous life should be the person he least wishes to recall, the super-materialistic Zhao Xian, who had manipulated him into becoming a mere puppet. As anticipated, due to the change in identity, the two now share no intersection. In the memories of his past life, Zhao Xian had known and loved him for a year before they parted ways, seemingly due to the belief that Jiang Chen lacked wealth, prompting her to seek a wealthy heir at school. Indeed, it seems there are many changes. You had better pray that you do not encounter me in this life. Otherwise, I shall surely make you regret it. Jiang Chen's emotions were complex, a mix of excitement tinged with a hint of sorrow. In this life, as his sword was just drawn, a warm embrace awaited him. During his previous university years and after graduation, owing to his striking appearance, he had dated several girlfriends, though none yielded favorable outcomes. His first love in high school faded after they became distant during university. The super-materialistic Zhao Xian, who relentlessly manipulated him, accumulated enough green hats to crush his spirit. His 4-year true love ended in failure due to his family's financial struggles, vehemently opposed by her parents. This time, Jiang Chen vowed he would not let the opportunity slip away. At 18, In his northern hometown, Jiang Chen had not perceived the significance of wealth. It was only after experiencing all that he had and meeting people from all walks of life that he truly recognized the disparities among individuals. Sometimes, the chasm between people can be greater than that between man and beast, particularly at institutions like Jiangnan University. Although it is a commendable comprehensive university, the finance, media, and arts programs are notably robust. Handsome men and beautiful women are merely resources. Wealth and lineage are the true currencies. A year's living expenses from his past life could scarcely cover a single evening's expenditures for those wealthy heirs at bars and nightclubs. Witnessing his goddess senior being pursued by a wealthy heir with money was disheartening. In that moment, Jiang Chen felt utterly alienated from those individuals. He perceived a reproductive barrier between himself and the affluent beauties. He could not face exorbitant bride prices, betrothal gifts, cars, houses. After wasting half his life, he reluctantly accepted the cold, harsh reality and chose to become a live-in son-in-law. Some individuals are born into luxury, while others are akin to beasts of burden. The endeavor to ascend to the inner city of Rome is unimaginable for the average person. In his previous life, Jiang Chen sacrificed his dignity and everything else just to glimpse the grandeur within the city. A bitter smile escaped Jiang Chen's lips. He had not anticipated that death was not the end, but the dawn of a new life. Your Huaxianer National Bank card, ending in 9527, has received a deposit of 20 million yuan. Notice, the Secondlife system has been successfully bound. The fund for the Premier Black Card have been deposited. Initial system funds, 20 million soft sister coins. The system is now issuing tasks to the host. Ding! Your Huaxianer National Bank card, ending in 9527, has received a deposit of 20 million yuan. With a notification from his mobile phone and the system's alert, Jiang Chen was about to embark on his life as a Sea King. This is my brand new life. In this lifetime, I shall transform into the Sea King and embrace all the beauty the world has to offer. Chapter 2. The Splendid Mission of a System, Day 1. The Godly Wealthy King System endows the host with a substantial sum of funds and the ability to access information about potential romantic interests. By spending on eligible targets according to the task rules, the host can receive cashback. Cashback rules. The host can presently utilize the system's black card funds only on individuals with a beauty score of 80 or above to qualify for cashback. Spending on those below this threshold will yield no returns. Future system upgrades will remove all restrictions. Not a sycophant. System black card funds, 20 million soft currency. Current cashback multiplier, 12. The refunded amount will be credited to the host's exclusive gold card, which the host may freely manage. Upon completing the elegant life mission assigned by the system, the black card amount will increase, and the next phase of the host's life will be organized. The rules have been fully elucidated. The inaugural mission of the Godly Wealthy King is now released. Host S Wealthy King Mission 1. Spend all system funds on eligible targets with a favorability rating below 95. Time limit, 3 weeks. Friendly reminder. This is an entirely new world. The host's original persona was reclusive, leading a remarkably low profile and restrained life, having gone unnoticed by others. There is no need for concern regarding any upheaval caused by the host's arrival, as the system has already accounted for this. Given that this mission is the host's first task post-rebirth, the financial stakes are set quite high. Thus, the host is encouraged to embark on a flamboyant and carefree life as a wealthy king. A wealthy mission? It turns out to be such a generous father figure. The system truly lives up to its name, even crafting poetic titles with finesse. 3 weeks. A considerable sum. This is rather underestimating oneself. This is the Crown Hotel with the Crown Casino beneath it. I could exhaust this amount in 3 days. At this moment, Jiang Chen brimmed with confidence, filled with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. The Godly Wealthy King system is a reward for his destiny, compelling him to save her life. So let it be. Who fears whom? Detecting eligible targets. Would you like to view? View. Jiang Chen silently urged. Name. Yin Shuang. Age. 22. Height. 163 centimeters. Cup size. C. Weight. 49. 5 kilograms. Overall attractiveness. 88. Romantic history. 1. Status. Normal. Favorability. 70. Character and experience summary. From Su Province. She graduated from university and worked as a gambling companion at the Crown Casino, with an eccentric personality and a brief training as a socialite. She is a dancer skilled in charming the opposite sex. Currently, she is in a state of heartbreak, seeking a more distinguished partner. Oh, a dancer, and an older sister at that. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the exhilarating night spent with Yin Shuang at the top bar of the Crown. His own attractiveness undoubtedly appealed to her. Together, they indulged in countless drinks, leading to their current situation. This was indeed a serendipitous romance. This girl, is it her first time? Nevertheless, in this world, A beauty of Yin Shuangshuang's caliber, recognized by the system, is quite a rarity. The ability to ascertain the other's status provides immense reassurance. It appears the system has meticulously planned everything for him. This is the epitome of a carefree and unburdened life as a wealthy king. Yet, it should be noted that the system has indicated her current heartbreak. It seems she is not fully committed in her previous relationship. There must be significant emotional turbulence involved. No wonder she is so wild after a few drinks. And now on the lookout for a wealthy partner. This is a completely tailored experience package. At this juncture, Jiang Chen remained undeterred by her materialistic inclinations. Rather, he feared emotional entanglements. Just as Jiang Chen was internally contemplating her character and experiences, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Although her double eyelids appeared surgically enhanced, there was an undeniable allure about her. The system score of 88 is certainly well-deserved. What are you murmuring about? Yin Shuangshuang's voice was melodious, tinged with curiosity. You've been mentioning system brother since early morning. Do you have another brother? Jiang Chen felt a slight twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained his composure. He recognized that this was the first step of his new life. He would need to navigate such scenarios quite often. Oh, it's nothing, just pondering the day ahead. Jiang Chen replied with a gentle smile, shifting his arm to pull her closer into his embrace. Do you have any regrets? Regret what? Jiang Chen chuckled, gesturing towards the remnants on the sheets. What's there to regret? Sooner or later, this day would come. Rather than being compelled, it's better to share it with someone I find appealing, right? Yin Shuangshuang's response was refreshingly nonchalant. Jiang Chen smiled, sensing there was more to her story. Yet he refrained from prying further. Since I'm your first man, I promise to treat you well. Yin Shuangshuang was clearly enamored by Jiang Chen's physique and looks. Like a kitten, she nestled closer to him, emitting soft, playful sounds as if she were still half asleep. At this moment, Jiang Chen, brimming with youthful vigor, was unable to resist. Thus, they began to explore each other's bodies. It's morning. Let us do some yoga before breakfast, she suggested playfully. Ugh. Yin Shuangshuang teased. Aren't you tired? You seemed quite busy last night. Creak. Swish. The glaring sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and sheer curtains, striking Jiang Chen's face. He felt somewhat lethargic, as if a heavy, heated water bag lay atop him. Blinking sleepily, he opened his eyes to find Yin Shuangshuang, who had long been awake, gazing at him with her large, sparkling eyes, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Look at the time. It's already noon. I'm starving, you naughty brother. Jiang Chen forced a smile. Then why don't you wait while I order some food? Dear sister? He then picked up the room phone and dialed. Hello, this is the front desk of the Crown Hotel. How may I assist you? A voice as sweet as Lin Shiling's resonated from the other end. Please send up a lunch for two. You can decide what to include, Jiang Chen instructed. Certainly. We have a royal deluxe meal for two prepared personally by the chef, totaling 38,800 yuan. Would that be acceptable? Yes. Today, the chef is specializing in French cuisine. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Yin Shuangshuang. She shook her head, her body pressed against him, smiling adoringly. Just don't use too much oil in my portion, and add some hawthorn. I like that. Very well. Please hold on while I notify the kitchen. It should be delivered to your room within 20 minutes. Thank you. My pleasure, it's my duty. Jiang Chen hung up the phone, letting out a sigh of relief. With you pressing down on me, I can barely breathe. I feel all sticky. I don't care, Yin Shuangshuang replied with a mischievous smile. Then carry me to the shower. Jiang Chen chuckled, rising to effortlessly lift the fair-skinned Yin Shuangshuang into his arms, and headed directly towards the already filled temperature-controlled bathtub. The two individuals frolicked playfully in the bathtub. Without any makeup, Yin Shuangshuang's rosy complexion appeared even more charming, with a quintessential oval face. She bore a hint of the internet celebrity aesthetic, yet Jiang Chen found her quite captivating. Who would have thought you possessed such prowess? I certainly did not discern it yesterday, she remarked with a somewhat flirtatious tone, her bewitching gaze appraising Jiang Chen closely. Jiang Chen occupied the most luxurious presidential suite. And just moments ago, he had effortlessly ordered room service in her presence, clearly indicating that this was not his first visit. However, it was Yin Shuangshuang who had covered the tab for the drinks the previous evening, without any ostentatious displays. She did not believe that anyone who frequented the Crown Casino could be merely an unsophisticated braggart. If an ordinary person were to indulge in such extravagance, they would undoubtedly be lacking in common sense. No, I didn't buy it for myself. It's for our joint indulgence. I must pay the bill, or I'll be quite upset. Jiang Chen remained ever mindful of the system's regulations. Expenses shared also fell within the purview of cashback. A readily available resource should not be wasted. Moreover, it aligned perfectly with the criteria for effective spending. Why not embrace it? Ultimately, Everything was merely a means to accomplish Jiang Chen's tasks. A clear-cut situation. Chapter 3. What you win counts as yours, and what you lose counts as mine. I had no intention of competing with you. Despite being the younger party, Yin Shuangshuang found herself enamored with his domineering CEO persona. Jiang Chen discerned a flicker of affection in her eyes. The 70-point favorability rating was indeed accurate. This woman practiced yoga with him out of genuine fondness, not for monetary gain. After all, up until now, Jiang Ning had scarcely utilized his cash abilities. Ding dong. The doorbell rang unexpectedly. Having just emerged from the bath, Yin Shuangshuang donned a bathrobe, her hair still damp, and approached the door to open it. A middle-aged butler stood respectfully at the threshold, accompanied by a white-bearded foreign gentleman. Two service staff wheeled in a dining cart behind them. "Good day, madam," the butler greeted politely upon seeing Yin Shuangshuang. "Is the meal you ordered here?" Jiang Chen's voice resonated from the bathroom. "Please bring it in." He then emerged, draped in a bathrobe, droplets of water cascading from his well-defined muscles, momentarily captivating the two female attendants. This scene was equally striking to Yin Shuangshuang. The butler gestured for the attendants to roll the cart into the living room, allowing the two women to regain their composure. Jiang Chen languidly reclined on the sofa. "Mr. Jiang, this is the meal you reserved, prepared by the esteemed French chef Paul. We hope you and this lovely lady enjoy it." Chef Paul offered a slight bow to Jiang Chen and proceeded to unveil the dishes. A delicate aroma wafted from beneath the serving covers. Paul spoke in French, and with each description, the butler followed suit with a translation. The courses included an aperitif, appetizers, a main course, dessert, and beverages. Aged rum, French baked snails, goat cheese and chicory salad, Scottish smoked salmon, handmade black truffle pasta, roasted beef tenderloin with porcini mushrooms and Parmesan cheese, Italian minestrone soup, and a fruit salad. A 2004 Medoc white wine was showcased before Jiang Chen, who nodded in approval before the butler poured it into a decanter. The rich bouquet of the wine, steeped in time, soon enveloped the living room, intoxicating all present. Exquisite dishes were presented before Jiang Chen and Yin Shuangshuang, each portion meticulously crafted to satisfy a man and a woman. Yin Shuangshuang was somewhat taken aback. Despite her prolonged stay at the Crown Casino, she had yet to experience such opulent French cuisine within the hotel. She unconsciously swallowed hard. Even that man had not treated her to such a feast. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a true heir to wealth? "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your appreciation of our luxurious French royal couple's meal. I wish you a delightful dining experience." The butler began to translate, but Jiang Chen interjected. "And I also thank you for your exquisite culinary creations." Paul and the butler exchanged surprised glances, then smiled and nodded at Jiang Chen before retreating with the service staff. "Why are you staring? Let us eat," Jiang Chen said, effortlessly picking up his cutlery, only to find Yin Shuangshuang gazing at him dreamily. "Why aren't you eating? Your stomach was quite vocal just a moment ago," he teased. Yin Shuangshuang's cheeks flushed as she responded with admiration. "It's just that I've never seen such elegant cuisine before. I hesitate to dig in." "And you can speak French? Is that surprising?" Jiang Chen replied. "This is the Crown. The casino is right downstairs. As an escort, you should be accustomed to such spectacles. Such a meal is merely a struggle for those peddling their youth. How could they offer us such service? At most, they might buy us a drink," Yin Shuangshuang replied, her mood slightly dampened. "Although I work here, I am acutely aware of my status and the stark contrast between me and most of the guests." Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback by Yin Shuangshuang's clarity of thought. After all, many who had worked in high-end establishments for long often fell prey to a delusion of grandeur, believing themselves to be among the elite and sometimes speaking disrespectfully to patrons. "You see, I've met many friends in this line of work. A meal like this would be enough for them to take a table and feast all afternoon. So, could you wait while I take a photo?" Jiang Chen chuckled silently and, without further comment, set down his cutlery. Yin Shuangshuang snapped dozens of pictures of the delectable dishes, selfies, and inadvertently capturing the Crown's presidential suite insignia and the seaside view from the window. She hastily shared the images on her social media without even editing them. And once satisfied, she put her phone down. After their sumptuous meal, she asked, "Do you have some time later? Put your old profession to use and accompany me for a few rounds? I didn't realize you were a hidden super-rich heir. Why not a first-generation, wealthy individual?" Jiang Chen jested. "What you win counts as yours, and what you lose counts as mine." Yin Shuangshuang appeared momentarily stunned. The casino was a notorious den for financial ruin. Was he truly certain? Jiang Chen merely smiled enigmatically. She had been captivated by his charm, and, under the influence of alcohol, found herself reminiscing about heartache, leading to a night of passion with him. In other words, Jiang Chen had become her means of emotional solace. Yin Shuangshuang's shoulders were partially exposed. Her perfect figure subtly revealed beneath the silk robe. Her delicate gaze drew Jiang Chen into a trance. He then took her hand and guided her to the sofa, beginning to teach her the intricacies of poker, hoping to enhance her luck. Yin Shuangshuang couldn't help but chuckle. As a dealer, did she truly need Jiang Chen's instruction? Yet, she refrained from diminishing his pride. No, I'm already exhausted from the games. If I learn poker now, I might end up sleeping until nightfall. Her words carried a playful tone, tinged with a hint of entreaty. However, accompanied by the visage of Yin Shuangshuang, it felt more like a concession to the whims of others. Yet, how could the petite beauty possibly resist the allure of a figure like Jiang Chen's? She could only acquiesce to his desires. Jiang Chen had perused Yin Shuangshuang's previous profile, which revealed her as a genuine talent hailing from the world of artistic dance. After a brief moment of contemplation, she playfully glared at Jiang Chen with a gaze that was both enchanting and reproachful. Jiang Chen smiled, assuring her, "You will undoubtedly emerge victorious." After a considerable time, Yin Shuangshuang finally emerged from the bathroom, clutching her wrinkled dress. She tossed it towards Jiang Chen with an air of exasperation. "It's all your fault. What am I supposed to wear out now? I still have to go to work." Jiang Chen noticed the lace hanging from the crystal chandelier and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. "What work? Your current occupation is merely to stay by my side." He then called for the butler to bring a set of casual clothes. "First, wear this dress as a temporary solution. As compensation, I shall take you shopping." "That sounds more like it," Yin Shuangshuang pouted, before they quickly tidied themselves up and made their way to the neighboring Jiangnan Vientiane City. Chapter 4. The extravagant journey through Vientiane City, the Jiangnan Crown Casino. Situated at the heart of Jiangnan's most opulent CBD, is a hub of extravagant indulgence. The building is connected to Jiangnan Vientiane City via an indoor skybridge, allowing patrons to traverse effortlessly between the two establishments, catering to the whims of the affluent. Jiangnan Vientiane City boasts 3 underground levels and 7 above-ground floors, ranking as one of the premier high-end shopping destinations in Jiangnan. It offers a comprehensive array of dining, entertainment, and retail experiences. The 5th, 6th, and 7th floors are home to nearly all the luxury brands imaginable. Having dined heartily, Jiang Chen and Yin Shuangshuang ascended directly to the 5th floor. Throughout the journey, Jiang Chen held Yin Shuangshuang's hand, a gesture that had seamlessly transitioned into a tender clasp. Surrounded by a dazzling array of high-end fashion boutiques, he suggested, "Let us explore." One by one, Yin Shuangshuang obediently nodded and followed his lead. Jiang Chen, exuding calm confidence, guided her straight into Louis Vuitton, primarily due to the store's expansive layout. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you today?" The sales associate greeted them with a warm smile and courteous demeanor. Dressed in an oversized casual outfit that seemed more suited for a vacation than luxury shopping, Jiang Chen did not attract any disdain from the staff, as the training in high-end boutiques emphasizes professionalism and respect. "Let us explore the women's clothing and handbags," Jiang Chen instructed. Upon glancing at the price tags, he found them rather amusing. A blue and yellow gradient hairband was priced at $1,800. He couldn't help but chuckle at the contrast with the few dollar bands he used during basketball games. Noticing Jiang Chen's curiosity regarding the prices, Yin Shuangshuang assumed he was merely feigning interest. In truth, she had only recently graduated from university and had entered this world of luxury out of the allure of wealth. Although her previous benefactor had showered her with gifts, her experience in such high-end environments was limited, leaving her feeling somewhat apprehensive. Alert! Yin Shuangshuang's affection level is at 70. A decrease of 5 points detected. What? How did I lose points? System speculates that Yin Shuangshuang perceived the host's deliberate scrutiny of the price tags. WTF? A denim dress priced at $22,900 and a knitted Peter Pan collar dress at $17,000. Jiang Chen was examining the labels because he found the items amusingly overpriced. These were merely the standard offerings. The truly extravagant items were not in this area. At this rate, how long would it take to exhaust 2 million? It appeared necessary to consider larger investments, cars, real estate, casinos, and the like. Sales associate. Don't you think these selections might appear a tad too mature for a young lady? My apologies, sir. Bundle together the finest garments, shoes, and handbags you have. Jiang Chen's tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Yin Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled at this moment. The sales associate quickly led Jiang Chen to another section where the prices were indeed more fitting. As Jiang Chen surveyed the array, he noted that the cheapest dress was priced above $30,000, while the handbags hovered around $70,000 to $80,000. During his contemplation, he observed Yin Shuangshuang delicately caressing various bags and dresses, only to set them down, as if savoring the textures and materials. Jiang Chen understood this sentiment all too well. He approached her and softly inquired, "What is the matter? Not to your liking?" Yen Shuang twirled a strand of hair and flashed a sweet smile. "I just feel it's too expensive. It's not worth it." "Oh, are you playing hard to get?" He mused himself. "A woman who saves a man money is one who can make him spend willingly. I think that red dress would suit you perfectly." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen turned to the sales associate. "Please gather all the items she has touched and prepare the bill." Upon hearing this, both women stood in stunned silence. "Sir, you mean all of them?" The sales associate timidly asked. "Did you not hear me clearly, or are you unable to comprehend?" Jiang Chen replied, his tone growing impatient. "My apologies, sir. I will package them immediately." The sales associate's demeanor brightened as she swiftly began to pack. This was a significant sale. She had been keenly aware of everything the young lady had touched. Yen Shuang appeared somewhat flustered. What kind of domineering CEO scenario was this? Yet, she was not vain enough to believe that Jiang Chen was buying everything for her. They were merely two strangers caught in a fleeting romance. When it came to looks and figure, it was uncertain who would enjoy whom. "Brother, are you buying so much to give as gifts?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "Just a moment ago, you called me little brother, and now you're calling me brother? How annoying," Yen Shuang teased, playfully gripping his chest with her delicate hand. "Of course, it's for you. Your outfit simply doesn't do justice to your face." "Wait, what?" Yen Shuang's expression was one of disbelief. "All of this is for me?" She filtered out the latter part of his statement, only hearing the first half. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already followed the sales associate to make the payment. "Sir, for 4 dresses, a casual outfit, and 3 handbags, the total comes to 358,000 yuan. How would you like to pay?" Without hesitation, Jiang Chen presented his black card. The flurry of activity exhibited by the sales associates left the other staff members in a state of astonishment, prompting the store manager, a man of striking presence, to inquire about the unfolding events. Upon learning the details, his gaze fell upon the black card clutched in the salesperson's hand, and he hastily seized it. The host has spent 358,000 yuan, with 19,642,000 remaining to complete the task. Upon task completion, the cashback amount for the gold card will be credited together. This was indeed the highest tier black card, unrestricted in its limits. To lavish 358,000 yuan on a single woman in one go. In the television drama, Liang Zhenxian only needed to spend 100,000 yuan to win over Wang Manny. The man quickly approached Jiang Chen, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "Ye Imbang Yun, the manager of this LV boutique. Might I inquire your name?" Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, your financial prowess qualifies you to become a permanent SVP of Louis Vuitton." After returning the card to Jiang Chen, Wang Jun continued, "Sir, we have numerous bags and garments exclusively available to VIP clients. Would you care to explore further?" That will be agreeable." Beside him, Yen Shuang stood obediently, akin to a loyal attendant. The sum of 358,000 yuan. The significance of the black card. The notion of SVP. She observed everything keenly, and from the sound of it, he intended to purchase for her as well. It was as if she sought a youthful beau, but stumbled upon a veritable treasure. She had been searching for such a man since her university days, yet never expected to encounter him in this manner. Chapter 5. Yen Shuang's Subtle Schemes. "Brother, this is already far too much. Perhaps we should consider some menswear instead. Or, if you prefer, I could return a bag and exchange it for a piece of menswear. How does that sound?" Yen Shuang was determined not to treat such a man as she had in the past. She needed to demonstrate her thoughtfulness, gentleness, and virtue. When conversing with the impoverished, one discusses money. With the affluent, one speaks of emotions. This was a cardinal rule taught by her online socialite training course. Were it not for the meager funds in her pocket, she would have willingly spent her own money on Jiang Chen. The price of a single bag here equated to her salary for half a year. Warning: the content of Host's Task 1 is to expend all system funds on effective consumption objects with a favorability rating below 95. This is all-encompassing. Please keep this in mind, Host. The system's warning left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Observing his reaction, Yen Shuang believed her words had been effective. "Isn't my brother wonderful?" she said, playfully shaking Jiang Chen's arm with her delicate hand. Jiang Chen abruptly pulled her into his embrace, gripping her chin and looking down at her. "Do not be a killjoy. I am here to spend. I warn you, if you refuse, I shall simply give it to someone else." His tone was resolute and unequivocal. "If I don't spend, I won't receive any cash back either." Despite his brusque demeanor, Yen Shuang's fragile appearance seemed to sparkle with desire. Had she awakened some peculiar attribute? Seeing her like this, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of pity. Were it not for their public surroundings, he would have taken her immediately. "Be good." Choose a dress for me to try on. The other sales associates observe the scene, their expressions akin to that of a pouting emoji. A domineeringly handsome man enamored with a girl. The other ladies were left in a state of disbelief. He doesn't want you. He offering her. Handsome sir, how about considering us sisters as well? Perhaps take us all in? Alert. Yin Shuang's favorability is 10. Current favorability is 80, having reached a level of adoration. Host, please continue your efforts. Indeed, while women may verbally deny, their bodies remain honest. The system's favorability ratings do not lie. Thus, she obediently went to change outfits. Soon, Yin Shuang emerged wearing a tiered A-line red dress, the very one Jiang Chen had requested. He recognized her intention and was quite pleased, with a subtle makeup touch. The cascading red dress accentuated her luminous skin, complemented by a taro milk tote bag. Jiang Chen could only describe her in one word: breathtaking. Darling, what do you think of this? Oh, the term of endearment had shifted to darling. She was quite adept at keeping pace with the rhythm. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. This outfit is splendid. Wear this when we go out. The others should change and show me as well. Certainly, dear. Mr. Jiang. These are our 3 latest limited edition bags from Louis Vuitton's spring collection, perfectly matching this outfit. Would you like this young lady to take a look? No need. Wrap them all up. Let Shuang try. Wang Jun immediately bowed. Very well, sir. Yin Shuang repeatedly entered and exited the fitting room while Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, meticulously observing, occasionally offering comments, resembling a beauty pageant scene. In no time, other beautiful customers entering the store were left in awe. One audacious girl even approached Jiang Chen during a brief intermission, attempting to strike up a conversation. Although she was indeed attractive, regrettably, the system did not signal her as an effective consumption object. Jiang Chen politely declined. Yet, the girl remained undeterred, preparing to intensify her pursuit. Just then, Yin Shuang emerged from the fitting room. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she understood precisely what was happening. She had been observing from outside the store, and in less than a minute, this girl dared to attempt to steal her man. Did she take her for a fool? Thus, she promptly grasped Jiang Chen's hand. Darling, I'm feeling tired from shopping. Shall we head to another place, pretty please? Jiang Chen smiled gently. All right. Having barely stepped out, he had already attracted the attention of countless beautiful women. Such was the daily life of a wealthy tycoon. Please follow me, Mr. Jiang. I will input your exclusive client information. Subsequently, Jiang Chen completed his card transaction, totaling 755,000 at LV. Manager Wang Jun was in the process of entering Jiang Chen's information as an SVP, purposely adding Jiang Chen's status. While doing so, Yin Shuang hastily scanned the QR code, deliberately blocking it from the view of other girls outside. Such a subtle maneuver did not escape the notice of onlookers. Did they just meet? Spending such a fortune right after meeting? Grant me a boyfriend like that. Jiang Chen glanced at the friend request notification and then at the playful Yin Shuang, chuckling softly. He promptly accepted the request. The girl, concerned that Jiang Chen might not alter his contact name, had even changed hers to Chen Shuang. He then affectionately patted her head, appreciating her thoughtfulness. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yin Shuang purred like a kitten, nuzzling against him. At that moment, manager Wang Jun approached, laden with bags. Mr. Jiang, your information has been successfully entered and will be synchronized across all major LV flagship stores. You shall be a lifelong SVIP client of the Louis Vuitton Group. Here is your exclusive SVP card. Please keep it safe. By presenting it at any LV outlet, you will receive the utmost service. If these items are too cumbersome, would you like them delivered to a designated location? Jiang Chen accepted the SVIP card, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Just next door at the Crown Casino. I have sent you the room number via WeChat. Jiang Chen initially contemplated revealing the room number directly, but upon sensing numerous predatory gazes fixed upon him from behind, he opted for a more discreet approach. Upon receiving the location sent by Jiang Chen, Wang Jun was not at all surprised. Those who can indulge freely in a casino are either affluent or of noble descent. Very well, Mr. Jiang, we will promptly dispatch the merchandise to your room. Wang Jun assured him. Jiang Chen seemed to recollect something and pointed to the saleswoman who had first recommended the products to him. That column for the salesperson should bear the name of this young lady. Do you understand? Wang Jun hastily replied, Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, it has been duly noted as per your request. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman cast a grateful glance at Jiang Chen, almost wishing she could give birth to a monkey for him right there. This particular transaction would earn her a commission of at least several tens of thousands. Wishing you a pleasant day, Wang Jun bid farewell as he escorted them to the entrance. Jiang Chen acknowledged Wang Jun with a slight nod and exited the Louis Vuitton store with Yin Shuang. He held a very favorable impression of the store manager, Wang Jun. noting his adeptness and commendable business acumen. Overall, he felt quite satisfied with how he had spent his money. Once outside, Jiang Chen felt a familiar, soft embrace around his arm. Unbeknownst to him, Shuang had already tightly wrapped her arms around him, her face radiating with bliss. Chapter 6. Shuang's Insecurity. What is wrong? Are you afraid I might run away? Jiang Chen jested. Yes, Shuang pouted softly. I don't know who it was, but I almost had my home stolen while changing clothes in just a minute. Haha. Jiang Chen chuckled heartily, continuing to walk forward with Shuang. This little sister, it seems, was indeed well-versed in the ways of high society. Conversing with her was never dull. Jiang Chen was aware that Shuang was intentionally catering to him, yet he was unbothered. After all, it was a testament to his own prowess that he could inspire such attentiveness in a woman. Where to now, my dear? Shuang inquired with a natural ease. Why, shopping, of course. Didn't I mention I was here to spend? All for you, darling. With that, her petite form leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder. They traversed the 5th floor, visiting Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, Chloe, and more, with Jiang Chen making a thorough sweep. However, this time, the purchases consisted primarily of cosmetics, perfumes, and casual formal wear. The numerous bags appeared substantial, yet in reality, he spent less than 300,000, which paled in comparison to his expenditure at Louis Vuitton. Given the scattered nature of his purchases, Jiang Chen deemed it unnecessary to have them delivered to the hotel room, opting instead to let Shuang carry them herself. Shuang was more than happy to oblige. A woman who truly loves you will never resent the weight of luxury items you buy for her, much like true love is indifferent to the color of your Ferrari. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took Shuang to the 6th floor. Merchants from various brands, aware of a wealthy patron shopping enthusiastically downstairs, had already prepared for his arrival. As Jiang Chen entered the first Tiffany store, a woman resembling the store manager approached him. You must be Mr. Jiang. I'm a manager here, Ling Manny. How may I assist you today? I'm not well-versed in jewelry. Please select a nice set for her, Jiang Chen stated, unfazed. It was evident that he had recognized the commotion caused by his earlier shopping spree on the 5th floor had alerted other luxury retailers. This was of no concern to him. Furthermore, without exception, every store he visited had classified him as an SVIP. Jiang Chen did not attribute this to the amount spent, but rather to the unique nature of the black card provided by the system. Although he did not know the specifics, the astonished expressions of the salespeople spoke volumes. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a gentle tug on his arm. Turning to Shuang, he asked, What is the matter? Shuang hesitated, pulling Jiang Chen into a small corner. Darling, the things you bought for me are worth more than I am. It frightens me a little. Just moments after leaving Louis Vuitton, she had been filled with excitement and happiness. Yet, with each swipe of Jiang Chen's card, that joy was wholly supplanted by fear. The money he casually spent was something she could never earn in a lifetime of work. This disparity instilled a profound sense of dread within her. I once prayed for a man like you to lean on, but now that you're here, I feel a bit anxious. Will you, like a shooting star, suddenly appear in my life and just as abruptly vanish? Jiang Chen smiled gently, enveloping Shuang in a warm embrace. He fully understood her sentiments. Anyone faced with such a situation would feel apprehensive. Moreover, given that this girl had an 80 affinity for him, according to the system, it was only natural to reassure her, especially since she was so beautiful, gentle, and met his tastes perfectly. In such moments, a woman does not seek proof. She merely yearns for security. Then let me provide you with that security. This is just the beginning. You will grow accustomed to it. Password correct. The moment he heard those 2 words, Jiang Chen could distinctly sense Shuang's heartbeat quicken. Will we have a future together? Yes, we will have a future. Darling, will you sell me off for a kidney in the park? What do you think? Jiang Chen chuckled softly. If you're willing to sell, then I'll accept it. He then playfully made a silly face. Those who sell items and cannot sell them feel sorrow. Likewise, those who give gifts and cannot give them feel sorrow too. Jiang Chen continued. Do you wish to make me sad? Of course not. I'm all ears for you, darling. Seeing her demeanor, Jiang Chen felt assured that she had received enough security. He then patted Shuang's little bottom. I want to pressure you. If you're feeling a bit tired from shopping, let us finish selecting the jewelry and head back, shall we? Upon seeing Jiang Chen relent, Shuang nodded vigorously. She nestled back into his embrace, seeking comfort. All right, let us go. The manager is waiting anxiously. Manager Li Manny smiled from a distance. Mr. Jiang, your affection for this lady is truly enviable. Shuang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This lovely young lady, please follow me. She then personally guided Shuang in selecting jewelry. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen wandered around, taking in the opulence of the jewelry on display. observing the money meticulously assisting Yan Shuang. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Detected effective consumer target. Would you like to view? Jiang Chen was surprised. After spending so long in Wanxiang City, he had only just encountered another valid consumer target. He noted that some of the sales clerks and women who had been discreetly observing him were quite attractive. Yet none had triggered a system notification. They must have employed some Asian sorcery, much like the stunning lady seen on Douyin, who in person bore no resemblance to their online personas. The beauty filters and Chinese makeup techniques were merely superficial enhancements. A score of 80 from the system marked one as a star among the crowd. Yan Shuang exemplified this. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not be so enamored. Merely gazing upon that visage ignites an insatiable desire for boundless combat. Moreover, it is a workday afternoon, and the already sparse high-end area is even more desolate. Check. Jiang Chen silently intones in his mind. Name: Cheng Jiu. Age: 30. Height: 161 centimeters. Bust: B. Weight: 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 80. Relationship history: 21. Status: oh dear. What does it matter? Additional note. This lady has given birth and has been involved in multiple relationships. Affinity: 0. Personality and background summary: a native of Jin province. A materialistic woman, fond of travel and baking, with a penchant for comparison, currently in a state of being financially supported. After perusing this character information, Jiang Chen resembled the third emoji in the phones of handsome men before the screen, specifically the one embodying a nervous laugh with beads of sweat. Jiang Chen reclined on the store's sofa, noticing a beautifully adorned young woman embracing a balding, middle-aged, greasy gentleman as they strolled by. Su Chan swiftly cast a glance in their direction, silently empathizing with the uncle. Uncle, you must be truly starving to accept anything that comes your way. What is this? System, what are you doing? 19. Oh, system brother. Oh dear, what does it matter? If even the Sea King cannot tolerate this, how then shall he navigate? Jiang Chen exclaimed. Do you hear yourself? Are those even words? Indeed, there is some charm. Yet Jiang Chen is quite cautious of his own life. What if he encounters a biological mother and becomes infected? How would his opulent Sea King existence gallop forth then? The system only detects effective consumption targets within the host line of sight. How to select them is entirely up to the host's arrangements. Do not be ungrateful towards the system. All right, you're the boss. Jiang Chen raised both hands in surrender. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once again. Within the host line of sight, 2 new effective consumption targets have appeared. Would you like to check them one by one? Chapter 7. The emergence of the inexperienced senior sister. Within the host line of sight, 2 new effective consumption targets have appeared. Would you like to check them one by one? Check. Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. Here he was, in a store, and there were not many people within his line of sight. How could his human-shaped beauty GPS fail to detect them? No sooner had he thought this than 2 girls, arm in arm, entered the store. Wow. Name: Lin Yujun. Age: 23. Height: 165 centimeters. Bust: B. Weight: 45 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 81. Relationship history: 2. Status: normal. Additional note. This girl currently has a boyfriend. Affinity: 0. Unacquainted with the host. Personality and background summary: a native of Fujian province. A super materialistic woman. Extremely competitive, treats men without utility with feigned affection, perpetually seeking the most valuable man. Name: Gao Ge. Age: 23. Height: 176 centimeters. Bust: B. Weight: 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 89. Relationship history: 0. Status: healthy. Affinity: 30. Acquainted with the host and holds a good impression. Personality and background summary: a native of Hunan province. The host's senior sister. An extroverted yet cool and aloof woman with a youthful heart. Her personality is eccentric, polite to others, and she values her chastity, while secretly yearning for passionate love, creating a deep inner conflict as she seeks a quality partner or a man who can provide a sense of security as a kept woman, aiming for a one-time solution. Wow. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. No, this is not right. The more he looked, the more familiar they became. Lin Yujun and Gao Gu share a roommate relationship. Gao Gu is the goddess senior sister whom he lacked the courage to confess to in his previous life, only able to admire from afar. It is exactly the same as in his past memories. He recalls having an accidental encounter with her. Aside from his wealth and background being altered by the system, everything else has remained unchanged. At that time, he was inconspicuous, naturally failing to attract the attention of Lin Yujun, the super materialistic woman. However, Jiang Chen later learned that a well-known rich second-generation student was toyed with by her. It wasn't until he was nearly suffocated by a green hat that he realized the truth. This rich second generation even distributed a PDF to the alumni group, which gained attention internationally. Unbeknownst to many, this incident heralded the era of publicized breakups and scandals, tarnishing Lin Yujun's name. At that time, the police were even involved, creating quite a stir. As it stands, this matter seems to have yet to come to light. Regarding Gao Ge, he inevitably had several interactions with his goddess senior sister. The most vivid memory was during a physical examination in their junior year when he noticed her hair flying wildly, detracting from her performance. He casually offered her a headband to secure her hair, a basketball headband, serving as a makeshift hair tie. They happened to be in the same group, but it was merely coincidence. He is aware of most of the details in the personality and background summary, particularly regarding Lin Yujun, whom he knew to be exceedingly hypocritical in his past life. Yet, she could serve as a plaything. After being accustomed to gourmet delicacies, a taste of spicy hot pot might be a refreshing change now and then. However, to this point, Jiang Chen has only just realized that Gao Ge married a wealthy second-generation playboy at the age of 29 as a means of guarding her virtue and living as a kept woman. Ironically, he discovered much later in his previous relationship with Zhao Xian that Gao Ge was Zhao Xian Sr. in the same major, and they had a good rapport. From Zhao Xian, he learned that Gao Ge harbored a slight fondness for him. Isn't this just a pure poke at Jiang Chen's heartstrings? In his opulent king existence, wouldn't having more such women be a boon? The regrets of his past life must be entirely rectified in this one. Oh, system brother, you truly are my kin. Although the summary information is scant, it is all pivotal data. 1 word, acquire. 2 words, cashback. 3 words, harem, cashback. Wait for the opportune moment, and strike when the time is right. Upon entering the store, Gao Ge and Lin Yujun immediately capture the attention of the staff. Beauties scoring over 80 points always stand out like a crane among chickens, especially with a tall, elegant figure like Gao Ge, boasting an impressive score of 89. This time, however, only one female salesperson approached to assist them, as inside the store, the manager and several salespeople were preoccupied with Yin Shuang. Upon their entrance, Li Manny certainly took note, but she also recognized that a significant client with an unlimited black card was present. By neglecting to service them, wouldn't she win favor with Jiang Chen, this future big spender? Having worked in the luxury goods industry for many years, she has amassed a wealth of experience. A man like Jiang Chen is unlikely to have just one woman. He's a long-term client, a sumptuous feast where everyone knows their place. 2 beautiful ladies. How may I assist you? The saleswoman approached with a polite inquiry. Where's your manager? I wish to return a necklace purchased a week ago. And she handled the transaction. As the person before her was not the manager, Lin Yujun's tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. The saleswoman could only feel a wave of exasperation wash over her. They had encountered too many women of this sort, first charming men into purchasing gifts for them, and later concocting excuses to return them. Were it not for the store's training, she might have impulsively rolled her eyes at Lin Yujun. However, adhering to her professional demeanor, she could only offer a polite smile. I apologize, miss, but I lack the authority to process your return. Please bear with us for a moment. Our manager is currently assisting another esteemed client. Lin Yujun wandered further into the store. Sure enough, in the limited edition jewelry section, she spotted a fair-skinned girl surrounded by numerous staff members. Each piece in that area cost 3 times more than those in the regular section. Lin Yujun couldn't help but steal a few glances at Yin Shuang, immediately recognizing the extravagance of her attire. She then surveyed the other patrons in the VIP area, seemingly on the lookout for Yin Shuang's male companion. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen lounged on a sofa not far from the entrance of the rest area. Lin Yujun's gaze swept briefly over Jiang Chen. Judging from his attire and the area he occupied, she concluded that while he was somewhat handsome, he was merely an ordinary customer. Very well, I shall wait until she is finished. Lin Yujun appeared to concede, feeling that the girl inside was a true heiress beyond her reach. All right, miss, please wait in the rest area. Lin Yujun and Gao Ge settled down not far from Jiang Chen. During this time, Lin Yujun, seemingly unwilling to give up, stole a few more glances inside, while Gao Ge observed Jiang Chen with curiosity, sensing that he looked somewhat familiar, but unable to place where she had seen him before. Jiang Chen languidly slouched on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. Sister, why are you so foolish? If a man gives you a gift, just accept it. You can always return it later like I do. Why not take advantage of it? Yujun, it's not proper to accept gifts without any reaction. You should reconsider. I worry it may lead to trouble. What trouble? At worst, just give them a little sweetness. We beauties should know how to leverage our advantages, right? Yujun, that's not what I mean. My dear Gao, so many men have pursued you over the years. I can't fathom what you're waiting for. Just accept a few gifts. and it will be much easier for you. I have several wealthy heirs who want to get to know you. I can introduce you next time. No need, Yujun. When fate arrives, my true love will come. Go ye stead lightly. Then you can just wait. We're already in our senior year, and we have less than 2 years before graduation. A 5-year undergraduate program in architecture. Both were classmates in the architecture department and roommates, but sadly, their philosophies differed, leaving Gaogu only to smile silently. Let's discuss it later. Chapter 8. You shine like the stars. Perhaps deeming Jiang Chen inconsequential, their hushed dialogue, though soft, was still audible to him. Clearly, Gaogu did not comprehend Lin Yujun's approach of seeking short-term gains. She desired a swift and certain ascension into a wealthy family, akin to reeling in a big catch with a long line. This aligned perfectly with the character description provided by the system. So, this is your tune. Jiang Chen mused inwardly, feeling a sense of delight. To engage with a high-scoring beauty with zero experience, one must not rush, while showering her with wealth. It was equally essential to exercise patience, allowing her to understand that Jiang Chen was the domineering figure capable of crafting a gilded cage for her. Only then would she willingly fly into that cage. Today's men are increasingly unreliable. Many wear a facade of grandeur while concealing their true selves. Lin Yujun continued her animated chatter, while Gaogu played the role of the attentive listener. Her naturally beautiful face, clad in a crop top and jeans, was devoid of any excessive adornment. Even seated, her long legs were undeniably alluring. At that moment, Li Mani, beaming with a smile, approached the rest area from the VIP limited edition jewelry section. Upon seeing Li Mani approaching, Lin Yujun instinctively rose to greet her. Sister Manny, it's me, Yujun. The necklace I bought last week is too tight and doesn't suit me. Could you assist me in returning it? Next time, I'll bring my boyfriend to select a new one. Li Manny's smile faltered, as if she had only just noticed Lin Yujun. Oh, Ms. Lin, is it? Please hold on. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Sister Manny, what's the matter? Then, as if oblivious to anyone else, she made her way directly to Jiang Chen. Seated across the room, Mr. Jiang, Miss Yan's complete set of jewelry has been assembled. Would you prefer to call them over, or shall I escort you? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying. I've been browsing all day and am quite tired. I don't feel like moving. Understood, Mr. Jiang. She promptly retrieved a small internal intercom. Jenny, please bring Miss Yan to the rest area with a complete set of selections. Also, given the warm weather, please prepare some refreshing tea from Mr. Jiang. Moments later, a sweet voice emanated from the other end of the intercom. Yes, manager. Once these tasks were completed, Jiang Chen remained absorbed in his phone, indifferent. Li Mani stood respectfully by Jiang Chen's side. Lin Yujun and Gaogu, seated on the opposite sofa, were left in stunned silence. Jewelry from Tiffany's VIP limited section would never leave the counter without an invoice. Yet, simply because the man expressed a hint of fatigue, Li Mani had arranged for the jewelry to be brought to the rest area, and even instructed them to prepare refreshing tea. Who on earth is this man? Mr. Jiang? He bears a striking resemblance to that other person. Gaogu murmured in confusion. What did you say, Gaogu? Lin Yujun inquired. Oh, nothing. At that moment, Yan Shuang, adorned in a layered red dress and high heels, her body adorned with exquisite jewelry, entered the rest area. Drenched in opulence, Shuang instantly became the center of attention. Other patrons in the store instinctively halted to gaze at her. Even Jiang Chen momentarily lost his composure, unaccustomed to such scrutiny. Yan Shuang quickly approached Jiang Chen. Darling, do you think it's beautiful? Jiang Chen reached out to caress her, nodding in agreement. Shuang, you look absolutely stunning. Though those high heels are a bit ordinary, let's head to Valentino later and pair it with some black stockings from Balenciaga. You're so annoying. Yan Shuang playfully buried her head in Jiang Chen's embrace. How much is it? Just charge it. Ah, Mr. Jiang, for the entire set? Yes, everything. Li Mani, caught off guard, stumbled over her words. Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce everything first, and then you can make your decision. Li Mani did not doubt Jiang Chen's capabilities. She had already heard whispers of his prowess from other luxury store owners. However, jewelry was a different matter entirely. Its value was boundless. Every single item adorning Yan Shuang's person is certainly beyond the financial reach of an ordinary affluent individual. The mere purchase of one piece would suffice to sustain Jiang Chen and his establishment for an entire month, let alone an entire ensemble. To avoid any surprises at the checkout with esteemed clients, it is prudent to clarify matters beforehand. Very well. I too am eager to hear the details, Jiang Chen remarked. Certainly, please allow me to proceed with my professional presentation, Li Mani stated. Upon receiving affirmation, she commenced her detailed exposition. The exquisite jewelry set worn by Miss Yan is divided into 5 distinct components. The Tiffany Soleste collection earrings, crafted from platinum and adorned with diamonds and aquamarines, Priced at $155,000. The Tiffany Solesse Collection Necklace, featuring aquamarines and diamonds in a design entitled Heart of the Stars, at $550,000. A creation by renowned designer K in celebration of Tiffany's 170th anniversary. The Tiffany Victoria Collection Ring, a vine design embellished with aquamarines and diamonds, valued at $480,000. The Tiffany Victoria Collection Bracelet, showcasing splendid Tiffany diamonds, radiating brilliance at $750,000, and an 18K rose gold watch, set with diamonds and featuring a white mother-of-pearl chain. Priced at $275,000, symbolizing a woman's desire to capture her beloved's heart. This ensemble is aptly named the Myriad Stars Collection, with the Heart of the Stars as its centerpiece, harmoniously blending aquamarines with diamonds to evoke the splendor of a starry sky, complemented by earrings, a bracelet, a watch, and a ring, all accentuating the vastness of the cosmos. Limited to just 1,000 pieces globally, the Heart of the Stars, along with the accompanying jewelry, is restricted to 10,000 pieces, thus earning its designation as Myriad Stars. Mr. Jiang, Miss Yen mentioned that your name contains the character for Chun, likening you to a brilliant star that illuminates her life. Hence, I recommended this particular collection to her. What are your thoughts now, Mr. Jiang? Upon the conclusion of Manny's presentation, the atmosphere in the lounge was so tense that one could hear a pin drop, with everyone, including Yen Shuang, holding their breath in anticipation. Yen Shuang was visibly trembling. She had not been informed of the staggering prices while adorning herself. The total amounted to $21 million. This was akin to draping an entire house upon oneself. Noticing Jiang Chen's inscrutable expression, she felt a surge of panic. She needed to clarify matters. Darling, I had no idea these items were so exorbitantly priced. Let us come back another time, shall we? As soon as her words left her lips, Jiang Chen's laughter shattered the tense silence. You shine like a star, ha ha ha. Li Manny, sensing the awkwardness, quickly joined in on laughter. Indeed, Miss Yan's admiration for you truly inspires envy in me. Swipe the card, Jiang Chen instructed, pulling out a black card from his pocket and handing it to Li Manny. All of it, Mr. Jiang? Must I repeat myself? Jiang Chen replied, wrapping an arm around Yen Shuang as they settled onto the sofa, casting a brief glance at Li Manny. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Li Manny eagerly accepted the black card, her heart soaring with joy. She had made the right bet. Her good friend, Li Jun, the manager of the LV store downstairs, had provided her with insider information, leading her to conclude that this was indeed a wealthy patron. My dear, I hardly dare to move, Yen Shuang murmured. Jiang Chen playfully pinched her petite nose and said, You did splendidly. I should have brought you here sooner. Note, Yen Shuang's favorability level is now 85, having increased by 5 points. We'll buy a few simpler items before heading back, as you wish, dear. With that, her youthful hands clung tightly to Jiang Chen's arm, fearful of losing him to another. Jiang Chen was equally delighted. Acquiring a set of precious, limited edition designs was far more expedient than his afternoon spent wandering through luxury boutiques. He mused that he should have headed straight to the jewelry store. Chapter 9. Are you Jiang Chen? Host has spent 255,000. 745,000 remains to complete the task. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen understood that the transaction was nearing completion. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Li Manny approached him, laden with bags. Mr. Jiang, this is a limited edition jewelry box, a gift for our SVIP clients. Would you like to have Miss Yan's jewelry package for transport? Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. She respectfully returned the black card to him, and two burly men appeared behind her. Mr. Jiang, these are the store's security personnel. They will safeguard the items you purchased, including the jewelry from Tiffany. They will escort you and Miss Yen to your desired location, and then return here. Should you wish to continue shopping afterward, they will remain at your service. With a wave of her hand, she instructed the men, Introduce yourselves to Mr. Jiang. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. My name is Wang Jun, but you may call me Da Juan. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Zhao Chong, or you may call me Da Qiang. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at the two. I'll be next door at the Crown, and I'll be purchasing a few more things. I appreciate your assistance. That is our duty, Mr. Jiang. They replied in unison. Li Manny continued, I just received a call from the headquarters in the beautiful country. Your information has been classified as a lifelong SVP client of our store, granting you access to premier services at any Tiffany location worldwide. The designer K of the Star Collection personally called earlier to express gratitude for your support of both this jewelry and Tiffany, inquiring if it would be convenient for him to contact you another time. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. No need for that. Just convey my regards to him. Manny nodded slightly. I will relay your blessings. Here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out at any time. You can scan me, Jiang Chen replied, displaying the QR code on his phone. At that moment, a stir arose behind him, including Lin Yujun and Gao Ge. Gao Ge trembled as she held her phone, ultimately hesitating to approach. She was unsure if he was indeed the one. However, Lin Yujun displayed remarkable boldness, rising with her phone in hand, but was thwarted by a barrier of staff. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else I can assist you with? No. Thank you for your service. It has been my pleasure, Jiang Chen replied as he rose and began to exit the store with Yin Shuangshuang. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Chen glanced back, locking eyes with Gao Ge. In that fleeting moment, Gao Ge summoned her courage to speak. She realized that if she didn't seize this opportunity, she might never encounter a man like him again. Sir, are you Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen paused in his tracks, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. Finally, you've taken a bait. He turned back to Gao Ge, offering a courteous smile. I thought you might have forgotten me, Gao Ge. It really is you, Gao Ge exclaimed, her emotions surging. This scene left both Yin Shuangshuang and Lin Yujun utterly astounded. The emotions of the two women, however, were entirely disparate. Lin Yujun's feelings were a blend of surprise and jealousy. As Gao Ji's roommate and close friend, she was baffled that such a man had never been mentioned by Gao Ge. On the other hand, Yin Shuangshuang was engulfed in nervousness. Not only was he a tall and strikingly handsome man, but it was evident from Jiang Chen's tone that they shared a history. A profound sense of crisis surged within her. Tentatively, Yin Shuangshuang inquired, Darling, do you know each other? Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. She is my senior from university. We have crossed paths a few times. What was there to say now? Gao Ge felt as if her CPU was about to overheat. She suddenly recalled where she had met Jiang Chen. During her first semester of senior year, she had forgotten to bring a hair tie for her physical fitness test. This handsome and refined young man had lent her a hairband as a temporary solution. She had even inquired about his name, which was Jiang Chen. After the test concluded, he vanished, and she had no means to return the hair tie. It had been over 6 months, and this handsome young man was, astonishingly, a super rich heir. How had she never seen him around campus before? Logically, she stammered, thank you for the hair tie back then. It was a tremendous help. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, It was nothing. I merely lent a hand. Today, with your hair down, I doubt anyone would recognize you at first glance. But to be frank, I believe you look more beautiful with your hair tied up. Gao Ji's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively tucked her hair behind her ear. Thank you. Senior, is there anything else? Jiang Chen asked. Previously, it had always been the boys pursuing her who initiated conversations. Now, finding a topic to discuss felt unbearably awkward, especially under the scrutinizing gaze of Yin Shuangshuang. Should we exchange WeChat? I can return the hair tie to you after school starts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a chuckle. Gao Ji's face turned crimson. Gao Ge. Oh, Gao Ge. How could you come up with such a ridiculous excuse? How embarrassing. Jiang Chen laughed. You can keep it as a memento. And as for WeChat, let's consider it a way to make friends. He then stepped forward to scan Gao Ji's QR code. Notification. Gao Ji's affection level 10. Current affection level 40. Notification. Lin Yujun's affection level 50. Current affection level 50. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's prompt. An unexpected windfall. And so much of it. However, the increase in Lin Yujun's affection was hardly surprising. She was, after all, a quintessential gold digger with a high level of privacy. Given the conversation he had overheard earlier, it was clear she was merely a toy for the affluent. Jiang Chen felt no interest in her, scarcely even glancing her way. Afterward, he summoned Li Manny and whispered a few instructions to her, before waving goodbye to the group and departing with Yin Shuangshuang. The imposing figures of 2 burly men trailed closely behind, carrying a plethora of bags. Miss Gao, Miss Gao? Gao Ge stared blankly at the receding figures until she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder, snapping her back to reality. Miss Gao, Mr. Jiang has asked me to take you to select some suitable jewelry. All expenses will be covered by Mr. Jiang. Li Manny maintained her professional smile, though internally she envied the girl immensely. Alas, she felt her own looks were insufficient to catch Jiang Chen's eye. Otherwise, she too would relish the experience of being pampered with money. No, that's not necessary. I came to accompany a friend. Behind her, Lin Yujun was wholly focused on Jiang Chen and had no time to contemplate declining. Darling, why didn't you tell me you knew someone like Jiang Chen? He is from our school. That was from over half a year ago. I only remembered when I heard someone mention his name had Chen in it. Is he now a junior? He wouldn't be attending the physical test otherwise. At this moment, Li Manny interjected. Mr. Jiang insists I cannot decline. Why not try on some pieces? There is no obligation to purchase today, all right? Alricht. Chapter 10. The soul-searching question, what are we? Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of Wanxiang City, Jiang Chen and Yin Shuangshuang wandered aimlessly. Two burly men followed closely behind, laden with bags. Yin Shuangshuang's stunning figure was accentuated by a cascading red dress, and her jewelry sparkled like stars. This captivating sight turned heads, and Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable satisfaction swell within him. However, since exiting Tiffany, Yin Shuangshuang had grown somewhat silent, her previous vivacity seemingly diminished. Jiang Chen, noticing this change, asked, "What is on your mind?" "Oh, it's nothing," she replied, though her fair hands clinging to his arm tightened involuntarily, a clear sign of her insecurity. "Shuang, if you hold on any tighter, you might break my arm." "Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Let me massage it." Yin Shuang quickly relaxed her grip, gently kneading Jiang Chen's muscles. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Bottling it up isn't good." With Jiang Chen's encouragement, Yin Shuang decided to voice her thoughts. "Jiang Chen, what is our relationship now?" Oh boy, this was bound to come up. Generally, such inquiries were reserved for post-coital moments, yet here it was, arriving with considerable delay. Yin Shuang tilted her head back, pressing closely against Jiang Chen, her gaze earnest, almost pleading as she asked, "I'm your girlfriend, right?" At her words, Jiang Chen paused, seemingly contemplating. He had been favored by fate, reborn into this life, and had bound himself to the system of a wealthy playboy, destined to undertake tasks and revel in a carefree existence. In any scenario, this life was meant for galloping freely, never to be shackled by a single woman. Of course, though I possess considerable wealth, I reserve my spending solely for the women in my life. Jiang Chen did not contradict her. "My women," he mused, "are not limited to one, are they?" As long as he remained unmarried, even the United Nations Constitution could not govern him. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Yin Shuang exhaled deeply, a weight lifting from her shoulders. She instinctively tightened her embrace. The women he had previously encountered paled in comparison to her beauty, thus eliciting little response from him. Yet the way those two stunning women had eyed him earlier was akin to wolves catching sight of prey. If she weren't by his side, she was certain they would have pounced, especially when he had purchased the exquisite set of jewelry for her. That moment had sent her into a frenzy. The amount he'd spent on her that afternoon was more than she could hope to earn in her lifetime. She had suspected he was a wealthy young master, yet never had she imagined him to be this affluent. As she caressed the brilliant star of heart resting against her chest, she mused aloud, "Even if you were to disappear one day, this would suffice for a comfortable life in Jiangnan for the remainder of my days. I understand that a man as handsome, youthful, and wealthy as you, with such vigor and skill in yoga, cannot be monopolized. Naturally, I am unworthy of that. Even if other women seek you out, I shall strive not to feel jealous. My dear, could you grant me a title? I merely desire a distinction. I am willing to be your woman for a lifetime." With these words, tears streamed down Yin Shuang's face, falling softly onto Jiang Chen. Every sentiment she expressed was heartfelt, devoid of any pretense associated with elite training. She understood that in the presence of such a man, honesty was the only viable option. She laid bare her soul to Jiang Chen without reservation. Jiang Chen, towering over her, was captivated by Yin Shuang's delicate visage and her large, shimmering eyes, which stirred within him a primal instinct to protect. "Of course," he replied with a smile. Yin Shuang sniffled, as if to assert her sincerity, and continued, "Darling, during my senior year, my best friend introduced me to a boyfriend, a second-generation wealthy heir. I had no affection for him, yet my family was in dire need of funds, and he assisted me. However, he later attempted to coerce me, but I resisted. Subsequently, I worked at a casino to repay my debts, and we parted ways shortly after. But I swear, you are my first and my last man. You may inspect my phone my entire life." Before she could finish her declaration, Jiang Chen silenced her with a kiss, cradling her petite face in his hands. "You need not say anything further, I understand." Yin Shuang's words mirrored the information provided by the system, coupled with her 85 affinity score. Jiang Chen was convinced she was not lying. Indeed, he was her first man, and in a strict sense, the first woman he had encountered since his rebirth. He harbored a unique affection for her. "You are truly to my taste," he remarked earnestly. "I can promise you that as long as you wish. You may remain by my side forever. Whether it be a house, a car, or money, anything you desire, I can provide. I shall not compel you to love me. Should there come a day when you no longer wish to be with me, I will ensure you receive a sum to part amicably. As for love," Jiang Chen sighed deeply and spoke solemnly. "In my previous life, to avoid marrying a woman of noble lineage, I illicitly practiced a forbidden technique for my sect, which led to my execution. Consequently, although my heart has healed in this life, it has shattered into many fragments, each capable of loving a different person. I trust you can comprehend this. Henceforth, you shall be the eldest sister. Yin Shuang couldn't help but chuckle through her tears, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Such flattery. Jiang Chen smiled as he wiped her tears away, inquiring, "Are you satisfied now?" "Yes, I will never leave your side," she purred. Nestling against Jiang Chen as she whispered softly, "Do not underestimate my intelligence network. Should you dare to have someone else outside, you will regret it. My dear, I shall never be anyone else's." The vividness of her declaration left Jiang Chen somewhat speechless. What was initially a jest now resonated with a profound seriousness in her expression. The two burly security men behind them found themselves in an awkward position, unsure whether to observe or avert their gaze, ultimately opting to glance away. "Let us proceed," Jiang Chen suggested, steering the conversation onward. "My dear, shall we not return? Did you not express a desire to visit the casino?" he teased, gently squeezing Yin Shuang's hand. "Look at you, in such a hurry. We still have to stop by Balenciaga and Valentino." At the mention, Yin Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly. She had indeed forgotten. "All right, dear." Hearing that endearment and the system's notification, Jiang Chen glanced at the girl in his arms, realizing that Yin Shuang had genuinely opened her heart. Yet, he harbored concerns about her potential surge in affection due to his spending. After all, the current task permitted expenditures only on those with an affinity below 95. To avoid complications, Jiang Chen intended to extract every benefit from the system while he had the chance. Noticing Jiang Chen's expression, Yin Shuang misinterpreted it, softly stating, "Darling, do you not like that term? I can use another." "No need. It's quite delightful," he replied. "But speaking of which, you've been treating me today. When shall you indulge yourself? Perhaps with some clothes or a watch?" Jiang Chen found himself at a loss. Did he not wish to? This was the unyielding rule of his first task. He needed to fulfill it to amass wealth in his gold card. He hoped the subsequent tasks from the system would allow him to spend freely. Rest assured, the system will adapt future task content based on your performance during this period. Came the reassuring response from the system. Everything is designed to assist the host in achieving a splendid life. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled. "Next time, we shall shop together." "Yes, my dear." Upon arriving at Balenciaga and Valentino, Yin Shuang exhibited an uncharacteristic eagerness, actively selecting various styles. She was acutely aware that the gifts Jiang Chen had previously bestowed upon her were largely one-sided. Jiang Chen had not partaken in the enjoyment. Yet this time was different. The primary beneficiary would be him, fueling her enthusiasm. The comfort of Valentino was quite ordinary, yet one could not deny that while it might not cater to women, it understood men exceptionally well. Jiang Chen observed everything keenly, fully grasping Yin Shuang's intentions. Gazing at her fair skin and graceful figure, complemented by seductive hosiery and high heels, he felt an overwhelming urge to practice yoga. However, the fitting rooms lacked soundproofing, and such thoughts flitted through his mind momentarily. Meanwhile, Limani had already showcased a plethora of exquisite jewelry to Gao Ge. As per their usual practice, she refrained from disclosing the prices. However, judging by the jewelry's intricate design and appearance, the cost would undoubtedly be exorbitant. "Manny, let us call it a day," Gao Ge said softly, delicately placing the jewelry into an elegant box. "Of course, Miss Gao. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me via WeChat," Limani replied politely. After years as a store manager in the luxury sector, she had developed an eye for discerning customers. She could tell that Jiang Chen harbored feelings for Gao Ge. Otherwise, he would not have specifically instructed her as they were about to depart. Limani sensed that this stunning beauty was on the verge of becoming Jiang Chen's woman. Accordingly, she felt compelled to extend every courtesy to such a potential client. Gao Ge nodded to Limani before turning to Lin Yujun. "Let's go." "All right," Lin Yujun replied, momentarily taken aback, then linked arms with Gao Ge as they exited the store. The two striking women, both rated above 80 in beauty, garnered considerable attention within the shopping mall, causing many men to stir with interest. The bolder ones even approached to request contact information, but all were met with Gao Ge's polite refusals. In a surprising departure from her usual demeanor, Lin Yujun, typically one to engage readily with others, rejected the advances of men seeking her contact information, regardless of their attire. This elicited a peculiar sensation in Gao Ge. As early spring graced Jiangnan with its slightly humid atmosphere, the journey from Wanxiang City to Jiangnan University, though not extensive, still presented a considerable distance. In the past, given Lin Yujun's character, she would have insisted on taking a taxi after merely a few steps. Yet today, she exhibited an unusual silence and compliance. "Yujun, what is the matter? You've been like this since we left the mall?" Gao Ge inquired. "Nothing, sister. How long have you known Jiang Chen?" Lin Yujun replied. "Didn't I tell you before? We met during that physical fitness test. Prior to today, I didn't even have him as a friend, Gao Gu softly continued. He attends the same university as us, yet it feels as though we never crossed paths. That is not surprising, Lin Yujun retorted. Men like him are likely preoccupied with family affairs, hardly finding time to return to campus. Huh, our stunning beauty has proactively added him as a friend today. I've never witnessed such a thing. Come on, admit it, do you fancy him? Not at all, Gao Gu hastily denied, though her reddened cheeks betrayed her. He seems to already have a girlfriend. Upon uttering this, a barely perceptible cloud of disappointment etched across her face, which did not escape Lin Yujun's notice. Who would want a man that no one else likes? Besides, it's just a girlfriend, Lin Yujun reassured. Come on, pass me Jiang Chen's WeChat, and I'll inquire on your behalf. What? Gao Gu felt an inexplicable sense of wariness rising within her. Nevertheless, she succumbed to Lin Yujun's persistent coaxing, ultimately providing Jiang Chen's WeChat. After all, Lin Yujun was her close friend. Surely she wouldn't lead her astray. Host has consumed 455,000 with 545,000 remaining to complete the task. All right, we've shopped enough. It's time to return. Subsequently, accompanied by Yin Shuang and 2 security personnel, they headed back to the presidential suite of the Crown Building. Let us place the items here. The 2 attendants, De Jun and De Chong, deposited their numerous bags in the living room. However, upon examination, they noticed another batch of goods already on the table. Jiang Chen, initially puzzled, soon grasped the situation upon seeing the labels on the shopping bags, LV. It was evident that they had purchased an excessive amount. Mr. Jiang, if there is nothing further, we'll take our leave, they announced. Jiang Chen wished to offer them a tip, but regrettably, they were men. Host, please note, funds cannot be allocated to non-valid expenditure subjects. Jiang Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. What a bother. I've spent half the day and already consumed over 5 million. The progress is quite promising. He slumped onto the sofa in satisfaction. Next, to the casino. I'll also buy Shuang a car that I can drive. If I'm a supporter, surely I must have a yoga studio as well. Following this process, I should be able to exhaust the 2 million soft sister coins required for the task. Then, I'll receive a cashback of 40 million to spend freely. Perfect. Previously, I thought Ma Gu was merely boasting about never running out of money. Now that it's my turn, it's indeed a bit challenging. Although the deadline is 3 months, watching the countdown shrink does instill a bit of urgency. Let us go. Complete the beautiful daily mission. Jiang Chen seemed to rally himself with a nod. At that moment, a sweet and alluring voice drew Jiang Chen back to reality. Darling, what are you thinking about? He glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. Yin Shuang resembled a model strutting down a fashion runway, adorned in an outfit he had unknowingly purchased. When had she changed? This ensemble immediately captivated Jiang Chen's attention. Bold vixen, daring to be so brazen before me, Jiang Chen exclaimed, reaching out towards Yin Shuang. And what does the master wish to do with this humble girl? Behold my dragon's beckoning. As their passions surged, the 2 retreated from the living room to a more private setting. Notification, Yin Shuang's affection level at 1, current affection level at 87. An hour later, both were drenched in perspiration. Yin Shuang, ever considerate, rose to prepare the bathtub filled with water and called for Jiang Chen. He reclined in the tub, wrapping his arms around her, slowly exploring. Didn't we just finish yoga? Aren't you tired, darling? She queried. Are you tired? I'm merely being considerate of you. We still need to head to the casino later, Jiang Chen replied, planting kisses on her neck. There's no rush. If you perform well, there will be rewards afterward. Yin Shuang playfully protested. Is my performance not satisfactory? I was a dance major in the arts department and even won awards. Oh, that solves the mystery. No wonder I found your yoga skills so impressive. You're a dancer. Thus, they continued. Chapter 12. Outdoor gaming streamer, Lon Kursin. After completing 2 yoga sessions, Jiang Chen and Yin Shuang returned to bed. Jiang Chen still felt an abundance of energy, thanks to Yin Shuang's striking beauty. If the female lead were someone like Bo Gang, he would undoubtedly be exhausted. Notification, Yin Shuang's affection level at 1, current affection level at 88. Jiang Chen observed the system prompt before glancing at the beauty in his arms, who lay with closed eyes, playfully pouting. He smiled, appreciating the vitality of youth. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach growled. Yin Shuang chuckled. Are you hungry, darling? Let us grab a bite. Sound good. After a late-night snack, we can head to the casino, and I'll take you somewhere else tomorrow. After all, the midnight casino is where money and desire culminate most explosively. It's only 10 o'clock now, and I'm a bit weary. Let us eat something to replenish our energy for the battles ahead. Dressed, Jiang Chen and Yin Shuang exited the suite. She adorned herself with an entire set of jewelry, the price of which could rival a spacious Jiangnan apartment. Had they been in Europe or North America, he would have surely intervened, for such display screamed, "Rob me, please." However, being in their homeland, Jiang Chen permitted her indulgence. After all, every girl possesses a touch of vanity. Notably, Yin Shuangshuang adorned her ring on her fourth finger, a detail Jiang Chen failed to notice. He had initially intended to enjoy the sea breeze while savoring street food, but alas, they found themselves in the CBD area of Jiangnan City, where such delights were nowhere to be found. Reluctantly, they settled for an outdoor seaside restaurant. Candlelight illuminated the setting, casting an elegant glow, making it a popular spot for social media enthusiasts. Despite its popularity, the prices were not exorbitant, thanks to its prime location, frequently attracting affluent patrons. Due to the chilliness of today's weather, the outdoor seating was rather sparse. Jiang Chen, with a sense of ease, accompanied Yin Shuangshuang to select a corner table closest to the sea. The expansive view was unobstructed, and there were few disturbances. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" A young waiter clad in a short-sleeved suit inquired respectfully. Jiang Chen glanced at the menu, which featured a Western culinary style. The offerings ranged from reasonably priced sets to extravagant packages, explaining why this establishment had become a renowned hotspot for social media influencers. With a modest budget, one could indulge in grand experiences. Earlier, Jiang Chen had observed several enchanting ladies capturing the culinary delights on camera indoors. Regrettably, despite the abundance of visually appealing, semi-permanent Korean-style dishes, none triggered a notification from his system. Otherwise, he would not have minded getting acquainted. The ultimate romantic beachside duo package. Priced at $5,200. Quite a lengthy name, yet it certainly evokes a sense of romance. I'll go with this one, the ultimate duo package. Jiang Chen opted for the convenience of a set menu rather than selecting items individually. "Very well, sir. I have noted your order. Would you like to consider any wine?" The waiter asked. "Could you recommend something?" Jiang Chen replied. "Certainly. I suggest the 2004 vintage Madoc red wine. The sea breeze is quite refreshing. I shall serve the wine warm once it's ready. Does that sound acceptable?" Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, saying, "That will do. Please inform any subsequent staff not to disturb us unless necessary." "Understood, sir." The waiter bowed respectfully and withdrew. Before long, the meal and wine were brought to their table. Jiang Chen did not rush to eat. Instead, he placed his hands in his pockets and sat quietly on the sandy beach, gazing at the sea. He relished the soothing sound of the waves and the cool sea breeze, which enveloped him in a profound sense of relaxation. As a native of the inland, he harbored an inexplicable fascination with the ocean. Noticing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Yin Shuangshuang wisely refrained from interrupting him, choosing instead to sit quietly beside him. She discreetly snapped a photo of his silhouette, capturing the sumptuous spread before them, along with the vine-patterned ring adorned with aquamarine and diamonds on her ring finger, and the gleaming chain watch still shining under the dim candlelight. She then lightly edited the image and posted it on her social media, captioning it, "Husband is lost in thought, and I shall forever be his obedient little darling." Meanwhile, a stunning young female streamer, wearing wireless headphones and holding a selfie stick, was live broadcasting. Tall and slender, her hair styled in a manner reminiscent of ancient courtesans, she wore white hot pants paired with a black long-sleeve shirt, accentuating her fair, long legs. Her attire, while slightly mature, could not conceal the exuberance of youth radiating from her. If Jiang Chen were present, he would undoubtedly find her academic style more appealing. The streamer's face bore signs of cosmetic enhancement, giving her a hint of the allure associated with beauties from Xinjiang. Many female streamers across various platforms bore similar traits, perhaps conforming to the prevalent aesthetics of internet celebrities, leading one to speculate whether they shared the same surgeon. Yet, this streamer possessed a remarkable foundation. Otherwise, as a gaming host, she would not attract such a substantial audience outdoors. "Dear fans, I just started streaming. Today, I'm not playing games, but rather taking you to this famous seaside restaurant. It's relatively empty now, perfect for a live broadcast." As soon as she finished her sentence, a flurry of comments flooded the chat. This is the first time Xin is streaming outdoors. What a sight to behold. The homebody has ventured outside. Rejoice. Streamer, I've been to this outdoor restaurant. The seats closest to the sea are the most beautiful. The person above is correct. The restaurant's owner is quite wealthy, having built a private beach for scenic enjoyment. Be careful, streamer. Although there are many social media hotspots, there are also plenty of wealthy patrons. Don't let your first outdoor stream go awry. Indeed, my last visit here was a disaster. I was confronted by a rather intimidating gentleman. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see Xin's mishap. Look at the parking lot. Quick, check the parking lot. As the restaurant's backdrop appeared in Xin's stream, the comments surged even more. While her gaming streams attracted a few hundred viewers, this outdoor session saw over 1,000. Given that it was 2016, when Douyin live streaming was still in its infancy, such numbers were impressive for the burgeoning platform. Delighted by the stream's popularity, Lon Curson whispered into her headset, "All right, I'll show you the cars, but try not to get too excited." However, this time of day, ISNT, when the restaurant is most crowded, so there aren't too many cars. She then switched to the rear camera. The parking lot was filled with various vehicles: Audi A8, Porsche, BMW X3, Mercedes-Benz A, GLE, E-Class, and even a Porsche 718. Goodness, and there's even a bicycle? Which landlord has come out for a midnight snack? Finally, a worthy sports car appeared, a Ferrari 458. The comments exploded in excitement. Indeed, everyone loves this sort of spectacle. Lon Curson felt a twinge of apprehension. She anticipated so many impressive vehicles in this place. What if they prohibited live streaming inside? That would be a tremendous loss of viewership. Fans, I need to ask if I'm allowed to stream inside. Otherwise, we might have to change locations. Leaving the parking lot, Lon Curson approached the restaurant's entrance. Chapter 13. The necklace worn by that beautiful lady is worth a house. The restaurant featured some indoor seating, with the front desk located within. Lon Curson approached the front desk and inquired of a staff member, "Hello, I would like to dine here. May I film my live stream with my phone?" "Certainly, miss," the waiter replied. "However, we kindly ask that you choose a more secluded outdoor location. Even now, there are other streamers in our establishment. As long as you do not disturb other patrons, it is your prerogative. You may occupy the 2 seats in front of those 2 individuals. Aside from that spot, the remaining outdoor tables have been reserved." "Thank you." Lon Curson smiled and nodded at the waiter. Following the staff member's lead, she sat a position to the left of Jiang Chen and Yen Shuang. Just as Lon Curson settled down, Jiang Chen, poised to enjoy his meal, suddenly heard a system notification. Detected an eligible consumer. "Would you like to view?" Jiang Chen cast a glance at the adjacent Lon Curson. His interest piqued. He silently commanded view. Name, Lon Curson. Age, 23. Height, 167 centimeters. Thunder God. C. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 82. Original score without cosmetic enhancements. Romantic history, 2. Status, normal. Affinity, 0. Personality and background. From Zhejiang Province, graduated from Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Characterized by a playful and quirky demeanor, currently single, grappling with financial concerns. In light of having such a compatible companion in Yen Shuang and an inexperienced yet high-scoring senior, Jiang Chen felt rather indifferent upon viewing this information panel. Brother Tongzi, there's no need for an introduction to modified cars, right? There are plenty over there. And as for emotional experiences, it's not a blank slate. There is certainly a plethora to uncover. With that, Jiang Chen cast a glance at the nearby influencers striking poses and taking turns snapping photos. How audacious! To be so impudent towards the system. My apologies, my apologies. Jiang Chen raised both hands in surrender. According to the system's observations over the past few days, the host has squandered the potential of the God-tier Sea King system. Thus, subsequent tasks will focus on enhancing the host's fishing grounds. Friendly reminder, at this stage, it is advisable to mark every effective target for consumption, as it will benefit you in the future. I can only say this much. No way, brother. Focusing on enhancing the fishing grounds. And that laughter of yours. You must be the true villainous lecher here, aren't you? Jiang Chen. This is a labor-intensive task, whether he likes it or not. Jiang Chen must step up. Reluctantly, he scrutinized Lon Curson once more. Oh dear, a selfie stick? A live stream? Yes, indeed. Jiang Chen slapped his thigh. System, can you assess the beauty scores of those women in the live stream? Note, only capable of identifying whether they are valid consumption targets. Unable to generate an effective information panel. Only when a valid consumption target appears within the host line of sight can an effective information panel be formed. So, I can only see them if I manage to invite them out? Perfect. From now on, regardless of whether my weapon experience points reach 100, I need not worry about lacking for resources. However, why does Lon Curson seem increasingly familiar? Lon Curson. Isn't she the female streamer who plays LOL, Eternal Return, Egg Party, Apex, and Mythical Beast Palu, known for riding the waves of popularity? It is now 2017. She shouldn't appear in Jiang Chen's view until around 2021. It's not that she became famous, but rather Jiang Chen happened to enjoy a particular game, and over time, he found her entertaining enough to follow. Coupled with her face, which holds considerable recognition, he had some impression of her. Otherwise, with the homogeneous faces of internet celebrities in later years, who could remember them? At this moment, the live stream's bullet comments read, "Curson, that man behind you has been glancing your way several times. His attire is nothing special. Could he be an average guy? Can an average guy be this handsome? And his companion is so beautiful? What of it? Just because he is handsome doesn't he mean he can't be an average guy? That woman across from him is exquisite, even more so than Kursin. Jingyi. Average guy? Don't be ridiculous. That beauty across from him has a necklace worth a whole house. Jingyi, a level 55 user, has spent tens of thousands on Douyin, making his words carry weight, which caused the comments to explode. What? The necklace is worth a house. Jingyi. Come out and explain. Seeing the comments float by, Lan Kursin was equally astonished. She initially thought the two in front of her were merely an ordinary couple, distinguished only by their good looks. Little did she expect the powerful users in her live stream would speak of them in such a way. Jingyi, is there even a need for an explanation? Just look at the beauty across from that man. Her elegance is in a league of its own. The necklace is Tiffany's Heart of the Stars, globally limited to 1,000 sets, priced at over $6 million. And look at her dress. A burgundy layered gown from Louis Vuitton. Both of them ordered the most expensive ultimate set on the menu. It is safe to say these two are the pinnacle of customers in this establishment. Jingyi's explanation was thorough. Not only did other users in the live stream listen intently, but even Lan Kursin herself was captivated by his every word. The bullet comments continued. Perhaps that beauty is a wealthy woman, keeping a toy boy? Indeed, I support the previous comment. Impossible. The man's demeanor and aura are so relaxed. That beauty is clearly catering to him. Indeed, Lan Kursin also found this perspective agreeable. She and Jiang Chen were seated quite close, and even with headphones on, she could hear snippets of their conversation. She could distinctly sense that Yin Shuang, the stunning beauty, was intentionally maintaining and flattering Jiang Chen through both her tone and gestures. The topic of their discussion happened to be cars, a subject seldom initiated by girls. The bullet comments surged. Kursin, go for it. I want to see you interact with this big brother. Are you out of your mind? His female companion is more attractive than Kursin. ISNT, that's setting Kursin up for failure. Streamer, hurry up. I want to see you interact with a wealthy man. The screen was filled with comments urging her to engage Jiang Chen. To maintain the momentum, she could only meekly say, can you at least give me a moment to prepare? This is too abrupt. What's abrupt about it? This is genuine. Streamer, hurry up. There are already 3,000 people in the live stream. You wouldn't want the brothers to leave, would you? As a small streamer, Kursin was absolutely unwilling to offend her fans. She could only stand up, muster her courage to approach, then sit back down, hesitating. She appeared quite conflicted. Yin Shuang had evidently noticed the petite beauty beside her holding up a phone. Jiang Chen occasionally cast a glance in that direction. Chapter 14, an opportunity to earn pocket money for you. Yin Shuang had clearly observed the petite beauty beside her holding a phone. Jiang Chen also glanced over occasionally. Yin Shuang chuckled. What is it, darling? Do you know her? Shall we invite her to join us? Well, I know her, but she doesn't know me. I think I stumbled upon her on Douyin before. Jiang Chen, slicing a piece of beef to accompany his red wine, continued. All in all, it would be a pity to waste an opportunity, right? Since she is a girl I know, I might as well help her out. If you want to call her over, go ahead, my lady. Upon hearing the phrase my lady, Yin Shuang nearly spat out the hot red wine she had just sipped. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Is this your way of giving me a title to manage your harem? Ha ha. Jiang Chen responded. You need to acclimate beforehand. After all, I will have many women. With that, he arched an eyebrow at Yin Shuang. Help her out? Help her into your bed, you mean? You naughty husband. And you claim to know her. I see you know all the beauties in the world. Yin Shuang pouted, feigning jealousy. Yet in truth, she desired to exhibit her concern for him. Understanding a man's psychology, she thought. As for how many women Jiang Chen had, she dared not interfere. Why engage in internal strife? Let us finish up. Let us head to the casino for a while. You pay the bill first. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Chen merely chuckled in response, handing his black card to Yin Shuang, sending her off to settle the bill. After she departed, Jiang Chen turned his head to gaze at the waves, confident that the little girl would certainly come seeking him. Meanwhile, the bullet comments in a live stream read, what are the streamers talking about? Kursin, you should go. I'll shower you with gifts. If you don't go soon, they'll be done eating and leaving. What a missed opportunity. That beauty is leaving. Hurry up. Perhaps the individual is a generous benefactor who might shower gifts upon you. Brothers, let us retreat. The streamer is far too timid. Let us depart, for it lacks any allure. Observing the rapidly dwindling number of online viewers, Lan Kursin could no longer remain seated. She approached Jiang Chen and spoke. Hello, handsome. My name is Kursin, and I am a streamer. Would you mind appearing on camera for a moment? Jiang Chen chuckled as he sat in his chair. Haven't I been on camera all along? Or were you filming earlier, if not? At his words, Lan Kursin's cheeks flushed crimson. I apologize. It's my first time streaming outdoors. I hope you can forgive me. I'm not filming anymore now. Gazing at her visage reminiscent of a beauty from Xinjiang, Jiang Chen felt a flutter in his heart. Perhaps I should accept her invitation. Heeding the system's advice, I should ensure I am well fed. Regrettably, it seems I will have to engage in more physical labor afterward. It appears that my gym schedule must be prioritized. No beauties. I believe I've come across you on Douyin. You're a gaming streamer, correct? Do you often play with your fans? Lan Kursin expressed her surprise that Jiang Chen had seen her. It seemed this man before her was quite the gaming aficionado as well. Indeed, I stream a variety of content, and sometimes I play games with my fans. Then what is your name? I'll follow you, she replied. On the Douyin platform, her username was the same as her real name. Jiang Chen opened the Douyin app, only to realize, rather awkwardly, that he had not registered an account. After a series of operations, he created a user ID named Stellar. After following Lan Kursin, he promptly closed the application. Host has consumed 5,485,000, 14,515. 000 remains to complete the task. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen understood that it was Yin Shuang who had settled the bill. Indeed, not far off. Yin Shuang was watching her with a smile. I've followed you. Perhaps we can play together in the future. I must take my leave now. All right. Lan Kursin remained rooted in place. The live stream's comments flooded in. What are you doing, streamer? We want to see the beauty, not you flirting with a man. What is your objective? Are you trying to get him to follow you? This is a disaster. She truly wished to get to know this man. With such good looks and wealth, what woman wouldn't want to make his acquaintance? Yet, in their earlier exchange, she hadn't even asked for his name. It seemed that her fate with this gentleman had reached its conclusion. Indeed, outdoor streaming proved far more challenging than gaming streams. Reading the comments, Lan Kursin could only apologize repeatedly. Did I disturb you, dear? Yin Shuang gently entwined her arm with Jiang Chen as they walked toward the Crown Casino. The evening breeze caressing them. Jiang Chen smiled. I merely wish to make an acquaintance. There's no disturbance in that. Let us hurry to the casino. I want to play a game with you. Upon arriving at the casino, Jiang Chen exchanged 5 million in chips right before Yin Shuang's eyes. Remarkably, he remained unfazed, making everything appear so natural. Yin Shuang's admiration for the wealthy young man deepened immeasurably. Notably, the casino staff also took notice. Even in Las Vegas, a patron who casually exchanged 5 million in chips warranted special attention. Host has consumed 10,485,000, 9,515,000 remains to complete the task. They casually found a blackjack table, a game that involves comparing card values against the dealer's. The objective is to have a hand value as close to 21 as possible without exceeding it. Cards number 2 to 10 are worth their face value, while J, Q, and K are worth 10 points. The ace can be valued at either 1 or 11, counting as 11 unless it causes the total to exceed 21, in which case it counts as 1. At the start of the game, each player and the dealer receives 2 cards. If a player exceeds 21, they lose. If the dealer does, the player wins. Overall, blackjack tests both a player's calculation skills and psychological resilience. Yin Shuang gracefully held 2 martinis and seated herself beside Jiang Chen. He remarked, today's star is not me, it's you. Huh, darling, what do you mean? Yin Shuang delicately pinched a cherry and offered it to Jiang Chen's lips. The sight of such a sultry figure behaving so sweetly incited a hint of jealousy among those nearby. I mentioned that if you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me. Jiang Chen spat the cherry pit into Yin Shuang's hand and continued, as my woman, you should receive some pocket money regularly. Tonight, you shall play on my behalf until these chips are exhausted, and we shall see how many new chips you can win. With that, he pulled Yin Shuang into his embrace. Her delicate frame felt weightless upon his lap. Yin Shuang was taken aback. Was this how he intended to provide her with spending money? Why not simply hand it over directly instead of through this method? Although she hadn't been a gambling companion for long, she understood this objective reality. After wagering 5 million in chips, winning even 2 million would be considered fortunate. Perhaps Jiang Chen was merely speaking casually, or perhaps this was simply a quirk of the wealthy. Yin Shuang dared not diminish Jiang Chen's enthusiasm and could only respond with a sweet smile of agreement. Seeing the beauty in his arms nodding, coupled with the effects of alcohol, Jiang Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. Dealer, deal the cards. Chapter 15. Captivating countless beauties. Dealer, deal the cards. Sir, how much will you wager? 500,000 per hand. She'll be playing for me. Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the professional dealer in a tailcoat smiled and nodded at Jiang Chen, preparing to shuffle and deal the cards. In a casino, every table draws attention, particularly when high-stakes players are present. Onlookers gathered eagerly, hoping to witness an extravagant spectacle. Although Yin Shuang had seen many grand events, this time it was her own money on the line. Naturally, she felt a twinge of nervousness. However, with Jiang Chen's encouragement, she endeavored to maintain her composure. The dealer dealt 2 cards to each player, including the dealer themselves. According to blackjack rules, only one of the player's cards is face up while the other remains face down, and the same applies to the dealer. After the first round of dealing, Yin Shuang's visible card was an 8 of hearts, while the dealer's visible card was a king. The dealer appeared to hold a slight advantage. Jiang Chen gently grasped Yin Shuang's hand, encouraging her, "There's no need to be anxious, trust your instincts." Yin Shuang took a deep breath and told the dealer, "Hit me." The dealer complied and dealt her another card, which was a 5, bringing her total to 13. The murmurs of the surrounding spectators filled the air, some believing she should stand, while others felt she should continue to take risks. Yin Shuang inhaled deeply once more, hesitated, and glanced at her hidden card. It was a lowly 3. Jiang Chen also caught a glimpse of the hidden card. Taking into account previous rounds, Yin Shuang's total points reached 16, a rather delicate score in a game of 21. It could either lead to a triumphant victory or risk busting with an additional card. She glanced at Jiang Chen, whose expression remained as calm as a clear sky. Biting her cherry-red lips, she ultimately made a decision: stand. This was the first round, and she chose to play conservatively. The dealer then dealt her a card, a 3 of hearts. Upon revealing the whole card, it turned out to be a 5 of hearts. The dealer's total was 18. And Yin Shuang lost this round. "I'm sorry, dear," she murmured, watching as her 50,000 chips were swept away, leaving her in a state of despondency. Jiang Chen gently patted her hand, smiling reassuringly. "It's all right. Winning and losing are merely parts of the game. What truly matters is to relish the experience." He then waved his hand, signaling the dealer to continue. Among the onlookers, numerous beautiful women were drawn to this gambling table, inching closer. They were not envious of Yin Shuang's beauty, but rather covetous of the dashing Jiang Chen. In the first 2 rounds, Yin Shuang had lost 1,000,000. Yet, Jiang Chen displayed no signs of discontent. Instead, he remained effortlessly composed, even playfully flirting with Shuang to ease her tension. Who could resist such a wealthy and charming young man? A few women, having observed several rounds of the game, completely disregarded Yin Shuang's presence and approached Jiang Chen, hoping to join in their game. Jiang Chen responded with both politeness and a sense of distance, not out of gentlemanly conduct, but because the system provided no prompts for them. Although they were beautiful, they regrettably did not meet the system's stringent criteria, and thus could not expect to gain a single cent from Jiang Chen. This led Jiang Chen to once again ponder the system's harsh evaluations. After all, this was the Crown Casino. Any woman here was undoubtedly striking. Yet within his limited scope, there were no indications of anyone apart from Yin Shuang. This politeness and distance, however, transformed in Yin Shuang's eyes into attentiveness and thoughtfulness, further enhancing her fondness for Jiang Chen. Alert! Yin Shuang's affection level is at 90, having surpassed the 90 threshold. Congratulations to the host for increasing the affection level of the effective consumer object beyond 90. Upon surpassing 95, the host will receive an additional reward. Oh, system, could you possibly divulge what the reward is for exceeding the 95 affection threshold? Jiang Chen inquired inwardly. Alert, the system will unlock a portion of the system space, where the host can obtain random rewards using points. This was hardly enlightening. There was merely one system space of some value. Jiang Chen scoffed, but refrained from further questioning. He would naturally discover its nature in due course. Since Yin Shuang had already reached 90, perhaps he should exert a little more effort to elevate her to 95 and see what reward awaited. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. With his past experiences as a man and the information provided by the system, he was well aware of what various women desired. Should he wish, he could easily achieve this within a short span of time. All right, he would decisively win her over by tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already formulated a series of strategies to captivate Yin Shuang, ensuring that she would be utterly reliant on him. During this period, encouraged by Jiang Chen, Yin Shuang gradually relaxed, gaining confidence to participate more actively in the game. Although there were ups and downs, she did manage to win back some chips. Detected 2 effective consumer objects. Would you like to view? Why issue Yin Shuang pocket money in this manner? Wasn't it simply to enjoy the game while attracting more high-scoring beauties? Finally, it had arrived. View. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He then scanned his surroundings. The first individual. Name, Lu Qianwan. Age, 29. Height, 161 centimeters. Cup size, C. Weight, 51 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 82. Romantic history, 32. Status, abnormal. Dangerous, additional note. This woman has had multiple romantic encounters recently, a master of time management. Affection level, 70. Personality and background overview. From Zhejiang Province, a gambling companion. Fierce temperament, exceedingly sycophantic towards the wealthy, has undergone extensive training in high society, a frequent visitor to nightclubs, currently in a state of being maintained by a benefactor. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen lost interest and did not wish to continue. Following the system suggestion, he located Lu Qianwan among the group of women. She was nestled beside a balding man who was gazing at the alluring Yin Shuang with glazed eyes. When their eyes met, the man even nodded towards Jiang Chen. Goodness, is this what they call a tacit understanding among men? Compared to others, this woman indeed possessed some allure, but merely that. In the year 2017, with the art of makeup so prevalent, while the other beauties surrounding the balding man appear to be on par with Lu Qianwan, they still had significant flaws in terms of bone structure, features, and height. If Jiang Chen were to score, even with the enhancement of makeup, they would still fall short of the system's threshold. Lu Qianwan clearly noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, instinctively adjusting her embrace around the balding man's arm, and cast a flirtatious glance in Jiang Chen's direction. However, Jiang Chen had already lost interest and did not respond. Such a character, perhaps she had merely come in as a casual encounter. At 29 years old, there were enough women to form several football teams. Was the system serious? Is it truly this challenging to encounter a beauty scoring above 80? If it weren't for Yin Shuang having spoiled him these past few days, even these women scoring in the 70s would suffice to quench his thirst. Alert! I see you are genuinely hungry and wish to sample everything. Next. The system had exposed his hidden thoughts, and Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and flustered. Chapter 16. What? Mom's close friend. Next. The system had exposed his hidden thoughts, and Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and flustered. Name: Yi Xinran. Age: 38. Height: 168 centimeters. Cup size: B. Weight: 52 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 87. Romantic history: 1. Status: normal. Affection level: 60. Personality and background overview. From the imperial capital, widowed and single, without children. Presents a cold CEO exterior, while harboring a romantic inner self. Forced into an arranged marriage in her youth, resulting in a strong personality but a lack of security. Currently the head of the Yi family, CEO of Yi Corporation, with interests spanning multiple sectors. Yi Dinran, 38. Jiang Chen felt a sense of familiarity towards this individual, and with an initial affection level of 60, that seemed decidedly unusual. Do I know this person? Jiang Chen scanned the area, but did not spot her. Perhaps it was an instinct, for he lifted his gaze towards the balcony on the second floor. There, he beheld a familiar visage, radiant with a smile directed at him. In that moment, Jiang Chen's thoughts spiraled, and suddenly realization dawned upon him. Yi Yinran, his mother's longtime confidant. She had even held him in her arms during his childhood. In those days, marriages occurred at a young age. He recalled that his mother was merely 27 when she gave birth to him, while Yi Xinran was only 9 years younger than her. Now, the system astonishingly informed him that Yi Xinran was also a valid target for consumption. Yi Xinran gestured to a dapper gentleman beside her. The man promptly descended the stairs and approached Jiang Chen directly. Sir, he said, Bossy inquires if you have a moment to discuss matters upstairs. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yin Shuang, nestled in his arms, wore a similarly bewildered expression. Who was this boss Yi to audaciously address Jiang Chen as a little brat? Jiang Chen knew he could not afford a delay. He quickly replied, Yes, absolutely. I shall head up immediately. Such a distinguished figure deserved his utmost respect. She embodied the quintessential image of a powerful woman. Even without the system's introduction, Jiang Chen's memories were vividly clear. His own elder sister, a paragon of strength, would dutifully address her as Sister Yi in her presence. Who was he to offend her? Shuang, you entertain yourself for now. Wait for me here until you exhaust your original chips. With that, he followed the gentleman upstairs. Yi Xinran, adorned in a bespoke evening gown, gracefully swirled a glass of red wine with her delicate fingers, seated elegantly on the sofa. The innate aura and unique charm she exuded rendered her particularly captivating amidst such opulence. Opposite her, a glass of red wine had already been poured, seemingly awaiting someone else's arrival. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen approached. Sister Yi, what a surprise to encounter you here. He greeted with a smile, naturally taking a seat across from her. You little brat, quite the charmer. I thought you had forgotten me, Yi Xinran remarked. Her interest piqued as she gazed at Jiang Chen, her lips parting slightly. Not at all, Sister Yi. My mother mentioned you held me as a child. What? Do you think I've grown too old? Not at all. Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel the thought. In my eyes, There is no generational gap between us. You appear even younger than my sister. Ha ha ha. Yevinan kovurud hermot, lahin heartidi. What a spirited young man. You've certainly blossomed during your years abroad. Had your mother not informed me recently that she brought you back to the country, I might have thought my eyes deceived me. I came with friends to enjoy myself, and I never imagined encountering Sister Yi here. What a delightful surprise. Yi Xinran cast a glance toward Yin Shuangshuang, her tone tinged with slight discontent. Friends? Is that so? I recall you were rather well-behaved before. How is it that you reveal your true colors upon returning home? Do you dare me to inform your elder sisters to confine you at home? Oh dear, let's not dwell on that. Jiang Chen scratched his head and looked at Yi Xinran once more. Sister Yi, what brings you here? With a gentle smile, Yi Xinran replied. The Yi Group has numerous ventures in Jiangnan, including shares in the Crown Casino. I occasionally come to oversee matters. I see. Truly a formidable, affluent sister. Yi Xinran clinked her glass with Jiang Chen's and engaged in light conversation. After traveling the world, you ought to return home and visit your elders. Also, I advise you to steer clear of those second-generation elites upon your return. Do you understand what I mean? Though Yi Xinran was 38, she maintained her looks remarkably well, appearing no different from women in their 20s or 30s. With a commanding presence, she glanced at Yin Shuangshuang before turning to Jiang Chen, giving him a teasing glare. All right, Sister Yi, apart from you, no woman could capture my attention. Before Yi Xinran, Jiang Chen had to sweeten his words. You little smooth talker, I shall remember that. Although she said this, Yi Xinran's heart swelled with joy. All right then, go enjoy yourself. I have a meeting to attend. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. While I may not possess the prowess of your parents, I can certainly manage things here in Jiangnan. Understood, Sister Yi. Don't overwork yourself. Take care. Yi Xinran rose, playfully pinching Jiang Chen's cheek, and mused aloud, You've become even more handsome. She then turned and walked away. As she departed, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Surely, she harbored some fondness for him. Good heavens! Was the old cow truly seeking tender grass? However, should it be Sister Xinran, it would not be unwelcome. He had indeed gained a formidable ally. Returning to the gaming table, Jiang Chen continued to accompany Yin Shuangshuang in her card game. After a series of intense rounds, Yin Shuangshuang finally depleted her initial stake of 5 million, only to win back 3 million in chips. Although it might seem like a loss of 2 million on the surface, a satisfied smile adorned Jiang Chen's face. This was not merely due to providing Yin Shuangshuang with pocket money, but also because the game conveyed a sense of mastery over the situation. Seems our luck is quite favorable tonight, Jiang Chen remarked, playfully patting Yin Shuangshuang's rear, signaling her to hand a 10,000 yuan chip to the dealer. You've worked hard. Take this to buy yourself a drink. The dealer accepted the chips, promptly expressing gratitude. Thank you, sir. Wishing you an enjoyable game ahead. Do not inquire why he had Yin Shuangshuang place the bet. It was simply because he did not meet the system's requirements for the mission. While Yin Shuangshuang comprehended that she had, in essence, lost 2 million, witnessing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor stirred an unusual feeling within her. His relaxed and trusting attitude enveloped her in warmth. The way he treated money as inconsequential was undeniably captivating. Chapter 17, 3 million as your reward. After gathering their chips, the pair made their way to the bar. Jiang Chen settled into a chair and ordered from the bartender. 1 whiskey on the rocks, a martini, and a fruit platter. Please. Certainly, sir. It will be ready shortly. Before long, their drinks were served. Enjoy, sir, the staff said before retreating. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Jiang Chen stretched, his joints cracking in response. Yin Shuangshuang embraced him from behind, gently kneading his shoulders. A captivating fragrance wafted through her long hair, masking the bitterness of the whiskey. My dear, I've been the one enjoying myself today, yet it seems you've borne the brunt of it. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly. I encountered an unexpectedly significant individual, which made conversation somewhat taxing. Who was that? I sensed someone watching me from the second floor while I was playing cards, and when our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. I should have won that hand. Yin Shuangshuang pouted, playfully chiding him. No need to pry. She is my mother's friend. I simply call her sister. She holds shares in the entire Crown Casino. My mother asked her to look out for me, and listening to an elder's admonitions can be quite exhausting. But it was merely a minor incident. No need to dwell on it. Jiang Chen closed his eyes to rejuvenate, casually mentioning something that startled Yin Shuangshuang. The woman's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Even from a floor away, one could sense an oppressive presence. How could such a formidable woman be a close friend of Jiang Chen's mother? How astonishingly well-preserved she was. Moreover, she possessed shares in a crown jewel of a company. The crux of the matter was that this extraordinary woman had merely been entrusted by Jiang Chen's mother to look after him. What kind of person was Jiang Chen? After all, his previous actions had been shrouded in such secrecy that Yin Shuang had only noticed his wealth, neglecting the depths of his background. Furthermore, this low-key demeanor was Jiang Chen's chosen style for future endeavors. A wealthy man remains a wealthy man, and a Casanova stays a Casanova. Being exposed too much in public would only hinder his future pursuits of romance. After all, who wouldn't relish the role of a contented harem master? Looking back now, Jiang Chen found this man inscrutable, shrouded in mystery. Notification: Yin Shuang's affection level 1, current affection level 91. Jiang Chen's inner thoughts. What peculiar plot has been triggered now? Gazing at the mountain of chips before him, Jiang Chen inquired, "Did you not exchange these?" "Huh?" Yin Shuang paused her actions. "Did I not mention? To be my woman, this is your allowance. I cannot be the sole spender when we go out in the future. Hurry and exchange it." It was only when she glimpsed the numbers in her bank account that Yin Shuang regained her composure. Her heart leaped with joy, and she even pinched herself discreetly. This was no dream. Jiang Chen had indeed granted her 3 million as a maintenance fee. Forget about 3 million. Even a mere 1 million was something that women in reality, who frequently sought such arrangements, might never encounter. Did he truly believe that money could be summoned like the wind? Notification: Yin Shuang's affection level 1, current affection level 92. "Darling, from now on if you say east, I shall never venture west." Yin Shuang clung tightly to Jiang Chen, fearful he might slip away. I cannot move. I'm hungry. Let me feed you." Her demeanor resembled that of a love-struck young wife brimming with affection. After a touch of inebriation, Jiang Chen felt a stirring within him. The more he looked at the woman before him, the more alluring she became. He considered himself fortunate indeed, first, to have encountered such a peach-like beauty. Subsequently, the two retreated directly to the suite upstairs for a sleepless night. The following morning, at 10 o'clock, Jiang Chen arose to use the restroom. Clad in a bathrobe and having performed a simple morning routine, he gazed at Yin Shuang, still lost in slumber. Her body marked by the remnants of their previous night's passion. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. The handprints and strawberries on her neck were conspicuously evident, even under the dim light of the uncurtained room. Recalling how fervently she had pleased him, he acknowledged that he had indeed been quite spirited himself. His hands and waist had not been gentle. Jiang Chen felt a stirring in his heart, growing fonder of her. Shuang was remarkably compatible with him. Previously, he had thought that investing 10 million in her might be excessive, but upon reflection, she was the woman with whom he had shared his first experience. In a man's heart, taking a woman's first time holds profound significance, just as does being the one to receive it. Moreover, this girl, in every detail and aspect, including her yoga practice, had provided him with immeasurable emotional value. There was simply nothing to criticize. Thus, spending a little extra seemed justified. After all, Yin Shuang was fortunate, being the first high-scoring beauty he encountered after his rebirth. Destiny is an enigmatic force, particularly since he was her first man. Oh well, let her rest properly. Jiang Chen filled the large bathtub with water, setting up his phone, tablet, and some desserts and fruits on the rack above. He then comfortably settled into the tub. A room separated the bathtub from the main bedroom, so he was unconcerned about waking Yin Shuang. Jiang Chen opted not to activate the massage function, as he did not particularly enjoy the jarring sensation. After a light snack, he opened his phone and clicked on the WeChat icon. A red that indicated a new friend. Jiang Chen tapped to see. Lineage. How did she acquire my WeChat ID? His WeChat had only a handful of friends, predominantly consisting of family and various luxury store managers. It was safe to say this was his private account. Jiang Chen opened her information on the system page. Name: Lin Yujun. Age: 23. Height: 165 centimeters. Breast size: B. Weight: 45 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 81. Experience: 5. Status: normal. Additional note: this woman has other male interests recently. Affection level: 50. Personality and background summary: hailing from Min Province, a super materialistic gold digger, extremely competitive, enjoys comparisons, and feigns affection towards men lacking utility, perpetually seeking the most valuable man. Based on the information provided by the system, Jiang Chen did not need to think twice. Those business people would never disclose his information without the approval of their benefactor. She must have obtained it through some means from the singer. Whether in his past life or this one, this scheming woman left a poor impression on him. Thus, Jiang Chen chose not to accept her request, leaving her hanging. In the chat list, the messages from various store managers were limited to polite inquiries or greetings about new arrivals. Jiang Chen simply responded with an to each and then set the app to do not disturb mode. He could always reach out to them if needed. After all, with wealth, one need not worry about where to spend it. However, among the chat list, a name labeled Lemongao, had sent him numerous messages. Jiang Chen had not saved any notes for her. Upon clicking her profile picture, it appeared to be taken in an art gallery, featuring a beautiful woman reclining on a chair, gazing up at the sky. Given the name, it must be Gao Ge. Jiang Chen chuckled. Indeed, beautiful women exude confidence, using their own images as profile pictures. Chapter 18. Senior Sister's Instant Reply. Go ye. Jiang Chen chuckled. Indeed, beautiful women exude confidence, using their own images as profile pictures. Yet, she had every reason to be confident, blessed with a tall, model-like physique, easily scoring an impressive 89. Currently, Jiang Chen had encountered the highest-rated beauty. Her supermodel-like figure undoubtedly added considerable points in the system. After all, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Yin Shuangshuang's face was not significantly inferior. They merely belonged to different types. Yin Shuangshuang was fair-skinned, with a small face and an unconventional beauty, a quintessential petite beauty from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. Gao Ge, on the other hand, had sharper features, a naturally supermodel bone structure, and an aloof, high-cold demeanor, embodying the characteristics of a northern beauty. Jiang Chen opened her messages, finding only a few sparse entries. Gao Ge. You can call me Lemon. Yesterday, at 17:08. Sister Manny made me try on a set of jewelry and insisted on taking my picture. Yesterday at 18:01. What do you think? Is it pretty? Yesterday at 18:01. Jiang Chen noted the regularity of the time intervals between the messages he received. A smile crept onto his face as he instinctively understood Gao Ge's mindset. As a striking beauty accustomed to being pursued since childhood, she naturally maintained a certain level of composure. However, being overly reserved is counterproductive. High-value men are not swayed by the tactics of allure and retreat. Thus, she would send a message after a while to gauge his response, all while preserving her image of elegance. Gao Ge represented a wistful regret from his past life, and Jiang Chen was determined to be attentive to her needs. Unfortunately, he had returned late after a night of card games, and after an extensive yoga session. He had no time to check his messages. He had encountered many aloof and elegant women before. They would gravitate toward you if you possessed sufficient strength. Therefore, to engage with such a woman, Jiang Chen primarily needed to showcase his capabilities, allowing the rest to unfold naturally. He had already subtly demonstrated his financial prowess the previous day, achieving a flawless impression. He promptly replied to her message, stating, "I was quite busy yesterday and did not check my phone." He continued, "The piece looks splendid, but why not take it down? The store manager mentioned you didn't take it with you. I've spoken to the manager, so you can consider it a gift from a senior to a junior. Given that I am new here," he added, "I would love to treat you to a meal, but let us make it my treat for the first one. However, having just returned to the country, I'm not too familiar with the area, so I would appreciate your recommendations, haha." Originally, Jiang Chen had composed 3 messages all at once to send, intending to then relax and watch a show on his tablet. However, he noticed that the name on the screen indicated the other party was typing. A prompt reply? Sure enough, the moment he received the message, Gao Ge was in her dormitory preparing her belongings. The personalized notification sound lifted the emotional cloud that had lingered over her from the previous night without a message from Jiang Chen. She immediately picked up her phone to respond. "Lemongao, sure. I know quite a few great places. Lemongao, you must be a junior now, right? Did you transfer your enrollment from abroad?" Xing Chen, "Yes, I just returned 6 months ago." Lemongao, "No wonder I didn't see you much around school before. Were you secretly skipping classes behind my back?" Pout emoji. Xing Chen, "Haha, I usually don't go to school, and I've already earned enough credits. My family sent me here just to maintain a presence. I don't even have to attend classes." Lemongao, "I envy you, with just a week until school starts. How about I show you around the campus and nearby spots for fun and food?" Xing Chen, "That sounds great, but it's best to wait 2 days. I have a few things to take care of." Lemongao, "No problem. Just let me know when you have time. I have few classes in my last 2 years. So if there is anything fun, feel free to invite me." Xing Chen, "Haha, sure." Notification. Gao Ge's affection level is 5, current affection level is 45. After sending his replies, Jiang Chen tossed his phone aside and laid back into the water to rejuvenate his lower back. He vaguely recalled a prompt from the system yesterday indicating weapon durability. Strongly recommend resting. He had played vigorously the previous day and had not paid much attention. Indeed, he felt a bit fatigued upon waking up this morning. This simply wouldn't he do. He was only 21. Jiang Chen believed he should possess the kind of stamina to endure 3 days and nights of continuous effort without feeling weary. Clearly, it was time to prioritize his fitness regimen. Finding a suitable gym would require little effort. When he first returned to the country, his family had purchased a luxurious apartment near the university for him, approximately 150 square meters in size, which was ample for one person. The building itself featured a gym, But Jiang Chen felt it was too small and lacked trainers. His journey as a wealthy and charismatic individual was still long, and he would need several beautiful trainers to guide him. Thus, he must seek a larger commercial gym nearby. There were numerous high-intensity tasks awaiting him in the future, and this matter could not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the message page remained unchanged. Gao Ge was still holding her phone, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at the screen. Intelligent women tend to adopt a long-term perspective, which distinguished her from Lin Yujun. Good women are pursued, while good men are seized. Waiting does not yield results. Based on the lavish expenditure Jiang Chen had made that day and the hints dropped in their conversation, Gao Ge deduced that his background was undoubtedly remarkable. Having resisted temptation and maintained her virtue for so many years, she was merely waiting for the most perfect man. She had felt an urge to inquire whether the stunning woman to whom Jiang Chen had gifted over $1 million in jewelry was his girlfriend, but she held back, refraining from asking. Deep down, she already knew the answer. However, when the stakes are sufficiently high, or when a man is exceptionally formidable, women can deceive themselves. Even if she were his girlfriend, they weren't married yet, so why couldn't there be fair competition? Moreover, Jiang Chen had not proactively mentioned having a girlfriend. Her engagement with him did not constitute immorality. Gao Ge was confident that she was not inferior to the woman named Shuang in any aspect. Look, Jiang Chen had yet to make any advances, and she was already beginning to strategize her approach. Just then, Lin Yujun appeared from behind, catching a glimpse of Gao Ge's phone screen. Gao Ge, what are you doing? Who is this? Nothing. Gao Ge quickly locked her screen, as if she had committed a misdeed. She was unsure why she reacted that way instinctively. Perhaps it was due to her friend's knack for manipulating men that made her uneasy. Lin Yujun had never seen Gao Ge like this before. She had clearly seen the name on the screen, but she could sense something was amiss. A peculiar emotion stirred within Lin Yujun, prompting her to tease Gao Ge. I saw it. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll steal your man? Don't worry, I have a boyfriend. I wouldn't compete with you. Gao Ge was quite satisfied with this response and smiled as she replied, Oh, what are you talking about? We're just ordinary friends. We haven't even gotten to the first stage yet. Lin Yujun couldn't help but just ordinary, huh? Would an ordinary friend request the store manager to let you try on limited edition jewelry? Would an ordinary friend leave our tall and graceful school beauty so distracted after returning from Vientiane City yesterday, clutching her phone until now? Even setting a special notification tone for someone out of fear of missing a message? Upon hearing this, Gao Ge's face flushed slightly. Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you say. We merely exchanged a few words as friends. Lin Yujun could already deduce who it was from Gao Ge's demeanor. Anger simmered within her, yet she found herself unable to voice it directly. Jiang Chen had already engaged in conversation with Gao Ge, while her own friend had yet to approve her request. Did she not possess adequate looks and figure? Was it possible that the content of her conversation with Gao Ge in the Tiffany Lounge yesterday had been overheard? Could it really be heard from such a distance? Damn it, that must be it. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it. With her figure and attractiveness, men would approach her anywhere, making it improbable for her to remain in a situation where her friend request was not accepted. Lin Yujun felt the pressing need to devise a strategy to salvage the situation. Yet, she remained uncertain if this was indeed the cause. She lacked a suitable identity to approach it. Given the current landscape, it was evident that Jiang Chen held an interest in Gao Ge. However, Lin Yujun, who had long navigated the world of men, understood that they are often fickle. As long as she maintained sufficient allure, she could take her time. With her figure and beauty, she was confident that Jiang Chen would not resist the temptation of exploring a different flavor. Her immediate priority was to get onto Jiang Chen's friend list. Subsequently, Lin Yujun attempted to pry a few more details from Gao Ge. However, she refrained from asking anything of little value. So, you didn't inquire about that girl from the other day? Lin Yujun asked. No, we're just ordinary friends now. Why would I ask that? Gao Ge feigned nonchalance. Yet, Lin Yujun could distinctly sense that Gao Ge's tone dipped when discussing that beautiful woman from the other day. Sis, you better be cautious. What if Jiang Chen turns out to be a scoundrel? Wouldn't all those years of preserving your innocence be in vain? As close friends, she assured Gao Ge, you can confide in me. When it comes to dealing with men, I have far more experience than you. I would never lead you astray. Gao Ge regarded Lin Yujun, sensing her sincerity. Indeed, Lin Yujun had far more experience in relationships than she did. Moreover, knowing Lin Yujun had her secrets, Gao Ge felt no fear that Lin Yujun would snatch Jiang Chen from her. Yujun, I will. Don't worry, I have my own pace. If I feel he is not suitable, I won't pursue anything further. Lin Yujun nodded, then I can relax. Whenever it's convenient, take me along to dinner. I'll assist you as a wing woman and ask what you find inconvenient. Let's see how it goes. Meanwhile, in a luxurious presidential suite. Jiang Chen's thoughts were quite uncomplicated. He lay back in the expansive bathtub with his eyes closed. The warm water enveloped him, inducing a state of relaxation that tempted him to doze off. Just then, he heard the sound of water being stirred. Yin Shuangshuang's delicate fingers were massaging him. To avoid causing him discomfort, she had deliberately removed her nail polish. Jiang Chen kept his eyes shut, savoring the sensation. Are you awake? MHM. We'll be heading to the restaurant soon. For now, let us enjoy this soak. If you're hungry, the butler has sent some pastries and fruits to tide you over. All right, my dear. However, Yin Shuangshuang did not remain still for long. Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly and playfully pinched her nose. You're always so mischievous. That's because my husband is charming. A renowned thinker, Mr. Zhou Sun, once remarked, who among the leaders can withstand such tests? Indeed, he was correct. Hence, half of the conversation was deleted. After merely an hour, the automatic mode activated. The water temperature was just right. The entire bath was enveloped in thick steam. Yin Shuangshuang clung to Jiang Chen like a sloth, breathing heavily. She remained tranquil, allowing her hair to sway with the water's flow. They did nothing but relish the tranquility of the moment. The atmosphere was extraordinarily harmonious. Jiang Chen thoroughly enjoyed this serene moment, taking a pastry to replenish his energy while his hands roamed over Shuangshuang's alluring figure. In that instance, the sounds of breathing mingled with the water's flow, as if the world around them had fallen silent. This woman always managed to surprise him with something new. His threshold for beauty had been entirely elevated by this stunning lady. What would he do if he found other women lacking in comparison? Shuang, have you always been this skilled? Upon hearing this, Yin Shuang immediately propped herself up, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Husband, what's wrong? Did Shuang upset you? Huh? Why would you think that? Jiang Chen was left bewildered by her response. He merely intended to inquire if she had any similar friends she could introduce to him. Little did he know that this little lady would take it the wrong way. She was indeed a sensitive soul. Jiang Chen swiftly enveloped Yin Shuang in a comforting embrace. Darling, I didn't mean it that way. You're overthinking. Yin Shuang's frown turned into a smile as she nestled closer to Jiang Chen, her gaze involuntarily appraising him from below. Jiang Chen noticed her little gestures. Yet he thought to himself, well, a woman who knows how to be charming is the best. Chapter 20. What other dreams do you have? You underestimate the extent of my connections. I know exactly what you've done in the past. Otherwise, would I spent 10 million on you in just 3 days? Jiang Chen held Shuang close and reassured her. All right, I understand you may place importance on this, but what I value is the future. Do you understand what I mean? Yin Shuang nodded vigorously, responding, I understand, husband. The money you've given me is already enough for me to live the rest of my life. You are my last man. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. That's good to hear. You should quit that job. I don't like my woman serving other men. Yin Shuang shyly replied, I'll tell them I'm resigning today, then go buy a small house. Whenever you have time, come spoil me. Haha. Jiang Chen was utterly smitten by Yin Shuang's charm. However, on a serious note, who wouldn't he love such a beautiful and understanding woman? All right, you should save that money for something else. I recall you mentioning you were a dancer and wanted to open a dance studio. Yin Shuang shook her head, saying, compared to dreams, you are more important. Without a home that belongs to us, how could you remember me when you have more beautiful women around you in the future? As she spoke, Yin Shuang pouted her little lips, looking utterly pitiful. Jiang Chen gazed at her fair, rosy face, utterly enchanted. He could easily discern the underlying meaning in her words. I shall procure a house and a car for you. You focus on establishing the dance studio. I genuinely hope to have a girlfriend who is a dance instructor. In the future, should I encounter a woman lacking in flexibility, I shall send her to you for further training. How annoying. Moi. Yin Shuang planted a vigorous kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek, exclaiming, Thank you, darling. You are truly wonderful. Jiang Chen remarked, Honestly, do you have any means to connect with more beautiful women? Like yourself. Yin Shuang pondered for a moment. I did attend an elite training program previously, aimed at learning etiquette, as I aspired to participate in a beauty pageant to secure a prosperous marriage. However, due to unforeseen family circumstances, I had to discontinue. There were indeed many lovely girls, but I did not know them personally, nor did I add them on WeChat. If you desire, I can seek them out for you. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment, then shook his head. Perhaps it's best to let that be. Those emerging from such elite training programs tend to exhibit overt signs of their background, and the competition is undoubtedly fierce. As a man who doesn't harbor certain fantasies. Moreover, with the assistance of my system, there is no need to hastily expand my resources. With wealth in hand, who need fret over attracting admirers? No need for that. If you come across any high-scoring beauties, pure and of simple backgrounds akin to you, do save them for me, and there shall be a reward. Really? Yin Shuangshuang's eyes lit up. What reward? Jiang Chen teased. You shall find out in due time. Yin Shuangshuang feigned jealousy. If my girlfriends find out, they will surely be envious. I must keep my husband a secret for a while. This woman possesses a fiercely protective nature. Observing Yin Shuangshuang's radiant demeanor, Jiang Chen's gaze grew resolute, as if he had made a profound decision. He gently placed his hand on her cheek, and Yin Shuangshuang playfully smiled up at him. Jiang Chen, too, wore a relaxed expression. After all the commotion, he felt rather fatigued. Leaning back, he felt as though he were sinking into a lounge chair on a sun-kissed beach, relishing the moment. I suspect everyone present shares the sentiment. Bold fox spirit, I shall take you. The young lady is frail. What can she do to resist, sir? An hour and a half later, Jiang Chen lay draped in a towel on the sofa. Yin Shuangshuang emerged from a bathroom, clad in a bathrobe. Upon noticing her, Jiang Chen rose and inquired, "Where do you reside now?" I rent with friends on the outer ring," she replied. "What about work? What about your car?" "I take the subway," she responded. "That's quite far," Jiang Chen mused, feeling conflicted, as he still had nearly 9 million left unspent. The crux of the matter was that for his first beauty mission, he needed to utilize his funds to acquire other items. Moreover, he did not know many beautiful women at present. If he were to rely on live-stream donations, it could take ages. Jiang Chen was the type of person who found it difficult to engage without some emotional foundation. It felt rather awkward. "Well, sooner or later, I must buy for you. As my woman, you cannot be left destitute. A golden house to shelter my beloved is essential. Living in a hotel all the time is simply unacceptable." Jiang Chen simultaneously browsed properties while contemplating what car he might purchase with the price difference. He was astonished by the exorbitant property prices he encountered on Douyin. In the heart of Jiangnan City, Jiang River View flat with an independent elevator and garage, averaging over 450 square meters, is priced at 30 million. Goodness, this is Jiangnan City, not Shanghai. Though close to Shanghai, such prices seemed outrageous. Yet, Jiang Chen quickly realized it was 2017, not 2047. In his aging era, ordinary houses seemed to hold little value. Technology and life-extending biopharmaceuticals were the true symbols of wealth. The immensely affluent could even engage in interstellar migration, residing on Mars and in space. No, these are far too expensive. The price differences won't even cover a car. Best to purchase something more reasonable for now. Once the system upgrades and funds increase, I can provide each woman with a more splendid gilded cage. After watching numerous videos showcasing luxurious residences in Jiangnan City, he found the Seaview flat appealing, while the villa exceeded his black card's balance. The Jiangnan Seaview Garden was the closest to the sales office, with a Maserati dealership nearby. Worst case, he could spend all the money, as Shuangshuang still had 3 million. Acquiring a modest vehicle would pose no issue. With these thoughts, he had formed a general plan. Jiang Chen closed his phone and turned to Yin Shuangshuang. "Yesterday, while having a late-night snack, you mentioned your dream of opening your own dance studio. You only shared part of it before heading off to pay. Let us continue. What other dreams do you have?" Yin Shuangshuang, ever obedient, played with her hair as she replied, "What dreams could I have? My previous dream was to have my own little house, as I was once evicted by a heartless landlord. Moving around was exhausting. I also wish to adopt a cat or dog, buy a car I like, and own a dance studio, taking leisurely strolls in the park after work. Oh, and now it includes you, having a husband by my side. Quite simple. I assent to it." After speaking, Yin Shuangshuang playfully stuck out her tongue, adorably teasing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pinched her cheek and said, "You are my first woman. You are truly fortunate." Yin Shuangshuang snuggled into Jiang Chen's embrace, sweetly declaring, "And you are very lucky too. You are the last man of my life." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen burst into hearty laughter. He cherished this aspect of Yin Shuangshuang. A fair-skinned, beautiful girl from Zhejiang province, she could handle any conversation with such grace and ease. Jiang Chen waved his hand decisively. "Let us go. Let us check out." Where are we going? I haven't even put on my makeup." Jiang Chen flashed a charming smile. "I'm taking you to fulfill your dreams." Chapter 21, Master of Dreams, Jiang Chen. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Chen was fully dressed. Yin Shuangshuang applied a light makeup and organized a myriad of luxurious items Jiang Chen had purchased for her. Her fair complexion made her appear somewhat flustered amidst the chaos. Feeling overwhelmed, Yin Shuangshuang said sweetly, "Darling, there's too much stuff. Neither of us can carry it all." Jiang Chen surveyed the mountain of luxury packaging that filled half the living room, deep in thought. Given Yin Shuangshuang's petite frame, it was indeed unreasonable to expect her to manage all these items alone. He picked up the hotel phone and called the butler. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Knocking softly, Yin Shuang opened the door to let the butler Indiana. The middle-aged butler bowed respectfully, addressing Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Dear butler, I am leaving today. I bought my girlfriend a few things, but it turned out to be more than I anticipated. Could the hotel temporarily store our belongings? Here are some valuable items. I wonder if it would be convenient for you. The middle-aged steward surveyed the items in the reception hall and respectfully replied, There is no issue, Mr. Jiang. Your expenditures at the Crown Group over the past few days have fully qualified you for VIP status. We shall provide complimentary storage for your belongings for 7 days. Beyond that, additional charges will apply. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. I won't need 7 days. I'll only leave them for a short while. Perhaps I'll retrieve them tomorrow. The steward said, Please do take note of my contact information so that I may be promptly notified upon your arrival. Let us keep her, Jiang Chen said, gesturing towards Yin Shuang. Although Shuang was somewhat perplexed, she obediently retained the stewardess' contact details. As for these items, remember to have them moved to the new residence. I shall not concern myself further, Jiang Chen said softly. All right. Yin Shuang was slightly bewildered. Yet a sense of anticipation blossomed within her. Could it be that Jiang Chen intended to purchase a home for himself? Unthinkable, surely. It had only been a short while, and he had already spent so much on himself. That 3 million he had surely was meant for buying property. It had to be. This expenditure amounts to 100,000 yuan. The host has spent 10,585,000 yuan, with 9,415,000 yuan remaining to complete the task. Mr. Su, your membership has been processed, and discounts have been applied to your expenditures during this period. We welcome you to choose the Crown Hotel again. The steward courteously led Jiang Chen to the car. Before entering, Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Once inside the vehicle, he calmly instructed driver, Please take me to the Sea View Garden Sales Center in Changshu District. Along the way, Jiang Chen marveled at the vastness of Jiangnan City, noting the abundance of wealthy individuals. Just on the streets alone, he had already encountered several luxury vehicles valued over 5 million. Changshu District truly deserved its reputation as the wealthiest area in Jiangnan. The Crown Hotel Casino had always been situated by the sea, which was why he had been staying nearby. Changshu District was also along the coastline. Jiangnan was primarily divided into 3 affluent districts, the Tiger Hill and Wujiang districts surrounding Taihu Lake and the coastal Changshu District. If one were to rank them, Changshu District would undoubtedly take the lead. What was the basis for such a claim? Simply put, this district is replete with luxurious residences, expansive commercial zones, and high-end automobile dealerships. The Crown Casino is located at the very top of Changshu District. Without substantial capital, one simply cannot remain here. The upscale apartment his family had purchased for him in the city center was quite a distance from here. After half an hour, handsome and beautiful, we have arrived at your destination. The fare is 67 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via WeChat or Alipay? The specialized vehicle halted at the entrance of the Sea View Garden Sales Center. Naturally, this expense was not to be borne by Jiang Chen. Yin Shuang scanned the code, and the two alighted. Gazing at the opulent fountain before the grand structure, Jiang Chen nodded in approval. It certainly appeared to fit the bill. A property that prides itself on luxury must evoke an extravagant ambience in its sales office. Otherwise, who would consider purchasing a lavish residence here? It was now mid-March, the cusp of early spring. The temperature stood at 19 degrees Celsius. Some southern regions were experiencing a noticeable rise in temperature, yet at times it remained damp and chilly, particularly in coastal cities. Even Yin Shuang, rated 5 stars for cold resistance, had donned a light shawl outdoors. The combination of black stockings and a layered dress accentuated her charming, high-society demeanor. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, wore a long trench coat. Being from the north, he found this temperature quite bearable. Jiang Chen escorted Yin Shuang to the entrance. The revolving door of the lobby automatically sensed their approach and began to rotate. The warm, dry air from the air conditioning enveloped them, dispelling the dampness characteristic of the returning humidity. Inside the lobby, an air of desolation prevailed. Aside from the sporadic clients viewing properties and the building models, there were the real estate company staff, each seemingly engrossed in their tasks, creating an eerie quietude. The reception area of the sales center could be aptly described as sparsely populated. This stillness evoked a sense of trepidation, making one hesitant to step forward. In simpler terms, within this environment crafted by the barriers of wealth, individuals instinctively check their wallets. If they feel insufficiently filled, their subconscious leads them to believe they lack confidence. Evidently, Jiang Chen did not belong to that category. Everything would be settled by the young master. There was no need for concern. Jiang Chen was not surprised by this situation. Although this was not a villa area, the spacious apartments also constituted a form of high-end luxury. Units worth tens of millions were simply beyond the reach of the average individual. In his previous life, even in his 20s, he would not have dared to approach such places. This phenomenon was especially pronounced in the showrooms of top-tier luxury car dealerships, where sparsely attended was the norm, while bustling crowds were the exception. Wealthy individuals also require a sense of distinction, a means to separate themselves from the less fortunate. The luxury brands had long employed such strategies. Even if numerous patrons frequented the establishment, they could only accommodate a small group of similarly affluent clients at a time. The rest were required to wait in the lounge until the current guests departed, after which the next group would be allowed entry. Jiang Chen had encountered Gao Gu and Lin Yujun in the lounge of Tiffany Company. Officially, this policy was claimed to enhance service for esteemed clients. In reality, it was a marketing tactic designed to cultivate a high-end luxury brand image. Otherwise, the atmosphere would resemble that of a bustling eatery, undermining the brand's upscale identity. To summarize, it was all about prestige. Only with sufficient prestige would people hold it in reverence, compelling the wealthy to make their purchases. Good day, sir. Welcome to Jiangnan Sea View Garden. May I inquire if you have an appointment? As Jiang Chen stepped inside, he was greeted by a tall young woman with a high ponytail, clad in a short black blazer, a fitted skirt, black stockings, red high heels, and a white blouse. Her attire accentuated her figure. The disparity between her slender frame and her vibrant presence rendered her youthful appearance imbued with an unexpectedly mature allure. Though not particularly tall, she exuded an intriguing charm. Jiang Chen found it curious that such a captivating figure did not trigger the system as prompt. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the system notification promptly chimed in. Detected a viable consumer. Would you like to view? View. Name. Lumenchi. Age. 23. Height. 161 centimeters. Chest size. C. Weight. 50 kilograms. Overall appearance score. 82. Emotional experience. 2. Additional note. The woman has had other romantic encounters in the past year. Status. Normal. Affection level. 20. Character and experience overview. A native of Hunan province, she graduated from university and commenced her career in a luxury real estate firm as a sales representative, successfully closing 3 deals within a mere month, adeptly leveraging her physical allure. She possesses a cheerful disposition, enjoys street dance, and exhibits a boldness driven by self-interest. Her professionalism in pleasing clients is remarkable, bordering on an obsession with wealth. Weighing in at 100 gene, that would equate to about 20 gene for the slime. It is evident that she skillfully capitalizes on her physical advantages. Having just entered the workforce for a month, her experience level is rated at 2, having secured 2 deals. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of envy towards the individual who was the first to engage her services. He couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Staring at the information, Jiang Chen momentarily lost his focus. Sir? Noticing his silence, she cast a puzzled glance at him, then turned to the lady behind him. It was clear that Lu Mingqi could discern the dynamic between the two. Although Yen Shuangshuang was dressed in opulence, it was evident that the man before her held the reins. Yen Shuangshuang stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Jiang Chen's, and softly said, Darling? Jiang Chen collected his thoughts, shook his head, and replied, It's nothing. He then addressed Lu Mingqi, stating, No appointment. Very well, sir. May I inquire your surname? Just Jiang. Lu Mingqi bowed slightly, pointing to the nameplate on her chest. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Lu Mingqi, a sales consultant for Jiangnan Sea View Garden. You may call me Mengqi or Xiaoqi, whichever you prefer. Your face seems unfamiliar, indicating this is your first visit to our Jiangnan Sea View Garden, correct? Our company specializes in luxury properties, offering various formats, such as spacious flats and villas. May I ask what type of luxury home you are interested in viewing today? Jiang Chen responded, Shuang Shuang. What do you like? Or shall we look at everything? Darling, you make the decision. I am open to anything. Yen Shuang continued to defer the choice, playing the role of a compliant and understanding woman. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen remarked, Villas can be quite a hassle to maintain. If cleanliness is neglected, one might encounter cockroaches, which I find unappealing. Let's start with the spacious flats. We can consider villas later if needed. While he expressed this preference, it was primarily due to having previously researched the general pricing. The cost of villas exceeded his budget. Nevertheless, in terms of personal preference, Jiang Chen favored spacious flats due to their ample space, pleasant environment, ease of maintenance, and modern charm. Very well, sir. Please take a seat while I introduce you to the available spacious flat options at Jiangnan Sea View Garden. You can familiarize yourself with the locations and sizes that might suit you, Lu Mingqi stated, opening the property brochure and preparing to lead Jiang Chen and his companion towards the reception area. No need for that. Jiang Chen interjected, waving his hand. Let's go directly to view the properties. If I'm satisfied, I will finalize the deal today. A site visit is far more advantageous than mere discussions. Lu Mingqi appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly donning a professional smile. Mr. Jiang, we need to verify funds before viewing the properties. Clients must have a minimum of $6 million in cash in a single account. Additionally, proof of funds, transaction history, deposit statements, and income verification are also acceptable. Would that be convenient for you? If not, we can schedule another appointment. Before Lu Mingqi could finish her sentence, Jiang Chen had already produced his black card and pressed it against her face. Xiaoqi, please expedite the process. My time is exceedingly valuable. Lu Mingqi bowed apologetically, saying, I apologize, Mr. Jiang. I will check immediately. Please hold on. With that, she took the black card and hurried to the manager's office. Truth be told, it was her first encounter with such an efficient and decisive client. The moment she beheld the black card, her heart surged with an unusual sense of excitement. She had a premonition that she was about to secure another deal, although she had never seen a black card before. If the legendary card with no spending limit truly existed, it would undoubtedly resemble the exquisite one she held. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained seated on the sofa, his expression calm. Yan Shuang assumed he was fatigued from intense yoga sessions over the past few days and kindly began to massage his shoulders and neck. In truth, Jiang Chen was contemplating how to spend the $40 million that would be credited to his account after the task was completed. Jiangnan City, while not overly large, is neither insignificant. One could argue its size given the numerous districts and wealth therein. Conversely, one could say it feels small due to its proximity to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, lacking a sense of presence. Perhaps his mother had settled him here to prevent him from wandering about freely, fearing he might get into mischief. There was indeed a deeper intention behind it. Lu Mingqi entered the manager's office, confidently approaching the man seated across from her. Manager Zheng, I need to use the POS machine. A gentleman wishes to verify funds for viewing properties. The man paused in his work, casting a lecherous glance at her. All right, Mingqi, you just started, and you're already on the verge of closing another deal? At this rate, you'll be the sales champion next month. Thank you for your kind words, manager. Beep, beep. Beep. The POS machine showed no response. What's going on? Is it broken? Lu Mingqi murmured. She attempted again and again, until finally, the man waved her hand and said, Let me try. Upon receiving the black card from Lu Mingqi, the man immediately stood up. Lu Mingqi, puzzled, asked, Manager, is there a problem with the card? You've only just entered society. It's understandable if you're unaware. It's neither the POS machine malfunctioning nor a problem with the card. Rather, this card has an unlimited overdraft, and we cannot ascertain the exact amount. This time, she had encountered a true financial magnate. Just then, a gasp echoed from the manager's office. In such a tranquil environment, it was evidently inappropriate, drawing curious glances from many. Shortly thereafter, a slightly portly middle-aged man burst forth from the office. Lu Mingqi followed closely behind. The man, visibly excited, scanned the surroundings and whispered to Lu Mingqi. Where is he? Where is he? Manager Zheng, over there, that way. Follow me, Lu Mingqi exclaimed, observing the manager's unusual fluster for the first time, and hurriedly led the way. Chapter 23. This cannot stand. We must negotiate terms with the system. The man, visibly excited, scanned the surroundings and whispered to Lu Mingqi. Where is he? Where is he? Manager Zheng, over there, that way. Follow me, Lu Mingqi exclaimed, observing the manager's unusual fluster for the first time, and hurriedly led the way. Under Lu Mingqi's guidance, Manager Zheng approached Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I am Zheng Xiang, the manager here. I apologize for the oversight and service by our sales team and for making you wait. Jiang Chen, slightly puzzled, inquired, Didn't you say there would be a fund verification? How is it so swift? Zheng Xiang chuckled, You jest. Clients of your caliber do not require fund verification. Note, Lu Mingqi's affection level 30, current affection level 50. Affection level? Jiang Chen was even more perplexed. With a balance of just over 9.5 million remaining in his card, the sales manager for luxury properties should not display such an attitude over such a modest sum. Furthermore, Lu Mingqi's affection level had risen so rapidly. It must certainly be a glitch in the system. Jiang Chen pondered inwardly, System. What is the issue with your card? Notice, the black and gold card provided by the system are classified as the highest tier bank cards globally. Among them, the black card possesses an unlimited overdraft capability, rendering POS systems incapable of verifying the balance. Oh, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. That explains everything. It must be the system's card. At that moment, Manager Zheng offered, Mr. Jiang, would you like me to personally show you both some villas? The locations are quite exceptional, reserved specifically for valued clients. Jiang Chen gestured towards Lu Mingqi, saying, No need. I am here to view the penthouse. Let her handle it. Zhang Xiang glanced at Lu Mengqi, then at the woman beside Jiang Chen, revealing a knowing smile. No problem, Mr. Jiang. Should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to have our sales personnel contact me. Understood. Subsequently, Jiang Chen and the others exited. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Xiang sighed deeply. He genuinely envied the lives of the wealthy. Given the considerable distance from the sales office to the community, they all traversed the area using a shuttle. Zhang's earlier words had stirred in Lu Mengqi an unusual sentiment towards a young man before her, particularly upon hearing of his card's unlimited limit. She instinctively shifted closer to him. Today, she had certainly broadened her horizons. An overdraft card with no limit. She had only encountered such things in domineering CEO novels. To her surprise, she was witnessing one in reality today. Lu Mengqi cast a glance at Yan Shuangshuang, who resembled a delicate flower, draped in luxury brands that enveloped her like a layer of exquisite silk. Initially, Lu Mengqi had aimed merely to secure a commission, but now her ambitions had shifted. No matter the cost, she needed to divert this woman and establish a connection with the man before her. Her previous efforts were all in the pursuit of wealth. As long as she could cling to this lucrative opportunity, even the crumbs would suffice for a lifetime. Moreover, with her looks and figure, what man could resist her charm? Upon arriving at the luxury apartment building, Lu Mengqi commenced her professional presentation. Please follow me. Our Jiangnan Seaview Garden penthouses are designed with 1 unit per elevator shaft, granting owners unparalleled privacy. The elevator ascended directly to the 23rd floor, the penthouse level. The entrance was incredibly convenient, with the entire elevator lobby reserved for the residents. Lu Mengqi retrieved a key from her pocket and opened the heavy door. Mr. Jiang, the entrance is a double-opening mother door, substantial and high quality, equipped with bank vault-level bulletproof capabilities. The lock can be customized to your specifications, with options for password or fingerprint access. And our dedicated property team is available to serve you 24/7. The 23rd floor is our top level, featuring the unique 2-story layout. The total usable area reaches 730 square meters, designed as a suite with 6 bedrooms, 3 of which offer views of the ocean and starry sky. Both floors come with expansive balconies, allowing you to feel the sea breeze without descending to the beach. The second floor includes a private gym and an infinity pool, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the ocean view. On the other side, we can see the landmark buildings of Jiangnan City. The furnishings and appliances are crafted by top luxury brands. The overall decor follows a design scheme by Italian designers, embodying a modern style. Every corner has been meticulously refined, allowing for immediate move-in. The entire residence features a customized, reinforced central air conditioning system to ensure the interior remains unaffected by humidity. The underground parking garage includes a dedicated 3-car garage with direct elevator access. Our location boasts unique advantages. It is easily accessible to the city center and can reach Shanghai in under 40 minutes. Lu Mengqi's professionalism was evident as she continued her presentation without pause for half an hour. Initially, Jiang Chen had assumed she was merely a pretty face relying on her looks. Meanwhile, Yan Shuangshuang was completely enraptured the moment they stepped into the residence. She envisioned herself as the mistress of the luxurious abode. However, this fantasy was fleeting. The kitchen island and wine cabinet were larger than her entire rented apartment. Her initial hope that Jiang Chen might purchase a property for himself now seemed utterly unrealistic. The first property they viewed shattered her expectations entirely. Lu Mengqi had shared an extensive introduction without disclosing the price, yet she could surmise it would be astronomical. For her, it was undoubtedly a figure beyond comprehension. This was a luxury residence renowned for its ocean view, and Jiang Chen had a penchant for the sea. Surely, he intended to buy it for himself. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen had already arrived at the largest bedroom. Yan Shuangshuang, still childishly curious, explored the space. Upon entering the bedroom, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The dual-sided floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unobstructed view of the sunlit ocean. The thought of enjoying such a scene was enticing. Jiang Chen, unable to resist the allure of the sea, inquired, "Xiao Qi, you haven't mentioned the price." 46 million, Lu Mengqi replied with a smile. Mr. Jiang, as this unit is a top-level duplex, its price exceeds that of the other single-layer penthouses. However, the owners on the 23rd floor will have a dedicated property team serving each household. 46 million. This price had far surpassed the balance on his card. Jiang Chen maintained a stoic expression, standing by the window. To be honest, he found himself genuinely tempted. He intended to purchase numerous luxury vehicles in the future, both for women and himself. It wasn't that Jiangnan City lacked luxury car exhibitions or dealerships. With so many affluent individuals, they surely existed. However, the variety and quantity paled in comparison to Shanghai. Moreover, given its proximity to Shanghai, even if you were to visit the city for socializing, returning would be quite convenient. It truly served as an ideal transfer point. Yet this was simply too expensive. He genuinely wished to buy it for himself. Unless he needed to negotiate terms with the system. Chapter 24. The original intentions of a system. System, didn't you say the black card was set to allow unlimited overdrafts? Notice, yes, but the host can only utilize the balance portion, not the overdraft feature. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, mentally addressing the system. Have you forgotten? I am Jiang's third son, from a prestigious family lineage. Your name is the godly wealthy Sea King system. You promised to guide me into a life of opulence. And here I am. Where is the wealth? Where are the resources? The deadline for tasks is 3 months, and this amount wouldn't even last me 3 days. The funds need to be returned uniformly, to the point where I can't even afford to dine alone. I can endure this, as it's for enhancing my weapon proficiency. I'll grit my teeth and persevere, but the key point is the extravagant life you promised. This is what you stated, you, my esteemed system brother. With so many women in the future, I need to provide each one with a room, right? And now I can't even afford a single property. I perceive that it would be far more advantageous to forego any semblance of elaborate tasks and return to the humble existence of a wealthy heir. Who knows? Perhaps the funds I could request from my family would surpass what you might provide. Esteemed Tongzi, after all, I am your host. And are we not the unparalleled champions of our realm? Regardless of the particulars, Jiang Chen is adamant in his fervent insistence on the merits of being a lavish spender. Indeed, he articulates his points with compelling logic and fervor. Look at you. You seem at a loss for words now. Jiang Chen's seamless barrage of reasoning left the system momentarily speechless. However, this was not a spontaneous display. Rather, it stemmed from his recent, visceral experiences. The accumulation of grievances coalesced into a formidable force. After a brief silence, the system acquiesced. Your assertions possess a modicum of validity. Initially, I presumed that you would require a period of adjustment to acclimate to your new life post-rebirth, hence the modest monetary allocation. I did not anticipate your swift adaptation, which was a lapse in my judgment. This system is capable of compromise. In subsequent tasks, I shall pay closer attention to the financial aspects, substantially increasing the amounts. However, you must not be overly finicky and must adhere to the expectations of being a Sea King. Do you consent? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was elated. He had not expected the system to exhibit such a human touch. Almost instinctively, he exclaimed, "No problem. I agree. Excellent. Since you consent, I shall speak candidly. The progression of your lavish Sea King life mission will influence this system's standing within the system realm. The amount of funds you expend, the scale of your ventures, and the number of valid consumer interactions with a favorability rating above 95 will directly affect this system's level and the ultimate rating of your mission. All 3 metrics should be maximized. This is why I previously encouraged a broad approach." Jiang Chen began to comprehend the system's rationale. Spending lavishly on beautiful women would yield a return, thus seamlessly fulfilling these 3 criteria. So, this explains your inclination towards lavish tasks? He mused. Correct, the system affirmed. Jiang Chen shrugged. Does this imply that if I elevate a valid consumer's favorability to 95, I needn't concern myself further? That is incorrect. Favorability requires your maintenance. Prolonged neglect may result in a decline. Jiang Chen grimaced, surprised by the number of stipulations involved. Yet, the core principle remained. Spending on beautiful women would yield returns, ensuring his own benefit. Perhaps with time, one might experience a depletion of vitality. Now, could this task provide me with an increase in funds? Affirmative. In the future, any amounts overdrawn from your black card, provided they align with the system and task requirements, will be refunded to your gold card. Splendid. Rest assured, esteemed Tongzi, I shall wholeheartedly embody the essence of a Sea King and a lavish spender. Jiang Chen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen snapped back to attention. Lu Mingqi cautiously inquired, "Are you saying you wish to purchase this luxurious residence?" His earlier excitement in conversing with the system had led to unintended implications, causing Lu Mingqi to misconstrue his words. However, Jiang Chen was unconcerned about this misunderstanding. He intended to make a purchase regardless. Yet, this provided an opportunity to express his earnestness to the system. "I am indeed interested, but I wish to observe your determination." "What can you offer me?" Jiang Chen remarked, his gaze playfully surveying Lu Mingqi. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingqi immediately recognized the potential for success. This was the first luxury home she had shown Jiang Chen. The other spacious units in Jiangnan Ocean View were priced quite high. Yet this penthouse duplex commanded a price far exceeding the rest. Should this transaction proceed, her commission alone would amount to hundreds of thousands. Instantly, she transformed, her demeanor and tone exuding an alluring confidence. If you purchase, I shall cater to your every desire. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Every desire? Indeed, every desire. Lu Mengqi replied, gently biting her lip as she leaned closer to him, her delicate fingers resting against his chest. Jiang Chen shook his head, unimpressed. I have encountered many women. Your sincerity lacks substance. He grasped her long hair and whispered, you understand the oppressive heat, don't you? Lu Mengqi was taken aback by Jiang Chen's audacity. Moreover, his own woman was just downstairs. Was he not concerned? Previous suitors had never dared such boldness. Mr. Jiang, there is someone downstairs. Aren't you worried? She asked softly. Nonsense. The benefactor never concerns himself with such trivialities. It is the canaries that must strive to please the master beyond the cage, Jiang Chen replied with a smirk. Have you not heard A.I. Li's remark concerning Hong Shixian? Upon hearing this, Lu Mengqi comprehended his implication. She smiled seductively and murmured, you are quite wicked, and I find it delightful. Noted, Lu Mengqi's favorability is 5. Current favorability stands at 55. Jiang Chen felt a mix of pleasure and surprise. You possess this sort of charm? Very well, very well. A sudden noise from above interrupted them, prompting Yin Shuang to call from the stairwell. Darling, what are you doing? Ah! Yin Shuang appeared puzzled. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, steadying himself before saying, Shuang, please go downstairs and take the shuttle to bring Manager Zheng here to wait for me. Yin Shuang seemed to grasp the situation, her tone devoid of any discontent, responding sweetly, all right, dear, don't tire yourself out. After saying this, she departed, closing the door behind her. As the sound of the door shutting echoed, Lu Mengqi gazed at Jiang Chen's profile with admiration, captivated by his chiseled jawline. She had overheard their earlier exchange and could tell that this man was poised to sign a contract imminently. Noted, Lu Mengqi's favorability is 5, current favorability at 60. Lu Mengqi found herself lost in thought, her eyes reflecting burgeoning affection. Mr. Jiang, that beautiful sister downstairs seems so obedient to your wishes. You are truly charming. Jiang Chen indeed felt the weight of her gaze. A man who has navigated a few meaningful relationships can discern the glimmer of affection in a woman's eyes. In his past life, he had failed to understand why some would pursue so fervently. Furthermore, the system had issued its reminders. Yet, he swiftly instructed Lu Mengqi to silence herself, his voice tinged with discontent. Did not those two gentlemen inform you that at such a moment, one must not falter? Do you not comprehend the necessary decorum? At his words, Lu Mengqi's heart sank, a wave of anxiety washing over her. What did he mean? How did Jiang Chen know of her past relationships? Could it be that he recognized her? Surely not. She dismissed this notion within her mind. Jiang Chen, both in appearance and wealth, is exceptionally distinguished. Had she encountered him previously, she would undoubtedly have retained a memory of him. Even if Jiang Chen were aware of this, it would hardly lead him to feel discontented with himself, would it? If that were the case, why would he still allow her to assist him? Moreover, this should not be attributed to her shortcomings. If blame is to be assigned, it ought to fall upon Jiang Chen for not appearing in a timely manner. However, at that moment, Lu Mengqi had no time to ponder such matters. Her priority was to ensure that Jiang Chen signed the contract. Perhaps, if she could perform well in the future, leveraging her own charm and diligence, she might very well earn Jiang Chen's favor and become one among his many admirers. The mere thought of this sent waves of excitement and anticipation coursing through her heart, as if she could already glimpse a splendid future beckoning her. 20 minutes later, a somewhat fatigued Lu Mengqi had already freshened up. Jiang Chen, however, found his enthusiasm dampened by the mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Notice, the host has not increased the number of fish in the pond. Please consider an alternative approach. Huh? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wasn't his swift cooperation meant to enhance the fish population? Though he had relished the experience, he couldn't help but wonder how the system perceived him. Hold on. Dear system, I'll promptly deliver what you desire. System. Before long, Lu Mengqi emerged from her preparations. Since Jiang Chen had not fully indulged himself, and the pond had not been replenished with new fish, why not try again? With practiced ease, she shed her top, revealing her youthful physique, perfectly sculpted by evident muscle definition. Lu Mengqi unconsciously swallowed hard, yet her lips continued to question. What are you planning, handsome Jiang? Just then, the sound of the front door unlocking reached them. It must be Yin Shuang and Manager Zheng returning. Jiang Chen paid no heed. The task at hand was not yet accomplished, so he allowed them to wait a bit longer downstairs. He strode over and shut the bedroom door that had been ajar. The situation progressed normally. Lu Mingqi's youthful and delicate figure resembled a cherished flower, captivating Jiang Chen immensely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so inclined to resolve matters swiftly. Mr. Jiang, Manager Zheng, and the others have returned, Lu Mingqi informed, but Jiang Chen remained oblivious. An hour later, Lu Mingqi, disheveled, rose like a marionette. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she carried her battle-worn attire into the bathroom. Just before entering, Lu Mingqi cast a fierce glare back at Jiang Chen, her cherubic face still bearing traces of baby fat. Jiang Chen, perplexed by her stare, recalled the events that had just unfolded. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of accomplishment and was thoroughly satisfied. Thus, he chose not to dwell on her reaction. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of running water ceased in the bathroom. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Lu Mingqi emerged clad in her sales uniform. She had tied her hair back and tidied herself up, the only difference being that she had opted not to wear stockings, showcasing her fair legs instead. Jiang Chen understood the implications but decided to tease her nonetheless. Without the silk stockings, it appears you lack professionalism. How dare you say that? It's all your fault. Lu Mingqi retorted, plopping down beside Jiang Chen, her cheeks puffed in mock indignation. You ruined my outfit. What am I to wear when I go out now? Jiang Chen, unfazed, replied, just buy another one. No need to make a fuss. Lu Mingqi huffed, that is easy for you to say. This is my work attire. I can't go out looking like this. Jiang Chen feigned laughter. Your appearance is quite fitting for meeting clients. I could just bite you. Lu Mingqi exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Though she was no longer a naive girl, Jiang Chen's words still made her shy, especially since her previous encounters had never been so brazen. Jiang Chen chuckled. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I was just wondering how you emerged so quickly. Let them wait a bit longer. Or you could take a leave of absence. That won't do. I must wait until you sign this contract. Lu Mingqi pouted if I don't work. Will you support me? I would support you, but I have my standards. My woman, aside from me, cannot entertain other men, Jiang Chen declared, almost instinctively. Lu Mingqi gazed at Jiang Chen for a long while. Observing the calm demeanor on his face, she genuinely believed he possessed the means to support her. The striking beauty he had been with earlier, adorned in designer brands, had nearly blinded her with the brilliance of the massive sapphire around her neck. She had only known Jiang Chen for less than 3 hours, yet she couldn't fathom why she readily engaged in playful banter with him. With the previous 2 wealthy suitors, she had taken an extensive period to prepare mentally, and the experience had been far from pleasant. This encounter was incomparable. If given the chance, Lu Mingqi yearned to unabashedly remain by his side. Her hesitation had lingered long enough to lead Jiang Chen to believe she was merely concerned about whether she would secure the deal. Choosing to dismiss it with a smile, he said, this is my private WeChat. Not many know about it. Add me. Jiang Chen opened his QR code. Ding. Lu Mingqi scanned it, sending a verification request. Jiang Chen continued. Take your time to consider the arrangement. Once you've made up your mind, let me know. My woman is not a title one can assume lightly. If I discover you are entangled with someone else, I will not hesitate to sever ties. Since you genuinely care about this deal, let us proceed to sign the contract now. With that, he rose and opened the door. Notice, Lu Mingqi's favorability level is now 5. Current favorability level is 65. Watching this unfold, Lu Mingqi's heart fluttered as if struck by Cupid's arrow. It was her financial desperation that led her to act so casually. Yet, strictly speaking, this was her 3rd encounter, and Jiang Chen was her 3rd man. He had actually given her his private WeChat. This deal could earn her hundreds of thousands. Could it be that he was serious? Lu Mingqi began to strategize internally. Over the past month, she had overheard quite a few scandals about the wealthy from her colleagues. Some were greedy, some stingy, and others merely sought to take advantage. Perhaps it was intuition, but Lu Mingqi felt that this young man before her, though domineering, possessed a hint of gentleness, just a hint that captivated her. Chapter 26, System Upgrade. After opening the door, Jiang Chen turned to look at Lu Mingqi, whose expression seemed somewhat dazed. Hey, huh? Lu Mingqi snapped back to reality. Jiang Chen smiled. What were you thinking? Hurry down. Weren't you the one in a rush, just now? All right, I'm coming. Lu Mingqi replied, smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothing as she followed Jiang Chen down the stairs. Top, top. The sound of high heels on the 2nd floor echoed closer as they descended. Jiang Chen and Lu Mingqi reached the 1st floor, where they encountered the 2 newcomers. Upon encountering Jiang Chen, Yin Shuang, though tinged with a hint of jealousy, remained as effervescent as ever. She rose and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Darling, would you care for a sip of water? Feed me. Of course, Jiang Chen replied, drawing Yin Shuang into his arms, relishing the attention of such a stunning beauty. On the other hand, Manager Zheng, since their arrival, had been stooped over, placing documents in front of him. His face flushed crimson as if he had consumed several bottles of fine wine, presenting an exceedingly awkward demeanor. Observing this, Jiang Chen inquired, "Manager Zhang, are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang hurriedly shook his head. No, everything is perfectly fine. How disingenuous. An hour prior, Zhang Xiang and Yin Shuang had just entered the room. As he attempted to approach, she had merely smiled and informed him that Jiang Chen was busy. He assumed he was merely on a call. Little did he know, despite the floors separating them, the soundproofing of this luxurious residence was decent, though not akin to that of a soundproof room. Never mind, Manager Zhang. Could you please turn on the television for me? You haven't explained anything yet. Certainly, Zhang Xiang replied, as if he had found a lifeline, launching into an extensive introduction of a German-imported large-screen television that lasted several minutes. After his lengthy discourse, he found himself at a loss for words. Consequently, he and Yin Shuang sat on the sofa, watching half an hour of the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. The atmosphere was neither harmonious nor excessively awkward. Occasionally, Zhang Xiang cast a flushed glance at Yin Shuang, yet she maintained her composure, appearing utterly unfazed as if nothing had transpired. Deep down, Zhang Xiang admired her immensely, a woman who remained serene despite inner turmoil. What a remarkable woman, the ability to maintain such poise amidst chaos. Once the commotion upstairs subsided, she calmly retouched her makeup, presenting herself to Jiang Chen in flawless beauty and grace, eagerly embracing him. Zhang Xiang was genuinely envious. Wealthy individuals truly indulge in extravagant joys. Lu Mingqi was reputed to be among the most beautiful women in their circle, yet she paled in comparison to the exquisite and opulent Yin Shuang. Jiang Chen dared to practice yoga with another woman in the presence of his own partner, leaving Yin Shuang, a beauty of her caliber, waiting outside. Most astonishingly, Yin Shuang was utterly devoted to this man before her. Such a man, what more could one desire in life? Jiang Chen nodded and remarked, "As long as everything is fine. I just had a fruitful discussion with Mengqi and decided to purchase this residence outright." He then gestured towards Lu Mengqi, who was approaching with small, hurried steps, saying, "You can discuss the specifics with Manager Zhang." Lu Mengqi, her hair slightly disheveled and clothes somewhat crumpled, had lost her alluring black silk stockings, leaving her smooth, fair legs exposed. A faint flush still lingered on her delicate face, revealing that she had experienced something recently. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head and stated, "Yes, Manager Zhang, there's really not much to discuss. Mr. Jiang has decided to purchase this luxurious residence, and we will require your assistance with the subsequent procedures." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang's heart raced, as if he were dreaming. Could it be that Lu Mengqi had indeed performed a miracle, persuading Jiang Chen to spend 46 million to acquire this top-tier residence in Jiangnan City in a single encounter? Setting aside the worth of such a transaction, if it went through, he could easily earn a substantial commission. Seeing Lu Mengqi in her current state, Zhang Xiang swallowed hard, stifling the rising heat within him, and steered the conversation back to business. Yes, here is the complete set of contracts, along with an explanation of the independent team services you will receive as the esteemed owner of Jiangnan CV Garden, as well as details regarding the service fees. If you have any questions, feel free to summon your dedicated property team. They are at your service around the clock. After saying this, he handed over a hefty stack of documents. Jiang Chen received the files and settled onto the sofa, skimming through them for a few minutes. They primarily consisted of contracts and fees for the management team of the luxury property. The documents were so meticulous that even the owners of penthouse apartments had dedicated security personnel for their elevators. However, these costs were covered by the property management fees, requiring no separate payment. Indeed, any luxury residence worth its salt had contracts as thick as a novel. Certainly not a mere single sheet of paper as depicted in television dramas. Jiang Chen did not linger over the details and simply inscribed his name in the section for the payer. He then returned the documents to Manager Zhang. "Manager Zhang, I have completed the signing. We can proceed with the payment." Taken aback, Zhang Xiang replied, "Mr. Jiang, we offer interest-free loans here. May I ask if you prefer?" Jiang Chen immediately interrupted. "No need. Full payment credit card. Swiftly, please. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he produced his black card. Zhang Xiang, not daring to delay, quickly took the card. "Mr. Jiang, according to standard procedures, we need to take the property sale contract to the Jiangnan Housing Authority for the necessary formalities. However, if it is inconvenient for you, you may transfer the payment to our company's account, and we will handle the subsequent procedures for you on the same day. Would that be acceptable?" Jiang Chen nodded. "No problem. What is the quickest time frame?" Zhang Xiang smiled. "We have acquaintances in the relevant departments. Handling matters for someone of your stature is straightforward. Since the contract is already signed, It's merely a matter of retrieving the property deed, which can be accomplished in about 2 hours. Very well. Let us proceed with the card. Manager Jiang produced the POS machine, and the black card was swiped. Mr. Jiang, please enter your password. 980310, Jiang Chen stated, marking his birthday. As the payment was successfully processed, a series of system notifications followed. Host has spent 46,000,000. Only 0 remains to complete the task. According to the 12 cashback ratio, the rounded cashback amount has been credited. The host's gold card balance has been credited with 112,000,000 Huaxia coins. Your Huaxia International Bank card, ending in 9528, has been credited with 112,000,000 yuan. Mission 1 completed. System upgrade in progress. Please ensure that the name of the valid consumer is added to the subsequent property deed. Otherwise, the task progress will revert. Host attribute panel updating. Update complete. Godly Wealthy Sea King System. Level 2, 1. 10. Host, Jiang Chen. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Appearance, 83, max 100. Physique, 75, max 100. Weapon experience, 2. Weapon durability, strongly advised arrest. Acquired skills, intermediate driving ability, advanced financial knowledge, advanced management knowledge, basic swimming ability, etc., carried over from the host's previous life. This section omits 20,000 words. Notice, based on the experiences during Mission 1, the system is arranging the next task for the host to fulfill the life of a godly wealthy sea king. Please wait a moment. Chapter 27. Do not write my name, write hers. Upon hearing the system's notification chime, Jiang Chen was elated to the point of nearly leaping from his seat. He retrieved the long-buried golden card from his wallet, gazing at it with profound affection. In that moment, it epitomized the very essence of Jiangnan's deepest passions. 121 million. At last, he could indulge in a spree of extravagant spending. Finally, he possessed the means to splurge at will. Ha ha ha! Similarly, after Jiang Chen completed his payment, Zhang Xiang wore a beaming smile that suggested he could feast for half a year as he returned the black card and bowed respectfully, expressing, "Thank you for your trust. Please wait here. We will expedite the processing of your property deed." Just as he was about to turn away, Jiang Chen called out to him, "Hey, wait a moment." Zhang Xiang halted and replied deferentially, "Mr. Jiang, is there something else you wish to discuss?" Jiang Chen gestured toward the still-flushed Lu Mingqi beside him and said, "The sales representative. It is her, correct?" Zhang Xiang chuckled and affirmed, "Indeed, Mr. Jiang. Rest assured, we at Jiangnan CV Residence will not overlook any sales representative's commission." "Very well." Jiang Chen nodded. "Additionally, whose name will be on the property deed?" Zhang Xiang hesitated momentarily, but quickly responded, "Of course, it will be yours. However, if you have any other requests, we can make amendments when the deed is ready." He cast a fleeting glance at Yin Shuang beside Jiang Chen. Yet, considering the extravagant nature of the luxury residence, adding another name was tantamount to bestowing a mid-sized company as a gift, something the affluent typically shunned. Having served as a sales manager for many years, he understood this principle well. Thus, he chose an alternative approach. "No need," Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Just put her name on it. She will handle the subsequent formalities. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he gave Yin Shuang, who resembled a delicate flower, a gentle shake. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Chen, struggling to comprehend his words. Her slender fingers instinctively clenched tightly, only to release their grip as she had been holding onto Jiang Chen's arm just moments ago. Even in a dream, she would hesitate to inflict pain upon him. Yin Shuang pinched herself fiercely, exclaiming, "Ah, that hurts. This isn't a dream." Observing her reaction, Jiang Chen chuckled softly, "You silly girl." Not only was Yin Shuang flabbergasted, Zhang Xiang and Lu Mingqi were utterly taken aback as well. Zhang Xiang feigned composure and tentatively inquired, "Mr. Jiang, are you certain you wish to have only this young lady's name on the deed?" "Yes, please proceed. As for the community management and security, just input my information. The specifics can be discussed with my girlfriend." "Girlfriend? Not yet married, not husband and wife." Zhang Xiang and Lu Mingqi seized upon this key phrase. It turned out there was indeed someone willing to place a mansion worth $500 million under his woman's name. The only explanation for such generosity was that Jiang Chen had become so affluent that he no longer regarded such sums with concern. "Very well, no problem. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, Manager Zhang bowed to Jiang Chen and hurriedly departed. Notification: Lu Mingqi's affection level is now 10. Current affection level is 75. At that moment, Lu Mingqi's eyes sparkled with admiration. A man who excelled in yoga, possessed both beauty and wealth. and was willing to spend lavishly on his woman would never lack female admirers. It seemed she had not merely secured Jiang Chen's favor. Rather, it was she who had truly struck gold. Overwhelmed with envy for Yin Shuang, she found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, clearly aware of her lingering attention, turned to her and asked, "Mengqi, do you have something to say?" Sorry, no. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Jiang." "All right." Watching Lu Mengqi glance back repeatedly, reluctant to depart, Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing he had her under his thumb. Were it not for his need to play the role of a wealthy benefactor, he would be confident in spending his life practicing yoga alongside this captivating woman without spending a single cent. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, he would soon receive a message from Lu Mengqi on WeChat. Any woman witnessing this scene would involuntarily project herself into the role of the leading lady. Thus, while Lu Mengqi might require time for her internal deliberations, her conclusion would inevitably lead her to enter Jiang Chen's sphere, accepting his nurturing. Notification: Yin Shuang's affection level is now 1. Current affection level is 93. Oh dear, just shy of 95. Could it be that this girl possesses a blend of sentimentality and rationality, requiring the property deed bearing her name to solidify her feelings? Indeed, Jiang Chen calculated within himself that the higher the affection level, the more rapid the increase. As the vast penthouse was left with only Jiang Chen and Yin Shuang, she remained frozen, staring at her bruised thigh that she had pinched. Only when Jiang Chen's large hand gently caressed the area did she snap back to reality. "You mustn't be so harsh on yourself next time. Your body is only meant for me to strike, understood?" Jiang Chen tenderly massaged the bruised spot. However, at that moment, large tears began to fall onto Jiang Chen's arm. The notification startled him, and he looked up to find Yin Shuang had transformed into a little puddle of tears. "Woo-woo. Jiang Chen, why are you crying, Shuang? Woo-woo." The more he inquired, the more her sobs intensified. "Husband, I never imagined anyone would treat me so well." Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly, drawing her into his embrace and patting her gently as one might a child. "Husband, why are you so good to me?" Yin Shuang sniffled, her face devoid of its usual goddess-like composure. Jiang Chen remained silent, merely smiling softly. "Because I am your dream master, and you are fortunate to be my first woman. My woman deserves a gilded abode. Now, stop crying. You'll ruin your appearance. I have something to tell you." I will listen to you, husband woo-woo." With red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked cheeks, Yin Shuang stifled her sobs, tightly clenching her small fist and grasping Jiang Chen's hand. "Husband, I'm better now. You can speak." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen found himself unable to suppress a smile at Yin Shuang's demeanor. "Husband, you're so annoying for making me hold back my tears while laughing at me. Ha ha ha. All right, let us get serious." After a moment of laughter, Jiang Chen continued, "I have reviewed the documents, and everything appears to be in order. Just follow the process, and once it's completed, let me know via WeChat. You need not worry about being evicted any longer. You can inform your friends that you've terminated your lease. This place will be your home from now on." Notification: Yin Shuang's affection level is now 1. Current affection level is 94. With these words, Yin Shuang's affection level rose once more. Memories of her past struggles, endless hustling, malicious landlords withholding deposits, and harassment flooded her mind. Reflecting on these experiences, her formerly pitifully large eyes now shimmered with tears anew. Because of this man, she would never have to endure such tribulations again. Jiang Chen was her benevolent deity. Yin Shuang held her breath and quickly urged, "Husband, please continue." A 1T cry. With a chuckle, Jiang Chen looked at the comical expression on Shuang's face, unable to suppress his laughter. He then continued with his instructions. "Please provide me with a set of garage keys. I'll be adding a few vehicles soon. You'll have your hands full in the coming days, and I, too, have matters to attend to, so I 1T be coming to see you. Remember to inform Manager Zhang to acquire additional parking spaces. I quite like the environment here, and we can charge it to the house account, settling everything once I return. As for whether to open the dance studio, that decision rests with you." Had Yin Shuang heard such words previously, she would have been utterly astonished. Who sells parking spaces by the pound, especially in such a luxurious community? Perhaps due to her prolonged association with Jiang Chen, she found it rather ordinary, devoid of any surprise. "Understood, dear husband. I will remember," she replied, silently committing his words to memory. From this point forward, Jiang Chen's words would be akin to imperial edicts for her. Even if something seemed unfeasible, she would find a way to accomplish it. Noticing the resolute determination in Yin Shuang's gaze, Jiang Chen affectionately pinched her soft, dewy cheek. "Very well. I must take my leave now. You will certainly keep busy during this time." Indeed, with the move, property management, and team oversight, a plethora of tasks awaited Yin Shuangshuang, keeping her occupied for quite some time. Yet, at that moment, she did not wish to let Jiang Chen go. Instead, she longed to have him by her side for a lifetime. As if recalling something mischievous, Jiang Chen said with a playful grin, "By the way, the bedroom upstairs is in disarray. You might want to tidy it up yourself." Such a mischievous husband. Yin Shuangshuang pouted slightly, tinged with jealousy. She was acutely aware of past events, yet a wise woman would never dwell on such matters. She felt fortunate to be the first among countless women who would come after Jiang Chen. Although she silently cursed him, her body was honest as she stood up and adjusted his collar and pants, embodying the image of a virtuous wife. "You look so handsome, husband," she whispered after tending to him. "We haven't taken couple's photo yet. Let me snap one for our screensaver." Sensing Jiang Chen's potential skepticism, she raised 3 fingers, declaring, "I promise, dear husband, until you give me your permission, I absolutely won't post any photos of your face on social media." Oh, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, amused by her consideration for herself, wary of delaying her pursuits. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. He had no sordid history to hide. In the future, when surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, it was inevitable that videos or photographs would surface. "What's the harm? Feel free to take as many pictures as you wish," he responded. With that, Yin Shuangshuang transformed into an exuberant little girl who had just received permission from an adult, leading Jiang Chen around their expansive home to capture moments together. "Husband, pose like this. It will make your legs look longer. Move a bit this way. The seaside backdrop will be more picturesque." Jiang Chen, all the while smiling and relaxed, did not heed her commands too closely. Upon viewing the photos Yin Shuangshuang had taken, he couldn't help but be amazed. The shots, taken by a true beauty, showcased perfect angles, colors, and compositions, despite his lack of effort to pose. Originally, he had intended to take a few photos himself, but considering his unflattering angles, he decided it was best to preserve his dignity. However, each photo Yin Shuangshuang captured held special significance. One featured a swimming pool in the background, another showcased the ocean through a grand window, while yet another highlighted the staircase on the second floor, adorned with kitchenware. After they finished taking pictures, Yin Shuangshuang suggested, "Husband, it seems you don't have many photos of yourself. Let me take a few for you, and I'll edit and send them later, all right?" Realizing he too lacked photos, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Sure, he planned to follow her directions, though Yin Shuangshuang was secretly using this as an excuse. She intended to capture several images of him for her own use. Perhaps one day, she would want to share them on social media. Since the last time she had subtly photographed Jiang Chen from behind at the beach to announce their relationship, her friends had gone into a frenzy, bombarding her with questions about the identity of the mysterious figure. As for the fish in her posts, they had been nearly all deleted by Yin Shuangshuang, who was acutely aware of the need for discretion. Though she was not one to initiate conversations, she felt it prudent to eliminate any potential threats. After all, what if one day Jiang Chen whimsically checked her phone and sparked a misunderstanding? "All right, husband, take a look," Yin Shuangshuang exclaimed, holding her phone up, flipping through the photos like a treasure collection. Jiang Chen smiled, "Not bad. Hee. With your approval, my photo-taking skills are undoubtedly commendable." Checking the time on his phone, Jiang Chen noted it was 2:27 p.m. It was time to purchase the vehicles. Otherwise, the dealership would be closing soon. Additionally, he had just received a notification that the task had been updated, and he had yet to check it. He planned to do so after stepping out. Shaking his phone, he stated, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Yin Shuangshuang pouted, reluctant to part. "All right, let me see you off, dear husband." Accompanying Jiang Chen to the elevator entrance, she stood on her toes and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Even if you find other women in the future, please do not forget Shuangshuang. This is our home. Do visit whenever you can, all right?" Seeing her charming demeanor, Jiang Chen's heart softened. He had to admit, she truly understood men well. He leaned in to kiss her, murmuring in her ear, "With such an adorable little fox waiting for me here, I will certainly return." With that, Jiang Chen stepped into the elevator. "Goodbye, husband. I'll be waiting for your return." Until the elevator doors closed completely, Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of Shuangshuang vigorously waving her small hand. An inexplicable emotion welled up within him. Was this what love felt like? Or perhaps the essence of home? He pondered, shaking his head vigorously. He mustn't entertain such thoughts. A man of great ambition must wield his sword and achieve remarkable feats. How could he linger in the realm of tenderness? There were countless beautiful women in the world, and he could not bear to see them suffer. He bore the weight of the happiness of one. 3 billion girls on his shoulders. Jiang Chen, get a grip. Strolling through the park-like community, Jiang Chen felt immensely relaxed. At that moment, he sequentially clicked on the red notifications within the system interface. Notice, the host's luxurious, oceanic life is progressing normally. The May Mission 2 has been updated. Would you like to view it? View. Inside Jiang Chen's heart, a flicker of excitement ignited as he pondered what peculiarities, or rather, what surprises, this mission might unveil. The system, reflecting on the events experienced by the host during Mission 1 in the United States and Japan, offered a critique. The host has displayed an excessive inclination towards pure love, failing to adhere to the principles of a true Casanova. A torrent of exasperation surged through Jiang Chen's mind. In just a few fleeting days, how could I possibly embody the essence of a Casanova? Moreover, the meager sum provided is hardly sufficient to sustain the lavish lifestyle of Jiang, the illustrious heir. However, considering the circumstances and taking into account the host's previous feedback, the contents of Mission 2 in the United States and Japan are as follows. Jiang Chen interjected. Could you not be more succinct? The host Casanova Mission 2. Allocate all system funds towards effective romantic interests, while ensuring the host's weapon experience points are elevated to at least 15, and that a minimum of 2 effective romantic interests harbor a goodwill exceeding 95 towards the host. Deadline, 3 months. Friendly reminder. With the system's upgrade to level 2, all effective romantic interests will receive a cashback of 12, with funds credited immediately. The host is encouraged to embark on a flamboyant and extravagant life as a Casanova. Your China International Bank card ending in 9527 has received a deposit of 300,000,000 yuan. Note, black card ending 9527, gold card ending 9528. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Chen's phone, linked to his bank account, chimed with an alert. My goodness, 300 million. Chapter 29, The Queen of Sports Cars, Maserati. The host Casanova Mission 2. Allocate all system funds towards effective romantic interests, while ensuring the host's weapon experience points are elevated to at least 20, and that a minimum of 2 effective romantic interests have a goodwill of at least 95 towards the host. Deadline, 12 months. Friendly reminder. Following the system's upgrade to level 2, those with a goodwill below 95 will receive a cashback of 12, while those with a goodwill of at least 95 will receive a cashback of 11, with funds credited immediately. Post-upgrade. A new feature has been added to view the condition of effective romantic interests, wear and tear, which the host will be able to observe when checking their information. The host is encouraged to embrace a flamboyant and extravagant life as a Casanova. Your China International Bank card ending in 9527 has received a deposit of 300,000,000 yuan. Your China International Bank card ending in 9528 has a balance of 112,000,000 yuan. Note, black card ending 9527, gold card ending 9528. As the system's voice concluded, Jiang Chen's phone chimed once again with an alert. My heavens! A total of 300 million. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming joy, tinged with a hint of concern. This is 300 million after all. Thankfully, the deadline is set for 12 months, otherwise, it will be quite the challenge to spend it all. Wealth, as those in the know understand, is not easily dissipated. Just as Wang Duyu found it impossible to exhaust 500 million. When capital accumulates to a certain level, unless one is intent on reckless extravagance, it is virtually impossible to deplete it. Yet, with real estate prices being so exorbitant, purchasing several luxury homes for his women would certainly be an easy feat. The China International Bank card. He had previously overlooked this minor detail. Given that it is an international card, it appears the system also supports his overseas expenditures. In mere seconds, Jiang Chen had conjured a few holiday destinations in his mind. Compared to before, the conditions of this mission were indeed significantly elevated. It seems the system was not jesting with him. He was truly deemed overly virtuous in matters of the heart. The requirement to elevate his weapon experience points to 20 while ensuring 2 romantic interests hold a goodwill of at least 95 is a distinct challenge. If the system has set the benchmark at 95, it is evident that genuine feelings must exist on the part of the women involved. Much like Yin Shuangshuang, who has undoubtedly decided she will marry no one but him. Presently, Yin Shuangshuang's goodwill stands at 94. With a little coaxing, reaching 95 should pose no issue. It seems he must also cultivate a close bond with another suitable companion. Who could be so fortunate? Jiang Chen already harbored a candidate in mind, his campus goddess and senior, Gao Ge. If he is to foster emotional ties, it would be ideal for her to be untainted, lacking in experience. Jiang Chen was prepared to invest significantly in nurturing this relationship, rather than allow someone else to benefit. It would be best to lavish his resources on the one and only woman destined to be with him. Given all these considerations, Gao Ge is the perfect match. Should her goodwill not increase swiftly enough, he may simply switch to another candidate. One step at a time, after all. Furthermore, he had already messaged Gao Gu a day prior, arranging to meet in 2 days. It seems he must hasten to procure a vehicle, as the appointed time is fast approaching. Without a car, courting her would prove rather inconvenient. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen smiled at the property security who had just bowed respectfully and summoned a taxi. Driver, to the Maserati dealership just across the street. The driver thought to himself, "Isn't that merely a 1-minute drive away?" He cheerfully responded, "Sure thing." This was the affluent district of Jiangnan, where wealthy young men and women frequently preferred not to walk. He found nothing unusual about it. Earning a base fare, why not? The driver, operating an electric vehicle, started off briskly. In less than a minute, Jiang Chen arrived at his destination. However, that brief journey nearly caused him to regurgitate his lunch. The driver remarked, "Here we are, handsome. Take care." Jiang Chen mused, "If I take my time, I might actually be sick." Scanning the code, making the payment, and exiting the vehicle were all executed seamlessly. It seems that when it comes to cars, comfort in driving is paramount. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, Jiang Chen strode directly towards the Maserati dealership. Before even crossing the threshold, he was greeted by the imposing and magnificent trident emblem, radiating the splendor of a Casanova. The exterior design of the store was exceptionally captivating, with transparent glass display cases showcasing each vehicle within, akin to meticulously arranged works of art, quietly narrating their own tales. Upon entering the showroom, the expansive space was elegantly designed, exuding luxury without excess. Every detail whispered of refinement and taste, just as Jiang Chen favored. It was secluded and beautiful. The charm of the affluent district lies in its distance from the bustling chaos of the city CBD, offering a serene and comfortable ambience. By a stroke of luck, the 4S dealership was not particularly crowded. Maserati, once hailed as the queen of sports cars, seemed to have lost its luster due to its somewhat outdated interior design, especially in comparison to the booming brands like Porsche, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. Coupled with its dismal resale value in the domestic market, the number of consumers willing to purchase one had significantly dwindled. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen was not short on funds and remained unfazed by these shortcomings. For him, Maserati still possessed an irresistible allure. It resembled an Italian beauty that demanded a tender and devoted courtship, though she would not readily offer her affection once one became entranced. It would be nearly impossible to extricate oneself. In contrast, Ferrari felt akin to a beloved family member, eager to fulfill all your desires. Becoming a Ferrari owner meant receiving gifts from the official channels during holidays, ranging from fine wines to invitations to the Grand Ferrari Annual Gala, depending on one's spending. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would acquire a Ferrari. Maserati merely benefited from its proximity. However, what truly piqued Jiang Chen's interest at this moment was the systematic prompt that had already appeared concerning this Italian beauty. Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view? A slight smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips. View. Chapter 30. Internet celebrity Little Shotzi? Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view? View. Jiang Chen silently chanted. Name, Ishasha. Age, 26. Height, 168 centimeters. Cup size, weight, 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 82. Romantic history, 1. Status, normal. Affection level, 20. Brief personality and background summary. A native of Shanghai. Her parents divorced when she was young. She studied flight attendant training in university and began her career as a flight attendant. Her personality is independent and somewhat materialistic, with a highly professional service mentality. After being courted by a wealthy individual, she resigned from her position, only to part ways later. She harbors a significant desire for wealth, which led her to a career in luxury car sales. Jiang Chen gazed at the saleswoman clad in shorts, her figure curvaceous yet perfectly proportioned, and he could not shake the feeling that she looked familiar. Ishasha? Little Shotzi? Little Shotzi. The woman before him was none other than the soon-to-be internet sensation known for her viral videos in purple attire. In an era bustling with stunning beauties and the popularity of cute aesthetics, Little Shotzi had skyrocketed to fame overnight, flaunting her slightly fuller figure in a purple knitted dress. She was dubbed the sexy purple goddess by netizens. In just 3 days, she amassed 1 million followers, and within the following years, her fanbase on Douyin alone surpassed 10 million. Later on, she donned blue battle gear in various iconic scenes. As this realization dawned on Jiang Chen, the infectious background music echoed in his mind. I admit, only you drive me wild with love as the sun sets. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. Although Isha Shah appeared somewhat youthful, Jiang Chen would never mistake her identity. How did she end up here? Moreover, given the system's description of her personality and background, He would never have guessed that little Shotzi had such a history. However, it made sense. It was early 2016. Not only had little Shotzi yet to become a major internet celebrity, but Douyin had not even fully captured the public's attention yet. It's worth noting that the international version of TikTok only launched at the end of 2017. It was still quite early. Douyin had not yet begun live streaming or e-commerce. The platform's founder was still seeking investments, and the parent company was on the brink of collapse. With that in mind, Jiang Chen figured it was about time to invest in ByteDance. It was a tempting opportunity that he could not afford to overlook. Yet, for the moment, there was no rush. The founders of ByteDance were not yet in a state of desperation. Perhaps after the next 6 months, it would be the right time. How intriguing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. As far as he remembered, Isha had only burst into fame in 2021. According to the system's prompt, her current status was quite promising. At 26 years old, she had only one romantic experience. This indicated that she had encountered some complex social dynamics, while still retaining considerable potential. In today's society, being recognized by the system with an attractiveness score above 80 was indeed commendable. In contrast, individuals like Yen Shuang and Gao Ge, who scored a mere 0, were truly rare finds. Jiang Chen would certainly not easily let go of such an opportunity. Generally speaking, most women were akin to Lin Yujun, who had already accumulated multiple romantic experiences at a young age. By the time she reached little Shotzi's age, her count would likely be in the double digits. Jiang Chen was not particularly fond of those who were merely seeking to fulfill others' needs. If a woman's romantic history were too extensive, it would be impractical to consider her a viable candidate. However, enjoying a casual meal of street-side spicy hot pot was still on the table. After all, indulging in gourmet meals daily could become tiresome. At that moment, a notification chimed in Jiang Chen's mind. Alert! Please refrain from such non-kingly thoughts. A gentle reminder. Seeking Task 2 Progress. System Funds 0, 300, 000, 000. Host Weapon Experience Points 2, 15. Valid consumers with affection levels above 95, 0, 2. Time limit 3 months. Alright, I understand your point. Jiang Chen glanced at the system panel, shaking his head with a wry smile. This system will not impose unreasonable demands on the host. But you must strive harder. The system was clearly advising him to be less picky while ensuring health and safety. Indeed, over this time, Jiang Chen had grasped the system's criteria for evaluation. Effective consumers worthy of the system's attention were truly few and far between. Each one a striking beauty in her own right. If he continued to be so selective, he might not fulfill his task. Thus, he decided to embrace the opportunity. Whatever came later, roasting or binding, was a matter for another day. The first step was to ensure that his fish pond was sufficiently expansive. With that thought, Jiang Chen slowed his pace and settled onto the reception sofa. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the notifications in the friend request section of the green bubble chat. Opening it, he found a profile of a cool, internet-famous girl named Yuki-chan. The friend request message read, Yuki-chan requests to add you as a friend. Yuki-chan, I'm Lin Yujun, Gao Ge's close friend. We met at Wanxiang City before. Yuki-chan, are you being so aloof, Junior? My heart is a bit hurt. Clearly, after Jiang Chen had ignored her previously, Lin Yujun was not ready to give up and had sent several friend requests. XX John, how cliché, Jiang Chen thought to himself, unable to suppress a chuckle. He quickly accepted the request. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at Jiangnan University, Lin Yujun was feeling a bit dejected as she scrolled through her phone. The experience of spending time with greasy, balding men had been utterly nauseating, and she simply needed an outlet for her frustration. After all, how could someone as materialistic as her amuse the dogs in her fish pond? She relished this feeling. Lin Yujun was merely a plaything to her benefactor, while the sycophants vying for her affection were her own toys. Energy conservation, after all, she too required recharging. At that moment, Lin Yujun's WeChat flashed with a new message. Xingchen has accepted your friend request. We can now commence our chat. Startled, she sprang upright from her bed and hurriedly opened the chat window, delving into Xingchen's friend circle. She remained uncertain if this individual was indeed Jiang Chen. After all, she had caught so many fish. Who could say if this was someone she had met at a bar who finally decided to accept her friend request? In Xingchen's friend circle, the most recent post dated back to August 24th, 2015, a day that marked Jiang Chen's birthday, celebrated abroad with a few friends. The photographs showcased picturesque seaside vistas, the lavish interior of an unidentifiable luxury vehicle, and snapshots with a few wealthy second-generation heiresses. Judging by the timeline, this was likely taken shortly before his return to the country. At a high-end restaurant, a few friends had organized a surprise for Jiang Chen, complete with a banner proclaiming, Young Master Jiang is of age. Merely gazing at the attire and demeanor of the individuals in the photographs revealed the immense wealth of their families. Among the likes and comments below, there was a profile of Gao Ge. Not only did Gao Ge like the post, but she also commented, Gao Ge, the day of my junior's hatching, dote. However, Jiang Chen did not respond to her. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was intentionally ignoring her. Rather, he was still unaccustomed to checking WeChat regularly. He would only log in at a fixed time each day to browse messages. With merely a handful of friends, most of whom were shop managers, he seldom engaged with personal connections or family on WeChat. For urgent matters, a direct phone call sufficed. It had to be Jiang Chen. Lin Yujun felt her heart race. At the same time, she couldn't help but scoff internally. Gao Ge always presented herself as an ethereal nun, aloof and detached from worldly affairs. In the past few years at university, whenever someone pursued her, she would respond with a cold shoulder. Little did she know that Jiang Chen's post from 2 years ago would invite her comment. When a man possesses ample leverage, the aloof goddess perceived by sycophants often reveals herself to be even more sycophantic. However, there was no time for such musings. Lin Yujun's mind raced. Should she message Jiang Chen now? A prompt reply might appear too obvious in intent. Yet, she soon shook her head. She had never even heard Jiang Chen's name at school before. From the friend circle, he seemed to be a super-rich heir returned from abroad. Engaging in mind games with such a man was unwise. She must take the initiative. Her elegantly manicured nails did not hinder her speed. Within mere seconds, Lin Yujun had crafted several messages and sent them off. Yuki-chan, hello, Junior Jiang Chen. I'm Lin Yujun. It's rare to see you around school. Yuki-chan, I heard you transferred here. Would you like me to show you around the school vicinity before the semester starts? Yuki-chan, my treat. Yuki-chan, kute kat emoji ding. Ding, ding, ding. For consecutive message alerts. Jiang Chen had been considering how to respond to the messages from Yin Shuang and Gao Ge. Little did he expect that merely half a minute after accepting Lin Yujun's friend request, her messages would arrive. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. This was fortuitous. At this stage, he genuinely required women who actively expressed their needs. It saved him the trouble. It merely required some financial expenditure to swiftly enhance his weapon experience points. Otherwise, he felt a lingering unease. The weapon experience points needed to exceed 15. If he delayed further, and suitable mermaids were not available in the pond. What would he do if he encountered a creature like that oily uncle's biological mother from before? Hence, regardless of character or personal preferences, as long as the system detected a healthy or normal status, he would fill the pond without hesitation. It could only yield benefits. Jiang Chen replied. Xingchen, I've been back for half a year, haha. Yuki-chan, oh how nice. It feels like we're old friends upon meeting. Yet I haven't seen you much at school. Cat with pleading eyes JPG. Xingchen, I live off campus, only occasionally attending classes. When I return, it's mainly to play basketball with friends. Yuki-chan, you're so impressive, Junior. Remember to invite me next time you play basketball. I'll be your cheerleader. Cat with eager eyes JPG. Xingchen, the interdepartmental tournament is still a while away. It's just for fun. Yuki-chan, by the way, which department are you in, Jiang Chen? Xingchen, finance. Yuki-chan, I'm in architecture in the same class as Gao Ge. No wonder I haven't seen you much at school. Otherwise, a guy like you would have become a campus sensation long ago. Xingchen, laughing JPG Lin Yujun, felt as though her CPU was about to overheat. Like many goddesses, the usual dynamic involved sycophants initiating conversation. This time, the onus fell on her. Her mind felt overwhelmed. Why wouldn't Jiang Chen provide her with a conversational cue? Biting her lip, she pressed on with another message. Yuki-chan, do you have time now? There's a newly opened cafe outside the North Gate that is quite nice. My treat. Let us go together? Humph JPG. Jiang Chen shook his head, chuckling softly. If memory served him correctly, during his previous life, the well-known young heir in school had already been in a romantic relationship with her at this point. However, Lin Yujun's ambitions were grander. While simultaneously catering to multiple benefactors, she needed to maintain her persona. At her behest, they kept their relationship private without disclosing it on social media. Behind the scenes, they engaged in typical couple activities. As graduation approached, the young heir became emotionally invested, only to discover he had been dating a bus. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a PDF, tearing into her publicly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire her. She was a time management master, even more so than Luo Yifan. Yet, for the sake of the mission, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. Enjoying the privileges of usage was sufficient. Xingchen, not right now. I'm at the car dealership. He then sent an image taken at the Maserati dealership. Yuki-chan, once you've made your purchase, you must take me for a ride first. Or else the senior will be heartbroken, crying JPG. Xingchen, I'll be sure to make it happen. With that, Jiang Chen exited the chat window. disregarding any further messages Lin Yujun might send. Dealing with such a materialistic woman required simply throwing money at the situation. Once the time was ripe, he could invite her out for a meal. Jiang Chen felt confident that even if he suggested stargazing in the car at night, Lin Yujun might feign modesty for a moment, but ultimately, she would acquiesce. There was no need to expend excessive effort. Just fill the pond. And whenever he desired a change of taste, he could indulge at will. Lin Yujun had sent several messages in succession, inviting Jiang Chen to hang out or dine before the semester commenced. Yet Jiang Chen did not respond. Finally, she cleverly sent a "you go ahead" JPG emoji, pinned it as a top message, and ceased further communication. Lin Yujun felt a tinge of dissatisfaction within her. She had never been treated in such a manner. Yet, she was acutely aware that Jiang Chen was quite the catch. A man who casually gifted his female companions millions in jewels was not someone to be rushed. Lin Yujun began to contemplate how to further advance their relationship. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had yet to respond to any other messages. Yashasha, in her high heels, leaned over to pour him a cup of hot tea. "Sir, I apologize for the delay in attending to you. We encountered a technical issue with our equipment. Please forgive us." Jiang Chen turned off his phone, smiling as he gazed at the woman who would become the purple-clad warrior in a few years. With a hint of baby fat still adorning her face, she exuded a strong sense of maturity at just 26 years of age, igniting a spark within Jiang Chen, who had recently quelled his passions. Perhaps feeling a bit flustered under Jiang Chen's handsome gaze, Yashasha shyly inquired, "Sir, is there something on my face?" Jiang Chen promptly gathered his thoughts and replied with a smile, "No, I was simply lost in thought for a moment." Yashasha, taken aback by Jiang Chen's directness and flirting, couldn't help but chuckle. "You certainly have a way with words. May I ask your surname?" "Jiang." Yashasha smiled. "Mr. Jiang, do you have an appointment?" After taking a sip of tea, Jiang Chen joked, "Do we need an appointment just to buy a Maserati now? Should I submit proof of funds?" Indeed, Maserati sales in China have been dwindling in recent years, and the stores were often devoid of customers, unlike Ferrari or Lamborghini, which required appointments. Although Jiang Chen's remark was made in jest, it made Yashasha a bit anxious. She quickly clarified, "Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. This is our standard service procedure. If you don't have an appointment, I can introduce you to our models. I apologize if my earlier comment made you uncomfortable. I was merely joking." No need to take it so seriously. Jiang Chen waved his hand, gesturing for Yashasha to sit down. After she settled beside him, her demeanor remained somewhat awkward. Noticing this, Jiang Chen gently patted her delicate hand. "Smile for me. Just smile." Yashasha was amused by Jiang Chen's demeanor, stifling a giggle. "Now that's more like it." The atmosphere lightened considerably under Jiang Chen's influence. Yashasha then retrieved an iPad and a brochure from her bag. "Mr. Jiang, here are all the models that Maserati currently offers for sale. You can take a look and see which one suits you. I can arrange a test drive for you." Observing Jiang Chen's youthfulness and his composed demeanor, Yashasha surmised he was either a car enthusiast or undoubtedly a wealthy heir. Chapter 32. The CEO MC-20. A mere means of transport. Yashasha presented an array of detailed specifications for the various models before Jiang Chen, including Maserati's classic Ghibli, the newly launched luxurious SUV Levant, and the recently unveiled high-performance MC-20. Each vehicle's configuration, performance, and price were meticulously annotated. Jiang Chen scanned the materials, letting out a soft sigh. "Too bad there's no Alfieri." "Huh? What model are you referring to?" Yashasha's mouth fell agape in surprise. She quickly realized. The Alfieri, custom designed for the King of the Seas and hailed as Maserati's classic masterpiece, was only released at the end of 2021. This model was based on the Roma prototype, but Fiat sold the production rights to its elder brother Ferrari, resulting in delays for the Maserati GT's facelift. Reportedly, the two companies had quite the ruckus over this matter. In his previous life, this car had left Jiang Chen with endless fantasies. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Ghibli? Forget it. A classic model with mediocre interior and horsepower. At this point, it hardly piques my interest." After pondering for some time, his fingers danced across the iPad. Ultimately, he focused on two models, the Maserati CEO and the MC-20. One was a classic four-seater luxury vehicle, while the other was an exclusive super-performance sports car meant for the King of the Seas. Initially, Jiang Chen intended to purchase just a sports car, planning to check out other models or supercars at first-tier brands like Ferrari, McLaren, or Lamborghini. However, considering he might not just be taking one woman along, Jiang Chen reconsidered. It would be impractical to leave one lady in the trunk while attempting to embrace another. "Do you have any available units of the CEO or MC-20? I would like to see the actual cars." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Yashasha immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Mr. Jiang, you truly have an eye for detail. We have 3 available units of the CEO, each with various configurations. As for the MC20, it is our latest model, boasting top-tier performance and design. We do have one available for viewing. If you're interested, I can take you to see it. Let us skip the CEO and head straight to the MC20. Certainly. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Yashasha stood and bowed slightly at a 45-degree angle to lead Jiang Chen. Even in her high heels, Jiang Chen stood slightly taller. A mere glance revealed a glimpse of her shapely figure. Jiang Chen smirked slightly. Yashasha, realizing her angle was amiss, quickly adjusted her attire and proceeded ahead. They arrived at the display area, where a classic silver-gray MC20 stood silently, its streamlined design and smooth paint exuding a futuristic allure. Yashasha stood beside Jiang Chen, explaining the vehicle's configurations and performance. However, Jiang Chen absorbed none of it. He merely circled the car, occasionally caressing its body to appreciate the craftsmanship. Truly, it was the final token of respect for the king of the seas. Jiang Chen nodded, clearly satisfied. Observing this, Yashasha seized the moment to suggest, Mr. Jiang, we have our own racetrack in Jiangnan City. How about we take it for a test drive? Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. We can skip the CEO as well. Let South just place an order. At this, Yashasha halted in disbelief, turning back with astonishment. Her voice, laced with excitement, asked, Pardon me, did you say you want to place an order directly? Having recently left her job as a flight attendant and experiencing a 6-month emotional gap before finding employment at Maserati, she had yet to complete 2 months in her new role and had only managed to sell 2 units of the classic Ghibli with her manager's assistance. High-end brands like Maserati, with models such as the MC20 and CEO, typically had low transaction rates despite high commissions post-sale. It was a classic case of 3 years of silence, then 3 years of fortune. In contrast, brands like Ferrari and Bentley had a 10-year silence followed by 10 years of prosperity. Before Jiang Chen's arrival, she had not held out much hope. He was handsome yet youthful, dressed neatly but rather ordinary. Who among those capable of purchasing an MC20 or a CEO was not a middle-aged man with some experience? Otherwise, those seasoned salespeople would not have budged. It was evident that she was the targeted customer, leaving no room for a newcomer like her to take the lead. Jiang Chen's relaxed demeanor left her somewhat flustered. It had barely been 5 minutes since she entered the store. What was the matter? Wasn't it merely a means of transportation? Could she not place an order directly? Jiang Chen casually adjusted his bangs, appearing entirely unconcerned. A means of transportation? The MC20, valued at over $3 million upon delivery. And you call it merely a means of transportation? The world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension, I surmise. Of course it is possible. Yashasha felt as if her earlier prayers at the temple had borne fruit. In her moment of greatest need, when financial assistance was paramount, fate had delivered Jiang Chen to her doorstep. Mr. Jiang, this way, please. I shall escort you to the selection room. Jiang Chen nodded, following Yashasha's lead into the innermost selection area. Whether in this life or the last, it was Jiang Chen's first visit to such an establishment. In his previous life, he had toiled endlessly, marrying a rather substantial woman, and after a lifetime of struggle, had merely acquired a second-hand Porsche for fleeting enjoyment. That brief thrill was cut short by an untimely demise. Now, he found himself in no rush to order a vehicle. Instead, he was intrigued by the surroundings. Jiang Chen felt it necessary to familiarize himself quickly, as each vehicle type would undergo this very process. Carbon fiber, gilded steering wheels, F1 race gear shifters, handcrafted leather seats, brake calipers, 360-degree rotating logo wheel rims. There was an abundance of options. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, feeling a sense of awe wash over him. He was not afraid of appearing inexperienced in front of Yashasha. After all, it is only those who lack the means to indulge who feel timid under the gaze of others. With substantial financial backing, there is no shame in being candid and approachable. Noticing Jiang Chen's keen interest, Yashasha patiently awaited his exploration, refraining from intruding upon his enjoyment. After a considerable time, she produced 2 iPads and respectfully inquired, Mr. Jiang, here are the 2 different models you have selected. How would you like to choose the configurations? Jiang Chen glanced at the luxury vehicles displayed on the iPads, noticing significant differences in their engines. The MC20, renowned as the king of high-performance Maserati sports cars, featured a mere 3.0 LV6 engine. The executive model could even be equipped with a V8 engine. Jiang Chen, perplexed, asked, is there an error with the engine specifications? The MC20 only offers a V6 option, correct? Is customization unavailable? Yashasha, slightly apologetic, replied, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jiang. Officially, the MC20 indeed only offers the V6 option. However, should you require customization, we can even arrange for a V12 engine MC20 directly from the European factory, though this would necessitate a wait of over 6 months. 6 months? Forget it. Jiang Chen shook his head. He could not afford to wait that long. Were it not for his regard for Sasha, he would have turned to leave. Yet, he reflected that he had only come due to proximity, and ultimately, it was merely a means of transportation. The greatest gain from this visit was not the vehicle itself, but rather Sasha. She was of a pleasantly plump, visually appealing type. The more he looked, the more his appetite grew. Chapter 33. Configuration? There is no configuration. Jiang Chen shook his head, reiterating that he could not wait 6 months. Were it not for Sasha, he would have departed. However, he considered that he had only come because it was nearby, and it was just a means of transportation. The real treasure of this journey was indeed Sasha. She was a delightful sight, and Jiang Chen found his desire intensifying. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jiang. If you need the engine option urgently, we can expedite the process, Sasha said, slightly bowing her head, her tone pleading as if fearing the golden opportunity would slip away. Jiang Chen smiled, naturally taking Sasha's delicate hand and inviting her to sit beside him. It's nothing more than a means of transport. One cannot drive too fast in the city. I can place the order for you as well. Sasha let out a sigh of relief, showing no resistance to their physical contact. Rather, an unusual sense of enjoyment blossomed within her. The MC20 was chosen in silver gray, while the executive model was selected in classic black. Once only the colors were chosen, Jiang Chen lost interest and softly told Sasha, "Let's max out the remaining configurations." "All of them?" Sasha tentatively inquired. Jiang Chen nodded. "The carbon fiber steering wheel, what do you think?" "Select it." "What about the wheel logo?" "Select it." "Red calipers?" "Select it." "Stop asking. Didn't I say to max it out?" Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently, reaching for a bottle of Fiji water on the table. Sasha lowered her head. Apologizing, "I'm sorry, but due to the high value, I must ask you to confirm the total amount. I will proceed with your configurations immediately." Jiang Chen felt somewhat exasperated, but understood the predicament. Ordering a vehicle was inherently a cumbersome task. He estimated that when he eventually purchased a Ferrari or Bentley, the process would be even more intricate, especially for luxury brands like Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Bentley. Every detail of the car's body and interior was essentially handcrafted. Each vehicle was uniquely tailored to the customer's specifications. After all, high-end clients prioritize personalized customization. Moreover, if any details required further negotiation, the back and forth could significantly prolong the process. Several months of waiting was commonplace, and for some globally limited models with heightened requirements, a wait of years could be plausible. Jiang Chen lounged on the sofa, leisurely examining the car models. Meanwhile, Sasha's fingers were nearly smoking from the rapid pace. She had become somewhat numb to the proceedings. It seemed that the lives of the truly wealthy were devoid of ostentation. With configurations running into the tens of thousands, Jiang Chen barely cast a glance. Customization? It was virtually non-existent. Configuration? There was no configuration. The only option was to maximize every aspect. Even her 2 yuan store purchases were not as casual as Jiang Chen's. She now harbored doubts about whether he could truly afford such an amount. When the configuration sheets for the 2 vehicles were presented, Sasha was taken aback. "Mr. Jiang, the price for the executive model is 2.8 million, while the MC20 is priced at 4.7 million. Here are the configuration sheets for both vehicles. Please review them." Sasha handed the configuration sheets to Jiang Chen. "My goodness, the executive model starts at 1.4 million, while the MC20 begins at 2.8 million. The configurations alone had resulted in the equivalent of 2 vehicles. This did not even account for taxes and various fees, which would undoubtedly elevate the final price. Jiang Chen merely glanced at the configuration sheets before producing his black card. "Charge it." Upon seeing the black card presented by Jiang Chen, Sasha was once again taken aback. She quickly responded, "Mr. Jiang, due to the extremely tight timeline for the purchase, our contract is not yet prepared. I will have our manager prepare the contract and bring it to you. Please allow me 10 to 15 minutes. Observing the anxious expression on Xiaosha's face, Jiang Chen understood that she was worried about losing such a significant client. With a chuckle, he noticed the slight flush on her cheeks, a result of her eagerness, and couldn't resist reaching out to give her a gentle squeeze. "It's all right, go ahead." After being playfully pinched by Jiang Chen, Xiaosha's face turned even redder, her gaze evasive. She bowed slightly to him before hurriedly making her way out of the selection room. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor gradually faded into the distance. However, Jiang Chen could still discern the transition from silence to a mild commotion within the exhibition hall. In less than 5 minutes, the corridor echoed with hurried footsteps once more. Jiang Chen smiled, remarking to himself, "Now that speed. This is the power of money." Xiaosha returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. He instructed those waiting outside to disperse, and upon seeing them move aside, Xiaosha let out a sigh of relief. Those individuals were her senior sales colleagues. Had it not been for the manager's intervention, she would have faced difficulties if there had been a scramble for the order. The man, upon noticing Jiang Chen's youthful and handsome demeanor, paused for a moment before swiftly stepping forward and extending his right hand. "Good day, Mr. Jiang. I am Su Yiwen, the manager of the Maserati dealership in Jiangnan City." "Greetings, Mr. Su," Jiang Chen replied politely, rising from the sofa to shake his hand. Su Yiwen's impression of Jiang Chen improved significantly at that moment, prompting him to say eagerly, "You're too kind. Please have a seat." Once they were seated, at Su Yiwen's subtle gesture, Xiaosha took a seat beside Jiang Chen. Su Yiwen began, "Mr. Jiang, Miss he has briefly recounted the situation to me. Are you considering a full payment for your purchase?" Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. "Understood, Mr. Jiang. However, I must clarify that the prices you received earlier were merely for the selected options and do not include additional costs such as purchase tax and registration fees." "Are you aware of this?" "Yes, I understand," Jiang Chen replied. He continued, "I prefer to avoid unnecessary chatter. Just inform me if you can arrange everything, transfer ownership, acquire a Shanghai license plate, and deliver the car to me, all within an afternoon." Although currently in Jiangnan City, he certainly intended to venture to Shanghai afterward, as his father and sister were there, while his mother resided in Beijing. With the increase in the number of available Shanghai license plates, it had become somewhat easier than in the past, though the current situation was still far from ideal, at least for those who could only rely on a lottery system. However, Jiang Chen was well aware that luxury car dealerships had their own methods. "Absolutely, we can certainly accommodate that." Su Yiwen nodded vigorously. "If you proceed with the purchase now, I assure you we can complete the process within 2.5 hours, before 6 o'clock, without delaying your subsequent plans. Swipe the card." Su Yiwen froze for a moment. Then a joyful smile illuminated his face as he hurriedly produced the POS machine and contract. After Jiang Chen signed the contract, he added, "By the way, please transfer the ownership of the car to this individual." He then showed Su Yiwen a picture of the ID on his phone. The girl in the image was fair-skinned and exquisitely featured, exactly like Yin Shuang. Jiang Chen was acutely aware of the system's task rules. Purchasing a car for his partner to drive was surely permissible. "Mr. Jiang, may I take a photo of this?" Su Yiwen asked. "Once the transfer is complete, I will delete it immediately. We absolutely guarantee the client's privacy." "Please, go ahead," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He was quite pleased with Su Yiwen's professionalism and attention to detail. Just as Jiang Chen was entering his password on the POS machine, he glanced sideways at the somewhat shy Xiaosha, whose expression seemed hesitant. Chapter 34. Xiaosha's Heartfelt Confession. As Jiang Chen continued to input his password, he noticed Xiaosha glancing at him before quickly averting her gaze, her cheeks deepening in color. Su Yiwen immediately discerned Jiang Chen's unspoken thoughts. A man of his acumen would certainly not have risen to his current position without being perceptive. He smiled and explained, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, your order will be managed entirely by Xiaosha, and all commissions and rewards generated from this order will belong to her." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips before he completed the password entry. Beep, 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 beep. After 3 seconds, the POS machine spat out a lengthy transaction receipt. "I will expedite this process for you, Mr. Jiang." "Xiaosha, please stay here with Mr. Jiang," Su Yiwen said before respectfully exiting the selection room. The spacious selection room was soon left with only Jiang Chen and Xiaosha. After a moment of silence, Xiaosha stole a glance at Jiang Chen. To her surprise, their eyes met, causing her to quickly look away, her face flushing even deeper. Notice, Xiaosha's favorability level is now 35. Current favorability is 55. Jiang Chen recalled the system's prompt, and an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the room. He chuckled to himself. Had this been a hotel room, it was likely that some intriguing and pleasant events would unfold next. Xiaosha no longer doubted Jiang Chen's earlier nonchalant attitude toward his choice of a mere vehicle. That black card was undoubtedly no ordinary card. When Jiang Chen had revealed it, even the manager's eyes had brightened significantly. According to protocol, as the salesperson who closed the deal, she was supposed to be involved in the subsequent processes, yet the manager had specifically instructed her to remain. The young man before her clearly possessed formidable capabilities. "Thank you," Xiaosha initiated, her gratitude evident. Though Jiang Chen had not spoken much earlier, she had keenly observed his actions. As a newcomer who had been in the industry for less than 2 months, had Jiang Chen not intervened, even if the manager had covertly claimed her commission, she would have been powerless to contest it. She was all too familiar with the dynamics of her colleagues. When she had approached the manager in the exhibition hall to explain the situation, she had felt the predatory glances of her senior salespeople, eager to seize her commission. Furthermore, the 2 cars in question were both top-of-the-line models. Just from the purchase of the executive vehicle alone, her commission would amount to several $100,000. Not to mention the luxury sports car, the MC20, which would yield commissions calculated at a standard rate of 8. Thus, the total sum she would receive was undeniably a fortune for her. Small matter, no need for pleasantries. Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, steering the conversation toward a topic that might bridge the gap between him and Xiao. Given your background, what prompted you to pursue a career in sales? Well, it's obviously to make money. Sales can yield quicker returns, Xiao replied. I'm from Shanghai. After graduating from university, I worked for a while as a flight attendant. Then, I met a man, and after a period of dating, we parted ways. Subsequently, I found the job exhausting and unprofitable, so I resigned. Lacking any specialties, I figured I might as well leverage my looks and sought a job in luxury car sales in Jiangnan City to support myself. Jiang Chen was well aware of Xiao's background, having reviewed her information previously. This young woman indeed possesses a remarkable degree of self-awareness. After resigning from her position as a flight attendant and lacking any particular skills, it is hardly surprising that she resorts to leveraging her beauty to attract clients for various jobs. This mirrors her previous life quite closely. She initially gained fame through a short video that accentuated her voluptuous figure, subsequently relying on her looks to secure opportunities, producing a series of aesthetically pleasing videos. One could only express gratitude for this bonus, as it would enable me to maintain a modest footing in Jiangnan City. Otherwise, I might have to borrow from my friends to cover next month's rent. Jiang Chen inquired. As a native of Shanghai, surely you wouldn't find yourself in such dire straits? Worst case, you could always return to Shanghai and rely on your family. It's not that simple, Xiao replied after a brief silence. The truth is, there is nothing I can't disclose. My parents divorced when I was young, and both have since established their own families. So, strictly speaking, I have no home. She playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing no hint of concealment before this man. Character and experience overview. A Shanghai native, she grew up in a divorced household, studied aviation during university, and began her career as a flight attendant. She possesses an independent and somewhat materialistic nature, with a highly professional service ethos. After catching the eye of a wealthy individual, she left her flight attendant position, but subsequently parted ways, developing a significant desire for financial security, which led her to a career in luxury car sales. Jiang Chen glanced again at the system's description of her. To his surprise, this young woman was refreshingly candid. Her experiences aligned closely with the system's portrayal. Living off others and drifting about had undoubtedly instilled in such a beautiful girl an intense desire for wealth. She appeared to be a rather pitiable soul. Jiang Chen sighed. I apologize for bringing up painful memories. It's nothing, haha, Xiao responded with a carefree demeanor. With your qualifications, there is truly no need for you to endure the exhausting grind of sales, where income fluctuates daily. Why not find a wealthy boyfriend? That would resolve everything. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. How could that be? That would mean being kept. My previous boyfriend was affluent, yet I hardly spent any of his money. I firmly believe one must rely on their own abilities. Are you single now? Yes. As she spoke, Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, entirely at odds with her previous open demeanor in those videos. Jiang Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He thought it a pity. This girl had commendable character. If her romantic history were non-existent and her emotional wear and tear minimal, he would undoubtedly treat her well after they became intimate. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen, suddenly realizing something. Why did he ask that? Did he have any intentions toward her? If he truly expressed such a desire, what would she do? If she refused, might she miss out on her commission? This absurd thought startled her, and she shook her head in self-deprecation. Jiang Chen was young, wealthy, and strikingly handsome. He could easily thrive on his looks alone. He was gentle, well-mannered, and even took the initiative to apologize and consider her feelings as a mere salesperson. This was an experience she had never encountered before. During her time as a flight attendant, she had met many wealthy individuals, and their capricious tempers were notoriously hard to please. Jiang Chen epitomized the ideal man of every girl's dreams. Xiao found herself grappling with the unrealistic nature of this thought, yet could not suppress her fanciful musings. Deep down, she felt that if Jiang Chen were to ask her to be his girlfriend, she would need to play it a bit coy before agreeing. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Notice, Yan Shuang's favorability has reached 4, current favorability is 98. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a valid consumer with a favorability above 95. See King Luxury Task 2 Progress. System Funds 10, 230, 000, 300, 000. Host Weapon Experience Points 2, 15. Valid consumers with favorability above 95, 1, 2. Deadline, 3 months. Chapter 35. The birth of the first valid consumer with favorability above 95. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Notice, Yin Shuangshuang's favorability has reached 4. Current favorability is 98. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a valid consumer with a favorability above 95. Reward points 10. And 1 kidney treasure pill. The Sea King Luxury Points Mall is now open. Sea King Luxury Task 2 Progress. System Funds 10 230 000 300 000 Host's Emotional Experience 2 15. Valid consumers with favorability above 95 1 2. Deadline 3 months. Task progress is proceeding smoothly. Please continue your efforts, host. The first valid consumer with a favorability above 95 has emerged. The favorability is increasingly challenging to enhance. This time it surged by 4, indicating something significant must have transpired. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. It was likely that Yin Shuangshuang had already signed the contract by now. Moreover, what on earth was this kidney treasure pill? Surely it was as he imagined? He chuckled softly. Hey system, what is this point system for? Notice, points can be exchanged for any item in the Sea King Luxury Points Mall, which will expand as the system level increases, with new items being added continuously. Jiang Chen nodded, opening the Points Mall page. Advanced Combat Technique, upon learning. The host will master basic combat skills. Cost 3 points. Note, the host may purchase in stages, basic, intermediate, and advanced, each cost 1 point. Advanced Piano Technique. Upon learning, the host will master basic piano skills. Cost 3 points. Note, the host may purchase in stages, basic, intermediate, and advanced, each cost 1 point. Advanced Violin Technique. Physical Enhancement Pill. Consuming this will increase physical attributes by 1. Cost 1 point. Beauty Pill. Consuming this will increase beauty by 1. Cost 1 point. Kidney Treasure Pill. Consuming this will permanently enhance the host's training level slightly, increasing comfort for both the host and their partner. Cost 1 point. Refined Dragon Pearl. Consuming this will permanently enhance the strength of the host's treasure. Cost 10 points. Kidney Treasure Pill. Jiang Chen examined the kidney treasure pill within the system space. It resembled an irregularly shaped basketball. It certainly could not be consumed at this moment. And what about the refined Dragon Pearl? Permanently increasing the strength of his treasure, priced at 10 points. The increase was monumental. It was evidently not an ordinary item. The earlier items seemed quite reasonable, yet suddenly they escalated. All right, I see how it is. Jiang Chen decided to stop browsing, involuntarily chuckling aloud. From Xiao Shaxi's perspective, Jiang Chen appeared to be laughing at the air before him. Curiously, she asked Mr. Jiang, "What are you laughing about?" "Oh, nothing." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I just remembered something amusing." What caught his attention most was the sudden increase of 4 in Yin Shuangshuang's favorability. It was crucial to note that as favorability rises, it becomes increasingly difficult to enhance. The growth rate is anything but linear. Thus, considering this timeline, it is reasonable to assume that the formalities regarding the house have been completed. Otherwise, Jiang Chen truly cannot fathom what could have caused Yin Shuangshuang's affection to soar so dramatically. After all, this is a staggering sum of 46 million. With a favorability rating of 98, it seems that Yin Shuangshuang would be irrevocably bound to Jiang Chen for the rest of her life. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated with an incoming call. "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Allow me to capture you with my love." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. What is this? When did I set this ridiculous ringtone? I must promptly change it. The WeChat video call displayed. Chen's Shuangshuang. Having a background in service, Isha understood that clients like Jiang Chen preferred their phone conversations to remain private. Therefore, upon hearing the ringtone, she immediately stood up. "Mr. Jiang, I'll step outside for a moment." However, Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need." With that, he accepted the call, not granting Isha a chance to respond. "I miss you after just 2 hours of your departure." On the other side of the video, Yin Shuangshuang appeared as radiant as ever, her voice sweetly uttering endearments. Jiang Chen smiled. "Have you completed the paperwork?" "Yes." "How did you know, dear? We truly share a telepathic connection." She then showcased the property deed to Jiang Chen, her elation palpable even through the screen. "All right, I'm in the midst of something. Is there anything else to discuss?" "All right." Yin Shuangshuang pouted, continuing, regarding the parking spaces. "I have already coordinated with the housekeeper. The first batch has reserved 10 consecutive spots, conveniently close to our private garage. Additionally, this housekeeper is quite the beauty. Would you like me to introduce her to you?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How does she compare to you?" Well, each has her merits. The housekeeper is quite tall and has a fantastic figure." "Oh, then I'll pass my green bubble to her. I'm purchasing a car in your name, which I will be using. I've left a vehicle for you. You can pick it up at the delivery ceremony tomorrow. I will have the sales team contact you." I've been quite busy lately, so please keep such lovely company reserved for me. You can renovate the house as you wish, but do not alter the second floor sea view room. I cherish it. Yin Shuang replied with a smile. Thank you, dear. I understand, but do take care of your health. You must be able to handle it. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Okay, goodbye, dear. Shuang will obediently wait at home for you. With a click, the call ended. The selection room once again fell into silence. At this moment, Isha's mind was in a state of severe overload. What just happened? That woman is Jiang Chen's wife? Impossible. He is too young. Surely she must be his girlfriend? But why would she be so eager to introduce other women to Jiang Chen? What on earth is going on? Jiang Chen, observing Isha's shocked expression, maintained his composure and replied, What is wrong? Sit down. Are you not feeling well? Isha hurriedly shook her head. No, Mr. Jiang. After saying this, she took a seat beside him. However, compared to before, the distance between them had noticeably widened. Seeing Isha's hesitant demeanor, Jiang Chen chuckled. If you have something to ask, feel free to inquire. Keeping it bottled up, isn't pleasant. After a moment of contemplation, Isha tentatively asked, Mr. Jiang, that lady just now was her? She is one of my girlfriends, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly as he scrolled through his phone, briefly glancing at the new arrivals from luxury brands. Though he merely marked them as read. She isn't usually this vivacious. I just purchased a spacious flat for her at Jiangnan CV Garden, which is why she is so excited. Isha was left utterly speechless. The information contained within those few sentences was overwhelmingly vast. A girlfriend and one of many. Earlier, Isha had discreetly glanced at her phone screen. She had absolute confidence in her looks and figure. Yet, confronted with the woman on the video, she felt an unprecedented wave of self-doubt. Was that even a face and bone structure a woman could possess? Stunningly beautiful, gorgeous enough to debut in the entertainment industry. Such a woman would actively introduce beauties to her boyfriend, her tone laced with sweetness and compliance. Additionally, Jiangnan Seaview Garden's most modest unit costs upwards of 10 million. Undoubtedly a hotspot for affluent individuals. Jiang Chen had nonchalantly claimed to have gifted her a unit in such an opulent estate. And this woman is not even his wife, merely his girlfriend. Isha could no longer look Jiang Chen in the eye. She realized she had severely underestimated this man's background. Perhaps this is the true lifestyle of the wealthy. Outsiders regard them as untouchable deities, yet she is merely one of Jiang Chen's women. Chapter 36. Accompany me on an outing. 2.5 hours later, at the Jiangnan Maserati 4S dealership, the sales team had transformed the delivery area into a splendid spectacle. A red carpet adorned the floor, golden ribbons encircled the handover area, flowers formed an elegant semicircular backdrop, and balloons dangled from the ceiling, creating an atmosphere brimming with ceremonial significance. Jiang Chen leisurely reclined on a sofa in the hall, cradling a cup of Italian-imported espresso, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He paid little attention to the arrangement, instead casually scrolling through his phone. Isha sat obediently beside him, her sparkling eyes stealing glances at Jiang Chen. Earlier, she had wished to assist in setting up the delivery scene, but manager Su had firmly held her back, instructing her that her current task was to keep the esteemed young master, Jiang Chen, well company. Jiang Chen's phone was filled with contacts of his sisters and friends, alongside managers from various luxury brands, all undoubtedly regarding him as a VIP. A mere emoji from him would send them rushing to his side. These astute managers understood the balance well, never bombarding Jiang Chen with excessive messages, maintaining their presence within his line of sight without inciting his annoyance. Just the right touch. These boutiques were intended for Jiang Chen's sisters. As for him, he would customize his own attire when time allowed. There's a saying that true wealthy individuals wear clothes devoid of labels, as they are all bespoke. At least, in his recollection, his two sisters also donned tailored garments. Fortunately, Jiangnan is in close proximity to Shanghai, and these two locales boast the finest private services in all of China. It is indeed advantageous, sparing him the trouble of seeking out tasks. Although the recent test drive of the MC20 was somewhat unsatisfactory, it could suffice for discrete occasions. With time still on his side, he contemplated purchasing a Taurus. As for Ferrari and McLaren, he could always revisit them later, perhaps encountering someone like Isha again. Jiang Chen mused to himself. Just then, he opened his map and noticed an appealing shopping district nearby. Today was still relatively early, and driving out would coincide nicely with dinner time. After dining, he could take Isha shopping. Mr. Jiang, the setup has been completed. Is there anything else you would like to adjust? Manager Su wore a broad smile, cautiously inquiring. Jiang Chen set down his coffee and glanced up. Quite well. Manager Su quickly added, we have also specially prepared flowers and champagne, and the equipment for taking photos has been fine-tuned, so we can capture the precious moment of handing over the car. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen waved his hand with a smile. Let's skip the photos. Just hand me the keys, and we can save the ceremony for tomorrow. Let that girl come to participate. Shuang Shuang enjoys such formalities, and it would be a great opportunity for her to flaunt to her friends, thus satisfying her vanity. Manager Su nodded eagerly. Of course, Mr. Jiang. With that, he waved his hand. Before long, a young sales consultant approached, holding a key box. Mr. Jiang, here are the keys to your MC20. The car is already parked outside for you. Jiang Chen took the keys, weighing them lightly in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. Not bad. I'll take it for now. Please ensure the handover ceremony is well arranged for tomorrow. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will prepare everything splendidly. Manager Su responded promptly. Suddenly, Jiang Chen turned to Xiao Shotzi. Do you have anything else to do? Huh? Xiao Shotzi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. It's only 2 p.m., and I still have to continue working this afternoon. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Having signed such a significant deal, isn't it reasonable to leave work a bit early? Consider it an opportunity to accompany the client in experiencing the new car. What do you say? This remark was evidently meant for Su Yiwen's ears. Upon hearing this, Manager Su nodded vigorously. Mr. Jiang is absolutely right. Shasha has performed excellently today. Leaving early should be considered a reward. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. Not enough. Huh? Su Yuan instincto for... What did the young master mean? Was he implying there wasn't enough time? Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Chen continued. You also need to prepare for the handover ceremony tomorrow, right? Xiao Shotzi won't be of much help. Thus, Manager Su Yiwen clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. With that statement, he understood everything. Perhaps Mr. Jiang did not wish for the two girls to cross paths, or perhaps he had other plans for the foolish Xiao Shotzi. Regardless, he did not need to comprehend the intentions of the patron. He merely had to comply. Damn, he hadn't considered this nuance earlier. Now he truly wished to slap himself. Fortunately, it was not too late to remedy the situation. With a beaming smile, he said, I apologize, Mr. Jiang. Thank you for the reminder. It was indeed my oversight. Shasha is accompanying Mr. Jiang to experience the product, so it certainly counts as work. Thus any time away will be considered paid leave. She can return whenever she finishes. Jiang Chen nodded, appreciating that Manager Su was a clever one. By the way, Manager Su, I heard that Maserati has a 12-cylinder model called the Straydale, specifically designed for the International GT racing circuit. What was it called again? Ah, yes, the MC12. Su Yuan almost blurted out. The MC12 is Maserati's fastest road car since its inception, exceeding a top speed of 205 miles per hour. Since 2004, only 50 units of the Maserati MC12 have been produced, a genuine toy for the affluent. The mere mention of this supercar made Su Yuan's heart race with excitement. He couldn't help but fantasize about the substantial profit he could earn as the 4S store manager from this deal. Ah yes, the MC12. Mr. Jiang. This model has only been produced in 50 units since 2004, and only our headquarters in Italy possesses them. However, coincidentally, in a few months, the 30th Shanghai International Supercar Exhibition will take place, and the MC12 will be showcased there. If you're interested, I can request it from headquarters and have it transported to China in advance, allowing you to be the first VC customer to test drive it. If you're satisfied and wish to place an order after the test drive, you might even have the car before the exhibition. Su Yuan's tone was noticeably excited, and his speech quickened. No problem, go ahead and arrange it. Any updates can be communicated through the green bubble or Sha. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Alright, no worries. I will make sure to handle it. Manager Su beamed with delight. Since your superior has spoken, why not accompany me for a brief outing? Jiang Chen beckoned to Xiao Shotzi. Hearing this, Xiao Shotzi's face flushed with embarrassment. Where are we going? Jiang Chen remained silent, leading her toward the sleek, brand-new MC20. Of course, to buy a car. Chapter 37. Lamborghini Poison. Buy a car? What car? Didn't Tiwi just purchase one? However, since the young master did not elaborate, she refrained from pressing for more details. Jiang Chen pressed the car key, and the MC20 scissor doors opened like the wings of a butterfly ready to take flight. Sitting in the pristine Maserati MC20's driver's seat, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Thankfully, he had brought Xiao Shotzi along as his little mascot. Merely watching others drive was insufficient. One could not fathom the taste of pork without having seen the pig run. Although he had touched these things in his previous life, he had never driven one, so mechanical buttons were utterly foreign to him. After a brief training session with Xiao Shotzi, Jiang Chen familiarized himself with the layout of the interior and the control panel, a subtle smile emerging as he grasped most of it. He chuckled inwardly. The class attributes of luxury cars naturally formed an impenetrable barrier. No wonder such jokes circulate online. The theft rate of luxury cars is extremely low because thieves often cannot drive them. He started the engine, and the deep rumble resonated throughout the parking lot. As the scissor doors closed, he turned to Xiao Shotzi in the passenger seat. Sha, do you know why I chose this car? Because it looks cool? Xiao Shotzi ventured tentatively. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, pressing down on the accelerator, and the MC-20's engine roared passionately. The car surged forward, pushing Xiao Shotzi back in her seat, a genuine physical jolt causing her to exclaim. No, Jiang Chen replied calmly. It's because it is relatively understated for its price range. It's just a pity that the sound isn't pure enough. Sound? Xiao Shotzi was momentarily stunned before realizing. Are you dissatisfied with the 3.0 LV6 engine's roar? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Indeed. The Ferraris and McLarens probably need customization. But time is of the essence today. Since we VE started, let South head to another place to fulfill a man's romantic pursuits. Let us go to the Lamborghini store. Xiao Shotzi was left speechless, astonished by his words. Do you even hear yourself? You just bought a Maserati, and now you're going to buy a Lamborghini? Is this even coherent? She wanted to voice her thoughts, but the words caught in her throat. Although Jiang Chen presented himself as gentle and approachable, he was not bold enough to casually joke with Jiang Chen at this moment. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he used the other to grasp Sha's chin, turning her rosy little face towards him. And please, refrain from addressing me so formally. It makes me feel aged. With that, his large hand settled on the ample thigh of Shah, clad in black stockings, giving it a playful squeeze. To his surprise, there was indeed a delightful softness to her flesh. It seemed that a bit of meat on a woman was far more comforting than mere bones. Meanwhile, Shah found herself at a loss as to where to place her small hands, yet her body responded obediently to Jiang Chen's actions, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. All right, I will defer to you. Before long, Jiang Chen drove up to the entrance of the Lamborghini showroom. Upon exiting the vehicle, he tossed the car keys to the attendant responsible for parking. He then led Shah towards the grand entrance of the showroom. Shah felt a twinge of regret. Had she known they would come here, she should have changed into a more suitable outfit. At that moment, she was still dressed in her work attire emblazoned with the Maserati logo. While it might not have stood out much at her own showroom, standing at the entrance of Lamborghini made her feel conspicuously out of place, as though the bold insignia declared her discord with the environment, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. To those who knew, they were there to purchase a car. To outsiders, it might appear they were there to cause a scene. However, Jiang Chen seemed entirely unconcerned with such trivialities as he continued to stride forward without granting her time or opportunity to adjust her appearance. Why are you dawdling? Let us go, Jiang Chen urged, as the automatic doors of the showroom opened before them. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A staff member promptly approached, surveying Jiang Chen with curiosity, his gaze subsequently drifting to Shah behind him. The unusual pairing of a young gentleman accompanied by a beauty clad in Maserati attire entering a Lamborghini showroom left the staff momentarily perplexed as to their intentions. Do you have any vehicles in stock? Jiang Chen did not elaborate further, directly posing his inquiry with a tone that hinted at impatience. His demeanor was not unkind, but upon entering the showroom, he had been startled by the absence of the usual notification from the system. Detected effective consumer. Would you like to browse? To his disappointment, it seemed this grand Lamborghini establishment boasted none of the coveted vehicles he sought. Thus, his sole purpose for visiting was to purchase a car. The staff member, oblivious to Jiang Chen's internal musings, hesitated briefly, yet the professionalism expected of luxury sports car personnel quickly kicked in. Yes, sir, we do have models available. He gestured towards one side of the showroom, his gaze fixed on several display vehicles. We have 4 models for you to choose from. The 2016 Huracan in black and white, the 2016 Urus S in pearl orange, and the 2016 Lamborghini Veneno in space silver. The term Huracan translates directly to hurricane and is colloquially referred to as Little Bull. In contrast, models such as the Aventador, Murcielago, and Diablo represent Lamborghini's more powerful offerings, with the V10 engines categorized as the smaller bulls and V12S as the larger ones. The Urus S is a model created by the manufacturer to cater to market demands for an SUV variant. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the 2 Huracans and the Urus S before settling on the Veneno. The space silver paint glimmered under the showroom lights, exuding a unique sheen, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, evidently indicating his preference. Noticing Jiang Chen's interest, the staff member began to elaborate. This Lamborghini Veneno is equipped with a 6.5-liter naturally aspirated V12 engine, capable of reaching a top speed of 355 km/h. The design is inspired by aerospace technology, with the entire body constructed from carbon fiber, maximizing safety while minimizing weight. This model was launched as a limited edition to commemorate Lamborghini's 50th anniversary, featuring a futuristic aesthetic and a new driving operation system, making it the most collectible vehicle in our showroom. His gestures and words seemed to imbue each car with an aura of prestige, but when he spoke of the Veneno, he deliberately slowed his pace, as if presenting a priceless treasure. The low-slung design exuded aggression, the scissored doors lifted slightly, and the pronounced rear wing, combined with the exposed V12 engine and ample air intakes, radiated Lamborghini's signature wild spirit. Chapter 38. Come, let me treat you to dinner. If Ferrari is an elegant steed of fiery red, then Lamborghini is akin to a ferocious bull. Maserati embodies the poise of a sophisticated Italian gentleman, while McLaren resembles a fighter jet racing across the track. Jiang Chen yearned for all four of these iconic brands. They each displayed the sharp lines and overwhelming power that he admired. The Veneno epitomized an audacious expression of individuality. The moment Jiang Chen laid eyes on it, he knew it was the one. The color was undeniably as striking as a terrestrial spacecraft. The false allure of beauty. Brother, come play. The true allure of beauty. Lamborghini Veneno. Jiang Chen was acutely aware that all Veneno models were custom-made. This meant they did not come in convertible styles. Lamborghini had a distinctive approach, perhaps to prevent the owner's hand muscles from atrophying or to add a touch of adventure to their lives. All convertible supercars required manual operation to open and dismantle. In an age where trunks operated electrically, this seemed almost antiquated. Imagine this scenario. You're cruising in a convertible, enjoying a snack from the passenger seat, singing along, when suddenly a torrential downpour ensues, and you can't close the roof promptly. Would you find that acceptable? Certainly not. Therefore, it is the non-convertible Lamborghini that is truly a great bull. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the staff member intuitively ceased his explanation. Indeed, this particular vehicle was a custom model for display, priced exorbitantly. However, he had clearly misinterpreted Jiang Chen's gesture. The wave was not a dismissal, but rather a signal that no further elaboration was necessary. I want this Veneno, and I will pay in cash. I detest dilly-dallying. Complete the transfer, secure the Shanghai license plate, and finalize all insurance and miscellaneous details by 5 p.m. today, and hand me the keys. Can you manage that? Although the scarcity of blue Shanghai plates had not yet reached the heights of the coveted DA license, they were not easily obtainable either. Yet, while such regulations might pose challenges for the average individual, they were mere trifles for a luxury car dealership like Lamborghini. After all, rules are merely established for those who abide by them. Jiang Chen's straightforward inquiry left the staff momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered a client who so directly demanded a vehicle upon entering the showroom. After a brief hesitation, the staff regained composure and tentatively confirmed. Are you saying that you wish to purchase this car outright? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had asked a superfluous question. Given the young man's commanding aura and unwavering confidence, was there truly any need for such probing? He quickly amended his words, adding, of course, if you decide to proceed with the purchase, we can finalize all the paperwork before 5 p.m. today. As for the delivery banquet, we can certainly arrange that for you later. There is no need for that, Jiang Chen replied with a slight nod, his tone calm. Let us proceed with the card payment. The name will be under this individual. He casually retrieved a black card from his pocket, accompanied by Yin Shuang's identification information. The staff hesitated slightly, taking a moment to consider. He yearned to inquire if such an expensive vehicle should indeed be registered under another's name, but he refrained. Too many words could lead to misfortune. If he offended this wealthy young man, he might lose the deal altogether, a prospect far too costly to bear. Mr. Jiang, he said, with a hint of caution, this vehicle is a special edition customized for the showroom, equipped with premium features. Just the color alone incurs an additional charge of 350,000. However, rest assured, there are no personalized touches from any previous owners. The overall price is simply higher than the standard Veneno series. I hope this does not inconvenience you. Jiang Chen glanced up, then picked a piece of fruit from the coffee table, asking nonchalantly, how much? He did not forget to offer a cherry to little Shotzi. The total price for the car is 11 million, and with insurance, registration, and taxes, the grand total approaches 13 million. The staff relayed the figures in one breath, his gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. Over 10 million? Jiang Chen's brow did not so much as twitch, and his tone remained light as a feather. Charge it. His declaration was so decisive, it momentarily left the staff in a daze. After a brief silence, the staff quickly regained composure. A respectful smile spreading across his face as he cautiously accepted the card, responding, certainly, Mr. Jiang. I shall process this immediately. Bang! Before his words had fully dissipated, he The entire showroom seemed to ignite. All the staff turned their attention towards Jiang Chen, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe at the unfamiliar visage before them. Who was this man? They had never seen him before. Typically, those with the means to purchase a Lamborghini were the second-generation elite from Jiangnan and Shanghai. But none of them recognized this particular face. The new young master has returned to Jiangnan. It could only be that, driven by the prospect of a generous bonus. The Lamborghini staff worked with an urgency that was almost astonishing. They hurriedly approached Jiang Chen with the contract and POS machine in tow. The various fees totaled 31 million. Jiang Chen swiped his card on the POS machine, entered his password, and completed the transaction in one fluid motion. The receipt printed out with a satisfying sound. The payment was successful. The responsible salesperson could no longer contain his elation. The commission from this sale would sustain him for a year. 2.5 hours later, the showroom was transformed for the delivery ceremony. Flowers, a red carpet, and balloons created an atmosphere of grand celebration. The sales manager smiled as he handed the keys and vehicle certificate to Jiang Chen, his tone filled with respect and warmth. Mr. Jiang, thank you for choosing Lamborghini. And welcome to the Lamborghini family. Jiang Chen accepted the keys with a slight nod, and then walked to the front of the car, lifting the red cloth covering it. Bang, bang. 2 ceremonial fireworks erupted. The striking silver hue was instantly revealed under the lights, akin to a slumbering beast awaiting awakening. Jiang Chen pressed the unlock button on the key fob. The Y-shaped headlights flickered to life, and the scissor doors of the driver's side elevated gracefully. He slid into the driver's seat, the luxurious feel resonating with power, and surveyed the cockpit-like interior, a faint smile gracing his lips. Pressing the brake, he lifted the cover and gently pressed the start button. Having practiced on the MC-20, Jiang Chen appeared notably more adept this time. The roar of the V12 engine erupted with a thunderous growl, a sound that was both deafening and exhilarating. It proclaimed strength, a ferocious beast awakening and proudly exhibiting its untamed spirit. This was the essence of masculine romance. Jiang Chen felt himself entranced. Indeed, men are often enamored with novelty. Just moments ago, he had been infatuated with the sweet charm of the MC-20, yet now, in less than half a day, it had transformed into the formidable bull. He had already instructed the Lamborghini staff to drive it to his upscale apartment in the city center. What are you waiting for? He cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed little Shotzi, saying calmly, "Get in." Shotzi snapped back to reality, hurriedly opening the scissor door on the opposite side, carefully taking her seat and fastening her seatbelt. Jiang Chen then pressed the accelerator. The engine roaring once more as the vehicle shot out of the Lamborghini showroom like an arrow released from its bow. Throughout the journey, the engine's low growl made little Shotzi somewhat anxious. She stole a glance at Jiang Chen, finding him as composed as ever. Gradually, she sensed something amiss and could not help but inquire, "This doesn't seem like the way back to Maserati." "It's about time," Jiang Chen replied, tilting his head slightly, his tone indifferent. "As a token of my appreciation for accompanying me to purchase the car today, I invite you to dinner." Little Shotzi was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved her hands. "I should be the one thanking you. After all, you were the one who signed the deal." "I hardly did anything." Mid-sentence, however, she paused. Having graduated from university in this age of widespread connectivity, she now understood the implications behind Jiang Chen's words. Should she agree? Tonight would likely become an unforgettable evening. With this thought, she lowered her head, softly murmuring an affirmative response without elaborating further. Her demeanor clearly indicated her acquiescence to Jiang Chen's decision. Chapter 39. Let us spend the night here. As they drove, little Shotzi busily sought conversation topics. Jiang Chen engaged in casual banter, though his mind was preoccupied. This was splendid. He was one step closer to fulfilling his objectives for the beauty day task. He wondered how Yin Shuang would react upon discovering the extent of her assets under her name. Jiang Chen felt no concern that his woman might abscond with these possessions. Anyone with a modicum of sense knew that, in comparison to Jiang Chen, these assets were mere trifles. With this thought, Jiang Chen smiled, resembling a sunlit general. The car belonged to the beauty, and the beauty belonged to Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, as night fell, the parking lot of the Jiangnan mansion was ablaze with lights. A brand new silver Lamborghini slowly cruised in, drawing the attention of pedestrians both inside and outside the parking facility. Immediately, keen observers recognized the model. The latest Lamborghini Veneno. Moreover, it was the limited edition in space silver, released in just 50 units in 2016. Whose young master could this be? Even in the bustling metropolis of Jiangnan, encountering a Veneno was no ordinary event. The security guard beside him stood in stunned silence, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. Such a supercar, worth tens of millions, could incur astronomical compensation for even the slightest scratch. He contemplated offering to park it himself, yet feared making a misstep. "Sir, could you turn the steering wheel slightly to the left?" "Ah, yes, just like that. Now straighten out." "Sir, you're still a bit close to the line on your left. It might be inconvenient for you to enter later, so..." "Yes. Yes, back out a bit more. That's enough." The guard directed from a distance, his voice cautious, wary of mispronouncing a single word. Jiang Chen deftly maneuvered the car into the designated parking space, the roar of the Lamborghini's engine fading into silence. After several minutes of struggle, he finally parked the car flawlessly. Exiting the vehicle, a hint of embarrassment colored his face as he waved his hand casually, saying, "Thank you." The security guard quickly accepted the 200 cash he offered, bowing and smiling as he replied, "Not a bother at all, sir. Your skills are truly top-notch. When you're ready to leave, just let me know, and I'll clear the way for you." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Thinking to himself, top-notch? Surely everyone here saw how long it took me to park. Despite the Lamborghini's 360-degree rear-view camera, the car's low chassis made it a far cry from parking his usual vehicles. He thought he had parked it perfectly, only to realize he was actually outside the lines. Afterward, Jiang Chen and Xiao Shatzi walked straight into the Jiangnan Pavilion. The interior of the pavilion exuded a sense of understated luxury, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars revealing an aura that was both subtle and flamboyant. This was a place Jiang Chen had heard about from Yan Shuang, and today marked his first visit, perhaps due to the high average spending. Even the service fee rendered this establishment utterly devoid of any association with value for money. Thus, the restaurant was not overly crowded, and reservations were unnecessary. "Let us find a good spot," Jiang Chen mused as he casually scanned the surroundings and ultimately chose a private booth by the window. Outside, a breathtaking view of the river and the neon lights of Jiangnan's banks unfolded, the height of the floor perfectly situated for an exquisite vista. When ordering, Jiang Chen effortlessly flipped through the menu and quickly settled on a few dishes with fluid grace. Xiao Shatzi, seated beside him, initially intended to engage in polite conversation. But upon seeing the prices on the menu, she quietly swallowed her words. The prices were far beyond her usual comprehension. As the dishes and a small hot pot were served, a plume of steam enveloped the booth. "I didn't expect you to be so wealthy, yet your driving skills are so lacking, not even on par with mine." Xiao Shatzi finally let out a laugh, tinged with playful mockery. Jiang Chen glanced at her, his expression unfazed. "Oh, do you consider yourself quite the comedian? Well, I must say, if you flatter me, I might just take pride in it." Xiao Shatzi replied with a mischievous smile, making a small gesture that indicated she wasn't very impressed, just a little bit. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, a smirk appearing as he picked up a slice of bamboo shoot and savored it. Over the course of the day, this teasing, somewhat wifely girl had become comfortable enough to joke with him. As the dishes continued to arrive, the two engaged in light conversation while dining, and Xiao Shatzi gradually shed her initial shyness, allowing the topics to evolve from driving skills to life in general. "Thank you for today. I've finally witnessed what true wealth looks like," she remarked after sipping her soup, a wave of emotion washing over her. "So this is how the affluent live." So whimsically, Jiang Chen responded with a faint smile. "If given the chance, would you wish to live such a life?" "Of course." Xiao Shatzi rested her chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming with longing. Who wouldn't want to have a home and a car in a bustling metropolis like Jiangnan? Living freely? The scenery is beautiful here, and the climate is so pleasant. Otherwise, why would I have moved from the city of Shanghai? Jiang Chen, hearing this, smiled even more broadly, yet remained noncommittal. "It's a notch below Shanghai," he remarked. "Curious about Shanghai," Xiao Shatzi inquired. "By the way, didn't you mention having family in Shanghai? What made you come to Jiangnan?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "I'm from the north. The difference between Shanghai and Jiangnan is negligible for me. Besides, I was sent here as a sort of exile." Indeed, in his memories, he recalled being forcibly brought back to the country by his mother. His father and two sisters were in Shanghai, not far from him. But this was information Xiao Shatzi was unaware of. Upon hearing his words, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Exile? You mean you came here as an exile?" Jiang Chen remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Ah, it's truly infuriating how some people have it so easy. How can such a statement even be uttered?" Yet reflecting on Jiang Chen's casual purchase of luxurious cars, as if they were mere groceries, everything began to make sense. Perhaps only in the imperial capital and across the ocean do people like Jiang Chen find their typical social circle, while Beverly Hills seems a distant fantasy. Xiao Shatzi pouted and took a large bite of her vegetables, channeling her frustrations into the food. As dinner concluded, a staff member respectfully presented the bill, which totaled 5,371 yuan. "This is outrageous." We only ordered 6 dishes. Xiao Shatzi exclaimed instinctively. Jiang Chen glanced over, gently tousled her hair, and pulled out his black card to settle the bill. Relax, dining with me doesn't require you to pay. Given this location and ambience, it's a reasonable price. Just enjoy it in the future. In the future? She latched onto the word, her curiosity piqued. What did he mean by that? Will we have a long future together? Xiao Shatzi fell silent, a peculiar blend of hope and anxiety stirring within her. After finishing dinner, night had fully descended, and the lights of Jiangnan City sparkled like a never-sleeping metropolis, bustling with countless young men and women. The appearance of the Lamborghini once again drew numerous gazes as Jiang Chen unlocked the car, and Xiao Shatzi climbed in beside him. The engine roared to life as Jiang Chen pressed the accelerator, the beastly supercar lunging into the night. After driving for a while, Xiao Shatzi sensed a deviation from the expected route and could not help but ask, "Where are you taking me? Are you going to drop me off at home?" "Home." Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "Let us stay here tonight." The Lamborghini finally came to a halt in front of the Bulgari Hotel in Jiangnan. As soon as the car stopped, a bellhop swiftly approached, respectfully taking the keys. Jiang Chen strode into the hotel, offering a slight smile at the front desk. "One presidential suite, please." "Certainly, sir." "A night is 46,888 yuan. How many nights will you be staying?" Jiang Chen pondered briefly. "Let us say 7 days." He handed over his card, entering the password with practiced ease. Xiao Shatzi stood quietly to the side, watching as 280,000 yuan vanished in an instant, her heart growing numb. After receiving the room card, Jiang Chen noticed a small note sandwiched between the card and the black card, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he turned to Xiao Shatzi, his gaze resolute. "Let us go up and rest." Xiao Shatzi hesitated, standing in place. "I'd rather go home." Jiang Chen gently grasped her hand, his tone tender yet firm. "Don't go back. Stay here tonight." Chapter 40. Why is this question arising again? Jiang Chen's tone, though calm and unruffled, carried an unmistakable air of finality. Xiao Shatzi glanced up at him, ultimately choosing silence as she allowed him to lead her by the hand toward the elevator. She lowered her gaze to their intertwined fingers, her cheeks flushing slightly, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Inopportune images flickered through her mind, rendering her too bashful to meet his eyes. Ding! The elevator doors slowly parted, revealing a representative from Bulgari who had been waiting attentively. With practiced ease, he pressed the button, whisking them up to the presidential suite on the 66th floor. The glass elevator ascended swiftly, the nightscape of Jiangnan unfolding outside like a vibrant tapestry. Yet, Xiao Shatzi found herself too flustered to appreciate the view. Feeling the air within the elevator grow increasingly thin and her own breaths becoming more frantic. "What is making you so nervous?" Jiang Chen glanced at her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "It's not your first time at a hotel." Xiao Shatzi, momentarily caught off guard by his teasing, shot him a reproachful look, biting her lip and falling silent. Ding! The elevator doors opened again, revealing a middle-aged man resembling a butler. Standing tall, with meticulously combed hair and gloved hands, he inclined slightly in greeting. "Good day, Mr. Jiang. I am your personal butler. You may call me Butler Yi. Should you require anything during your stay, please do not hesitate to instruct me. I shall do my utmost to ensure your perfect experience at Bulgari." He respectfully offered the car keys and gestured for them to follow. "This way, please. I will escort you to the suite." Jiang Chen nodded, guiding Xiao Shatzi along at a leisurely pace. Swiping the room card, they entered, and the room illuminated instantly, leaving Xiao Shatzi utterly speechless at the sight before her. The master bedroom boasted enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the breathtaking night view of the Bund and Jiangnan. The decor was opulent and exquisite, perfectly blending design with comfort. The spacious living room, the master bedroom with its private study, a walk-in closet, a dining room that could seat 10, a private gym, and an outdoor balcony adorned with greenery, all epitomized perfection. Butler Yi discreetly excused himself from the room. "Mr. Jiang, I shall leave you two to your rest. Should you need anything, please feel free to call me." With that, he gently closed the door behind him. As the room fell into silence, Xiao Shatzi slowly regained her composure, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. Everything felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Jiang Chen casually tossed the keys onto the table and turned to find Xiao Shatzi's cheeks tinged with pink, prompting a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. He pushed open the grand balcony doors, taking Xiao Shatzi by the hand as they stepped outside, the evening breeze wrapping around them as they gazed at the night sky of Jiangnan. The moonlight was gentle, and the wind caressed them softly. A sparkle danced in Xiao Shatzi's eyes, as if she wished to etch this moment into her memory forever. "What is wrong? Have you been mesmerized?" She murmured shyly. I never imagined my life would intersect with something so extravagant. Jiang Chen stepped closer, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Sasha, as long as you follow me, that intersection will transcend mere coincidence and become eternal. Xiao Shatsi froze, her words caught her throat, before being enveloped in his warm embrace. His hold was both comforting and assertive, leaving her with no room to resist. After a moment of struggle, she realized escape was futile. Jiang Chen's hands were firm around her, his warm breath tousling her hair. After a brief pause, Xiao Shatsi ceased her resistance, surrendering to his embrace, the only sounds in the room being their hurried heartbeats. Wait, not by the window. Let us go back. I need to take a shower. She gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. No need, he replied with a light chuckle, a hint of possessiveness lacing his tone. I rather enjoy seeing you like this. The chef preparing your meal has no meaning if it's just placed before you, Jiang Chen remarked, relishing the process of crafting each dish step by step. With a click, the room's lights dimmed, the curtains drawing partially closed, leaving only a soft glow to illuminate the nightscape of Jiangnan and the two figures within. Notification: Host Beauty Task 2, Pawn Count 3, 15, Weapon Experience 3. Please continue your efforts, host. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in warmth, gently rousing Jiang Chen from his slumber. He slightly opened his eyes to find Xiao Shatsi peacefully curled in his arms, her breathing steady and her face still bearing traces of sleep. The remnants of yesterday's fervor lingered on her fair neck. He couldn't help but smile, reaching out to smooth her slightly tousled hair before quietly rising. After donning a bathrobe, he made his way to the living room, his stomach growling, ready to place an order for breakfast. At that moment, he noticed his pants discarded on the floor, a note spilling from the pocket. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and bent down to retrieve it, the number on it reminding him of a small detail he had overlooked from the previous night. What a pity, sister. You are indeed beautiful, but not an 80. He crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash, then dialed the front desk. Hello, this is the front desk. How may I assist you? Please arrange 2 lunches for me. Send the basic menu for the presidential suite. I would appreciate your recommendations for beverages. Certainly, sir. The meals for the presidential suite are included in your fee. We can offer you a selected 2-person set menu. And for drinks, we recommend a Bordeaux red wine priced at 16,800 yuan. Does that sound acceptable? Yes. Very well, please hold on. Your meals and beverages will be delivered shortly. Thank you. My pleasure. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and turned, only to feel someone softly embrace him from behind. I thought you had vanished. It's so early and you're not around. Xiao Shatsi's voice carried a hint of reproach. Jiang Chen chuckled and turned to pull her closer. How could I? I was just ordering lunch. Girls need a sense of security at times like this. That's better, she replied, nestling against him with a hint of satisfaction. How about a shopping trip today? He inquired, looking down at her. I don't want to shop. I'm too exhausted from last night, she mumbled, her cheeks flushing slightly. Jiang Chen chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right, we can wait until you're rested. Suddenly, Xiao Shatsi lifted her head, her expression earnest. Jiang Chen, I have a question for you. Yes, go ahead. What is our current relationship? At that moment, Xiao Shatsi tilted her head back, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, her demeanor unusually solemn. We should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Jiang Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by her words, silence stretching between them. He recalled Yin Shuang's probing questions on that day. What's going on? Why are these girls so forward? I haven't even made any demands, and they're offering their loyalty unprompted. The thought made him involuntarily chuckle. Why is this question coming up again? I'm serious. Xiao Shatsi mustered her courage, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She understood the weight of his words, aware that perhaps another girl before her had pressured him similarly. Of course, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation, affirming her inquiry. It is merely a relationship between a couple, nothing to be ashamed of. The notorious Jiang Chen once proclaimed, I can hold a wedding with 8 beautiful women simultaneously, yet refrain from registering it. Is that illegal? Certainly not. The law does not stipulate that one can only have one girlfriend. What are you laughing at? I am quite serious in my inquiry. Little Sha pouted, casting an indignant glare at him, her slender fingers tracing circles on Jiang Chen's chest, laced with a hint of playful affection. Despite receiving an affirmative response, Little Sha did not appear elated. Instead, she continued, I know that a man like you, possessing both wealth and charm, excels even in yoga at night, attracting countless women. That day, I watched as you effortlessly transferred such an expensive car to a girl named Yin Shuang without so much as a blink. In that moment, I was utterly shocked, my scalp tingling with jealousy. Little Sha paused, inhaling deeply, and continued, "You are so perfect that everyone desires to possess you entirely. Yet I understand that is simply unattainable. However, you must at least grant me a title, to ease my heart a little, would you?" She bit her lip. This modest request should not be excessive, right? "Of course it is not excessive," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "I knew you were not so innocent. Oomph. I knew you weren't so well-behaved, you scoundrel." She lightly tapped him, though her reproach lacked any real malice. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her, his tone infused with tenderness. "So, are you planning to abandon this scoundrel, or will you forever cling to his side?" "I will cling to you." Little Sha covered her face, turning her head away in a mix of shyness and annoyance. Yet the smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her true feelings, filling her heart with an unprecedented sense of security. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 41. The Exquisitely Decorated Social Circle. Little Sha hurriedly donned her bathrobe and dashed to open the door. Butler Yi stood at the entrance, accompanied by 2 attendants pushing a dining cart, respectfully awaiting her. "Good day, ma'am." Upon seeing Little Sha, Butler Yi greeted her with a warm smile. "Is lunch here?" Jiang Chen reclined casually on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the dining cart being wheeled in. "Come in, just place it here," he said languidly, casting a sidelong glance at Little Sha by the door. Butler Yi bowed slightly, personally maneuvering the cart inside, followed by the 2 attendants. They proficiently arranged a series of exquisite dishes on the table, and the aroma of the food quickly enveloped the entire room. Observing the visually appealing and aromatic dishes, Little Sha couldn't help but swallow hard. "My stomach is rumbling," she whimsically complained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, ruffling Little Sha's hair. "Mr. Jiang, as we are unfamiliar with your tastes, we have specially prepared these traditional Chinese dishes for you. Should there be any preferences or alterations required, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I will instruct the chef accordingly." Butler Yi maintained a respectful tone throughout. "Not bad. Nothing wrong." Jiang Chen nodded nonchalantly. "We can start with the wine." Immediately, the attendants presented a bottle of Bordeaux red wine. Butler Yi took the wine, demonstrating its label, origin, brand, and seal to Jiang Chen and Little Sha. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he opened the bottle and poured it into a decanter. The rich aroma of the red wine wafted through the air as the cork was gently removed. Butler Yi poured a glass for each of them, nodded slightly, and quietly exited the room, closing the door softly behind him. "Let's eat," Jiang Chen said, picking up his chopsticks, only to find Little Sha frozen in her seat. "What is the matter? Didn't you just say your stomach was rumbling?" Little Sha snapped back to reality, lowering her head shyly. "These dishes look so exquisite that I hardly want to touch them. Food is meant to be eaten, not merely admired," Jiang Chen scoffed lightly. "Aren't you accustomed to being around wealthy individuals?" "They are they, and I am I," Little Sha retorted softly. "Besides, just this bottle of wine nearly equals my monthly salary. I can't help but feel a bit uncomfortable eating this." Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by Little Sha's perspective. After all, he had encountered many employees who, after spending too long in the luxury sector or high-end venues, began to overestimate their worth, believing that a mere brush with affluence elevated them above the ordinary. Why overthink it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, gently flicking Little Sha's forehead. "This is just a meal. What is there to be troubled about? You're sitting here now, and all of this is yours." He paused briefly and added, "Money is merely meant to be spent. Don't let it bind you. Only when you're well-fed can you ponder the rest." "All right, but let me take a picture first." Little Sha skillfully raised her phone, snapping dozens of photos of the exquisite dishes on the table. She even changed angles several times, treating it as if she were photographing a work of art. Subsequently, she turned slightly, nonchalantly snapping a shot out the window, ensuring the prominent Bulgari Hotel logo was included in the frame. She quickly edited a few lines of text, "May you and I always be together," added the location, Bulgari Hotel, Jiangnan City, and hit send in one swift motion. Once completed, she beamed with satisfaction and placed her phone back on the table. Jiang Chen watched with amusement, chuckling at the entire sequence of actions. Reminiscent of the scene with Yin Shuang at the Crown Hotel, Jiang Chen was unaware whether Little Sha was posting to her social circle or another platform, such as Little Blue Book. Speaking of Little Blue Book, he recalled that it was a prime venue for fishing and seeking socialites. The key was to attract those scoring above 80, as quantity was the path to fulfilling the task. The wealthy Playboy system required him to disregard anyone who failed to recognize him. Moreover, the platform often bore tags promoting female empowerment and independence. Yet in reality, when high-powered men arrived, they were the first to attach themselves. Their words spoke of ideals, while their hearts were fixated on business. Making money, why not? He shook his head, finding more amusement and understanding rather than dissatisfaction. Women, after all, often harbor one set of thoughts while vocalizing another, and their actions may differ entirely. Whether it be boasting or sharing, such slightly vain behaviors appeared genuine in Jiang Chen's eyes. After all, who doesn't enjoy making their life seem a tad more splendid? An exquisitely decorated social circle juxtaposed against a bare-bones existence may very well reflect the reality of most individuals today. All done. Now I shall not hold back, she exclaimed with a smile, lifting her chopsticks to snag the most conspicuous dish and popping it into her mouth. Seeing her relish the meal, Jiang Chen joined in as well. As they dined, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Where did you post those photos? Jiang Chen glanced at the phone resting on the table. Little Sha blinked innocently to my social circle and little blue book. A scene like this, if I don't share something, wouldn't it be a waste? Jiang Chen chuckled, choosing not to delve further. As Jiang Chen deftly maneuvered his chopsticks through the dishes on the table, he simultaneously activated his green bubble. Scrolling through a flurry of messages, the sound of notifications rang out incessantly, a delightful cacophony of ding-dong reverberating in the air. However, amusingly, as he replied to the messages, he found that the responses from the other end were nearly instantaneous. This prompted a reflection within him. Indeed, the devoted suitors may not vanish, but merely shift their affections. Thus, the dynamics of pursuit and defense had evolved. The first message he opened was from Lumenchi. Lord Jiang, she began. The paperwork for the house has been entirely completed, and the documents have been delivered to Miss Yen, accompanied by a cheeky winking emoji. By the way, Jiang Xiao, what have you been busy with lately? I have several excellent properties available. Shall we take a look together? Haha, I won't disturb you further. Looking forward to our next meeting. Star, Jiang Chen replied. Thank you for your hard work, Mingqi. I shall treat you to a meal at our next encounter. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. I will shamelessly await that. Scrolling further down, he came across a message from Lin Yujun. As expected, her words were imbued with a familiar warmth. Yuki-chan, Jr., have you been exceptionally busy lately? You haven't responded to your senior in quite some time. By the way, when Gao Gu and I were out shopping, we spotted several shirts that would suit you perfectly. When will you have time to join us? Attached was a selfie, her long skirt elegantly leaning against a coffee cup, her smile graceful. Oh, and I recently visited a new dessert shop nearby that is absolutely delightful. I'll take you there next time. You've already mentioned picking up your car. When can I ride shotgun? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Lin Yujun was indeed an intriguing woman. Setting aside his past prejudices, he acknowledged her adeptness in charming men. Her grasp of distance and intimacy was impeccably balanced at this stage. He replied, Star, I've been swamped lately. We can hang out once I have some free time. Yuki-chan, sounds good. You take care of your business. I'll await your message. Next, he encountered a message from Gao Gu, the inexperienced senior. In contrast to the previous exchanges, her tone was more straightforward, yet tinged with a hint of grievance, subtly implying that she felt forgotten. Upon reading her message, Jiang Chen recalled their previous agreement to explore the campus together, a promise he had inadvertently overlooked. He responded, Star, apologies, senior. I've been overwhelmed these past few days. Are you free soon? At that moment, Gao Ji's phone in the dormitory emitted a distinct notification sound. Just as Jiang Chen was about to close the chat, he noticed the typing indicator. However, after a prolonged wait, no message materialized. It became evident that Gao Gu was internally wrestling with her thoughts. One inner voice urged her to take the initiative with someone like Jiang Chen, lest he be snatched away, while another admonished her, reminding her of her own stature as a goddess, advising her to hold back. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, surmising her predicament. A woman accustomed to being adored and flattered, particularly one as proud as Gao Gu, would naturally exhibit a semblance of aloofness. Thus, he decided to close the chat. It was best to call her later, as it was he who had forgotten their arrangement. Regardless of past lives, Gao Gu held a unique significance in his heart. Unlike any other girl, any woman attempting to play hard to get before him would find herself swiftly dismissed. The final message he opened was from Madame Yin Shuangshuang. Upon accessing her social media, an array of photographs flooded the conversation, prominently featuring the sleek black Maserati he had recently procured for her. In the images, she radiated joy, donned in a pristine white dress, elegantly posed beside the car. One photo showcased Jiang Chen's exquisite profile as he dined. The caption read, Love is like nurturing flowers. My husband has made me bloom beautifully. It must be said, Yin Shuangshuang certainly exuded the air of a distinguished lady of high society. Her approach was astute. First, she refrained from showing her face, then offered glimpses of her silhouette, and subsequently her profile, recognizing that some benefactors prefer to remain anonymous in their canary social circles. Yet, Jiang Chen was unconcerned by such matters. Star, I'm glad you like it. Take it out for a spin. Once I'm free, I'll take you for a ride in your new car. Yin Shuangshuang responded almost instantaneously. Shuang Shuang. Okay, darling. You're the best, moi. Remember to come home early. I will be waiting for you. Jiang Chen continued typing. Star. By the way, have you finalized your lease termination for the share apartment? Shuang Shuang. Darling, we are in sync. I'm currently in my friend's place, packing up my things. I've accumulated quite a bit, so it will take until tomorrow to finish moving. Star. Dispose of what you don't need. The new home is well equipped. Anything lacking, let the housekeeper procure. Shuang Shuang. I'm a thrifty and prudent woman. How could I waste money? Just kidding, darling. I always heed your advice. My frugality is no jest. Jiang Chen chuckled at the screen. Yin Shuang Shuang was indeed a captivating character. As the first woman he encountered in this reborn life, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She was the epitome of a well-crafted canary, her physique, beauty, and emotional value all perfectly aligned. Upon his return, he must reward her generously. Shuang Shuang, darling, after the lease ends. My friend can't manage the rent alone. Is it possible for her to stay with us for a few days until she finds a new place? Just a few days. Star, it's up to you. But only those who are unattractive are unwelcome. The beautiful will be rewarded. On the other side of the screen, Yin Shuang Shuang was both amused and exasperated. However, a man like Jiang Chen could never be confined. He could not be hidden away, and only through freedom and tenderness could she secure her place beside him. With this in mind, she resolved to seize the advantage of time and embrace her role as a devoted lady of the house. Shuang Shuang, all right, you naughty husband. My friends are all stunning, especially Xiao Baoying, who just returned to the country and is currently a flight attendant. Oh dear, this could be quite interesting. The quality of something that can elicit such compliments from Yin Shuang Shuang is undoubtedly exceptional. After a brief exchange, the conversation came to a close. Meanwhile, as soon as Yin Shuang Shuang set her phone down, a sweet, teasing voice chimed in beside her. Oh, who might this be? I'm quite curious to see who could make our stunning Shuang Shuang abandon me for more than a week. Chapter 43. Yin Shuang Shuang's close friend, Wang Baoying. On the other hand, as Yin Shuang Shuang put down her phone, she was met with the same playful banter. Oh, who could it be? I'm eager to find out who could make our beautiful Shuang Shuang leave me for over a week. It was hard to believe that this was the same person who had previously lamented about never trusting men again, claiming that believing in them would lead to a lifetime of misfortune. Now, she had even changed her WeChat name and set up special notification sounds. I couldn't bear to look at the messages she sent. They were just too mushy. The speaker was none other than Wang Baoying, the friend Yin Shuang Shuang had mentioned. Unfazed, Yin Shuang Shuang shot back. You, who are so engrossed in gaming, have the audacity to call me delusional and mushy? If you were to meet Jiang Chen, I fear your skirt would fall faster than mine. As an innocent young woman, Wang Baoying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the remark. You. Just wait until I spank you. Nonsense. My backside is ample. Yours is the smaller one. All right then, with a man in your life, you now speak with such effervescence. Shuang Shuang. How bold. The two girls playfully bantered, creating a scene that was quite picturesque. If Lu Ziqiao were to witness this, he would surely rush over. By the way, I just told Jiang Chen that you can stay at our new home. Huh? Really? Wang Baoying exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and quickly expressed her gratitude. Then, as if struck by a thought, she changed the subject. Shuang Shuang. Is your boyfriend truly this generous? Does he really just give away luxury items, jewelry, mansions, and luxury cars without a second thought? I mean, that Heart of the Stars necklace, while excessively sentimental, is worth millions hanging around your neck. I can hardly believe it. Compared to a month ago, your transformation makes me wonder if you've robbed a bank. Yin Shuang Shuang shook her head with a wry smile. Robbing a bank could never match the speed at which Jiang Chen provides. If you still don't believe me after seeing the certificate, then there is nothing more I can do. Baoying, with your qualities, you should seriously consider what I said. Jiang Chen is far superior to those who pursue you. Wang Baoying immediately gestured for her to stop. Hold on. Let us not discuss this before I've even met him. In recent days, Shuang Shuang had casually inquired if she had any thoughts of becoming Jiang Chen's woman. Initially, she thought Shuang Shuang was joking. Little did she know that Shuang Shuang was utterly serious, captivated by Jiang Chen's financial prowess. But these things are incredibly expensive. Who knows what ulterior motives such a man might have? Wang Baoying expressed her lingering uncertainty while packing her belongings. Baoying, don't overthink it. Aside from my looks and physique, what else could he possibly desire from me? Shuang Shuang chuckled. At least I'm relieved that there is something he finds appealing, right? Wang Baoying sighed and shook her head with a smile. I truly don't understand what charm this Jiang Chen possesses that makes you speak so casually about such matters. It's something I would never have dared to imagine before. Shuang Shuang smiled softly. Rest assured, sister, even if, hypothetically speaking, he were to leave me, the wealth I've acquired is certainly real. All right, Wang Baoying patted Shuang's head. I concede. You win this round. But you, the virtuous maiden, speaks so sweetly. Just don't become too honest with your body when you meet Jiang Chen. Huh? Yin Shuang grinned mischievously. Look at you, bringing that up again. I still prefer my paper dolls. To think you would want two stunning beauties to serve him. Does he even deserve that? Well, I'll be waiting to see how you end up getting devoured by him. Shuang, you're incorrigible. I want to let you off this time. On the other side, in the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel, after indulging in a delightful meal, Jiang Chen turned to his companion. What are you chuckling about, so merrily? Nothing much. Just replying to a friend's message, Jiang Chen replied as he turned off his phone and stretched his neck. I don't believe you. It must be your girlfriend's. Xiao Shatsi pouted, gazing up at Jiang Chen. Reclining on the sofa, her figure was tantalizingly revealed beneath her robe. Jiang Chen chose not to linger on this topic, but was instead captivated by Xiao Shatsi's alluring form. He bit his lip, unable to resist drawing closer. After a meal, it's time to rest a bit. Your yoga skills last night were rather lacking. Let me help you practice again. As he spoke, his hand began to explore her exquisite body. Xiao Shatsi's face paled with shock as she hurriedly waved her hands. Darling, please. I beg you. If we do any more yoga, I might fall apart. I can't let you off that easily. Jiang Chen pulled her back up. Come on, let's continue practicing. Otherwise, last night's effort would be in vain. You must embody the essence of the stars. Xiao Shatsi continued to plead. Wait. No, please wait. 2.5 hours later, Xiao Shatsi appeared utterly drained, casting a weary glance at Jiang Chen. She gently swayed her body and slowly got up, heading towards the bathroom to freshen up. Shortly after, Xiao Shatsi emerged wearing the same outfit from yesterday, having tied her hair up and tidied herself. It's all your fault. This outfit is wrinkled and covered in dirt, she complained, pointing at her Maserati uniform. I still have to work tomorrow, and I don't even know if I can get it clean in time. Jiang Chen chuckled. Then just don't go to work. That's out of the question. Xiao Shatsi replied earnestly. If I return too late, my colleagues will surely talk. Playfully, she added, if I don't go to work, will you support me? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen replied, of course, I'll take care of you. Xiao Shatsi stared at him, momentarily taken aback. She fell silent for a moment, her heart filled with reluctance and conflict. If I don't go to work, I do feel like a canary kept by you. I need to hold on to my job to regain a sense of self. If there comes a day when you truly leave, I can still live on my own. So, I must return tomorrow. She stood up, casting a forlorn look at Jiang Chen. That way, you'll have your own space to flirt around. And I want to have to see it. Jiang Chen pondered her words and found them reasonable, offering no objections. All right, then I'll take you back. As long as it's not a matter of principle, I will never abandon any of my women. Hearing this, Xiao Shatsi joyfully embraced Jiang Chen and planted a kiss on him. Darling, you're the best. Jiang Chen merely smiled in response. The two made their way to the hotel's underground parking garage. Jiang Chen drove the Lamborghini Veneno, the engine roaring as they exited the garage and headed towards Xiao Shatsi's rental residence. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at their destination. In the heart of the old district of Jiangnan, where Xiao resides, the environment leaves much to be desired despite its favorable location. The roads are uneven and bumpy, presenting a considerable challenge for a low-slung vehicle like the Lamborghini. As Jiang Chen maneuvered the car, he activated the suspension lift and finally arrived at the entrance of the community. However, the path ahead was far too narrow for the car to enter. I'll just stop here. It's only a short distance. I can walk back, she thought, feeling a sense of joy as Jiang Chen, so considerate, had personally escorted her home, which warmed her heart. Girls often cherish such a feeling of being taken care of in every aspect, even in the minutiae. Chapter 44. The devoted admirer truly deserves no abode, she mused. Thank you, dear. Xiao placed a gentle kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek before preparing to exit the vehicle. Wait. Give me your phone, Jiang Chen called after her, taking her phone and effortlessly opening the industrial and commercial bank app. Upon seeing her account balance of 826 yuan, he pondered briefly before transferring 880,000 yuan to her via his black card. Use this money to rent a better apartment. This place is too perilous for a girl like you. Once I have the time, I'll buy you a house, he assured her. Moments later. Xiao stared in astonishment at the notification on her phone. Aren't you afraid I might run away with the money? She queried. Jiang Chen chuckled. Your legs are your own. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. Besides, this sum is nearly $1 million. It's hardly worth that much even if I sold you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen playfully pinched Xiao's cheek. I won't allow you to speak of yourself like that. My woman is beyond any monetary measure. His gaze was steadfast as he looked into her eyes. Suddenly, the long-dormant system notification chimed in. Notice, Xiaoxia's affection level is now 15, current affection level is 85. In that fleeting moment when Jiang Chen made his declaration, Xiaoxia felt as if Cupid's arrow had struck her heart. She was smitten, undeniably in love. But speaking of which, Jiang Chen continued with a grin, if you dare to use this money to date a male model, you'll be in serious trouble, both mentally and physically. Xiaoxia couldn't suppress her laughter and playfully punched him with her delicate fists. You're truly insufferable. Just a moment ago, I thought about having a football team with you, and now you've ruined the atmosphere again. You're such a rascal. After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's, and he smiled at her, finding her a charming enigma, so desperately yearning for material things, yet maintaining her individuality. Moreover, the slight plumpness of her figure was rather delightful. With a mischievous smile, Jiang Chen remarked, so you want a football team, do you? Then let us start working on that right now. Hey, we're in the car, she exclaimed. What of it? With a privacy film, no one can see us from outside. What is there to fear? Wait a moment, darling, wait. Notice, Xiaoxia's affection level is now 1. Current affection level is 86. After their moment, Jiang Chen felt relieved that Xiaoxia was not wearing high heels. Otherwise, the roof of the Lamborghini would have surely borne some unknown scratches. He resolved to consider the height of the roof space in the future, noting that girls in high heels should always remove their shoes before getting into the car. Xiaoxia nodded slightly, adjusting her somewhat disheveled clothing. I'll call the agent to look for an apartment when I get home. You can rest easy now, right? Jiang Chen nodded in affirmation. Don't worry. As Xiaoxia stood up from the passenger seat, she embraced Jiang Chen tightly and planted a deep kiss on his lips. Reluctant to part, her freshly styled hair was tousled by the wind, and her clothes were slightly wrinkled. You rascal. Don't forget to think of me, she said, playfully biting her lower lip as she gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with sweetness and her heart brimming with reminiscence. I'm leaving now. She waved goodbye to Jiang Chen, who responded with a smile. She walked away in her high heels, laughing, her heart unusually light. However, just as Xiaoxia reached the entrance of the building, an angry voice suddenly pierced the air. Xiaoxia, I never imagined you were this kind of person. Do you think you deserve my respect? A young man with neatly cropped hair appeared before her, blocking her path, dressed in work attire and wearing glasses. He appeared slightly plump and stood taller than Xiaoxia, likely around 1.7 meters, probably in his 20s. His appearance was unremarkable, blending into the crowd. As Xiaoxia saw the man, her smile gradually faded, and she coldly asked, Wang Peng, what do you want? His eyes burned with fury as he glared at her. Xiaoxia, shouldn't you offer me an explanation? An explanation for what? Xiaoxia frowned slightly, her tone impatient. We don't seem to have any relationship, and we're not that close. Are we? I pursued you for 6 long years, and you dare say we're not close? Wang Peng glared at her, his anger palpable. From the moment I met you in college, I've been chasing you. Back then, you insisted on focusing solely on your studies and not dating until after graduation. So I waited. Then, after graduation, you said you'd only consider dating once your career was stable. Now that you're settled, you tell me you'll think about it once you have a house and a car. How much longer must I wait? His agitation grew as he continued. I moved here for you, waiting for 6 whole years. And now, because of a few days apart, you found yourself a wealthy young man. Is this what you call not wanting to date? Wang Peng's expression was icy, his gaze unwavering. I once thought you were different from other girls, but you're just as materialistic. I'm utterly disappointed. As he spoke, his emotions erupted, filled with resentment and despair. I waited here after work until I heard the sound of a sports car engine. When I saw you emerging, all cozy with him, my heart shattered. Xiaoxia had lost all patience. This is all your one-sided sentiment. I never asked for anything from you, nor did I take anything from you. Her tone turned frigid. My choice to date is my own freedom and requires no explanation from anyone, especially not from you. If you have nothing further to say, please don't waste my time and step aside. Wang Peng, still panting, retorted, What exactly do you want? During college, you said chatting with people was a waste of time, so I respected that and only sent you memes. After starting work, you complained about the job market, so I had my friends help you revise your resume. You took all this for granted. You quietly enjoyed my kindness while giving me hope time and again, only to leave me in despair. Was my youth not worth anything? Was my time not valuable? I just saw you getting out of that Lamborghini, looking disheveled. You were so reserved, yet you were quick to spread your legs for a rich boy. You're playing with the big boys now, Xiaoxia. You're wilder than anyone else. His voice grew louder, awakening several motion sensor lights in the corridor. The commotion attracted numerous curious neighbors, who peered through their windows, scarcely daring to breathe as they eavesdropped. In a fit of shame and anger, Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself. Wang Peng, be silent. I need not report to you on whom I choose to date. With that, she delivered a resounding slap to Wang Peng. You wretched scoundrel. How dare you strike me? Wang Peng's emotions flared instantly. He shoved Ishasha away and raised his hand, poised to retaliate. Ishasha, pushed back, quickly retreated. Just as his hand was about to descend, she felt herself pressed against the solid wall. Wang Peng's hand was firmly seized midair. She slapped you, you pushed her. That seems fair enough. Do you still wish to strike her? Jiang Chen appeared, his tone icy. He had heard every word clearly, feeling a mix of sympathy for his colleague and frustration at his foolishness. Indeed, a devoted admirer is often left without a place to call home. Chapter 45. Do you think you're the most affectionate in Jiangnan? Ishasha turned to see Jiang Chen behind her and immediately embraced him. Darling, he and I attended the same university. We aren't even in the same major, so we can't really be considered classmates. Since freshman year, he has persistently pursued me. She hastily clarified. I had firmly rejected him before, but he continued to behave this way. Eventually, I ignored him completely, but he, pausing slightly, her tone tinged with regret, she added, in truth, we have no relationship at all, so please don't misunderstand. Jiang Chen gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, it's all right, I've heard everything. Leave the rest to me. Ishasha nodded, still somewhat anxious, gently tugging at Jiang Chen's shirt. Be careful. I'm afraid he might act rashly. Please don't get hurt. The car isn't locked. Go wait inside for a bit. I'll call for you shortly. All right, I'll follow your lead. With that, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Jiang Chen. KO, a decisive victory. Wang Peng witnessed their exchange and kiss in its entirety. He felt as if he were suffocating. She immediately distanced herself from him, worried that the man before her might misconstrue their relationship. The goddess he idolized seemed so obsequious and eager in front of this man. Why? After watching Ishasha get into the car, Jiang Chen cast a cool glance at Wang Peng. If looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Continuing to pursue her is utterly futile. What does darling even mean? 6 years. Do you know how I spent those 6 years? Wang Peng's eyes reddened instantly. I scrimped to buy her gifts, even foregoing eggs in my instant noodles. 6 years should have warmed even a stone. Jiang Chen sighed, a glimmer of pity in his eyes. A pure-hearted warrior indeed, but he had yet to reach such heights. At best, he was merely a self-absorbed admirer. You're Wang Peng, right? Do you fancy yourself the most devoted soul in Jiangnan? What you've done only serves to gratify yourself. Surely, you don't believe that mere sentiment can bind a girl to you unconditionally, do you? Wake up, young man. While you're still young, turn back while you can. The pursuit of love often leads to disappointment. Your focus now should be on making a living. With wealth comes attraction. Do you understand? Jiang Chen had no intention of wasting more words on him. Yet at his age, he had once also been fueled by the fervor of a pure-hearted warrior. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of life, he understood that the world could be merciless. True love exists, but most women are indifferent to the color of your Ferrari. They seek to become the wives of influential men. In a fit of rage, Wang Peng could not absorb any of Jiang Chen's words. He suddenly shouted, I am truly sincere towards her. You may have wealth to provide her with everything, but you cannot offer her genuine love. What I can give her is true affection. Jiang Chen, having received professional training, managed to suppress his laughter. No matter how absurd Wang Peng's claims were. How much is love worth? Do you honestly believe that mere sentiment can satisfy one's hunger? Go home and see if you could survive on love alone. Jiang Chen's words pierced Wang Peng's heart like a dagger. He understood the truth, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Consumed by rage, Wang Peng clenched his teeth. What gives you the right to say that? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. What gives me the right? I can provide her with everything. Clothes, handbags, cars, houses, money. I can offer it all with a mere wave of my hand. What do you provide her? Wang Peng froze, his fists clenched tightly, anger slowly mingling with a sense of powerlessness. Sunk costs should not influence significant decisions. You are an adult, and such a simple truth eludes you? In the world of adults, without explicit consent, it is a rejection. Don't you realize that? What makes you think she would wait for you? Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp, as if it could pierce Wang Peng. He was momentarily taken aback before his rage exploded. What did you say? Oh, do you wish to fight? Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. I don't work. My father will deposit money into my account tomorrow. If you stop working, you'll be unemployed. If I strike you, I can walk away unscathed. If you harm me in the slightest, your entire family will be unable to compensate for it. Wang Peng's fury had no outlet. His body trembled, his eyes bloodshot. He knew he was no match for Jiang Chen, yet his anger was nearly uncontrollable. Jiang Chen chuckled, choosing not to waste more time. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Wang Peng's face. Wake up. When you have money, you won't have to worry about finding women. I had no need to waste my breath on you. You should consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. If you had crossed paths with some ruthless second-generation offspring, you wouldn't know where you'd end up before they had you hanging from a lamppost. I know you're indignant, but the master doesn't take care. I hope this slap wakes you up. Jiang Chen concluded coldly, of course, if you enjoy being a sycophant, that is your prerogative, but keep your distance from my woman. Should we meet again, I assure you, I will not be so courteous. With that, he turned and left, leaving Wang Peng standing there dazed. His face, once flushed with anger, was now as pale as a ghost. Inside the car, Ishasha anxiously leaned against the passenger window. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge from the corridor, she hurriedly exited the vehicle and dashed into his embrace. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist, softly saying, "It's all resolved. Don't worry. We need to move out as soon as possible. Find a good temporary place to stay, and don't worry about the money. If possible, let us move out tomorrow. In the meantime, look for property you like. I'll buy it for you. Oh, by the way, I love the sea. If you want me to stay at your place, you might want to consider that." With that, Jiang Chen playfully pinched her cheek. Shotzi did not shy away, but rather obediently allowed Jiang Chen to collect her. "My dear, I shall attend to this matter immediately." Given the circumstances, it was evidently unwise to remain here any longer. On the other hand, Shotzi was reluctant to let this infatuated admirer disrupt her relationship with Jiang Chen. She needed to sever ties with decisiveness. Moreover, from Jiang Chen's words, it appeared he intended to establish a household for himself. Did this not imply that Jiang Chen wished to build a life with her? The thought ignited a fervent desire within her to return and pack her belongings without delay. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Peng had already vanished from sight. The two returned to the modest abode rented by Shotzi. "My dear, this place is rather cramped for you to fully express yourself," she remarked, though her actions were entirely accommodating. Jiang Chen chuckled, sensing that the poor sound insulation only added to the allure, leaving a lingering thought for the neighbors. "You rogue," Shotzi playfully reproached, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Chapter 46. What? Am I to be seen as a mere trophy boyfriend? A moment later, the cosmos resonated in harmonious unity. Spring was fast approaching, heralding the revival of life and the onset of the mating season for many creatures. With the warmth of spring, flowers blossomed, and the air was filled with vitality and romance. After emerging from the bathroom, Yashasha's hair was still damp. She clung to Jiang Chen's arm, pulling him closer to her chest. Gazing dreamily at the profile of Jiang Chen, she smiled innocently. "Darling, you appeared so manly just now." To Shotzi's surprise, the usually gentle Jiang Chen transformed into a figure of cold dominance when angered. Even during their yoga session, she could sense his simmering fury, as if he sought to claim her entirely. Yet, the thought that all of this was for her own sake filled her with joy. Jiang Chen smiled. He had no intention of taking action against Wang Peng. Though despicable, the infatuated admirer did not deserve such a fate. Poverty and one's family background were hardly an individual's fault. Even if Jiang Chen held billions in cash in this life, he would never look down upon anyone for it. In his past life, he had been a young man who, after seeing through the world, compromised with societal norms. Thus, he calmly explained his perspective to Wang Peng, hoping he would grasp the underlying truth. Yet, it was clear Wang Peng failed to comprehend this, and the outcome was merely a consequence of his own actions. Jiang Chen felt no remorse. On the contrary, he believed he was performing a noble deed, a great act of kindness. Had any wise elder imparted such wisdom to him in his previous life, he would not have squandered so many years of youth in confusion. Just now, I resembled the villainous, domineering protagonist from a novel. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Villains in such tales rarely met favorable ends, often falling prey to some destined hero or an extraordinary figure. However, this was not a fictional narrative but reality. With such a robust background, he had no need to fear the pitfalls of the world. Wasn't he that delightful? There was no thrill quite like this in another realm. After chatting with Shotzi in their rented space, he reminded her to prepare her belongings. Once she arranged for a real estate agent and a moving company, confirming the date, he finally descended the stairs to leave. Arriving at the roadside parking area, the dimly lit night showcased the striking silver body of the Danube poison, attracting many curious glances. Yet, few dared to linger for a photo, as the aura of the vehicle was distinctly different from that of an ordinary car. The paint and design proclaimed its extravagant price. Just a slight scratch could equate to the cost of a Mercedes E300. Most would instinctively steer clear upon sighting it, not wishing to invite misfortune. However, unlike the majority, a girl stood confidently in front of Jiang Chen's car. She boldly perched atop the engine hood, striking poses for photographs. The long-awaited system prompt resonated in his mind. Detected viable consumer. Would you like to view? View, Jiang Chen mentally affirmed. Name, Zhongling, age 25. Height, 158 centimeters. Measurements: B. Weight: 42 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 80, excluding technological enhancements. Emotional history: 2. Status: normal. Affection level: 10. Personality and background summary: originating from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. Graduated from a socialite training program, petite and slender. She adeptly employs her charm to approach wealthy men, seizing every opportunity to enhance her value and resources through relationships with affluent partners, aspiring to secure a wealthy husband and become a prominent figure. Upon reading this information, Jiang Chen chuckled. Clearly, she had benefited from the system's attractiveness assessment. Yet, one must possess a certain foundation to play the role of a socialite. The girl appeared young and beautiful, but the signs of technological enhancement were evident. Her elf ears were particularly conspicuous. Jiang Chen found it peculiar. In the past, such features might have been deemed winged ears, yet now they were whimsically dubbed elf ears. It was somewhat amusing. Nonetheless, it mattered little to him. As long as it contributed to his experience, he was content. The girl donned a delicately woven Chanel cardigan, seemingly crafted from soft mink, paired with cream-colored straight-leg trousers that elongated her silhouette. She completed her look with the latest LV heeled slides, their metallic branding adding a touch of relaxed elegance. A pair of sunglasses rested atop her head, and she carried a black Gucci quilted mini bag, its chain both exquisite and luxurious, an unmistakable embodiment of a socialite's attire. Observing the scene, Jiang Chen smirked slightly, opting not to approach immediately, instead standing at a distance, intrigued by her poses. To be fair, Zhong Ling had a distinct fashion sense, though her height was a drawback. Yet her outfit exuded a quirky, charming appeal. Noticing the onlookers, the girl remained unfazed, engrossed in her own rhythm, aware that her upcoming social media posts would rely heavily on the presence of this car. She needed to present herself well. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He retrieved it to find Yin Shuang calling. He answered promptly, "Hello? Hello, darling, it's me, Shuang," came the gentle voice from the other end. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Darling, I just wanted to ask. Someone called today to say that I have another car under my name, a Lamborghini. The official staff kept questioning me, and I was a loss. I didn't say anything out of line." Yin Shuang remarked, "Moreover, Wang Baoying might stay at our place longer than we anticipated. This child, having been pampered since childhood, is finding it quite challenging to locate a satisfactory residence." Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, replied without hesitation, "That's perfectly fine. Let her stay with peace of mind. Our house is quite spacious, with 2 floors and a usable area of 730 square meters, including 6 bedrooms. Is that not ample enough for both of you? Furthermore, it's true. Today, I purchased another car, which is registered under your name. You'll soon get accustomed to these matters. Add whoever you need to add to your contacts. And if it feels bothersome, you needn't bother at all." Yin Shuang responded sweetly, "I shall heed my husband's words. You ought to be informed, after all. Now, dear husband, you focus on your tasks. We shall finish moving in a couple of days. Come back early. Shuang awaits you, Mua." Jiang Chen ended the call, chuckling softly. This was the charm of Yin Shuang, obedient and providing immense emotional value. Her demeanor, as the First Lady, was increasingly impressive. As for that Wang Baoying, Jiang Chen found himself rather intrigued. Once he found the time, he would return to check on her. As Jiang Chen approached the socialite, he was about to get into his car when Zhong Ling scrutinized him from head to toe, casting a dispassionate glance his way. No contact information. Jiang Chen was left bewildered. What the heck? Why do I feel as if I've been dismissed like a mere suitor? Chapter 47. The Challenges and Struggles of Entrepreneurs. The girl, noticing Jiang Chen's confusion, repeated, "No contact information. Also, your act was a bit overdone. If you're going to pretend, at least make it believable." Jiang Chen, still perplexed, had not anticipated such an inexplicable encounter. The girl continued, "Who goes around boasting about the size of their house? And buying a car for the girl on the other end of the line? I've seen that tactic too many times. It's quite outdated." Only then did Jiang Chen realize that she had misinterpreted his earlier phone call, thinking it was a pickup line. This reminded him of a well-known trope abroad, where a girl would confidently declare, "I have a boyfriend," when asked for directions. Jiang Chen chuckled, amused by the absurdity of it all. Sometimes, laughter is the only reaction one can muster in a moment of utter disbelief. "Haha, you do have quite a bit of confidence, but you've misunderstood. I was merely leaving." With that, he produced his car keys and pressed the unlock button. The headlights of the Lamborghini Aventador illuminated instantly, and the rear wing gracefully lifted. As Jiang Chen swung open the striking scissor door and settled into the car, the socialite's expression shifted dramatically. "Sir, I sincerely apologize." Zhong Ling hurriedly approached the driver's side window, her face alight with contrition. I receive so many requests for contact information that I mistakenly misjudged you. I never imagined this car belonged to you. You're simply too modest. Jiang Chen, a student, and I live nearby. How come I've never seen such a handsome young man around here before? Do you perhaps sneak through the sewers? Jiang Chen laughed again, this time genuinely entertained. A student indeed. If we consider the students from the Wives of Kings training program to be students, then perhaps so. Your ability to change your demeanor is quite impressive. I suggest you join a local theater troupe. I see potential in you, Jiang Chen remarked lightly. Preparing to close the door. Zhong Ling, undeterred, playfully responded, "You're quite humorous. What model is your car? Although it's already stunning, it pales in comparison to your charm." She batted her lashes, feigning innocence, and added, "I couldn't resist snapping a few photos. This car is simply too extraordinary." Observing her exaggerated antics, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk, yet he refrained from engaging further. For someone of her caliber, her familiarity with luxury vehicles was likely akin to her knowledge of designer handbags. Not a single word from her was genuine. However, Jiang Chen pondered it made sense. Those emerging from the Wives of Kings training surely excelled at providing emotional value. After all, men often care little about the truth of matters. They simply desire compliance. What a coincidence. I was just about to leave. It's quite late, and taxis are hard to come by. Could you give me a ride? Zhong Ling continued, flashing a coy smile. At that moment, a taxi driver leaned out. "Miss, where to?" "I have an empty cab." Hearing this, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Zhong Ling, embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile, while subtly rolling her eyes at the driver. The taxi driver, equally confused, muttered, "Didn't you just say there were no cabs? Why blame me? To make amends with you, how about I invite you over for dinner when we reach my place? I assure you, my cooking is quite commendable," she proposed eagerly. "No need. I have matters to attend to," Jiang Chen declined without hesitation. While he held no disdain for such socialites, after all, many were hard-working young entrepreneurs. It was generally unwise to entangle oneself too deeply with them. Then, would it be convenient to exchange contact information? Zhong Ling promptly raised her phone, her face beaming with delight. "Whenever you have time, you're always welcome to visit my home. I'm always free to entertain you." Just as Jiang Chen was about to refuse, he heard the voice of the system echo in his mind. The host must not be overly selective. Adherence to the requirements of being a sea king is essential. The above stipulations were agreed upon by the host and the system. Should the host contravene them, penalties shall ensue. But, dear system, must I partake in something I do not desire? This system can discern all thoughts of the host. When it comes to effective consumption targets with a score above 80, no man shall experience an aversion to consuming. Health conditions aside, do I really have to eat even if I'm unwell? Not necessarily. The system will consider this on a case-by-case basis. As a system designated for the Sea King, one must embrace the mentality of a Sea King. Jiang Chen sighed. "Very well. Since it has been presented to me, rejecting it would be unreasonable. To refuse would be against all logic. I might as well exchange contact information to appease the system. After all, these industrious women striving for success deserve recognition for their struggles and efforts." "All right, you can scan my code," he conceded. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ling swiftly retrieved her phone and, in a flash, scanned Jiang Chen's green bubble. "Remember to add me back later," she chirped. "Are you truly not going to visit my home? My cat could do backflips." Jiang Chen offered a slight smile, perhaps another time. Before she could say another word, he decisively shut the car door and started the engine. With a roar, the engine sprang to life as Jiang Chen slammed the accelerator, propelling the car forward like an arrow, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Zhong Ling stood rooted, unable to suppress her frustration as she stomped her foot in irritation. How could there still be someone who wouldn't fall for her charms? She had always used this approach to deal with eager admirers, and it had never failed her. However, this action serves as a testament to the fact that this man is not lacking in female admirers. He must be some scion of a prominent family. I absolutely must seize this opportunity. Women of her ilk spend their days dreaming of marrying into wealth, fervently hoping to ensnare a golden groom to alter their fates. Who could have anticipated that a splendid opportunity was so close at hand, yet not fully grasped? Nevertheless, this cannot be deemed a failure. After all, she has indeed acquired this man's green bubble. With a heart full of reluctance, she retrieved her phone, initially intending to share the photograph of the car in the socialite group to flaunt. Yet, just before clicking send, she changed her mind. She meticulously retouched the image and subsequently posted it to her own moments. Before long, a cascade of comments appeared below. "Wow, could this possibly be the latest Lamborghini Veneno? I just saw it last year's auto show, and it's a limited edition in space silver. Sister, how did you meet such a distinguished young man? Please introduce him to me. Goddess, your beauty is simply stunning. This Lamborghini must surely be your chariot. Or shall we go out and play? Goddess, don't get into his car just yet. I've been buying lottery tickets all along. The socialite paid no heed to the sycophantic comments. Her gaze swept over the envious remarks from her friends, and a wave of unprecedented satisfaction surged within her. She fixated on the license plate in the photo, and Jiang Chen's tall, handsome figure resurfaced in her mind. Gritting her teeth in determination, she vowed to exhaust every means to secure this exceptional man. The next step was to orchestrate a chance encounter. Subsequently, Zhongling took out her phone and sent a voice message along with a photo. Xiaohei, help me investigate this car owner's information and the parking lot where this vehicle has been traced. A generous reward awaits, if successful. Chapter 48, The Sullen Senior. Jiang Chen sped down the road in his Lamborghini Veneno. Suddenly, he recalled that there seemed to be an important matter he had yet to attend to. What could it be? It was eluding his memory. All right, it was Senior Gaoke. Jiang Chen tapped his forehead and casually found a spot to park. As for whether this area had surveillance cameras, that was of no concern to him. He pulled out his phone and opened Gaogu's green bubble. To his surprise, there were quite a number of messages. However, he had indeed neglected to read them. The underlying sentiment conveyed a hint of reproach regarding why she had not been contacted in recent days. He recalled how, despite her previous affections, she consistently maintained an aloof, regal demeanor. Personality and background summary. From Yuzhou, she's the host as senior, an extroverted yet cool and aloof goddess with a youthful heart, whose contradictory nature yearns for passionate love while adhering to moral propriety. She seeks a high-quality partner who allows her to be a secure canary. It seems the system's evaluation of her is both concise and incisive. Jiang Chen did not have Gaogu's phone number, so he directly called through the green bubble. The phone emitted a melodious ring. As soon as it rang, Gaogu swiftly picked up her phone to unlock it. It appeared that the caller was Jiang Chen, which elicited a mix of small delight and slight irritation within her. The delight stemmed from having awaited this call for several days, while the irritation arose from the fact that they had agreed he would familiarize her with the campus. Jiang Chen had left her hanging for several days. Throughout her life, she had never been treated this way by a male. After a moment, the call connected. A pleasant yet somewhat detached voice came through. Hello? May I ask who this is? Jiang Chen chuckled. What this? Did Senior not save my WeChat contact? Who was it that commented on my post a few days ago? There was a moment of silence on the other end. A busy junior. How could the Senior dare to disturb you? Is there something you need? Even if Jiang Chen did not wish to decipher a woman's thoughts, he could grasp the situation well enough. Gaogu was sulking. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his chin. There was little he could do. After all, he had been preoccupied with revelry these past few days, buying property and cars, and having escapades with Isha Shah. It was only today that he remembered this matter upon opening WeChat. Didn't we agree that you would show me around the campus? And I'd treat you to dinner? I'm new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I see the junior hardly needs a guide. I saw you shopping in the mall the other day, looking as comfortable as if you were at home. Besides, it's been nearly a week. You should be well acquainted by now. Do you still need me? Even from a distance. Jiang Chen could sense the small air of grievance emanating from Gaogu through the phone screen. I do need you. How could I not? I've been too busy arranging things these past few days. Jiang Chen explained. I've only just now found the time to contact you. I haven't even had a proper meal yet. Really? Gaogu found herself swayed by Jiang Chen's explanation. As long as his reasoning wasn't too far-fetched, she could convince herself. After all, since their last meeting, she had been captivated by Jiang Chen in every regard. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Having opened the door. Where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up. Gaogu appeared hesitant. I'm still in the dormitory, and I haven't packed anything. I was just about to head downstairs with my roommate for dinner. She felt tempted yet conflicted. Would succumbing so easily to Jiang Chen's request give him the impression that she was a girl who casually went out with boys? Then just tell me your dormitory location. Consider this meal as my apology. After dinner, we can also shop for a few things. Jiang Chen's words seemed to possess a certain charm, continuously echoing in Gaogu's ears. His proposal completely dismantled her fragile defenses. All right, it's the 24th girls' dormitory in our campus. Great, I'll call you when I arrive. Okay, take care on the road. Bye. After hanging up, Jiang Chen entered Jiangnan University 24th girls' dormitory into the map. It quickly displayed the detailed location. It was only 4 kilometers away, not far at all. The sky was still bright, and he couldn't drive too fast, for he needed to allow some time for her to prepare. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. The goddess, pampered and adored since childhood, had her pride, especially someone like Gaogu, who indeed had the capital to be proud. As for Senior Gaogu, Whether in this life or the last, she held a unique weight in his heart compared to other girls. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have sent any woman trying to play coy before impacting. On the other end of the line, Gao Ge felt a blend of joy and grievance. Gao Ge, why is it that you cannot refuse Jiang Chen's request? Could it be the influence of ovulatory hormones? No, no. They haven't even established a relationship yet. Gao Ge, how can you think like this? The goddess must present herself with poise. Indeed. Let us teach this junior a stern lesson. Chapter 49. What are you doing here? Within the confines of the school dormitory, Gao Ge had just concluded a phone call, subconsciously biting her lip and anxiously tugging at her hair. Her heart brimmed with regret. She had been unable to resist Jiang Chen's invitation. Since their serendipitous encounter on the playground, Gao Ge had eagerly anticipated another meeting with this boy. Yet in the days that followed, she had not caught even a glimpse of him. It was only upon their subsequent meeting at the mall that she realized the seemingly pristine young man was, in fact, an unassailable paragon of wealth and charm. Was he not the embodiment of her ideal Prince Charming? If that were not the case, why would Lin Yujun insistently ask her for Jiang Chen's WeChat contact? Having never experienced romantic entanglement before, Jiang Chen was the first boy to proactively request her contact information. After their last separation, she had awaited their agreed-upon rendezvous with uncontainable excitement, meticulously preparing herself and sitting by her phone, yearning for it to ring. However, as the clock struck 11 that night, her phone remained silent, devoid of any messages on WeChat. This left her utterly exasperated. She felt that Jiang Chen's prior assurances to remember her were mere platitudes, devoid of genuine sentiment. When she saw Jiang Chen had replied to her message at noon, a flicker of joy ignited within her. After their phone call, the anger of being ghosted dissipated, effortlessly soothed by Jiang Chen's few words. Internally chastising herself for her lack of composure, she hurried to sit before the mirror, diligently perfecting her makeup. Observing Gao Ge's flustered demeanor, her roommate inquired with curiosity. Gao Ge, we're all set to head down for dinner. What are you doing here applying makeup? Gao Ge, poised with lip gloss in hand, froze at the question. Stammering for a response, she found herself at a loss for words. Her roommate's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as though she had uncovered a significant secret. Dinner is about to be served, and you're still applying lip gloss. You must have a date, right? Is it with a boyfriend? No, just a regular friend. Go Ye protested. Is it a boy or a girl? Her roommate pressed. A boy. Gao Ge's voice dwindled, her confidence waning as her face flushed a rosy hue. Her roommate, skeptical, teased, we had agreed to dine together. You're ditching us for a boy and claiming he's not your boyfriend. I swear he's just a friend. Why don't you believe me? Gao Ge insisted, her frustration mounting. Unfazed, her roommate's curiosity ignited further. Come on, tell us how you met. Is he handsome? How tall is he? How old is he? What does his family do? He must be wealthy. Otherwise, how could he have taken out our campus beauty? Oh, Lan, please stop asking. Gao Ge's cheeks burned like a ripe apple. If you keep this up, I will truly ignore you. Her roommate, with a glint of cunning, refrained from further questioning and stealthily pulled out her phone, sending a message to their close friends group. Guys, major news. Gao Ge is in love. Her boyfriend is coming to pick her up soon. Shall we head down to see who has captured our school beauty? This message detonated like a bombshell, igniting the previously tranquil group chat into a flurry of excitement. Everyone expressed their eagerness to descend and discover which boy had managed to win over their unanimously acknowledged beauty. Lin Yujun was also in the group, and, at that moment, she was leisurely strolling through the mall with her newly acquainted affluent boyfriend. Upon reading the message, she instantly surmised that Jiang Chen must have asked Gao Ge out, which explained her roommate's excitement. Today, Jiang Chen will be coming, Lin Yujun thought, hastily shutting her phone and casually informing her companion. My friend has an urgent matter. I must take my leave. What is so urgent? Her boyfriend asked, puzzled, as they had just finished dinner and he intended to take Lin Yujun somewhere else for the evening. It's truly urgent. Let us reschedule, Lin Yujun replied, hastily making her way toward the mall entrance while booking a ride on her phone. Her boyfriend watched her retreating figure with annoyance, musing. Why do these girls always find excuses to leave after a meal or shopping? He recognized that he could not measure up to Lin Yujun and had spent considerable sums to win her over, enduring a lengthy courtship before she agreed to give him a chance. With a resigned sigh, he consoled himself, well, I can't press too hard. That would only backfire. Meanwhile, Gao Ge remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, lost in her anticipation and nervousness about her makeup. After a while, her phone finally rang. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's name, she promptly answered, hello, I've arrived, but parking is tricky. I'm at the intersection, right across from the school's second cafeteria convenience store. As he had been enrolled in a cooperative program between domestic and international institutions, Jiang Chen, received a foreign university diploma, and he was merely back at school due to his mother's insistence. He had already accumulated enough credits, and whether he attended classes was entirely up to him. Hence, he had spent very little time actually at school. Jiang Chen was inquiring around to pinpoint the exact location. Okay, I'll be right down. No need to rush. Take your time. All right, Jiang Chen replied before hanging up and leaning against his car, only to hear a somewhat familiar voice behind him. Junior, are you waiting for me here? Turning around, Jiang Chen spotted Lin Yujun approaching in a chic autumn ensemble, her brown crocodile bag slung over her shoulder, her fair fingers waving at him. Still leaning against his vehicle, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel perplexed. What a coincidence. Regardless, he politely greeted, "Hello, Senior Lin. What brings you here?" With a playful smile, Lin Yujun responded, "It seems we are fated to cross paths. But enough teasing. Junior, the new semester is nearly upon us. I'm also heading back to the dormitory. What about you? Are you here to see Gaoge?" "Yes, we had planned to tour the campus together. But I missed our appointment, so I'm treating Gaoge to a meal to make amends," he explained. "Humph," Lin Yujun pouted playfully. "I could have taken you around the campus too. Why didn't you invite me? Last time you mentioned taking me for a ride." "Definitely next time," Jiang Chen chuckled. Noticing the car Jiang Chen was leaning against, Lin Yujun recalled he had previously posted a picture from a Maserati dealership. Why does this look like a Lamborghini instead? The material, the design, it certainly belonged to the higher-end series, unmistakably not a junior model. Curiously, Lin Yujun inquired, "Junior, this car seems different from what you mentioned before. Is this the high-end model?" Noticing several students glancing their way, she added, "Look, quite a few classmates are staring at us." "Yes," Jiang Chen nodded. "I just picked it up a couple of days ago. I was in a hurry today, and didn't have time to switch to a less conspicuous car." "Haha." Lin Yujun awkwardly smiled. "Goodness, did you just say less conspicuous? Is that a Maserati?" Jiang Chen indeed had a knack for concluding conversations, leaving even the most seasoned of women momentarily speechless. While waiting for Gao Ge to descend the stairs, Lin Yujun frantically sought various topics of conversation. Initially, Jiang Chen engaged with her in a somewhat lackadaisical manner. However, as time progressed, he began to open up and share intriguing anecdotes with her. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reassess his opinion of her. This woman, whether in person or online, certainly possessed an innate talent for charming men. Yet, the prerequisite for such charm to work on you is that you must be a man of considerable stature. Fortunately, Jiang Chen epitomized such a figure. Amused by this thought, he smiled. Perhaps it would be wise to heed the system's advice, accept all that comes his way. After all, there was little to lose. It merely entailed spending some money, which could yield returns manifold. Why not indulge? If it came to it, he could always discard the experience gained. Moreover, Lin Yujun did possess a certain allure. Chapter 50. The support of best friends. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Gao Ge quietly ended her phone call. To her surprise, upon turning around, she discovered her roommate, Lan Lan, eavesdropping with great stealth. Unfazed by being caught, Lan Lan boldly grinned and inquired, "The person you just spoke with is your boyfriend, right? We're just having dinner together. And he is not my boyfriend. Go ye hurieli clarified. If he is not your boyfriend, why go out for dinner alone?" Lan Lan Gao De. Gao Ge was momentarily rendered speechless, her face flushing crimson. She certainly could not reveal that the green bubble from Jiang Chen was her own initiative. That would only invite their ridicule. "Come on, let us hurry downstairs and not keep him waiting," Lan Lan insisted, pushing Gao Ge toward the door. "Are you going down too?" Gao Ge asked in astonishment. "Oh, I just want to see what is going on and make sure you're all right." Lan Lan zeeply. Fearing Jiang Chen would grow impatient, Gao Ge had no choice but to concede. "You can come, but you absolutely mustn't say anything reckless. There's really nothing between us right now." "Oh dear, here you go again," Lan Lan teased, hastening their descent. As they reached the stairwell, Gao Ge noticed several friends emerging from their respective dorms, chattering animatedly. Upon spotting Gao Ge, their eyes brightened, and they swarmed around her. Realizing the situation, Gao Ge shot an annoyed glance at Lan Lan. Aware of her own guilt, Lan Lan stuck out her tongue and gave Gao Ji's shoulder a light squeeze. Opting for silence, this group of friends clamored to accompany her downstairs. Unable to dissuade them, Gao Ge sighed in resignation, accepting her fate. Standing expressionless in the elevator, she silently prayed, "Please, spare me. I just hope these busybodies don't say anything inappropriate. Otherwise, I might wish to sink into the ground out of embarrassment." The group of girls chattered excitedly as they descended to the first floor. Lan Lan eagerly craned her neck, scanning the area. "Where's that tall, handsome guy? I don't see him. You mentioned there's no parking downstairs. He is across from the convenience store," Gao Ge replied, frowning as she searched for Jiang Chen's figure among the crowd. "Gao Ge, over here." Jiang Chen's voice called from the entrance. The group turned in unison. their collective astonishment rendering them momentarily speechless. Standing over 6 feet tall, clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with loose black athletic pants and an oversized Korean-style coat, Jiang Chen exuded a fresh and clean aura. His tall, commanding presence made him stand out remarkably among the throng. Even more striking was the brand-new silver Lamborghini parked behind him, with Jiang Chen casually leaning against it, creating a visually stunning tableau. Wow, a Lamborghini! That car must cost at least several million. One friend exclaimed. Not just that, it seems to be a special edition. The starting price is at least 8 million. Another added, they are such a perfect match. A talented man with a beautiful woman. Gao Gu, where did you find such an impressive boyfriend? I'm so envious. Come on, you're all talking nonsense. After a brief silence, the roommates erupted into excited chatter, their eyes darting between Jiang Chen and the car. At that moment, someone in the crowd spotted Lin Yujun standing beside Jiang Chen. Hey Yujun, what are you doing here? One roommate asked in surprise. Lin Yujun wore a composed smile, though her tone held a hint of reproach. Gao Gu is being rather inconsiderate. Jiang Chen came to see you, yet you didn't invite the rest of us. I just happened to return to the dormitory and ran into him. You all don't mind, do you? She affectionately linked her arm with Gao Ji's. Gao Gu felt a pang of anxiety. Her intuition warned her that Lin Yujun had likely seen the message Lan Lan posted in the group chat. However, she couldn't very well express her displeasure then and there, so she forced a smile. Of course not. Lan Lan chimed in, Yujun, you're quite the coincidence. You couldn't have shown up at a more opportune moment. Lin Yujun feigned annoyance, shooting Lan Lan a playful glare. You're so talkative. I just happened to be returning to the dorm. It seems that Yujun and Gao Gu both know this handsome guy. Why not introduce us? Yes, indeed. Gao Gu hadn't anticipated Jiang Chen arriving in such a luxurious car, and she felt a mix of embarrassment and delight at her friend's envious gazes. Her vanity thoroughly satisfied. Approaching Jiang Chen, she shyly introduced, These are my roommates and friends. They insisted on coming down to see you, and I couldn't stop them. Not a problem, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He then turned to greet the roommates. Hello, I'm Jiang Chen. Hello, you must be Gao Gu's boyfriend. Boisterously exclaimed Lan Lan, stepping forward with a grin. I'm Qiu Lan, Gao Gu's roommate and best friend. You're really handsome. No wonder Gao Gu is so smitten. Lan Lan, stop it. Gao Gu's face flushed crimson as she hurried to cover Lan Lan's mouth, explaining to Jiang Chen. She tends to exaggerate. Please don't take her seriously. We are not in that kind of relationship. Immediately, she turned to Lan Lan, exasperated. I've told you we're just friends. Just friends. Qiu Lan looked at Jiang Chen, teasingly adding, Looks like you haven't won her over yet. Jiang Chen, you'd better step up your game. How about taking us out tonight? As her best friends, we'll surely put in a good word for you. That would make your task much easier. Gao Gu attempted to silence Lan Lan again, but the other roommates joined in the teasing. Exactly. Gao Gu is a complete novice when it comes to romance. You must be extra considerate. If Gao Gu refuses, we'll help you take her away. Giggling, Lin Yujun smiled along, though unease brewed within her. Frantic and flustered, Gao Gu could only stomp her foot in frustration. I shouldn't have let you come along. If you keep this up, I'll really be upset. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice resonated, a smile gracing his features as he remarked. I initially intended for us to dine together, but this meal is one I owe to my senior. Thus, Gao Gu and I will finish our dinner and later, I will reserve a spot at the bar for us to enjoy the evening together. What do you say? Gao Gu was momentarily taken aback. Her face buried in her modestly sized bosom, hesitant to lift her gaze, her ears flushed with warmth. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen, she mused by saying this. Is he tacitly admitting to pursuing me? A sweet sensation fluttered within her. Just moments ago, she had contemplated taking him down a peg, yet his charming words had swiftly banished such thoughts from her mind. Really? Qiu Lan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, young ladies are often drawn to revelry. Lin Yujun's eyes also lit up instantly. Did this not signify a splendid opportunity to engage further with Jiang Chen? She promptly interjected, Jiang Xiao, you mustn't stand us up. My sisters will need time to prepare. Of course, Jiang Chen replied. I'll have Gao Gu send you the location when the time comes. How does that sound? Then it's settled, Qiu Lan declared, playfully shoving the bashful Gao Gu towards Jiang Chen. Since you are so generous, I entrust this little fledgling to your care. Ling Ling, Gao Gu exclaimed, flustered and embarrassed, tossing her small canvas bag towards Qiu Lan. Leaning in close, Qiu Lan whispered, Gao Gu, I am merely aiding you. Look at Jiang Chen, handsome and affluent. Did you not notice how several of our friends' eyes sparkled? Especially Junjun. Just look at the way she gazes at him. If you don't seize the moment, someone else might snatch him away. It would be a shame to miss out on such a remarkable young man. Gao Ji's heart tightened as she subtly surveyed her surroundings, noticing indeed that a few close friends were fixated on Jiang Chen, their eyes brimming with admiration, akin to hungry wolves eyeing their prey. They were merely restrained by her presence from taking action. Deep down, she acknowledged her own feelings for Jiang Chen. Otherwise, she would not have acquiesced to this invitation. However, her reserved nature made it challenging for her to take the initiative. Biting her lip, she silently entered the car. Jiang Chen observed this scene, waving goodbye to Qiulan and Lin Yujun before revving the Lamborghini's engine. With a surge of power, the car gradually vanished from the onlooker's sight. Inside the car, Gao Gu occupied the passenger seat, feeling quite out of sorts. Her hands awkwardly rested on her lap, her gaze drifting, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Chen. Taking advantage of the red light, Jiang Chen turned his head to appraise Gao Gu. Today, her hair was styled in a high ponytail, a few stray strands framing her fair cheeks, exuding youthful exuberance and playfulness. Her loose, white knit sweater draped casually over her frame, revealing glimpses of a beige lace inner top. The exquisite curve of her collarbone glimmered under the dim light of the car, radiating a captivating allure. She wore denim shorts that hugged her well-defined legs, showcasing their graceful lines. Her skin, fair and delicate, shimmered softly, reminiscent of the finest satin. Even in her flat white sneakers, her tall stature of 1.78 meters rendered her exceptionally elegant. Gazing at her face, the subtle makeup accentuated her features, striking a blend of innocence and a hint of aloof sensuality, creating an aura that seemed to repel strangers. Yet Jiang Chen understood that this was merely her facade. At heart, she was a girl filled with youthful longing. As spring arrived, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold. It was evident that she had invested time and thought into her appearance. Jiang Chen's gaze unconsciously lingered on Gao Ji's legs, truly the most exquisite he had encountered in 2 lifetimes, long and straight with perfect proportions. A yearning sensation stirred within him. Were it not for the fact that he was driving, he might have found it difficult to contain himself. Such legs could certainly captivate for years. Even Shuang Shuang, a genuine beauty in her own right, paled in comparison to those legs. Gao Gu sensed Jiang Chen's gaze, and her face instantly flushed crimson. She self-consciously adjusted her legs and subtly shifted her posture, biting her lip in an attempt to appear composed. However, Jiang Chen's fiery gaze made her feel as if invisible hands were gently caressing her legs, evoking both shyness and a quiet thrill. After all, this confirmed that her allure held a magnetic pull over Jiang Chen. Nonetheless, she couldn't help but scold. "Junior, focus on driving. I thought you were a gentleman, but it appears you are quite the flirt." Instead of feeling embarrassed at being caught, Jiang Chen flashed a mischievous grin. Who could resist appreciating beauty? It is perfectly natural. And there's one thing you've misrepresented. What is it? Go ying quiet, pusliet. Jiang Chen thumped his chest, confidently declaring, "I am indeed quite the flirt." Ha ha ha. Gao Gu laughed, covering her mouth. "You seem rather proud of it." Indeed, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at her. Even the most beautiful sights shouldn't be gazed upon incessantly. It's rush hour, after all. What if an accident were to happen? Gao Ji's cheeks flushed further, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Chen, with a mysterious smile, quipped, "Don't focus solely on admiring your own legs. Just look up, and you'll see." Curious, Gao Gu raised her head, her eyes widening in astonishment at the scene before her. The evening rush hour was in full swing, with a procession of vehicles crawling along the road, yet a spacious gap consistently surrounded Jiang Chen's car. The cars on either side seemed to have an unspoken agreement, maintaining a respectful distance from them. Even amidst the congestion, no vehicle dared to cut in front of them. This, Gao Gu gasped, her jaw nearly dropping. The Lamborghini was far too recognizable. Nobody wished to invite trouble. Even if an accident were to occur, dealing with the aftermath despite insurance would be a hassle. This was still in the lavish city of Jiangnan. If it were a smaller town, the scenario would likely be even more exaggerated. Gao Gu couldn't help but marvel. Truly, wealth could transform the world around one. This world was, indeed, a vast playground for the affluent. She couldn't resist softly asking, "Is this car yours?" "Yes, I just acquired it yesterday, though it's registered under someone else's name." Jiang Chen responded. "Why is that?" Jiang Chen chuckled, sidestepping the question. "If my senior desires it, I shall buy one for you in the future." "Now you are being cheeky. I cannot possibly accept such an extravagant gift," Gao Gu retorted, though her heart fluttered with delight. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, tilting his head to gaze at her, clearly surprised by her response. A gift in return is quite intriguing. If the system could quantify Jiang Chen's fondness for each of his acquaintances, that moment would surely resonate in his mind. Jiang Chen's fondness for Gao Gu increased by 10. Gao Gu turned, tilting her head to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. "Why are you staring at me?" "Just nothing," Jiang Chen smiled. Yet a half-formed thought lingered unspoken in his mind. Based on that recent exchange, he would certainly splurge a bit more on her this evening. She then inquired, "By the way, how old are you this year? You appear quite youthful, yet interacting with you reveals a profound maturity, quite unlike your boyish exterior." I long to declare, "I have just turned 18. However, the truth is I am 20, soon approaching 21. Jiang Chen smiled, revealing a set of pearly whites. Gao Ge felt a jolt in her heart. She was already 23. For young women of their striking appearance, the ages of 18 to 25 constitute the pinnacle of youth. Yet, in just a few years, she would face familial pressures and the inevitable weight of age. It was precisely these thoughts that compelled her to seek romance and to request Jiang Chen's contact information. Little did she expect that Jiang Chen was merely 20. "Does age matter to you?" Jiang Chen asked. "Is it not significant? If two individuals are contemplating marriage, the age gap is indeed a rather pragmatic concern," Gao Ge retorted. "If you deem it important, then it is important. If you are indifferent, it will bear no influence. Besides, you, senior, are 3 years my senior. They say a woman 3 years older brings fortune, so I must be quite fortunate." Jiang Chen teased. "How annoying." Gao Ge playfully punched Jiang Chen's shoulder, then shifted the topic by asking, "Where are we dining?" "Don't worry, I have everything arranged, just near Wanxiang City. After dinner, we could shop a bit." "I've already spoken to the merchants there," Jiang Chen replied, naturally reaching out to gently squeeze Gao Ji's thigh before quickly withdrawing his hand. Gao Ji's face flushed crimson as she playfully admonished, "Junior, don't be so reckless." Yet Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, grasping her left hand and resting it on the gear shift. Gao Ge attempted several times to withdraw her hand, but to no avail, ultimately conceding with a bashful acceptance. Before long, the Lamborghini glided into the evening's destination. Jiang Night Banquet. Chapter 52. Jiang Night Banquet. To woo a woman, one must understand the remedy for her heart. When pursuing a good girl, one should encourage a hint of rebellion. If courting a lifelong singleton, one must craft a perfect romantic dream for her. For those with familial shortcomings, one ought to provide warmth through meticulous details. And for those from affluent families, the more one endures, the more they will cherish you. In essence, people are drawn to what they lack. As the saying goes, if your date is a beauty, then seek out places frequented by beauties. This sentiment holds considerable truth. Therefore, Jiang Chen's choice of venue tonight could be deemed the epitome of sophistication and beauty. Inside, the lighting was soft and elegant, the air infused with the aromas of exquisite cuisine and delicate floral notes. The moment Jiang Chen and Gao Ge entered, the gazes of those around them converged. After all, Jiang Chen exuded an extraordinary aura, and Gao Ji's beauty was undeniable. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, capturing the attention of all. This place lived up to its reputation as a renowned hotspot for stunning women. Just as they stepped inside, a voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. "Detected effective consumer target. Would you like to view?" "View," Jiang Chen silently commanded. Name, Su Jue. Age, 35. Height, 170 centimeters. Cup size, C. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 81. Emotional history, 12, has given birth. Status, currently single, somewhat confused about relationships, yet still yearning for true love, diligently striving in her career, pursuing financial independence. Affection level, 20, unacquainted with the host. Personality and background summary. A native of Yuxing province, she entered the advertising industry after graduating from university. Through her talent and diligence, she gained modest recognition in her field. Outwardly cool and independent, she internally craves warmth and security. Having experienced multiple romantic failures, she remains guarded around men, but will wholeheartedly invest in those who treat her sincerely. In her profession, she is decisive and competent, demanding high standards from herself. Regarded by colleagues as a relentless worker, having given birth and divorced, she hopes to find someone who truly understands and loves her, to rebuild a family of her own. Ah, a strong and capable woman. Jiang Chen glanced over. She indeed possessed some charm. Moreover, she had come alone. Such occurrences were common here. After all, as one ascends the social ladder, the number of quality men diminishes while female resources abound. However, this path is crowded. Had he come alone, he might have pursued her contact information. But with Gao Ge by his side, a tender young bird, it would not be proper to seek other fish in her presence, lest he diminish her fondness for him. Perhaps he would wait until he had captured the heart of this inexperienced senior before gradually approaching others. For now, he would let this mature woman pass. Jiang Chen understood that someone like Gao Ge, who appeared aloof yet possessed a pure heart, needed an exquisite romantic experience. The Jiang Night Banquet, in terms of both ambience and atmosphere, perfectly aligned with his plans. "Are you Mr. Jiang?" A respectfully clad waitress approached. "Indeed. Very well. Based on your preferences, a table has been reserved for you. Jiang Chen nodded, leading Gao Gu to follow the waitress. They were guided to a window-side table with an exceptional view, overlooking the bustling streets and twinkling neon lights, as well as a panoramic sea vista. The table was adorned with an exquisite candle holder, the warm candlelight gently flickering, adding a touch of intimacy to the space. The night was just right. The breeze was gentle. I meticulously selected this restaurant. They say every dish here is a work of art, so you must indulge in them. Jiang Chen smiled at Gao Gu, his eyes filled with affection. As for how he knew this, he said, "Don't ask. Just know I've been here before." He couldn't very well admit that it was also through Yin Shuang's recommendation. Could he? Gao Gu nodded slightly, a blush creeping on her cheeks. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that all the women present were impeccably dressed and fashionable, and everything around her exuded an unparalleled sense of luxury and romance. This place is truly beautiful. It feels so different from the usual spots I frequent. After Jiang Chen and Gao Gu sat down, the waiter presented the menu. The menu was bound with an expensive leather cover, the pages crafted from high-quality paper, adorned with gold-embossed Italian dish names, accompanied by exquisite illustrations and detailed descriptions in Chinese. Each dish was meticulously described, detailing its ingredients, cooking methods, and unique flavor profiles. Gao Gu gazed at the menu, exclaiming, "The dishes here look so exquisite. But aren't they a bit too pricey?" Jiang Chen chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, order to your heart's content. How could I possibly let you foot the bill when we dine together?" Gao Gu swallowed hard. "You order. I'm fine with whatever. Any dietary restrictions, senior?" "None. Just choose as you see fit." "All right then." Although it was Jiang Chen's first visit, he quickly feigned expertise in placing their order. While waiting for their dishes to arrive, Jiang Chen and Gao Gu engaged in delightful conversation, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their school days. "Were you studying, Junior?" "Finance. That shouldn't be the case." "How come I never see you at school?" "I'm enrolled in an international cooperative program, and my diploma is issued by a foreign institution. I completed my credits long ago, so I attend classes at my discretion." "Wow, I envy you." With that, the floodgates of conversation opened. Gao Gu recounted her experiences in the architecture department, sharing tales of intricate design schematics and engaging coursework, which captivated Jiang Chen's attention. He, in turn, shared vivid memories from his time studying abroad, recounting fascinating cultures and intriguing experiences that elicited gasps of amazement from Gao Gu. Before long, the waiter began serving their meals. Each dish was exquisitely presented, igniting an insatiable appetite. Although this is an Italian restaurant, this dish is their signature, French-style baked escargot. "Give it a try," Jiang Chen said, carefully cutting a piece for Gao Gu and placing it on her plate. Gao Gu took a gentle bite. The tender escargot paired with a unique sauce offered a rich texture and delightful flavor, prompting her to exclaim, "This is truly delicious. But I must admit, I've never tried escargot before." Haha. Throughout the meal, Jiang Chen shared amusing stories while savoring the delectable dishes, causing Gao Gu to burst into melodious laughter. His wit and attentive nature gradually put her at ease, dissolving her initial shyness. Notification: Gao Ji's affection level 5, current affection level 55. Notification: Gao Ji's affection level 5, current affection level 60. Their relationship was advancing rapidly. At that moment, a few stylishly dressed women sat at the neighboring table. As soon as they settled in, they began taking photos, evidently drawn to the ambience. Although these women were more alluring than Gao Gu, when it came to looks and figure combined, they were no match for the junior. Jiang Chen noticed Gao Ji's gaze, briefly captivated by them, stirring a thought within him. "Senior, do you enjoy taking photos?" he suggested. Gao Gu appeared somewhat intrigued, yet bashful. "I'm not very good at taking photos. My friends usually help me with that when we go out." This was indeed true. Jiang Chen had seen her social media, which featured few photos, and her selfies were rather ordinary, often taken from unflattering angles. The only reason they were posted was due to her striking looks. "You're so beautiful. Your photos would undoubtedly turn out stunning. Come on, let me help you," Jiang Chen said, picking up his phone and beginning to guide Gao Gu into poses. Under his direction, she gradually relaxed, striking various natural and lovely poses. As he snapped photos, he complimented her. "Senior, you truly have a flair for the camera. Every shot could grace a magazine cover." After finishing the photo shoot, Gao Gu leaned in to review the pictures and was pleasantly surprised at her beauty in the images, exclaiming, "I never expected them to turn out this well. Your photography skills are exceptional. Of course, just look at who the model is. With your beauty, any shot will be lovely," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, his eyes unabashedly expressing admiration for Gao Gu. "Junior, could you promise me something?" What is it?" "Well," Gao Gu hesitated, feeling a bit shy, but ultimately spoke, "You don't have to call me senior. Just use my name." Jiang Chen fell silent, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. So, that was the reason. Did she feel it made her sound old? Girls could be like that. Fair enough, but you can't call me Junior anymore. We need a new term of endearment. What should I call you? Gao Ge blinked her sparkling eyes. How about dear? Upon hearing this, a flush of embarrassment spread across Gao Ge's face. You're so naughty. Their meal lasted nearly an hour, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Chapter 53. Of course, one must shop to aid digestion. The pair made their way to the underground parking lot. Jiang Chen pressed the car key, opening the scissor doors of the Lamborghini, and ushered Gao Ge inside. Are we heading back now? Gao Ge asked softly. What a joke, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. I haven't even invited your friends out yet, and it's barely late. We should first take a stroll to aid digestion. Aid digestion? In this manner, Gao Ge found herself inexplicably led by Jiang Chen to the familiar Wanxiang city, specifically to the LV store. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's face, the store manager, Wang Jun, felt as though he were experiencing a hallucination. The visage was familiar yet elusive. He couldn't quite place it, but his instincts told him this man was of utmost importance. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Isn't this the VC who brought a girl here to shop last time? And this time there's a newcomer? This was the cherished guest. He had to attend to them personally. Without waiting for the staff to approach, Wang Jun dashed to Jiang Chen's side. Oh my, Mr. Jiang, why didn't you inform me of your arrival in advance? Manager Wang, I just finished eating and thought I'd stop by, Jiang Chen replied politely, having always held a favorable impression of Wang Jun, appreciating his customer service and capabilities. Aha, Mr. Jiang, as a Louis Vuitton VC, if you have time, we can certainly arrange a personal shopping experience for you. No need for that. I saw your message about new arrivals and thought I'd come take a look for her. Jiang Chen gestured subtly, indicating he was selecting for the young lady beside him. Of course, Mr. Jiang. This lovely lady beside you. May I ask her surname? Oh, it's Gao. Gao Ge hesitated for a moment before responding. Wang Jun smiled. Miss Gao is truly fortunate to have found a handsome and attentive boyfriend like Mr. Jiang. Gao Ge felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks as she stammered, "We." All right, Jiang Chen interjected, wrapping an arm around Gao Ji's shoulders. Manager Wang, save the flattery for later. We have plans tonight, so let's quickly find my girlfriend some suitable options. He punctuated his words with a playful squeeze of Gao Ji's lovely shoulder. Wang Jun beamed with delight. Certainly, Mr. Jiang, Miss Gao, please follow me. Alice, Lena, come help Miss Gao select some suitable clothes and bags. Wang Jun efficiently instructed. In no time, he had curated several outfits for Gao Ge, from clothing to shoes, and even selected a few bags, including the classic LV bucket bag and the trendy new LV dirty bag. Typically, new releases required a minimum purchase quantity, but with Jiang Chen as the VC, the rules were different. Miss Gao, do you prefer carrying your bag on the left or right? And what colors do you particularly favor? Gao Ge mechanically complied, answering every question about size, color, and preference. Her mind felt blank, consumed by the earlier conversation. Did Jiang Chen just imply their relationship was more than platonic? But he hadn't confessed his feelings yet. No. Even though she knew she would undoubtedly accept if Jiang Chen were to confess, this essential step could not be overlooked. He must also confess to himself. Upon regaining his composure, he found himself surrounded by an array of fashionable clothing, handbags, perfumes, and exquisite jewelry. Gao Ge gazed at the pile of items with a twinge of anxiety and hastily exclaimed, Manager Wang, there is no need for all this. I truly do not require so much. It's only right that I buy you something to make up for having kept you waiting for dinner. Surely, Senior 1T deny me this small opportunity. Will she? Stunned into silence by this remark, Gao Ge could only respond with resignation. But I can't possibly take them all. I'll just choose a few. Besides, I will need to reciprocate later. All right, Jiang Chen nodded eagerly. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Gao Ji's hair. Wang Jun, standing nearby, chuckled and added, You two are truly a match made in heaven. Miss Gao, you are indeed considerate of Mr. Jiang. It is rare for customers like you to save money for their boyfriends here. Upon hearing this, Gao Ge's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly clarified. We aren't even officially a couple yet. Jiang Chen, noticing her embarrassment, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Well, not yet. With Manager Wang's kind words. That may change soon. Laughter erupted from Manager Wang and Jiang Chen, leaving Gao Ge's cheeks as red as an apple. Having never been in a romantic relationship, she understood that things needed to progress gradually. The fruits of love must be patiently harvested to savor their sweetness. With that, he shifted the conversation towards Manager Wang. Given your extensive connections in this high-end consumer circle, could you assist me in securing a reservation at Muse Bar? Money is not an issue. Jiang Chen has expressed a desire to see the establishment, as he has heard that celebrities like Zhang Jialing and Chen Qiqi are investors there. Absolutely. I know one of the shareholders at Muse and can contact them right away. Please hold on. Manager Wang confidently replied before stepping outside to make the call. Ultimately, after Jiang Chen's insistence, he purchased 2 complete outfits for Gao Ge, including matching skirts, pants, shoes, and 3 handbags. At checkout, the total came to 328,000 yuan. As a stunning beauty, Gao Ge had encountered her fair share of suitors eager to shower her with gifts, so she had a reasonable expectation of the final price. Yet, she was still taken aback by the total. Oh no, it seems I have truly spent beyond my means this time. Jiang Chen, however, merely smiled and effortlessly swiped his card to complete the purchase. Indeed, the aspirations of a mere affluent admirer pale in comparison to those of true aristocracy. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Jiang Chen's mind. Notice, Gao Ji's favorability 5, current favorability 65. Just after Jiang Chen made the payment, Manager Wang returned with a smile, saying, Mr. Jiang, everything is arranged. Just mention that you made a reservation at Muse when you arrive. Thank you very much, Manager Wang, Jiang Chen replied gratefully. Manager Wang waved his hand dismissively. Please, Mr. Jiang, there is no need for such formality. Your patronage at our flagship store is the greatest support you could offer. As they departed, Gao Ge and Jiang Chen found themselves laden with bags. What initially seemed light turned out to be quite heavy. Noticing this, Manager Wang thoughtfully inquired, Mr. Jiang, we can deliver your purchases to your doorstep. Jiang Chen turned to Gao Ge. Would it be convenient to have them delivered to the girls' dormitory? That would be fine, Gao Ge nodded. Consequently, she changed into a newly purchased dress and replaced her canvas bag with the latest LV handbag. The remaining items were entrusted to Manager Wang for delivery the next day. After leaving the LV store, the pair strolled towards the parking lot, with Gao Ge linking her arm through Jiang Chen's, her heart brimming with sweetness and confusion. The sweetness stemmed from Jiang Chen's kindness, while the confusion arose from their still ambiguous relationship. As they walked, she stole glances at Jiang Chen's profile, pondering how this seemingly oblivious junior could be so dense. Chapter 54. While others reclined in luxury, you drive a Mazda. Jiang Chen evidently noticed her gaze and remarked, Why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you be messaging your friends? It's time to head out. Huh? Gao Ge was momentarily taken aback. Oh right, didn't I promise to invite them out tonight? We should get going, they'll all need to take a cab, so it's about time we set off. Jiang Chen replied casually. Millimeterum go ye nuded. Retrieving her phone to message the group chat. She then looked up at Jiang Chen with a slight frown. Sorry, I didn't catch the name of the place. Muse. Oh yes, I heard that bar has celebrities like Zhang Jialing and Chen Qiqi as shareholders. Many stars frequent it, including some who may not be very well known. Remember, yogurt is not just yogurt, but flavored yogurt. In this world of flavored yogurt, the Matthew effect prevails across all industries. If one were to ask what distinguishes lesser-known starlets from those who are currently in the limelight, the difference in appearance is often negligible. The only distinction is that the former have yet to achieve fame, while the latter have. Once fame is attained, better resources and teams can be employed for their promotion, creating a recurring cycle. The exorbitant prices, coupled with the allure of celebrity, have rendered this bar increasingly renowned. Isn't Team Muse a bit too expensive? Go Ye hesitated. She had certainly heard of the bar's reputation, but had never visited. Typically, students like her preferred more modest venues, such as quieter bars or live houses. It wasn't that she didn't wish to go. Rather, the prices at Muse were simply too steep. Muse is arguably the largest and most popular bar in Jiangnan City, attracting even visitors from the neighboring city of Hu. Excluding the second-floor business area, there are over 60 VIP booths. The modern decor boasts a 20-meter bar counter, and since its opening, it has become a hot spot. A VIP booth with a minimum spending of 888 yuan is highly sought after. Even so, many wish to book a booth, but find it impossible. They merely enjoy the thrill of it all. Even if going to a bar, they would prefer a slightly cheaper option with a better atmosphere, more suited for young people. Gao Ge remarked, moreover, today is Friday, so the minimum spending is surely high. She understood her friends well, especially Lin Yujun, who was particularly extravagant when it came to spending a man's money. Jiang Chen had already spent enough tonight. She didn't want any negative impressions to arise due to her friends. No worries, just send them a location, Jiang Chen responded, switching to a more formal tone as his right hand instinctively moved to rest on Gao Ji's smooth thigh, gently caressing it. I sent it. They should arrive in about half an hour. Gao Ge's cheeks flushed slightly as she focused on ignoring the unusual sensations from his touch, whispering, although it was just a joke among classmates, I didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually book Muse. When she shared the news in her colleague group chat, it instantly sparked a storm of excitement. Muse. I heard the minimum spending there is several tens of thousands. It's Saturday, and without at least 100,000 yuan. It's nearly impossible to get in. Gao Gu's boyfriend must be incredibly generous, handsome, and wealthy. Her luck is beyond belief. I am immensely grateful to Gao Gu. I have long desired to visit, yet the expenses are simply prohibitive. I wonder if I might chance upon Chen Chi and Sister Jialing within. I find myself sincerely envious of Gao Gu today as I navigate another day steeped in jealousy. Observing these messages, Gao Gu unexpectedly refrains from offering any rebuttal. She turns her gaze toward Jiang Chen, who is intently focused on driving, and her vanity is satisfyingly indulged. In her previous interactions with other boys, she had never felt a tinge of inferiority, yet the remarkable attributes of this junior leave her struggling to maintain her confidence. Nonetheless, a slight discomfort lingers within her. Could it be that their progression is too swift? In the night, the silver beast that is the Lamborghini roars down the road like a ferocious predator, illuminating all in its path with the brilliance of its diamond-like headlights. In less than 15 minutes, the vehicle comes to a steady halt outside the Muse Bar. Even before entering, the deafening beats of the DJ's music emanate from within, compelling one's heart to pulse in time with the rhythm. At this moment, the entrance of the Muse Bar buzzes with life, as an array of luxury vehicles fills the parking lot. The presence of BBA vehicles almost seems commonplace, relegated to the role of mere background players. Gazing around, one is greeted by the sight of numerous Porsches and other high-end automobiles, with the occasional Ferrari, classics like the 458 and 296 gracing the scene. Despite this, Jiang Chen's Lamborghini stands out conspicuously, firmly claiming the spotlight. Observing the parking lot, Jiang Chen notes that nearly every spot is occupied. Those that remain are tucked away in obscure corners. He is disinclined to expend effort on this matter. Who is Jiang? After all, when in doubt, he opts for a carefree approach. Thus, he parks directly beside the entrance, indifferent to the consequences. The security guard stationed at the entrance, witnessing this audacious act, brightens up. Without uttering a word, he swiftly places several traffic cones around Jiang Chen's vehicle. Is this a new tactic? Jiang Chen, taken aback, adopts a bemused expression reminiscent of an A00001 casually parked by the roadside, where the next day, the spot becomes a designated parking space. Upon exiting the car, Jiang Chen nonchalantly hands the security guard his car keys along with several 100 yuan bills. Thanks, brother. If a spot opens up later, I'd appreciate your help in parking it. With money paving the way, all paths appear smooth. Regardless of the nation or system, hard cash holds unparalleled power. The security guard, beaming at the sight of the bills, eagerly responds, "Boss, you're too kind. Just leave your car here. I'll ensure it remains safe. No issues at all." Jiang Chen, satisfied, retrieves his keys. At that moment, a black Mazda attempts to mimic Jiang Chen's boldness by parking nearby. The security guard promptly intervenes. "Sir, I'm afraid parking here is not permitted." The young man in the Mazda, visibly indignant, points to the Lamborghini and protests. "Why does he get to park here?" The security guard glances between the Lamborghini and the Mazda, internally critiquing. He can park because he is affluent and generous. What about you? Yes, in a Lamborghini. And you're in a Mazda. No wonder you can't park. Thoughts like these remain unspoken, as he maintains a professional demeanor. "Sir, this is a special circumstance. According to regulations, parking here is indeed prohibited. Please find a designated spot." "So it's special, is it? I clearly saw him park here." The security guard stands resolute, showing no inclination to relent. The young man, frustrated, drives off while Jiang Chen observes the scene with a wry smile, then walks alongside Gao Gu toward the bar entrance. Chapter 55, a whole number for good fortune. The marketing team at the bar had already noticed Jiang Chen's arrival in a luxury vehicle and quickly approached him with eager smiles. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, I am Jiang," came his response. "Excellent, Mr. Jiang. Please hold on for a moment." The staff hurried to verify the reservation, as the surname Jiang is relatively uncommon, and they swiftly located it. The discovery brought a hint of surprise to their faces, and they greeted him with exaggerated warmth. You are indeed the Mr. Jiang who made the reservation. Right this way, please. Your VIP booth is ready, and I shall escort you immediately." Not long ago, the bar's manager had issued a directive about a distinguished guest reserving a VIP booth, emphasizing the importance of exceptional service. This was a specific request from a significant shareholder. Although they had encountered such situations before, this time was different. The emphasis on this particular guest's significance was palpable, and they dared not exhibit any negligence, their nerves taut. To their astonishment, the esteemed guest turned out to be the young and dashing Jiang Chen. The marketing staff speculated that he must belong to some affluent family. As they guided him through the bustling dance floor and various booths, they showcased the bar's features. Upon entering Mews, Jiang Chen was immediately captivated by a wall adorned with an array of premium spirits, including black spade, and penfolds, shimmering enticingly under the lights, a stunning testament to the bar's opulence. The staff led them through the lively atmosphere to the innermost part of the bar. Pointing to the central booth numbered 000, they respectfully stated, "Mr. Jiang, here is your reserved seat." Jiang Chen regarded the spacious booth with a hint of exasperation. Having only instructed Wang Jun to reserve any spot, yet he found himself in the highly conspicuous booth numbered 001. Who had he inadvertently contacted? A VIP, surely. They wouldn't go to such lengths to curry favor with him? Could they have investigated his background? His mother was beyond reproach, being part of the political elite in the capital. However, his father and two sisters were entrenched in the commercial empire of the Shanghai stock market, which made such inquiries plausible. Nevertheless, he decided to go with the flow, not overly concerned. Turning to retrieve 200 yuan bills from his wallet, he handed them to the marketing staff. "All right, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Enjoy your time, and feel free to summon me for any assistance." The marketing staff beamed as they accepted the money, bowing repeatedly before departing. Just as Jiang Chen and Gao Gu settled into their seats, a sharply dressed man in a white shirt and black trousers approached briskly. "Good evening, Mr. Jiang. I am Wang Xiaoming, the supervisor here. You may call me Xiao Wang." The supervisor courteously presented a drink menu, unfolding it before Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, here is our beverage list. Please let me know if you would like to order anything." The supervisor exhibited a keen sense of attentiveness. He never mentioned the minimum consumption for the VIP booth from beginning to end. In his view, for a guest who could secure such a position and receive special attention from the boss, the minimum spend was hardly a matter of concern. Jiang Chen glanced at the drinks menu. To be honest, whether in his past life or in his memories, his visits to bars have been few and far between. His understanding of these beverages was rather superficial. The drinks he favored were simply those that a true gentleman would appreciate, such as ice-cold whiskey. For the ladies, such choices might be too strong and not particularly suitable. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to close the drinks menu and said to the supervisor, "You may arrange it as you see fit. I estimate we'll need enough for about 7 or 8 people." The supervisor nodded slightly and inquired, "Very well, Mr. Jiang. Could you please provide an estimate of the amount you intend to spend on drinks? What do you think is appropriate?" Jiang Chen retorted. The supervisor pondered for a brief moment before responding, "The minimum consumption for our VIP booth is 888 yuan, which is essentially the price of a set of divine dragons. Many bosses prefer this number for its auspiciousness. However, in reality, if we are merely engaging in normal consumption, around 60,000 to 70,000 yuan would suffice. I can present a selection of each type. Should you find any particular drink to your liking, you could simply call for more later." 60 to 70,000. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, realizing it was a bit cumbersome. He then casually replied, "Let's round it up to 180,000. That seems more auspicious." The supervisor, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes and quickly said, "Certainly, Mr. Jiang, you are truly generous. I will arrange everything promptly to ensure your satisfaction." With that, he hurriedly departed with the drinks menu. Before long, under the supervisor's direction, an array of exquisite beverages and fruit platters began to be served by the waitstaff. The table was lavishly adorned, not only with expensive champagne, but also with various rare spirits. The colorful bottles shimmered alluringly under the lights, complementing the vibrant atmosphere surrounding them. "Mr. Jiang, shall we open these drinks now?" the supervisor inquired. "Let us wait until everyone arrives," Jiang Chen replied. "Very well, Mr. Jiang." Gao Gu looked at the vast assortment of drinks on the table with some concern. "Do you think we could finish all this? Isn't it a bit wasteful? We're still students, and Haven Tea frequented such bars much. This is actually my first time here." "Don't worry, it's my first time too." Jiang Chen gently patted Gao Gu's hand in reassurance. "It's a rare occasion for everyone to go out and have fun. That's what matters most. Besides, who knows, when your roommates arrive, we might not have enough to drink." Coincidentally, he was also eager to broaden his horizons. Gao Gu gazed at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise. During dinner, she had come to understand a part of him. A young master like him must be a frequent visitor to bars and nightclubs. Yet, observing Jiang Chen's demeanor, which was distinct from the other men in the bar, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that he truly preferred exploring mountains and rivers abroad? She found herself intrigued, contemplating the strict upbringing that Jiang Chen must have experienced and what kind of family he hailed from. At that moment, Supervisor Wang approached once more, bowing slightly to whisper in Jiang Chen's ear, "Mr. Jiang, a few young ladies have arrived outside, claiming to be your friends. Shall I let them in?" "It must be Lan Lan and Jun Jun," Gao Gu chimed in. Jiang Chen nodded, Yes, they're my friends. Please let them in. Understood, Mr. Jiang. The supervisor gestured to the two security personnel, who promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, they returned, escorting Lin Yujun and Xiaolan, along with a total of 6 or 7 young ladies. Gao Ge couldn't help but slap her forehead upon seeing them. Good heavens! There are 8 of us in the friend group, and they all come. The friends of a goddess are likely to be goddesses themselves. Even if they were somewhat lacking, they wouldn't fall short by much. All the girls were youthful and radiant, fair-skinned, and tall. While not all of them might reach the level of stunning beauties like Gao Ge or Lin Yujun, they were certainly above average. If showcased on social media with some enhancements, they would undoubtedly be considered goddesses, attracting throngs of admirers. Even in a bar like Muse, witnessing such a multitude of attractive women converge in one booth was a rare occurrence, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Xiaolan and a few of her friends curiously surveyed their surroundings, occasionally exclaiming in awe, while Lin Yujun maintained a polite smile throughout, evidently accustomed to such scenes. Under the dim lights, she didn't lower her head for anyone. Her captivating peach blossom eyes, combined with her unique charm, seemed to convey a depth of emotion. One could almost see the words "I adore you" written on her forehead. Jiang Chen, in response, smiled back, sensing that something significant would transpire between him and Lin Yujun that night. Chapter 56. It is my duty to make the clients feel impressive. Mr. Jiang, your friends have been escorted in. Should you have any requests, feel free to approach any of the security personnel, and I will attend to you immediately. The supervisor bowed and then departed. Jiang Chen looked up to see the expansive booth surrounded by security personnel at intervals, likely to prevent any unwanted guests from encroaching. Jiang Chen mused to himself. Xiaolan cheerfully led the way, greeting Jiang Chen. Handsome Jiang, it's been ages since we last met. Jiang Chen chuckled. Ages? You mean 25 hours, right? Huh. All right. Xiaolan, enough with the banter. Please take a seat. Gao Ge waved a signal. Xiaolan was the first to sit down boldly, followed by the others, although they appeared somewhat reserved compared to her casual demeanor. Lin Yujun quietly took a seat beside Gao Ge, making her the closest to Jiang Chen aside from Gao Ge. Junior, I suppose I should now address you as young Master Jiang. Xiaolan teased, prompting laughter from those around them. The previously somewhat awkward atmosphere was instantly enlivened by her playful banter. Jiang Chen was delighted to witness such a scene. He certainly did not wish for the young ladies around him to appear as dull as dead fish. We are all of a similar age and classmates. Calling me young Master Jiang feels rather formal. Just call me Jiang Chen, he said with a smile. That's what you said. You can't accuse us of overstepping. Gulan Vito. I can tell you must frequent places like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reserved booth 001 for you at this hour. The manager was also incredibly respectful towards you. The other girls looked on, filled with envy towards Jiang Chen and Gao Ge. I truly am here for the first time. But you would believe me even if I told you. Jiang Chen chuckled, opting not to provide further explanation. At that moment, a group of waitstaff approached in unison, with the supervisor at the front, respectfully stating, Mr. Jiang, these are the drinks worth 180,000 yuan that you ordered. Shall we open them now? He enunciated the price clearly, ensuring that everyone present could hear. After all, Jiang Chen had arrived, accompanied by an entourage of young women, even without the boss's prior instructions. The sheer magnitude of the 180,000 expenditure was sufficient for Jiang Chen to project an air of grandeur. What is the purpose of visiting a bar? To indulge in drink? No. To meet women? That's not entirely accurate either. The paramount objective is to flaunt. If one were to heed his words, it is not technology that serves as the primary productive force, but rather the act of showing off itself. It is his duty to ensure that clients can quietly bask in this ostentation. Once they revel in it, repeat patrons and returning wealth will inevitably follow. Spending money without the intent to impress is devoid of meaning. After such display, one is left with the option of choice. Everything follows a certain sequence. Upon hearing the price, many of the young women's expressions shifted dramatically. When they cast their eyes upon Gao Ge, admiration mingled with other emotions. Throughout their lives, as goddesses, they had encountered numerous wealthy heirs. Although Jiang Chen arrived in a Lamborghini, they understood that many affluent scions, despite their ostentatious appearances, had limited discretionary funds. Their families often kept them on a tight leash, with some relying on their female companions even for fuel expenses. Yet, Jiang Chen not only drove an extravagant vehicle, but also displayed remarkable generosity by ordering 180,000 worth of drinks, a testament to his family's affluence, placing them among the elite of Huaxia. Inevitably, they felt a pang of envy, questioning why Gao Ge should encounter such an exceptional young man while they were perpetually approached by shorter, less appealing middle-aged suitors. In that moment, They began to calculate their chances, reasoning that since Jiang Chen and Gao Gu had yet to establish a formal relationship, there remained opportunities, especially since no marriage certificate had been issued. However, reality would soon prove that their calculations had come too late. Earlier on their way, Lin Yujun had rehearsed her strategy in her mind 800 times. She had not been idle in recent days. She meticulously scrutinized Jiang Chen's sparse social media posts. While she might not recognize all of his acquaintances, one individual caught her eye, a second-generation heir who had previously appeared on Douyin, Xiaowei, the third princess. She was well acquainted with that name. Yet, in the birthday photographs of Jiang Chen, this second-generation heir had made an appearance. If even Xiaowei, the third princess, attended his birthday celebration, what caliber of gathering was that? A twinge of regret washed over her as she pondered why it had taken her 6 months since Jiang Chen's return to the country to discover this. Nevertheless, there was still time. What she needed to do now was wait. Wait for the opportune moment. Let us begin, Jiang Chen said with a calm demeanor. The waitstaff approached in succession, carefully uncorking bottle after bottle of wine. I shall not intrude any longer, Mr. Jiang, the supervisor stated, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Jiang Chen called out, extending his hand to present his QR code. Manager who? Let us connect on WeChat. It will facilitate communication for any future matters. The supervisor's heart swelled with joy. Acquiring the contact details of such a significant client was a coveted opportunity. He promptly retrieved his phone and efficiently added Jiang Chen on WeChat, smiling as he said, Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Jiang Chen nodded, and the supervisor left with a smile. After his departure, the booth fell into a brief silence. 18,000 for wine? It feels like drinking liquid gold. It's so extravagant. Xiaolan broke the silence. What does it matter? We're here to enjoy ourselves. Do not overthink it. Jiang Chen replied with a smile as he lifted a glass. Xiaolan stood up, raising her glass as she said, Then I shall not hold back. Let us toast to Jiang Chen, our generous junior. The other flight attendants followed suit, rising in unison to toast to Jiang Xiao. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. The booth resonated with their delicate voices. Jiang Chen had no choice but to raise his glass, clinking it with each of theirs. After sipping the champagne, he found it quite agreeable. This second glass is for our Gao Gu. Xiaolan filled her glass again, casting a mischievous smile at Gao Gu. We are all fortunate to bask in Gao Gu's glow. Cheers to Gao Gu. The others echoed her sentiment. Gao Gu hastily waved her hands, feeling somewhat bashful as she said, There is no need for that. However, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, she eventually stood to clink glasses with them. After downing a shot of strong liquor, a rosy hue bloomed on Gao Gu's fair cheeks, making her even more enchanting under the bar's dim lights. Though she maintained a composed exterior, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. Who wouldn't relish such a feeling of being adored? Jiang Chen watched them drink with a jovial expression, his right arm instinctively encircling Gao Gu's waist, his hand gradually descending. As it brushed against her abdomen, Gao Gu stiffened, her eyes widening in surprise. She never expected Jiang Chen to act so intimately in front of so many people. What was he attempting to do? Was he about to escalate their closeness in plain sight of everyone? Flustered and anxious, she struggled to push his hand away. Her voice tinged with a mix of annoyance and shyness. Jiang Chen, don't do that. We're moving too fast, and you haven't even confessed your feelings yet. She was acutely aware that, despite her burgeoning affection for Jiang Chen, their physical contact had only occurred that evening. No matter how stirred her heart was, she could not allow herself to be so easily won over. Otherwise, men would never learn to cherish what they had. Hearing the term confession, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To him, such demonstrations were often mere tests imposed by women to gauge a man's worth. Wasn't it the case that Isha had once projected an image of a pure and innocent maiden? Yet when he entered the scene, hadn't she been the one pleading for a relationship? Where was the need for such formalities? He cast a sidelong glance at Gao Gu. Just moments ago, when they were alone, she had been far bolder than she was now. Yet in front of everyone, she chose to put on this act? Had he invested over 300,000 only to play the role of a lovesick fool? This was not just disrespectful. It was an affront. To conflate him with the likes of Wang Peng, the sycophant, would be a grave misunderstanding. Gao Gu's beauty was indeed exceptional, and her desirability was unparalleled. These qualities stirred his interest, but they were not reasons for him to become a mere admirer. No matter how beautiful she was, there were always those who surpassed her. Likewise, even if she had zero competition, there were others who could match that. In a world where wealth prevailed, one could easily procure companionship, be it from women or even unlikely sources. In this lifetime, no one would ever reduce him to a mere sycophant. An alpha male would never acquiesce to any form of testing. Jiang Chen discreetly withdrew his hand, his expression turning somewhat aloof. He subtly distanced himself from Gao Ge, just enough to allow another person to sit comfortably between them. Lin Yujun observed everything keenly, her heart rejoicing at the opportunity presenting itself. Seizing the moment, she rose and leaned closer to Jiang Chen, nearly pressing her entire form against him, her ample bosom brushing against his arm, her voice sweet and sultry. Jiang Chen, allow me to toast you. As she spoke, she deliberately batted her eyelashes, her gaze imbued with seduction. Chapter 57. The ladies compete for attention. Junior Jiang Chen, allow me to toast to you. With a playful wink, she exuded an air of seduction. Junior, we were just so familiar. You wouldn't have forgotten me, would you? Lin Yujun raised her champagne glass and downed it in one gulp. After finishing, she deliberately licked her cherry-red lips, savoring the remaining wine. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief, igniting Jiang Chen's imagination. I've had mine. You do as you wish, Jiang Chen remarked, unfazed. This little fox knows how to play. He lifted his glass, clinked it with hers, and drank deeply. Seeing this, Lin Yujun raised her alluring gaze slightly, and, taking advantage of the moment to refill Jiang Chen's glass, leaned into him with a grace that seemed almost boneless. Her fingers grazed the rim of the crystal glass as she nestled against Jiang Chen's side like a languid Persian cat. Resting her head on his shoulder, her body pressed closely against him, she playfully nudged him with her curves, teasing, Junior, what do you think of your senior? Jiang Chen glanced at her, the dim lighting obscuring her expression, yet the energy between them was palpable. He did not resist, instinctively wrapping his arms around Lin Yujun's soft waist, his hands growing bolder as they ventured deeper. Jiang Xiao, you are quite the rogue. I adore it, Lin Yujun whispered near his ear, her lips brushing against him as she giggled softly. Strands of her hair tickled his face, adding an alluring itch. Yet, she showed no intention of breaking free, instead writhing playfully in his embrace. What a delightful little vixen she is. Jiang Chen turned to observe Lin Yujun closely for the first time, and beneath the soft glow of the lights, her beauty appeared ethereal. To his surprise, he noted a hint of maturity in her features. Could it be that he too had inherited some of Wei Wu's charm? Although Jiang Chen's reputation was not impeccable, he felt unconcerned. As the saying goes, to have a woman and not pursue her is a grave transgression. If one has the opportunity to enjoy oneself, why not seize it? Her figure and beauty were indeed of a caliber that could easily be deemed the campus belle. Jiang Chen believed that the concept of a campus belle was merely an illusion. True beauties could only be glimpsed in the world of adult films. Reflecting on his past life, he realized he would never have crossed paths with someone like Lin Yujun. He saw nothing amiss in her actions. If one ventures out to have fun, one must be prepared for the consequences. Lin Yujun clearly understood the stakes, compared to meaningless tests. Isn't it more enticing to embrace the moment? Every move Lin Yujun made caught the attention of other girls, who watched with a mix of indignation and eagerness. How shameless of Lin Yujun to behave this way, they thought, yet they, too, were motivated by the desire to seize their own chance. Rising to toast Jiang Chen one after the other. After toasting, they lingered, positioning themselves closely beside Jiang Chen, each vying for his favor, effectively pushing Gao Ge aside. The latter seethed in frustration, her fists clenched tightly as her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yujun. How could you do this? She thought. We are classmates, practically sisters. And now she dares to come between me and Jiang Chen. Gao Ge believed that Lin Yujun was deliberately meddling, fully aware of her relationship with Jiang Chen, and yet choosing to encroach upon it. Now, others were following suit, flocking to Jiang Chen in droves. Lin Yujun, sensing Gao Ge's scrutiny, lifted her fair neck with a hint of a smile, her confidence unshaken. Men like Jiang Chen were rare gems among the affluent. Who wouldn't wish to seize such an opportunity? Such resources were exceedingly scarce. Those like Lin Yujun, who had yet to enter the workforce and had no dealings with older men, simply could not comprehend this truth. Gao Ge, in essence, was oblivious to the fortune before her. When encountering a man like Jiang Chen, the instinct should be to seize the moment. Whether by capturing his heart or appealing to his desires, establishing a connection with him was paramount, even if Jiang Chen himself had no intentions. His mere presence shone like a beacon in a dark forest, drawing countless women to him. Yet Gao Ge clung to her naive notions of innocence. Such tactics may work on less experienced boys, but a man of Jiang Chen's caliber would hardly lack for female attention. He had doubtlessly encountered more women than most could imagine. Gao Ge was too naive to realize that her attempts to play coy would only serve to alienate her from Jiang Chen. The truth was simple. Opportunities like this were fleeting, and she would not let it slip away. Are you really going to watch them compete for Jiang Chen without doing anything? Qiulan, seated nearby, observed the dejected Gao Gu and felt a pang of urgency. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them. A woman pursues a man, there is but a veil, if a woman is bold enough. Unless she is a steadfast cultivator, there is no reason not to seize the meat presented before her, especially with someone like Gao Gu, who could easily be scouted on the street. Qiulan was certain that if Gao Gu were only bolder, she would undoubtedly win Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen and I have no particular relationship. He can do as he pleases, Gao Gu replied somewhat defiantly, her eyes still glued to Jiang Chen. Are you certain? Qiulan shot her a knowing glance. Of course. We are merely friends, Gao Gu insisted, unwilling to shed her pride in front of her best friend. All right, if that is how you feel, then I'll go for it too. A man like Jiang Chen is rare. If he becomes my 10-086th boyfriend, so be it. It's better than ending up as a plain housewife later. Qiulan sighed, pretending to pick up her glass to leave. Ling Ling, how could you? Go Yi exclaimed, panic rising within her. She never imagined her best friend would betray her like this. But when she turned to confront Qiulan, she found her friend gazing at her meaningfully. In that moment, Gao Gu realized her own feelings had been laid bare, with no need for further pretense. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. She had already accepted her connection with Jiang Chen, but had hesitated to act out of shyness. They had shared intimate moments, holding hands and exploring each other's bodies, mere steps away from solidifying their relationship. She believed Jiang Chen would continue to treat her well. Yet she was unprepared for the reality that her reluctance to advance their relationship might push him away. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly turned to others, exuding an air of welcoming all comers. She is a Virgo after all. This is her first experience with romance. What's wrong with wanting to take it slow? How could they treat her like this? Gao Gu could not help but exclaim, Lan Lan, you laugh at me too. Aren't we best friends? If something goes awry and you don't help me, that is one thing, but to kick me when I'm down. Qiulan shook her head helplessly. Yen Tlu Pating Gu Yi is Teak. Look over there. In chapter 58, Gao Gu awakened, though not entirely. Qiulan continued, just take a glance at that direction. Gao Gu raised her head, following Qiulan's gaze. The neon lights refracted mesmerizing shadows on the glass curtain wall, and Gao Gu clutched her martini glass tightly, the cold surface beating with condensation. She gazed at Jiang Chen, surrounded by admirers at the other end of the booth, a wave of bitterness rising in her throat. Lin Yujun's spaghetti strap had slipped down halfway, leaning close to Jiang Chen and whispering something that made him chuckle softly. Have you seen it? Now take a look at what you're wearing today and what bag you brought. Gao Gu was donned in a black off-the-shoulder LV dress, accentuating her fair skin. The latest limited edition LV bag stood out vividly in the dim light. You went out today in denim shorts, and your usual canvas bag is nowhere to be seen. The ensemble you're sporting must be worth at least 100,000, right? The price of your dress alone likely surpasses what all of us girls are wearing combined. If I'm not mistaken, this was just gifted to you by Jiang Chen, wasn't it? Did you think we wouldn't notice? Or do you think we're all fools? We're nearing graduation, and those little foxes have sharper eyes than anyone, yet they remain silent. Do you know why? Gao Gu quietly sobbed, her big watery eyes looking up at Qiulan. Qiulan continued, because they are envious, waiting for an opportunity to snatch Jiang Chen away from you. The biting dog does not bark. You met Lin Yujun on your first day. Surely you know she wouldn't rise early without benefit. Seeing Gao Gu's distress, Qiulan gently consoled her. Don't blame Jiang Chen. You simply have yet to realize how desirable he is. We are students living in an ivory tower, utterly unaware of how significant money and power are in this world. Once we step into society, apart from our appearances, we possess little else of worth. When the time comes that we wish to marry, we might discover that we are already past our prime. There are more graduates than newborns now. Our generation has suffered the brunt of the times, making job hunting a struggle. Qiulan shook her head helplessly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. To marry a wealthy, middle-aged, balding man would be considered a stroke of luck for us. Someone like Jiang Chen, one might say, must have saved the galaxy in a past life for such a possibility. Why are classes for marrying into wealthy families so popular? Do they not understand how difficult it is to enter the doors of the affluent? They know, of course, but if they encounter someone like Jiang Chen, even as a third party, it would ensure a lifetime free from worry. Furthermore, do you know how many of those studying abroad are illegitimate children? Quite a number. The daughters of wealthy families, the favorites of domineering CEOs, who among them does not harbor youthful dreams? So, do not blame them for being pragmatic. Who wishes to end up aging alone, devoid of wealth and love, despised by others? They merely wish to secure a better refuge for themselves. Self-interest is the driving force of humanity. Qilan looked earnestly at Gao Ge and said, honestly, if you weren't my best friend, if I were to meet Jiang Chen, I would also throw caution to the wind and pursue him without reservation. Gao Ge was taken aback, staring blankly at Qilan, unable to believe such words came from her lips. For the first time, it felt as though she was truly seeing the real Qilan. Can a man marry a McDonald's waitress for love? Can a woman marry a McDonald's worker for love? Do you think that is possible? Thus, people are inherently pragmatic. Women, in particular, are the most pragmatic. As for men, if no one loves them, would you? Qilan continued, do not regard Jiang Chen as an ordinary person. He is likely not just any wealthy heir, but a scion of a prominent family. Those from such backgrounds are certainly no fools. Do not be deceived by his youth. He has likely encountered more schemes than you have had meals. Your tactics would be utterly trivial in his eyes. Never think to play mind games or sulk before Jiang Chen. What you need to do is simply be obedient. This will maximize your chances. Surely you don't believe that a diploma from Jiangnan University holds much value? You just said he is being forced by his family to stick around. His diploma is different from ours. To put it bluntly, if there is no encore, we might never intersect with someone like Jiang Chen again. Qilan sighed softly. Your looks and figure are your greatest assets, your advantages. Moreover, Jiang Chen already has a fondness for you, as long as he isn't foolish. He must recognize that you are still a novice. This is an irresistible temptation for men. However, nothing is absolute. You should consider it carefully. If you don't seize the opportunity, regret might come too late. I'll say it plainly. If you end up regretting, don't come to me with tears. Gao Ge ceased her sobbing, and after a moment of silence, she raised her head and said, I understand. I will think it over. Hangzhu, Lan Lan. Her tone was filled with sincerity. Although Qilan's words were harsh and starkly realistic for someone like Gao Ge, who had lived a life of protection and sweet words, it was indeed a challenge to fully digest such truths at once. Yet Gao Ge understood that Qilan was genuinely looking out for her. Otherwise, she would not have spoken so candidly. If I were you, I would rush over right now and plant a passionate kiss on Jiang Chen, Qilan exclaimed urgently, her frustration palpable. With your natural looks and figure, no one in the realm of semi-permanent Korean beauty treatments could compare. Gao Ge followed Qilan's gaze towards Jiang Chen, who remained surrounded by a throng of girls, engrossed in games, completely oblivious to her presence. A pang of disappointment surged within her, but she forced a smile and said, What that eat, Lan Lan? Jiang Chen is just sulking a little. I'll find a chance to apologize later, and it will all be fine. They could never steal Jiang Chen from me. After all, I've known him for half a year, and he has always pursued me. Gao Ge held a considerable confidence in her looks, firmly believing that Jiang Chen would eventually recognize her worth and understand that she was the one most suited for him. Qilan observed Gao Ge's demeanor, her expression growing complex, tinged with helplessness and concern. Yet she knew that having spoken thus far, she had no power to influence Gao Ge's decision. The good news, Gao Ge had begun to awaken. The bad news, but not entirely. Deep down, Gao Ge understood that she was far from as magnanimous as she pretended to be. It was merely an act to maintain appearances in front of her close friend. A feeble attempt to safeguard her already fragmented goddess facade. Yet, within her heart, she was already devising a plan for how to reconcile with Jiang Chen. At this moment, the booth area buzzed with vitality, akin to a boiling pot. The pulsating music resonated like an unending drumbeat, causing hearts to synchronize with its rhythm. The girls flanking either side seemed to be in a competitive frenzy, vying to shower Jiang Chen with affection. Each face radiated a smile of flattery, as if he were their entire universe. Jiang Chen lifted his glass, and the liquid within shimmered under the lights, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors, mirroring the intricate turmoil of his emotions. In this instant, he appeared to grasp the reason why some affluent individuals were enamored with bars. It was not the exquisite taste of the beverages, nor the exuberance of the lively women present. It was not even about the ultimate physical experiences one might encounter. Instead, in this realm of dazzling excess, their vanity could be inflated like balloons, and their primal desire for conquest could be thoroughly satiated. Although such a lifestyle could easily lead one into a quagmire of depravity, the ephemeral sensation of forgetting one's troubles and reveling in joy possessed an ineffable allure. Everyone was engaged in a common icebreaker game typical of bargoers. The rules were simple and mindless. One person would spread their palm, while others would extend a finger into it. The last person caught would have to drink, and if none were caught, they would drink themselves. Lin Yujun, with quick reflexes, seized Jiang Chen's finger. Jiang Xiao, you've lost. It's your turn to drink. Her sweet voice fluttered into Jiang Chen's ear like a gentle spring breeze. As a seasoned player of such games, she could easily control the outcome, and her ultimate goal tonight was to amuse Jiang Chen, hoping to avoid returning to the dormitory. If anyone inquired, she could simply say she was staying out. After all, she had rented a place herself. Seeing this, the other girls joined in the merriment. Jiang Chen, returning from his reverie, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, and then he downed his drink in one gulp. More. I want to see Jiang Chen drink. How brazen. Go to the back of the line. I was here first. Ruere, you're so bold. Your face is as red as an apple. Be careful not to get picked up. You're back for more? I can still drink. Ha. This scene ignited the flames of jealousy in the eyes of others at nearby booths, their teeth grinding in resentment. This man was utterly insufferable. From a moment this group of female university students surged into the booth like joyful birds, they had caught attention. They were all strikingly tall beauties, each seemingly plucked from the pages of a fashion magazine, each with their unique flair, some exuding sweetness, others embodying youthful exuberance, and still others radiating a mature elegance, almost gathering every type that men could desire. More outrageously, they all fawned over Jiang Chen, even displaying jealousy amongst themselves. How could this scene not incite envy? They felt a profound imbalance within. Why was it that Jiang Chen could bask in such a bountiful fortune? Meanwhile, the girls they had managed to invite were merely average in looks and demeanor, appearing unwilling. Suddenly, without warning, the bar's lights transformed into a dazzling spectacle, and colorful confetti fell like snowflakes. Simultaneously, the thunderous roar of CO2 cannons rattled the eardrums. A group of waiters, meticulously carrying bottles of Ace of Spades, strode confidently toward booth 005. The music abruptly ceased, and a massive light sign was raised high, with cheers erupting like a tidal wave, resonating throughout the bar. The DJ's impassioned voice reverberated. A heartfelt thanks to Master Zhao of booth 005 for generously ordering 3 sets of 48, 888 for our little dragon. Let us sway and shout with fervor. As the words faded, heavy metal music surged once more, the powerful rhythm threatening to overturn the entire bar, leaving ears buzzing. The large screen displayed a live feed from booth 005, where a young man clad in a Gucci t-shirt stood prominently, his green Rolex Submariner gleaming, accentuating his affluent aura. Surrounding him were several Korean-style girls cheering enthusiastically. Although he bore a slight paunch, it did nothing to diminish the opulence he exuded. He raised a bottle of liquor. Peering eagerly through the security barrier at the girls in Jiang Chen's booth, his confident smile broadening as he lifted the Ace of Spades high, deliberately flaunting his Rolex. With a loud voice, he declared, I just ordered a few bottles of Ace of Spades. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting some beautiful ladies to my booth for a drink, to play some games, and perhaps make some friends? Upon his arrival, the previously lively booth fell into a hushed silence. The girls obediently refrained from speaking, their gazes collectively fixed on Jiang Chen. The extravagant sum spent on the little dragon set was always enough to capture attention. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong moment to flaunt his wealth, as he should have avoided overlapping with Jiang Chen's presence in the bar. Had he done so, he could have easily captivated all the girls present. They all understood that just moments ago, Jiang Chen had quietly ordered an impressive 180,000 worth of drinks, yet he did not boast about it like this Zhao fellow. In terms of looks, wealth, and demeanor, Zhao was no match for Jiang Chen. The disdain in Gao Ji's eyes was unmistakable, and the other girls remained silent. After all, this was Jiang Chen's reserved booth, his territory. To directly invite the girls he brought along was a blatant affront to him. Jiang Chen appeared remarkably composed, his expression devoid of any particular emotion. Such scenes had become cliché in dramas, yet he never expected to encounter one in reality. He was acutely aware that this Zhao character intended to flaunt his financial prowess, capturing the crowd's attention, and then seize the opportunity to invite the girls. This slick maneuver would undoubtedly be tempting for girls accustomed to bar outings. It was likely that this Zhao gentleman had engaged in such tactics many times before. Yet, Jiang Chen remained utterly unfazed, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. Lin Yujun's reaction was in stark contrast to that of the other women. She gracefully lifted her glass, presenting it to Jiang Chen, and sweetly exclaimed, Jiang Xiao, this is a cocktail I just prepared, infused with fruit. It's quite delightful. Do give it a try. Jiang Chen regarded Lin Yujun with keen interest, choosing not to dismiss her gesture, and drained the glass in one go. He recognized that Lin Yujun was attempting to lighten the atmosphere, although her character left much to be desired. He couldn't help but admire how adeptly she ensured her own emotional value and social standing were upheld. In her demeanor, Jiang Chen discerned a resemblance to Yin Shuangshuang. Such characters are not uncommon in bars. He thought, just ignore him. He'll tire of his own antics and leave us to our enjoyment. Lin Yujun leaned in closer to Jiang Chen, whispering, "There's no need for such concern." Jiang Chen chuckled softly, giving her a playful squeeze on her pert derriere. It must be said that the security at booth 001 was remarkably reliable. The man, surnamed Zhao, eager to flaunt his presence like a peacock, attempted various displays of bravado. Yet, the array of security personnel consistently barred him from advancing. This infuriated Zhao, who could not help but shout, "I'm a VIP here. Are you blind? How dare you stop me?" Jiang Chen merely smiled at the spectacle. Had this been a regular booth, Zhao would have likely burst in a flirt with the women by now. Jiang Chen gestured to the supervisor standing not far away, who, upon noticing, hurried over. The supervisor appraised Zhao briefly before bending closer to Jiang Chen and respectfully inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you? Your security team has performed admirably." "Here, as a token of appreciation," Jiang Chen replied, producing a stack of cash from his bag and handing it to the supervisor. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." The supervisor swiftly distributed the money among the security staff, deliberately raising his voice to announce, "This is a reward from Mr. Jiang for your outstanding work. Keep it up." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." The burly security personnel chorused in unison. Zhao seethed at the sight, realizing it was a clear affront directed at him. "Do you know him?" Jiang Chen asked Lin Yujun, feigning ignorance while raising his voice. She shook her head, unsure, mentioning that he seemed to be some young master Zhao. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. "Indeed? Who could have guessed? Little, puny." 3. Chapter 60. After splurging lavishly, why is it all just wolfish words? This scene provoked a chorus of laughter among the women. Supervisor, who struggled to contain his mirth, but managed to maintain his composure, trained to suppress any laughter unless absolutely unavoidable. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao spat angrily, attempting to charge in with his bottle to confront Jiang Chen. Yet, the security personnel swiftly intercepted him, stating, "Mr. Zhao, your booth is over there. Please do not disturb the experience of other VIP guests. Thank you for your cooperation." "Damn it, is it just because you received a few bills that you become lapdogs? You're truly worthless." In the noisy environment, Zhao continued his tirade, though, fortunately, the distance muted much of his rambling. "By the way, what are the prices for your premium packages?" Jiang Chen inquired casually of the supervisor. The supervisor glanced at the black ace of spades in Zhao's hand, quickly understanding the context, and promptly elaborated, "We offer the minor premium package at 48,888 yuan. The standard premium package, which includes 6 bottles of black ace, at 88,888 yuan, and then there's the supreme premium package at 118,888 yuan. Is that the most expensive?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang. The supreme premium package is indeed the priciest." Jiang Chen nodded. "Then I shall have 10 supreme premium packages." 10. The supervisor was momentarily taken aback. Having worked in the bar for many years, he had encountered numerous extravagant patrons, but never one as lavish as Jiang Chen. The women beside Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape at the sheer audacity. The supreme premium package costs 118,000 per set. 10 sets total, a staggering 180,000. That sum could easily purchase a small apartment in Jiangnan. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Chen arched an eyebrow, inquiring. "And no problem, of course not." The supervisor quickly shook his head. 10 sets amount to a total of 188,800. "Charge it," Jiang Chen declared, producing his black bank card. The supervisor respectfully accepted the card, and a nearby waitress, quick on her feet, immediately presented the POS machine. "Please enter your password." The supervisor placed the POS machine before Jiang Chen. After entering his password, the machine spat out the receipt. The supervisor's smile widened, a mix of respect and delight. "Mr. Jiang, please hold on a moment while I prepare your order." He knew his commission from this order would be substantial. The boss had specifically instructed him to look after Jiang Chen, and he had sensed that Jiang Chen's background was extraordinary. However, he was astounded by Jiang Chen's extravagance, spending over $1 million on drinks without batting an eye, as if it were mere pocket change. Suddenly, the rhythm of the bar's music shifted, and the lights focused on a single point. The patrons, who had been dancing with abandon, paused momentarily, only to become even more exhilarated. Clearly, something significant was about to unfold. In the next instant, the entire venue plunged into darkness. The pulsating electronic music ceased abruptly. The waitstaff sprang into action, covering the drinks with protective covers. A spotlight illuminated the stage, where several waiters, bearing flowers and bottles of black ace in various hues, marched in unison toward Jiang Chen's booth. The bar's large screen illuminated the number 188,800. The 7-digit figure flashed, creating a striking visual impact. Nitrogen cannons fired off 10 bursts, showering the air with golden ribbons and confetti. A group of stunningly attractive bunny girls, adorned with rabbit ears and clad in black fishnet stockings, ascended the booth and danced passionately to the music, their sultry lips and beguiling gazes tantalizing Jiang Chen's dwindling restraint. In booth 001, Jiang Shao extravagantly orders 10 supreme premium packages. Every guest in the bar receives a complimentary Corona beer. Let us all cheer for Jiang Shao's name. Let's call out his name, Jiang Shao, wishing Jiang Shao a delightful time and joyous drinking. The DJ's exuberant voice reverberated throughout the bar. Lingering in the air, everyone joined in shouting Jiang Shao's name, igniting the atmosphere in the bar as if it were about to burst through the roof. The large screen froze on the number before shifting to show the waitstaff neatly arranged in front of the booth, presenting an array of gold, white black gold, and silver bottles of Black Ace, alongside other types of beverages. Jiang Chen's image prominently appeared on the large screen, his youthful and handsome visage, coupled with a calm and composed demeanor, instantly inciting a frenzy of screams from the women in attendance. Notification: Lin Yujun's affection level 10, current affection level 70. Notification: Lin Yujun's affection level 5, current affection level 75. Notification: Gao Gu's affection level 5, current affection level 65. Detected valid consumption target. Would you like to view? Detected valid consumption target. Would you like to view? Goodness, a cacophony of system prompts flooded Jiang Chen's mind. Dashing and youthful. With an effortless display of wealth, if he could secure a seat at that booth, he would undoubtedly become the most dazzling focal point of Muse Bar tonight. A throng of girls could no longer contain their excitement, surging toward the booth. They paid no heed to the security surrounding the area, nor to the nearly 10 girls already seated, their sole intent to forge a connection with Jiang Chen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Someone capable of such lavish spending could not merely be a rich second generation. He must belong to an illustrious family. The distinction between a noble lineage and a wealthy heir could be summed up in a single phrase. A noble can effortlessly reduce a rich heir to a state of poverty with a mere flick of a finger. Dynasties may change, yet noble families remain timeless. The security personnel shouted hoarsely, "Ladies, do not crowd. Please return to your seats. Exercise some restraint. And do not engage in indecorous behavior." What is that expression on your face? Hey, you over there, no undressing. Hey, more personnel over here. That girl, do not toss your underwear into the booth. You will disrupt the experience of other patrons. Were it not for the bar's prior precautions, with security forming a human barricade around the booth, Jiang Chen would likely have been utterly overwhelmed by the swarm of girls. Even so, the girls persisted like fervent fans, straining against security's attempts to hold them back, shouting exuberantly, "Young Master Jiang, let us be friends. I'm from the dance department. I won't disappoint you. Young Master Jiang, you're so handsome. I want to have your children. Young Master Jiang, please let me in. Tonight, I am yours. We can do whatever you desire. Young Master Jiang, mine is the original flavor with a milky scent. If you let me in, I'll wash your face for you." Young Master Jiang, hearing such bold and unabashed declarations. While Jiang Chen maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he felt somewhat inexperienced in handling the situation. Let them be. After all, there were security measures in place. Indeed, the effect of lavish spending was remarkable. Gao Gu and Lin Yujun's affection levels soared instantly, and a number of previously hidden beauties emerged. Jiang Chen cast a sweeping gaze around the dimly lit venue. Despite the shadows, their striking beauty was unmistakable. Some had already lost their composure, rising to glance in his direction, while others discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the image of this remarkable man on the big screen. Compared to the other frenzied girls, some among them remained relatively composed. However, checking now would serve little purpose. Given the scene tonight, Jiang Chen was inevitably trapped. Fortunately, he already had 2 targets in mind. He would wait for the next opportunity to hunt. Otherwise, if he were to gather all the information and faces in one go, it would be quite a loss to forget them all. Thus, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He chose to ignore the frenzied girls and turned to the manager, saying, "Open all these bottles for me. All of them." The manager was taken aback once more. After all, this amounted to millions in alcohol. "Young master, with just your party, it's impossible to finish all this. Opening everything would be a waste of your money. How about I open a portion first, and you can save the rest for your next visit? I will also arrange for you to receive our bar's highest tier diamond membership card, making your future visits more convenient." The manager, acting out of goodwill, advised him. Given Jiang Chen's expenditure tonight, he would certainly qualify for a diamond membership card, even if the owner had not intervened. After all, patrons like Jiang Chen were akin to a fountain of wealth for the bar. No need, if we can't finish, to spill on the floor. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet his words ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the girls present, who were filled with anticipation. "Young master, spill it here. I will catch whatever you pour." Young master, over here. Many girls pressed their legs together, ready to leap into Jiang Chen's arms at the slightest glance or beckoning gesture, determined to not relent until they had exhausted him. Gaoka, too, gazed at Jiang Chen with a dazed expression. She could not deny that at this moment, Jiang Chen's allure was off the charts. She felt a strong impulse to throw herself at him without hesitation. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback by the bold declarations from the girls outside. He could not help but reflect on the allure of wealth. This was the ultimate confidence of a man. Women converse about money with the poor, while they discuss emotions with the rich. For the wealthy never engage in emotional games with women. In the face of money, there is no room for modesty or hesitance. If there is, it simply means one does not possess enough. Chapter 61. I know you're eager, but please don't rush. Junior, don't listen to them. The senior is right here. If you want to taste, feel free to come and take it any time. Lin Yujun whispered coyly into Jiang Chen's ear. Meanwhile, the man named Zhao, standing nearby, resembled a mere clown. The black ace in his hand paled in comparison to the 10 exquisite dragon sets before him, rendering it utterly insignificant. He was nothing but a mere fowl among elite birds. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen continued to engage cheerfully with the girls at the booth, barely sparing a glance at Zhao. A man in heat cannot tolerate being ignored. He would rather you confront him fiercely than to be met with indifference. Engaging in a dispute with such a person is the height of folly. It merely diminishes one's own stature. All one needs to do is make him retreat. Come on, let us keep playing. Whose turn is it? Young Master Jiang, it's your turn to catch us. Yes, yes. The girl smiled in response, watching Zhao with keen interest, curious about his thoughts in such a circumstance. Attempting to leverage a small dragon set to disregard Jiang Chen, he found himself up against a man who ordered over 1 million in drinks, all of which were to be opened. Jiang Chen displayed no extraordinary reaction throughout, making their differences glaringly apparent. Zhao's face shifted between green and white, becoming increasingly unsightly. His name was Zhao Tai, a regular at Muse Bar. Over the years, his cumulative spending had approached 1 million. He was somewhat renowned in the nightlife circles of Jiangnan City as a wealthy second-generation heir. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. The girls would call him Young Master Zhao, which had dramatically altered his mindset. He reveled in the adulation, relishing the feeling of commanding women at his beck and call. Yet today, encountering Jiang Chen, who arrived with nearly 10 stunning beauties, each a unique gem in her own right, left him feeling utterly overshadowed. Why was this happening? The moon, which should have been his, was now surrounded by stars. How could he possibly endure this? He acknowledged his jealousy, which had led to the earlier spectacle. Although Jiang Chen occupied the prestigious booth number 001, he had utterly disregarded him. After all, who doesn't indulge in dumplings during the New Year celebrations? He had previously reserved booth number 001 merely to flaunt his status. The man named Jiang before him appeared exceedingly ordinary, lacking even a decent watch and devoid of any logos on his attire. In a word, he was mundane. Apart from a passable physique and face, he resembled nothing more than an average male college student. When Jiang Chen spoke, he listened intently, noting the absence of any Jiangnan or Shanghai accent, a clear indication of his outsider status. How could a wealthy heir like him be bullied by a rural bumpkin in Jiangnan? The very thought would invite mockery from his friends. In the eyes of this native rich second generation, Jiang Chen was merely a country bumpkin. His family even owned a company in the adjacent city of Shanghai. Could a mere peasant dare to challenge him? He likely exerted considerable effort to secure this booth, begging and pleading just to showcase himself extravagantly, bringing along familiar women to steal his thunder. Normally, he would brush it off with a smile, but not today. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, he was already feeling unsteady, further emboldened by the encouragement of his friends. How could he swallow this insult? His deliberate disregard for Jiang Chen was intended to humble him. Yet he never anticipated that Jiang Chen would completely ignore him. Instead, he swiftly ordered 10 supreme divine dragon sets, striking him in the face in front of a crowd. He was a person of some standing in Jiangnan, and to be humiliated by Jiang Chen in the bar, especially before his friends, was an unprecedented affront. He simply could not tolerate it. What do you mean by that? Zhao Tai glared fixedly at Jiang Chen, his tone laced with hostility. He was unafraid of Jiang Chen. So what if Jiang Chen had just spent over 1 million? A newly rich country bumpkin could do nothing to him, the local kingpin. Jiang Chen had been laughing and playing games with the women beside him, expecting Zhao Tai to take the hint and leave, but was taken aback when he persisted. Jiang Chen's smile vanished instantly, as he replied calmly, "There's nothing to it. I'm ordering my drinks. It hardly concerns you." Raising an eyebrow, he added, "This is my booth, and we're already at capacity with security. We don't need you. Drink up that little divine dragon set you ordered before the bubbles go flat." Hurry back, be obedient. Jiang Chen spoke as if soothing a child. Lin Yujun, closest to Jiang Chen, couldn't stifle a laugh upon hearing this. Gongyi, Qilong, and the other girls followed suit, unable to contain their amusement. Had Jiang Chen not extravagantly flaunted his $1 million drink purchase earlier, his words might have been perceived as a clever retort, perhaps even seen as granting Zhao a measure of respect. But now, the laughter carried a different connotation. Be obedient, he said in a tone fit for a child, dripping with mockery and blatant disdain for Zhao Tai. Are you laughing at me? Huh? Zhao Tai's face darkened, his fury palpable. He stepped closer to the security personnel, now fully inside the booth. His eyes fixed on Lin Yujun, filled with rage and malice. In this area, he might not be an emperor, but everyone addressed him as young Master Zhao without exception. In bars, the girls treated him with utmost deference, practically begging for his attention. Yet today, it seemed the sun had risen in the west. First, an unexpected Jiang Chen appeared, deriding him. Now, even a woman beside Jiang Chen, a mere barfly, dared to openly mock him. The pent-up rage from earlier surged within Zhao Tai, threatening to erupt. No, Lin Yujun blinked innocently, shaking her head. I just suddenly thought of something amusing, nothing more. What amusing thing? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Lin Yujun hesitated, clearly taken aback by his engagement, but quickly concocted a response. My kitten can do backflips. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen burst into laughter upon hearing this. You wretched girl. Zhao Tai ground his teeth in fury, casting a venomous glare around the room before fixing his hate-filled gaze squarely on Jiang Chen, roaring, very well. I remember all of you. You, a rural bumpkin, dare to defile the great Zhao name. Even your group of barflies dares to laugh at me. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll cease to be Zhao. You will understand the consequences. This is far from over. Zhao Tai's face flushed crimson, resembling a raging bull. If you're brave enough, reveal your name. I'll make sure you can't survive here in Jiangnan. Zhao Tai erupted, resembling a furious beast ready to tear Jiang Chen and his companions apart. Lin Yujun, startled by his uncontrollable wrath, instinctively moved closer to Jiang Chen, clinging to his arm for a semblance of safety, her grip tightening as if to draw strength from him. The other girls likewise gravitated toward Jiang Chen, akin to a pack of foxes seeking warmth together. Oh, who gave you the courage to insult my companions? Jiang Chen mocked, leaning casually against two girls. You see, the laments of a defeated man sound like the dying wails of a wild dog. Quite melodious, indeed. Are you anxious? Jiang Chen scoffed derisively, slowly rising to his feet, casting a contemptuous sidelong glance at Zhao Tai. I know you're anxious. Behold your horses. He deliberately elongated his tone, trying to act tough after a few drinks. Thinking the world owes you a favor just because you spent a little? Really? With that, Jiang Chen stood up fully, placing a foot on the table, looking down at Zhao Tai with a gaze as frigid as the winter winds. Do you really think you are someone of importance? Did you build this bar? Do we need to consider your feelings when ordering drinks? If you had any guts, you'd ring the DJ and announce that you'd cover the entire tab. Then I respect you as a man. You have no money, yet you pretend to be something you're not, trying to undermine me. Pretending to be wealthy? You're just a joke. Jiang Chen's expression turned icy. You think you can play me for a fool? In this lifetime, I possess a system and am flanked by a prestigious family. While I cannot boldly proclaim that I shall become a grand and benevolent immortal, I do relish the opportunity to encounter and outshine every pretentious rich heir, not for any other reason, but simply for the sake of achieving clarity in thought. Chapter 62. Are you relocating an art gallery with so many murals? Every utterance from Jiang Chen pierced like a sharp steel needle, deeply embedding itself in Zhao Tai's heart. Zhao Tai's eyes instantly filled with rage, turning a furious crimson. He was a prominent rich heir in the Jiangnan region and had never feared anyone, even in the bustling city of Hu. Typically, he held dominion over others. But now he found himself subjected to the humiliation of being insulted and mocked in such a manner. I'm going to have an early breakfast. His ire palpable. Were it not for the security personnel acting as an unyielding barrier between him and Jiang Chen, he would have lunged forward to confront Jiang Chen. Give me an early breakfast. Enraged and humiliated, Zhao Tai swung his arm and viciously hurled the ace of spades towards Jiang Chen's face. The force was there, yet the accuracy faltered. The card barely reached Jiang Chen's feet before it landed with a resounding thud and exploded into fragments. At that very moment, Jiang Chen casually seized a champagne bottle from the table and swung it down upon Zhao Tai's head. Bang! A precise strike to the temple. The bottle shattered. Accompanied by Zhao Tai's ghastly scream, the sparkling wine erupted like a fountain, drenching the entire booth area. Zhao Tai, clutching his head in agony, collapsed heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. A chorus of screams erupted around them. Upon hearing the commotion, security rushed over, encircling the scene with urgency. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as if nothing had transpired. He leisurely grabbed a napkin from the table, wiping his hands with deliberate slowness. He then looked down at the fallen Zhao Tai with a cold disdain. I had no intention of engaging with someone of your lowly stature, yet you insist on prancing around before me. Do you not realize how pathetic you are? I'll make you regret being born. Zhao Tai's eyes blazed with fury. He struggled to rise, desperate to charge at Jiang Chen, but was firmly restrained by the security personnel, unable to move an inch. His reason had long since evaporated, and he yelled like a madman, "If you have the courage, don't you dare leave. I'll make you regret your very existence. Are you relocating an art gallery with so many murals?" Jiang Chen's expression remained impassive, his gaze filled with contempt. "Whatever you wish to compete in, I shall match you stride for stride. You, a mere loser, cannot even muster a few coins from your pocket, reduced to barking impotently here. Noise, heritage, wealth, or whatever else it may be." Currently, Jiang Chen feared no one. He had refrained from utilizing his familial connections only because he deemed it unnecessary. How could a scion of a prestigious lineage compare with ordinary second-generation heirs? It was hardly worth his time to engage with such individuals. However, should someone dare to flaunt their bravado in front of him, he would not shy away from playing along. Do not even mention Wang Siming. Even his father would appear insignificant before him, let alone this Zhao Tai. What a minuscule figure. Zhao Tai screamed in madness, his visage contorted with rage, as blood trickled down his forehead, rendering him a frightful sight. Yet, the security maintained order, preventing any contact between him and Jiang Chen. With nowhere to vent his fury, he was consumed by frustration. "Mr. Jiang, what has transpired?" The supervisor, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. He glanced at the disheveled Zhao Tai on the ground, then turned to Jiang Chen, speaking in hushed tones. "The tolerance of your esteemed establishment is truly remarkable. All sorts of creatures seem to wander in." Jiang Chen offered no elaborate explanation, merely replying in a nonchalant tone. After indulging in a few drinks, he genuinely believes he can dominate Jiangnan. Although a conflict had arisen between him and Zhao Tai, it was evident from any angle that Zhao Tai had instigated the situation. A classic case of pretentiousness backfiring. As a high-value client who had just spent over $1 million at the bar, Jiang Chen was entirely justified in making such a statement. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang is correct." The supervisor hastily nodded, his face a mask of contrition. "I shall address this matter immediately. Regardless of the circumstances, this reflects our failure, and I sincerely apologize for your unpleasant experience." Very well. Jiang Chen did not intend to place the blame on the supervisor. He waved his hand dismissively and took a seat. What exactly occurred? The supervisor then approached the security personnel, eager to ascertain the details of the incident. The informed security officer recounted the events in detail. In summary, that is the situation, the supervisor concluded, finally grasping the entirety of the matter. It became clear that Zhao Tai was the instigator. He had noticed Zhao Tai earlier when he had gone to the Supreme Dragon Suite, but Jiang Chen had said nothing, and thus the supervisor had not inquired further. Initially, he presumed Zhao Tai was merely there to offer a toast and engage in pleasantries, not to provoke trouble and chase women. Supervisor, who shook his head. Damn it, how did this fool end up as a second-generation heir? Truly blind luck. This young master Zhao, relying on his family background, has committed many outrageous acts in the past. Typically, we turn a blind eye. However, this time, he has gone too far. What sort of foolishness compels someone to bite the hand that feeds them? Supervisor, who felt a surge of resentment. Are you all blind? Seeing that he could not breach the security's blockade, Zhao Tai unleashed his pent-up fury upon the security and the supervisor, pointing an accusatory finger at them and hurling insults. "I've spent a fortune in your bar, and this is how you treat me? Get out of my way. I will make sure to obliterate this country bumpkin." The supervisor cast a disinterested glance at Zhao Tai, ignoring his vitriol. As a regular patron of the bar, he recognized Zhao Tai, whose spending capacity, while commendable, paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's. Moreover, Jiang Chen's status had been specifically emphasized by the owner for special attention. Zhao Tai, having provoked Jiang Chen, was not worth the supervisor's consideration. After all, it was wise to align oneself with the leadership. Even if one were wrong, it would still be perceived as right. Having just ordered over $1 million worth of the Supreme Dragon Suite, the incident had drawn considerable attention. The supervisor, visibly troubled, approached Jiang Chen once more, cautiously suggesting, "Young Master Jiang, given the crowd and commotion, it may dampen your spirits. The private room on the second floor is currently available. Perhaps we could relocate there to avoid this scene. I shall handle the remaining matters. ensuring that everything is arranged meticulously for you. You can simply enjoy your time in the private room. The manager was wholly focused on ushering Jiang Chen into the room to prevent any disturbances, while simultaneously devising a means to calm Zhao Tai down. The priority was to separate the two individuals who had become agitated, maintaining stability in the bar. After all, escalating the situation would yield no benefit for the establishment. There was no need for such escalation. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, pointing at Zhao Tai. Isn't he the one who keeps claiming I won't be able to survive in Jiangnan? I'm quite intrigued to see what he intends to do about it. The manager, observing the growing crowd of onlookers, felt a headache coming on, his irritation mounting. For a moment, even his seasoned demeanor faltered. Are you all deaf? Am I speaking to a wall here? Zhao Tai continued to rant from across the room. You there, old who, come over here. If you don't let me go today and deal with this country bumpkin, you can forget about having a peaceful day at this bar. Cross me, and I'll ensure that everyone here packs their bags and leaves. This bar won't be able to operate anymore. At that moment, a voice with a somewhat exaggerated accent rang out from the back. Oh my, who is this young master with such grandiose claims? Afraid that my bar will close? Aren't you worried that your tongue might get caught in the wind? Chapter 63. Zhang Daqian. Boss Zhang, you've arrived. The manager exclaimed upon hearing the voice, quickly making his way over. A young man in his 30s was approaching, flanked by several burly men in suits. This young man was tall and slender, nearly 6 feet tall, albeit with a slight hunch, suggesting he weighed no more than 100 pounds. He donned an oversized t-shirt, quite in vogue with the current trend. Zhao Tai, who had been shouting and flailing just moments before, immediately lost much of his bravado upon seeing this young man, instinctively shrinking back. After a brief pause, he managed to regain some composure, forcing a strained smile. Brother Zhang, you finally made it. Zhao Tai raised his voice intentionally. Look at the kind of people your bar attracts. I've been beaten to a pulp here. Just look at my head. He gestured to the blood on his forehead. And your security didn't even hesitate to stop me, while that country bumpkin over there faced no consequences. And your manager, as if deaf, treated my words as mere background noise. The young man, upon hearing Zhao Tai's outburst, turned his gaze in his direction. He frowned slightly, then took a few steps closer, squinting to scrutinize Zhao Tai before breaking into a half-smile. Oh, isn't this young Master Zhao? I hardly recognized you with your face all bruised. Hearing the term young master, Zhao clearly displeased Zhao Tai. He opened his mouth to retort, but the young man didn't give him the chance, instead walking straight over to the manager. What exactly is going on here? The manager, seeing the young man's approach, immediately recounted the situation in detail, stressing, this Mr. Jiang is the distinguished guest you specifically instructed us to take special care of. He just ordered 10 sets of the Supreme Dragon package. Upon hearing this, the young man glanced toward Jiang Chen. Upon seeing his remarkably youthful face, he paused momentarily, deep in thought. Oh, it's him. He then nodded at the manager, saying, all right, I understand. You can go about your business. I will take care of the rest. He added, remember to disperse the crowd gathered here. We cannot allow anyone to take photos. If images get out, it could become troublesome. If anyone is found taking pictures, seize their phones and delete the photos. If necessary, physically disable the phones. Compensate for any damages, and anyone who objects should be blacklisted. The manager bowed slightly, responding respectfully, understood, boss. I will see to it. Go on. The young man waved his hand, prompting the manager to promptly turn and attend to the task. I'll tell you, what happened to you? You've never been one to be beaten down like this. It's not your usual style, the young man remarked casually as he circled Zhao Tai. A hint of mockery in his tone. Where did this country bumpkin even come from, thinking he has something special just because he has a bit of money? Acting all high and mighty in front of me? Zhao Tai's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth. As long as he remains in Jiangnan, I'll break his legs. We share the same surname, if I don't. The young man's expression turned serious upon hearing Zhao Tai's complaints. Let me think. This must be the umpteenth time you've caused a ruckus in the bar. Zhao Tai's face shifted, wanting to defend himself. Yet, the young man raised his hand to silence him, continuing, in the past. I've overlooked your disturbances due to our past associations and warned you to refrain from repeating such behavior. But you seem to treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. Do you really think I, Zhang Daqian, cannot handle you? As he spoke, the young man lightly patted Zhao Tai's shoulder, his tone ominous. In that moment, all of Zhao Tai's previous arrogance evaporated, replaced by an ingratiating smile. Brother Zhang, I know I was wrong before, and I've already apologized to you. But this situation is different. I have been repeatedly humiliated by that country bumpkin and even had my head split open by a bottle. If I let this slide, how can I maintain my reputation in Jiangnan circles? Brother Zhang, we are both in the same city. You can't just turn your back on your own. Zhao Tai paused, quickly adding, "This is purely a personal matter between him and me. Rest assured, it will not affect the bar's business. Please, allow me to handle this myself." Interesting, interesting. So you mean to say you want me to hand over my bar's guest to you for your own resolution? Zhang Daqian looked at Zhao Tai with a bemused expression. Have you lost your mind? If I can't even protect my own patrons, who would dare to come to my bar again? Moreover, I'm not the only stakeholder here. The others are well aware of your illustrious antics as well. Zhao Tai's expression darkened considerably as he gritted his teeth. Brother Zhang, are you saying you intend to protect that country bumpkin and refuse to give me face? I've been a regular in your bar. My expenditures here throughout the year are far from insignificant. Zhang Daqian raised his hand, chuckling lightly. Let me correct you. Stop calling him a country bumpkin. Do you think you're so superior? His first visit to the bar resulted in a spending amount exceeding your total for the past 2 years. A hint of disdain crossed his face. And by the way, how much is your face worth? You were the one who instigated this situation, and now you want to talk about face? I've been generous not to make an issue out of this. Did you truly believe that you could dominate the Jiangnan city simply by being a scion from Shanghai? After uttering this, Zhang Daqian turned to the staff beside him and commanded, cancel this person's membership account immediately. Let him never set foot in any of our establishments again. Zhang Daqian, you? Zhao Tai never anticipated that Zhang Daqian would not only refuse to assist him, but would also sever ties so brazenly. While I'm still in a relatively calm state, I suggest you leave at once. Zhang Daqian stated without a hint of mercy. If you find this intolerable, feel free to call the police or summon your family to handle the situation. I would relish seeing just how much clout your stepmother truly possesses and whether she is worthy of engaging with me. Zhao Tai glared furiously at Zhang Daqian, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single harsh word. He could only snort derisively and retreat in disgrace. He was acutely aware that, in terms of background, he could never compete with Zhang Daqian. After all, Zhang Daqian was a genuine second-generation elite from Shanghai, sent to Jiangnan to oversee bar affairs purely as a diversion arranged by his family. He was known for his passion for reckless driving and was quite renowned among the new generation of affluent car enthusiasts in the country. Zhao Tai was baffled as to how Zhang Daqian ended up here today. If he truly managed to offend him, with his modest means, he would find it impossible to stay anywhere. As for calling the police, Zhao Tai lacked the courage to do so. In the circles of the wealthy, there existed unwritten rules. One must not involve their families, and conflict should be resolved privately without resorting to law enforcement. The first person to breach such an agreement would be ostracized by others in the circle. Moreover, given Zhao Tai's status, he could never dare to notify the authorities. If his father and stepmother discovered the trouble he had caused, the consequences would be far graver than merely a physical altercation. Just a lowly, illegitimate child putting on airs as if he were the legitimate heir. Zhang Daqian remarked with a cold laugh as he watched Zhao Tai's retreating figure. Desperate to save face while subjecting himself to humiliation, unwilling to accept he doesn't belong in this circle. With that, Zhang Daqian dismissed the matter entirely. Chapter 64. Why is my all-knowing aunt, Yishiran, here again? Zhang Daqian approached the booth, exuding familiarity as he spoke. You must be Mr. Jiang. As mentioned by Zhou Jun, I am one of the shareholders of this bar, Zhang Daqian. Hello, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen replied, rising to shake Zhang Daqian's hand politely. Jiang Chen was acutely aware that, although the bar boasted celebrity investors like Zhang Jialing and Chen Qiqi, it could not possibly operate solely on the influence of a single star. There must be significant figures orchestrating the operations behind the scenes, leveraging the star's popularity and fans to periodically increase visibility. Whether it be a chain hot pot restaurant, a large supermarket, or a certain independent brand, they all followed the same formula. Profitability, after all, is the name of the game. In the eyes of capital, stars are merely tools to be utilized. Please, take a seat, Jiang Chen invited. The women naturally vacated a spot for Zhang Daqian, positioning him at a comfortable distance from Jiang Chen. You truly have broadened my horizons. Returning home and already causing such a stir, Zhang Daqian joked, while I admire your fearlessness, it would be prudent to leave such matters to your subordinates in the future. I wasn't particularly concerned about the consequences of striking him, Jiang Chen replied, his demeanor calm, with a hint of indifference in his tone. Ha, your perspective is quite valid. Zhang Daqian laughed heartily. I came over today, specifically because I learned you would be here. I must say, you appear even younger than I had anticipated. Then again, only the young possess such vigor. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Zhang Daqian's eyes as he continued. I find you quite likable. How about we become friends? Cheers! Jiang Chen replied, raising his glass. The two downed their drinks in unison. Making the acquaintance of a shareholder of this bar was not an unwelcome development for him. Furthermore, Jiang Daqian's affable demeanor made him a worthy companion. Given that he was so gracious, Jiang Chen felt it would be ungracious to reject his overture. By the way, how did you know I just returned to the country? Jiang Chen inquired, slightly raising an eyebrow. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that this person, whom he had never met before, seemed unusually familiar with him. Let's add each other as friends first. Allow me to introduce myself. Jiang Daqian smiled, pulling out his phone to add Jiang Chen on WeChat. After completing the addition, he continued, I am 29 years old, from Shanghai, and I returned from studying in America. My family doesn't require me to work, so I assist with various family affairs occasionally. Fortunately, Jiangnan is close to Shanghai. I could drive here in just an hour, even closer than some suburban areas. I am involved in the car scene, having co-founded a few modification shops with friends, and I often hit the racetracks to create videos. I have channels on both Bilibili and YouTube. I'll send you the links, so feel free to check them out. Perhaps we can enjoy some car activities together in the future. Jiang Chen nodded, intrigued as he clicked on the links. Wow, I had no idea. This is astonishing, he exclaimed, noting that he had over 100,000 followers on both platforms. His videos primarily focused on sourcing secondhand cars or the daily life of buying and modifying vehicles, with views ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. It was evident that he was driven by passion rather than profit, a common trait among car-loving heirs. Jiang Daqian indeed appeared to be a genuine player in the automotive scene. As for how I knew you returned to the country, Jun shared some insights with me. Jiang Daqian replied. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, contemplating his words, and just as he was about to respond, Jiang Daqian burst into laughter, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Don't misunderstand, I was just teasing you. Jiang Chen shook his head, momentarily taken aback. At first, I merely received a call from Zhou Jun, thinking you were an ordinary second-generation heir and didn't think much of it. However, I later received a personal call from a certain CEO, who mentioned that a young man named Jiang Chen had made a reservation at our muse, instructing me to take special care of you and report any issues. Can you guess who it was? Jiang Daqian paused for effect. Jiang Chen, deep in thought, shook his head, unable to guess. It was President Yi, which is why I upgraded you to booth 001. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. President Yi? Yi Zidan. Yes, Jiang Daqian confirmed. What a coincidence to have my all-knowing aunt, my mother's close friend, Yi Shiran here. Jiang Chen quickly glanced at Yi Shiran's profile information. Character and experience overview. A native of the capital, widowed and single, without children, outwardly a cold CO, but inwardly a romantic young girl yearning for love. Forced into an arranged marriage in her youth, leading to a strong personality coupled with insecurity. Currently the head of the Yi family and CEO of Yi Group, with interests spanning multiple industries. Indeed, she was the head of the Yi family and CEO of Yi Group, involved in various ventures. It was evident that only she could ascertain his whereabouts in such a short time. Emotions entwined within. Sister Yi had previously remarked to herself that as long as she was in Jiangnan, there was nothing that could not be resolved. This was no jest. I found it quite perplexing that Zhou Jun possessed such immense influence, capable of procuring 001 for me. Otherwise, how could it be? My father rarely received a handful of calls from General Manager Yi throughout the year, yet I managed to receive a personal call from her. I have already boasted about this in the family group chat. All thanks to you, ha ha ha. Jiang Daqian chuckled softly. Having navigated the circles of the Shanghai and Jiangnan realms for quite some time, I would certainly be aware of anyone significant enough to warrant General Manager Yi's special mention, had they been in my acquaintance. You appear unfamiliar, so I presume you have recently returned to the country. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. I was originally at New York University, but my mother summoned me back to waste time, intending for me to exchange for 2 years at Jiang Media, subtly suggesting that sister Yi keep an eye on me. Mother Yi, I suppose. Jiang Daqian discreetly etched these keywords into his memory. Oh, merely 20 years old? Jiang Daqian exclaimed in astonishment, sensing that Jiang Chen was newly returned and still adjusting to the domestic pace, perhaps seeking a chance to unwind. He understood, well, that many second-generation wealthy individuals, accustomed to freedom abroad, found it challenging to adapt to the stringent oversight of their families upon returning home. Jiang Chen smiled, neither confirming nor denying this observation. Your family must possess vast wealth to be so lavish, spending over $1 million in a single night. Jiang Daqian was genuinely taken aback. His own family background was indeed notable within Shanghai as elite. Even so, at the age of 20, it was unfathomable to live as freely and extravagantly as Jiang Chen, casually tossing around such sums. My family's involved in finance. Jiang Chen humbly smiled, suggesting, if we're discussing wealth, perhaps they have indeed invested significantly in mining ventures. The two shared a knowing glance. A jest, of course. Baishan Capital, with assets numbering in the countless millions. It goes without saying, mining is undoubtedly part of their portfolio. Well, I suppose I've truly come to the right place today. Jiang Chen eyes lit up. With a family background like yours, it won't be long before you're thriving in our circles. That Zhao Tai. I wonder where he found the audacity to challenge you. Seeing Jiang Chen's puzzled expression, Jiang Chen elaborated. He is the fellow you just dealt with using the wine bottle. Jiang Chen finally grasped Zhao Tai's name and inquired about his background. In truth, he is not particularly formidable, merely a pretentious fool. Jiang Chen scoffed. You've heard of Huan Biotech, right? They produce biological reagents, valued at over 10 billion. His father is the founder, but he is just an illegitimate son, with a stepmother not holding any position of power, merely supported by his father on the side. Lacking paternal affection from a young age, he developed an extreme personality, reveling in proving himself and stirring trouble in the streets. Zhao Tai has long been accustomed to arrogance, causing disturbances in my bar more than once. While the existence of illegitimate children is not unheard of in our circles, we typically do not discriminate against decent individuals. However, it's rare to find someone so oblivious to their own standing. I initially thought he might be someone of significance, but it turns out he is just this. Jiang Chen scoffed, shaking his head. I've already expelled that lad from my establishment. He won't set foot in any of my venues again, which serves to alleviate your grievances. Jiang Chen expressed with a hint of schadenfreude. Even without expelling him, encountering you would have been his misfortune. He truly believes that a bit of wealth grants him the right to swagger through Jiangnan. He is bound to stumble sooner or later. I didn't disclose your connection with General Manager Yi. Otherwise, it would have likely frightened him senseless. Even his father lacks such capabilities, so he wouldn't dare provoke you. Jiang Chen smirked. Typically, this guy tries to get close to me, and it irritates me to no end. This time, it's perfect to teach him a lesson. You're quite a good person, aren't you? Jiang Chen teased with a smile. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. You truly understand me. This place is far too noisy. Let us arrange to dine out next time and have a proper discussion. Since you've just returned, it will be beneficial for you to meet more friends in our circles. Then I'm most grateful. Shall we not have another drink here before we part? Jiang Chen warmly insisted. No, I'm heading back to Shanghai. Jiang Chen glanced at the nearly 10 beautiful women surrounding Jiang Chen and slyly remarked, I shan't intrude on your enjoyment of such company. However, do take care. Despite your youth, don't overexert yourself. The lessons from others' experiences are right before you. At this point, this body no longer has the stamina for such exploits. It's reduced to merely enjoying cars and a leisurely lifestyle. He then exaggeratedly struck a pose. Get lost. I'm in fine shape. Thank you very much. Jiang Chen retorted playfully. Jiang Chen waved him off with a smile. Well then, it's settled. Enjoy yourself. I'll send you my contact details on WeChat. Reach out directly if you need anything. By the way, your car is quite impressive. That space silver paint job is tasteful. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen chuckled. Jiang Cen's reputation as a seasoned player in the automotive world was not unfounded. He could instantly name the paint of his own car at a glance. Before leaving, Jiang Chen made a point to summon the manager, sternly instructing them to treat Jiang Chen with utmost care and to handle the aftermath of Zhao Tai's incident properly. The manager nodded promptly, assuring, rest assured, boss. Jiang Chen watched as Jiang Chen departed, his slender fingers idly tracing the rim of his glass, lost in thought. Chapter 65. Learning, Longing, Brother. Jiang Chen emptied his glass of champagne in one go, then exhaled a long breath. Jiang Chen had initially come over to establish his own standing. Yet, he would not naively believe that they shared an instant camaraderie akin to a fateful meeting. Had he not demonstrated sufficient value to impress, Jiang Chen would likely not have garnered his attention. Much like relationships between men and women, scions of affluent families may have many acquaintances, but to gain entry into the inner sanctum is an entirely different matter. Don't ask, it's a matter of principle. People are naturally inclined towards benefits and averse to harm, and these privileged second-generation individuals are particularly pragmatic. Had Jiang Chen arrived at Muse without Sister Yi's call and merely relied on Zhou Jun's connections while spending $1 million, Jiang Cen's interest would have been negligible, let alone his attitude. Jiang Chen recognized that Jiang Chen had made a special trip from Shanghai to ascertain who he truly was. Jiang Cen's inquiries consistently revolved around uncovering information about him. His motives were subtle, yet unerringly pure, even surrounded by stunning beauties like Gao Gu and Lin Yujun, who garnered nearly 100% attention. Jiang Cen's focus remained unwaveringly on Jiang Chen. He didn't spare a glance at his companions, clearly intent on unraveling the relationship between him and Sister Yi, as well as discerning his background. Simultaneously, he subtly revealed his own preferences and circumstances. In his eyes, Zhao Tai, the illegitimate son of a billionaire, was no more than a beggar. His disdain was palpable, offering no dignity to Zhao Tai whatsoever. As the saying goes, money flows toward those who do not lack it, and love gravitates to those who are not starved for affection. Similarly, the only plausible explanation for such behavior from a man is that he has grown weary and is utterly unencumbered by need. Jiang Chen had come to understand these matters clearly, and thus chose to cooperate with Zhang Daqian, embodying the youthful exuberance expected of his age. He subtly showcased his physique in his words and actions. If Jiang Chen's assumptions were correct, Zhang Daqian would return home to peruse his social media and perhaps leverage some connections to inquire about him. Were he in Zhang Daqian's position, he would likely do the same. Both were tacitly aware of this unspoken understanding. After all, only if the other met the standards they had set could a genuine friendship blossom. Consequently, to outsiders, Jiang Chen and Zhang Daqian appeared to engage in lively conversation, seemingly inseparable, with the next step likely being a brotherly bond. Yet only Jiang Chen was privy to the true nature of their relationship. He drained his glass of sparkling wine, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He found the circles of the affluent in Jiangnan and Shanghai becoming increasingly intriguing. It seemed that the likes of Zhao Tai, the typical wastrel, were but a minority. The majority were astute individuals like Zhang Daqian. Once one's capabilities reached a certain threshold, there is no need to actively seek integration into such circles. They would come knocking, much like Zhang Daqian had today. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen began to admire his mother for placing him in Jiangnan. There was indeed some wisdom in that. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he returned to the capital to meet people. He was confident that Zhang Daqian would reach out to him again soon. By then, it was likely not just Zhang Daqian, but others from his small circle would also make their appearances. Only through such interactions could one truly gain recognition in this realm. At their table, the once vibrant atmosphere had dissipated following the events of the evening. Lin Yujun, inebriated, suddenly collapsed into Jiang Chen's embrace, as if her consciousness had slipped away. Buzz! Jiang Chen's phone abruptly chimed, revealing a message from Gao Ge. Senior Jiang, I'm sorry. Are you angry? Sad cat JPG. Jiang Chen instinctively looked up, meeting Gao Ji's gaze. This time, she did not shy away. Instead, she bit her crimson lip, her eyes brimming with a pitiable innocence, fixed intently upon him. Senior? How intriguing. Was this Gao Ji's unique method of apology? A touch of coyness? It seemed somewhat awkward and inexperienced. Indeed, a goddess was still a goddess. It appeared she had never quite mastered the art of apologizing in such a manner throughout her life. A hint of her lofty demeanor lingered, indicating she still required some refinement. Perhaps a bit more patience will be necessary. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he chose not to respond immediately, casually slipping his phone back into his pocket. Observing this, Gao Ge became somewhat anxious. After hesitating for a moment with her glass, she slowly approached Jiang Chen, subtly maneuvering her long legs to create space beside him. Senior brother. Gao Ge nestled close to Jiang Chen, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and whispered softly, "Could you take me home later?" I've been drinking and cannot drive, so I'll need to arrange for a chauffeur," Jiang Chen replied with a hint of reluctance. After all, he was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, a two-seater supercar. Having a chauffeur would occupy one seat, making it impossible to accommodate another. Moreover, the trunk was too small to fit even a couple of pieces of clothing. Gao Ji's long legs alone wouldn't fit without folding. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Chen. The McLaren Speedtail, a three-seater hypercar with a central driving position. It could fit two lovely ladies. Though it was a limited edition, he must find an opportunity to acquire one. That's all right. We can take a taxi back. You can leave your car here, and I'll come back with you tomorrow. Gao Ge leaned closer to Jiang Chen, her voice soft and warm, sending a gentle tickle to his ear. You can touch my leg whenever you like. At this, Gao Ge let out a soft sigh, her bashfulness causing her to lower her gaze, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Jiang Chen instinctively glanced at her gracefully shaped, glistening legs. He had to admit, even covered mostly by her skirt, they were undeniably alluring. Naturally, he lifted a bit of the fabric, resting his hand on her thigh. Gao Ge trembled momentarily, but did not shy away. Instead, she leaned closer to him. All right, I'll take you back later. Seeing her acquiescence, Jiang Chen felt compelled to reward her compliance. Really? Gao Ge's face lit up with delight, exclaiming, Senior brother, you're the best. Like a playful little girl. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's, gently swaying, and then cautiously asked, So you're not angry with me anymore, right? Jiang Chen smiled, his hands softly caressing beneath her skirt as he retorted, When have I ever been upset with you, Junior? How rude. Gao Ge playfully shifted her body, showing no signs of resistance towards Jiang Chen. Just as he contemplated a more daring move, Gao Ge abruptly stood and declared, That's great. I'll wait for you. After uttering this, she seemed to exhaust herself, hurriedly returning to her original position. Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. Gao Ji's subtle maneuvers were still somewhat naive, akin to an unrefined gem that required further polishing. Senior brother, you can't be so unfair. As soon as Gao Ge departed, Lin Yujun, who had been slumped in Jiang Chen's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a hint of melancholy in her gaze. You agree to take her home when she acts coy, but what about me? Em trudi drank. Lin Yujun gazed at Jiang Chen with her doe-like eyes, exuding a delicate vulnerability. As a girl, it's quite unsafe to be out drunk at this hour. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at her antics. It seemed she had taken a page from Gao Gu's book. He realized she was merely pretending to be inebriated, but chose not to expose her ruse. After all, she had only consumed a few drinks, and he had seen her mixing juice in her glass earlier. He simply replied, I'll take Gao Ge home first. You can grab a taxi to the hotel where I'm staying. I'll send you my location, and they LL escort you to my room. Senior brother, please don't do this. I want to go back with you. Lin Yujun continued her playful protest, her voice growing ever more sweet and tender. Be obedient. Jiang Chen gently patted her rounded shoulder, his tone leaving no room for argument. Fine. Lin Yujun nodded in resignation, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to seize the opportunity to be taken home first, only to find herself outmaneuvered by Gao Ge. It was evident that her standing in Jiang Chen's heart was still overshadowed by Gao Ge. It appears that I must maintain the image of a good friend in front of Gao Ge in the future. Nevertheless, who among the girls wouldn't wish to monopolize a boy of Jiang Chen's caliber? Yet, reality does not permit such fantasies. Even though I had mentally prepared myself, the actual occurrence still left me feeling a sense of disillusionment. Should I make a trip back to school? Lin Yujun suddenly inquired. What do you need to go back to school for? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Of course, to fetch a change of clothes, Lin Yujun replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She couldn't possibly remain in this sultry outfit indefinitely. I'll just grab my uniform, so it will be convenient for class tomorrow. Does the university even have uniforms? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Oh, it's the cheerleading outfit. I'm the captain of our school's basketball team cheerleaders. Lin Yujun feigned annoyance, pouting playfully. The accent from Fujian province is quite similar to that of Taiwan, Jiang Chen teased. Do you like it? Lin Yujun tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Chen smiled subtly, refraining from giving a direct answer. However, gazing at the enchanting Lin Yujun in his embrace, a flicker of fanciful thoughts stirred within him. I must admit, having watched American dramas before, I had indeed noticed how alluring cheerleader outfits can be. Imagining Lin Yujun dressed in the same attire, coupled with the charmingly contrasting soft tones of her Taiwanese accent, exclaiming, Go, senior. And wow, senior, you are amazing. Jiang Chen found himself irresistibly glancing back at Gao Ge. It seemed that Gao Ge had sensed his gaze, turning her head and offering him a sweet smile. He instinctively averted his eyes, as though caught in a wrongdoing. Perhaps this is the nature of humans, cherishing the purity of the lotus while curiously pondering what it would be like to be tainted by the mud. The lotus is noble and pure. It should be admired from a distance, not trifled with, Jiang Chen resolved internally. I must make arrangements. Seeing this, Lin Yujun pouted in discontent. You're in my arms, yet you're still looking at Gao Ge. Isn't that a bit much? Jiang Chen merely smiled faintly. Then why don't you go back and grab your clothes? At the entrance of Muse, the gentle night breeze caressed the air, whisking away the heat that had accumulated within the bar. Mr. Jiang, I'll take my leave now, Lin Yujun said, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. Seizing a moment of privacy, she discreetly cast a glance that only they understood. Then, she turned and flagged down a taxi with a classmate she was close with. Once inside, the taxi slowly pulled away, gradually vanishing from sight. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Yujun aimlessly opened her phone, only to discover 13 missed calls and 20 messages. She furrowed her brow and opened the chat window, finding messages from a boy she had just agreed to date. A wave of regret washed over her. Why hadn't she kept her composure? She wondered if Jiang Chen was aware. I must find a way to sever this connection quickly, she replied coldly. I went out with friends and am feeling a bit tired, so I need a rest. Subsequently, she set her messages to do not disturb and leaned her head against the window, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Yujun, are you heading back to the dorm? A girl in a taxi asked. Oh, I'm just going back to grab a few things. I found an internship since graduation is near, and I'll be renting a place soon. Lin Yujun casually fabricated a reason. Ugh, just a year left until graduation. How tedious. Tell me about it, another girl replied. By the way, I really want a boyfriend like Jiang Chen. Me too. I want to be the little darling of a big shot. Lin Yujun smiled. choosing not to engage further in their conversation. Tonight would be pivotal. She planned to showcase all her talents. Gao Ge observed Lin Yujun's departing silhouette. Her heart filled with suspicion. In the bar, Lin Yujun seemed to cling to Jiang Chen. Yet she had left so easily now, it was rather odd. Gao Ge couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Jiang Chen had clarified things with her, that their previous quarrel had resolved? Now that their relationship was mended. Perhaps she realized she had lost her chance and retreated? Or perhaps Jiang Chen had already recognized Lin Yujun's tumultuous romantic entanglements. The more Gao Ge pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Jiang Chen's primary concern must be her. Otherwise, why would he invite them to muse? As for appearing close to Lin Yujun, that was likely just a facade during his moment of anger, intended to provoke her. Just as Chilan had said, being a Virgo, how could she compare herself to him? With this thought, Gao Ge felt increasingly grateful for staying true to herself, not succumbing to others' whispers, and hastily giving herself away. Her mood instantly brightened. She would soon relish the intimate world shared with Jiang Chen, even if it was merely the brief journey of him escorting her home. That would be sweet enough. Gao Ge stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Jiang Chen's, her body pressed closely against him, mimicking the sweetness of a young couple in love. What's wrong? Jiang Chen glanced down at her. Nothing, just happy. Gao Ge gently shook her head, a blissful smile illuminating her face. She thought, so Jiang Chen is a person of warmth beneath a cool exterior. My place in his heart is evidently significant, though he may appear indifferent on the surface. He has discreetly sent Lin Yujun away. Filled with these thoughts, Gao Ji's heart brimmed with satisfaction. A person like Jiang Chen, willing to do these things for her, made her feel immensely fulfilled. At that moment, a sleek black Bentley sped to a halt before Jiang Chen. Chapter 67. This is my first kiss. The bar manager stepped out of the car, respectfully opening the door for Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, our boss specifically instructed me before leaving, considering that you've had a drink and driving would be inconvenient, so he has left his car for you to return. The manager paused, then added, if you trust me with your beloved car, I can help you drive it back. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This kid, Zheng Daqian, is quite considerate. He had been contemplating how to take Gao Ge home. Now, it was all sorted, no need for a taxi. All right, Jiang Chen accepted without hesitation, handing the car keys to the manager. Just drive me to the hotel. You are too kind. This is what we ought to do, the manager beamed. Mr. Jiang, please get in. Just tell the driver your destination. Jiang Chen nodded, turning to Gao Ge. Let us go. I'll take you home first. Gao Yi responded obediently, her heart brimming with joy as she entered the car amidst the envious gazes of her friends. Jiang Chen was personally escorting her home. This special treatment was something only she among the crowd could enjoy. Jiang Chen subsequently entered the vehicle. Mr. Jiang, may I inquire our destination? The car door slowly closed automatically, and the young driver, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, turned his head with a look of utmost respect. First, we shall proceed to Jiangnan University. Certainly, sir, the driver replied succinctly. After pressing a button, a partition gradually descended, separating the back seat from the driver's area. The rear seat instantly transformed into a private enclave, rendering the occupants unseen and unheard by those in front. The vehicle glided smoothly out of the bar's entrance, while the supervisor followed leisurely in Jiang Chen's Lamborghini. A soothing piano melody filled the interior, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. Gao Ge, sitting with her legs crossed, discreetly observed Jiang Chen, who was gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. In this contemplative state, Jiang Chen exuded a unique charm that stirred something within Gao Ge. Curiously, she found that his hand resting on her thigh offered an unexpected comfort. She realized she was gradually acclimating to these subtle gestures from him. Notification. Gao Ji's affection level 5, current affection level 70. Jiang Chen was puzzled. What is happening? Recalling Gao Ji's profile, he noted, Profile summary, from Hunan Province. The protagonist senior, an extroverted and aloof goddess with a youthful heart, polite yet reserved, cherishing her virtue, while secretly yearning for a passionate romance, grappling with internal contradictions. Seeking a partner of quality or a man who could provide her with security. Has Gao Ji's attribute finally awakened? How did her affection level rise so suddenly? He shrugged it off. Whatever, it's just how things go. I do not know when it awakened. Regardless, I must seize the opportunity in the coming days to win over my junior. It's reassuring to have her firmly in my grasp. Jiang Chen, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Gao Ge turned her head, softly inquiring. Why the sudden question? Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at her. Didn't you mention wanting me to show you around the school? Gao Ge lightly tossed her hair, a sweet smile gracing her face. With school starting next week and only 2 days left of our vacation, I thought if it's convenient for you, We could visit the seaside tomorrow. It's too late today. While Jiangnan is beautiful at night, I believe it would be even more enjoyable during the day. The seaside? The most beautiful coastal view is right near the house I just bought for Yin Shuang. It? The wealthiest district. Right at the intersection of her city and Jiangnan. It's convenient to go either way. Jiang Chen gazed at Gao Gu, a slight smile playing on his lips. Gao Gu felt a bit shy under his gaze, her cheeks flushing. Is there something wrong with what I said? Not at all. Jiang Chen chuckled, then averted his gaze. All right, I have no plans for tomorrow, so it's settled. I fear I might not wake up in the morning, so let us touch base in the afternoon. Really? Then it's a promise. Gao Gu exuberantly hugged Jiang Chen's arm, her heart brimming with anticipation for their outing the next day. She understood Jiang Chen's intention of having her as a guide, but she was aware that his motives were far from innocent. I understand your modesty and shyness, and you comprehend my ulterior motives. Both shared a tacit understanding, neither daring to pierce the veil of their unspoken agreement. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a nostalgic thrill of youthful romance in Gao Gu's presence. Indeed, the most intoxicating wine is the one brewed by oneself. Mr. Jiang, we have arrived at our destination, the driver announced from behind the partition. The nighttime city of Jiangnan had seen a reduction in traffic. After a brief journey, the vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of Jiangnan University. It's quite late now. Entering the campus wouldn't be very convenient. Then I shall take my leave, Gao Gu said regretfully. See you tomorrow, and thank you for the ride home. Yet I sense a lack of sincerity in your gratitude. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning disappointment. Hesitating in her seat, Gao Gu gazed at Jiang Chen, seemingly having made a decision. With a bold heart, she closed her eyes and leaned in to kiss his cheek. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen unexpectedly embraced her. The direction of her intended kiss shifted abruptly. Jiang Chen felt as though he had been served 2 pieces of jelly, while Gao Gu merely sensed her teeth being pried apart, a small serpent recklessly exploring within. Jiang Chen's domineering act instantly extinguished any thoughts of resistance within her. Her gaze grew hazy, and her tongue instinctively reciprocated. Minutes slipped by as Gao Gu, in a daze, felt a release in her chest, her breathing becoming markedly easier. Initially, it felt rather pleasant, but as she pondered, a troubling thought emerged. Was something missing? Suddenly, clarity struck her. She gently tapped Jiang Chen. What are you doing? I wanted to see if you have feelings for me, he replied. No, this is inappropriate. There are people here. Only then did Jiang Chen release her. Gao Gu gasped for breath, glancing anxiously towards the partition. Seeing it securely in place, she felt a wave of relief. She lifted her head to find Jiang Chen smiling at her. If it's not acceptable here, then perhaps other places are more suitable? Gao Ji's face flushed crimson. Biting her lip, she playfully protested. I never said that, were it not for her own eyes witnessing it. Jiang Chen would never have imagined that such a soft and bashful demeanor could belong to such a formidable goddess. The contrast was simply astounding. That feeling made Jiang Chen acutely aware of a rush of blood coursing through him. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to ravage this blooming flower. He yearned to prevent Gao Gu from exiting the vehicle, instructing the driver to take them back to Bulgari directly. However, after much deliberation, he restrained himself. After all, appreciating fine tea requires patience, especially when one possesses a rare brew. Often, excessive eagerness can lead to adverse outcomes, much like some investors in the stock market, who chase trends and find their money slipping away, ultimately ending in painful losses. One cannot approach every situation with the same methods as experienced women. Moreover, Lin Yujun was still waiting in the hotel room. It was evident that such actions were not a wise decision. Gao Gu raised her fist triumphantly. Her pink lips firmly pursed, then lightly settled against Jiang Chen, lowering her voice, and with a mix of reproach and shyness said, You shouldn't take advantage and then act innocent. That was my first kiss. Oh dear, what an unexpected turn of events. This is indeed my first kiss. Jiang Chen remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. Then I shall take responsibility. Remember to pick me up tomorrow. All right. Jiang Chen could sense that Gao Ji's kissing technique was rather clumsy. She merely mimicked his actions. Thus, without her uttering a word, Jiang Chen was well aware that this was her first kiss. Gao Gu hurriedly straightened her somewhat crumpled attire, fastened her jacket, and swiftly exited the car. Once outside, she felt her legs weaken. The lingering sensation of Jiang Chen's touch still seemed to cling to her. They had hardly done anything, yet she already felt a semblance of belonging to Jiang Chen. The thought of having lingered in the car for so long made her flush with embarrassment. Although the driver could not see them, he could undoubtedly guess their activities. Gao Gu felt so mortified she could have drilled a hole through the ground. Fortunately, there were not many students at the school gate that evening. Taking a deep breath, Gaogo walked into the school. Jiang Chen watched as she entered before addressing the driver. Please take me to the Bulgari Hotel. Certainly, sir. The driver maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of annoyance despite the prolonged wait, as composed as a fishmonger who had spent 2 decades in a bustling market. The car once again roared to life. The Bentley speeding towards the Bulgari Hotel, closely followed by a silver Lamborghini. Even without the supervisor flooring the gas pedal, the thunderous roar of the engine was enough to attract attention in the night. In less than half an hour, Jiang Chen arrived at the Bulgari Hotel. He exited the car first, while the supervisor parked the Lamborghini in a space along the hotel's driveway, then handed over the car keys. Jiang Chen accepted the keys and withdrew a bundle of cash from the car, dividing it into 2 portions. He handed one portion to the supervisor. Thank you, my friend. The supervisor quickly waved his hands, a broad smile on his face. You are a valued guest at our bar and a friend of the owner. This is merely my duty. I cannot accept this money. Take it. You deserve it. We must keep our dealings clear and straightforward. Do you look down upon me? A mere brother? Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet left no room for refusal. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute demeanor, the supervisor had no choice but to accept the cash, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Jiang. In the future, when you come to the bar, please let me know in advance, and I will ensure you have the best seats, guaranteeing your enjoyment. Jiang Chen nodded and approached the front of the car, disregarding the driver's protests, placing the remaining bundle of cash inside. Please extend my thanks to your boss. I appreciate your hard work. With that, he turned and walked towards the hotel. As he stepped through the hotel entrance, the Bulgari butler was already waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, he immediately bowed slightly. Mr. Jiang, a friend of yours is waiting for you upstairs. Yes, I understand. Jiang Chen replied, taking the elevator to the presidential suite on the 66th floor. Tick-tock. Jiang Chen used the room card to unlock the door. The room was shrouded in darkness, utterly silent. Only a few beams of moonlight filtered through the balcony doors, casting a gentle glow within. The balcony door was ajar, and the evening breeze stirred the curtains softly. Hey, where did Lin Yujun go? Jiang Chen wondered aloud. In the next moment, the ambience lights in the room suddenly illuminated. He beheld Lin Yujun stepping out dressed in a tantalizing cheerleader uniform, her bare feet gliding gracefully across the floor. With a flirtatious smile, she approached Jiang Chen. Lin Yujun walked directly to Jiang Chen, naturally wrapping her arms around him. Then, tiptoeing, leaning close to his ear, her voice sweetly melodic. Senior Jiang, I heard you're amazing at basketball. I'm a cheer captain here to cheer you on. She deliberately emphasized every word with a sugary tone, her inflection playfully rising at the end. I will stay by your side during the game, cheering you on. I believe you will shine and score several 3-pointers. In her cheerleader attire, Lin Yujun radiated youthful exuberance. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Not necessary. With that, he seized the basketball, effortlessly transforming it into a perfect replica. The cheerleader outfit was simply delightful. It felt more exhilarating than anything else. The essence of a youthful beauty, indeed. Oh, Lin Yujun let out a playful gasp. Jiang Chen, undeterred by her reaction, tightened his grip, teasingly stating, I'm not particularly fond of 3-pointers. I prefer slam dunks. He added a flourish, spinning the basketball on one finger. And let me share a secret with you. Jiang Chen paused for effect. I'm also quite exceptional at golf. Even Tiger Woods pales in comparison. Golf? Lin Yujun felt a twinge of trepidation. Most activities she could easily adapt to, but the mere mention of golf evoked thoughts that transcended time. She shifted slightly, but responded to Jiang Chen. Wow, senior, you're incredible. If you play golf, I can be your caddy. She winked playfully. Then you must be prepared. A round of golf takes quite some time. No problem. I've been a cheer captain for a long time. My stamina is excellent. As long as you don't rest, the caddy won't take a break either. Lin Yujun giggled, though she wondered if the captain could keep up for the entire game. My stamina is exceptional. I can play a full round without using a golf cart. Jiang Chen replied, continuing his actions. That's not a given, Captain Jiang. If you tire and want to pause midway, it could be quite embarrassing. Lin Yujun teased, her face adorned with a charming smile. You'll find out once the game begins. Jiang Chen chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, he scooped Lin Yujun into his arms, leaning in to whisper in her ear, Let us row together, parting the waves for our boat. Lin Yujun gasped, clutching tightly to Jiang Chen's neck. The sea reflected the beautiful white tower. Jiang Chen carried her confidently towards the bedroom, tossing her onto the grand bed. They frolicked playfully, the atmosphere light and joyous. Jiang Chen recounted tales of Zhang Zhuzheng's reform. The essence of steel, the creation of insect life, the origins of the Big Bang, Marxist philosophy, and Western political economy. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Chen noticed Lin Yujun's phone lighting up with messages and call alerts. He couldn't help but smirk internally, probably some unfortunate soul she had reeled in. With that thought, he instinctively intensified his recitation of the 8 honors and 8 shames. Chapter 69, quite lubricious. The quality of Bulgari's soundproof mattress was exceptional, yet it could not withstand the rapid onslaught. 2.5 hours later, drenched in sweat and with thoughts flowing clearly, it was already 2 a.m. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, where Lin Yujun lay exhausted in the bathtub. The expansive bathroom was enveloped in steam as she gasped for breath, her body aching in various places. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chen, despite his youth, would possess such vigor and strength. Akin to a breeding bull forcibly harnessed to plow the fields, indifferent to the land's well-being. Little did she know that Jiang Chen's roughness was infused with a personal vendetta, albeit masked under the guise of playful enjoyment. Unlike girls like Yan Shuang, who took the lead on their first encounters, Jiang Chen was reluctant to employ the same approach. When it came to Senior Gao Ge, he would undoubtedly display utmost tenderness at the outset. The reason behind Jiang Chen's audacity was his understanding of the girl's motives. It was all about money. Lin Yujun surveyed her bruised body, reflecting on the events that had transpired, feeling a bittersweet mix of pain and pleasure. She felt a sense of joy, for she had successfully taken the first step in forging a connection with the affluent Jiang Chen. Yet, she was also troubled, as she had initially believed that his youth would limit his creativity. To her surprise, he was far more inventive than she had anticipated. If this were to become a daily routine, she would truly find it hard to endure. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. After responding to some messages, he casually opened Douyin to watch videos. The user you follow, Lon Curson, is live streaming. The screen illuminated with the cool glow of his phone, showcasing Lon Curson's lively broadcast, even at this late hour. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. The Douyin platform still felt like an immature child, struggling to find the right monetization strategies while burning through investors' funds in a slow exploration of its potential. It was no surprise that Lon Curson, who had chosen to lay her foundation on Douyin instead of the more established platforms like Douyu, Huya, and Panda, would eventually rise to become a benchmark for female gaming streamers. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chen pondered the need to expedite his own plans for establishing an investment company. Once the project Mary Renwu 2 concluded, he expected a total return of around 700 million, acquiring a 25% stake in ByteDance. The parent company, currently facing monetization and financial challenges, should pose no significant issue. As Jiang Chen logged into his newly registered account, Xingchen, he stumbled upon the scene of the girl furiously tapping away at her mechanical keyboard. Her violet-tipped hair whipped through the air with her movements. Goodness, I don't recall her sporting this hair color last time, he mused. Watch closely. This river tactic is bound to be lethal. She skillfully maneuvered her champion, hooking the enemy ADC from the bushes with a flourish. However, just as she unleashed her ultimate ability, a minion blocked her shot, and the Crimson Execution line barely grazed the enemy's remaining health. The chat exploded with laughter, and the shameful emblem of the silver rank flickered in the upper right corner of the screen. Lon Curson, visibly frustrated, tugged at her cat ear headphones. What on earth is the jungler doing in the jungle? The opponents are already cooking in the bot lane. She leaned closer to the camera, sweat-drenched strands of hair sticking to her flushed cheeks, her translucent earlobes quivering under the bright light as she vented her frustration. What is Miracle Walker doing? Still farming? Miracle Walker? As a barrage of comments surged, Jiang Chen found the scene amusing. Since her beauty was acknowledged by the system, he decided to shower her with gifts, opting for the most expensive one. He tapped repeatedly on Douyin's top gift, the Douyin #1 rocket, until the count reached 50, not due to a lack of funds, but rather because his fingers grew weary. In an instant, the entire live stream was engulfed in a golden meteor shower, the 100,000 yuan rocket soaring past all the mocking comments. The special effects lasted a full 2.5 minutes, during which Lon Curson continued to sip water until the glass reflected a dazzling array of colors. Realizing something was amiss, she hastily removed her headphones, only for her hair to snag on the hollow metallic accents of her gaming chair. The chat erupted in a chorus of excitement. Boss, you're confused. Thank your benefactor. It's not too late to call him daddy. Suddenly, Lon Curson clasped her hands together, her previously furious expression transforming into a sweet demeanor. Xingchen Gidge, look, this is truly how you play with Pike. Thank you for the 50 Douyin #1 rockets. Her voice took on a flirtatious tone, even as she subtly changed the live stream title to thanking my rich benefactor. The influx of 50 Douyin #1 rockets catapulted her modest live stream audience to the top of the category. Just as she was about to close the stats page, her gaze caught the golden ID at the top of the VIP list. The name Jiang Chen sparkled like shattered diamonds within the special effects. Unconsciously biting her lip, she was unaware that the camera had magnified her every move, prompting a barrage of comments urging her not to bite her lip. Boss, are we? She abruptly turned her gaming chair, her lilac nails hovering above the keyboard, the tips of her hair shimmering under the bright light. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, recognizing that she had some recollection of his ID. He leisurely typed, and a golden comment appeared on the screen. Beach, restaurant, outdoor livestream. Oh, I see. Lan kesin gapet. Suddenly enlightened. At that moment, the barrage urged her to strike up a conversation with the strikingly handsome couple. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she approached the dashing gentleman. He had just registered a new account, naming himself Jiang Chen, and had chosen to follow her. She had taken note of this at the time. However, after such a long interval, there had been no further communication from him. Just as he made his appearance, he showered her with 50 likes on Douyin. Jiang Chen observed the frenzied comments in the chat, urging him to look at them, and he added another 10 likes. As the dazzling reward effects erupted across the screen in a burst of rainbow hues, Lan Kersin frantically opened her private messaging interface. Her pink cat paw nails leaving fleeting impressions on the phone screen. I've sent you a WeChat code. Please add me, brother Jiang Chen, she exclaimed suddenly, forming a heart gesture towards the camera, her fingertips winking at her left eye as she casually wiped away a virtual tear sticker. Just then, the sound of a hairdryer emanated from the bathroom as he clicked to approve the verification. Since she had entered the live broadcast room, her phone on the bedside had been vibrating incessantly. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. Picking it up, he discovered it was a message from someone using a dog emoji. A simp? Jiang Chen chuckled. The messages kept coming, one after another. Intrigued, he decided to turn off his phone and picked up Lin Yujun's device to answer. A young man's voice came through. Yujun, what's wrong? I called your roommates, and they told me you Haven Tea returned. Is everything all right? Lin baby, say something. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen felt a mischievous urge. He slowly replied, she's quite safe at the moment. The voice on the other end exclaimed. The realization struck him that it was a male voice. A disquieting premonition washed over him. Jiang Chen added, she should be quite comfortable, actually glancing towards the bathroom. The hazy mist blurred the rippled window. Perhaps this was a unique architectural charm of the hotel. The elusive and indistinct often stirs the imagination most profoundly. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chen continued, bro, she's in the shower. You should get some rest. Next time, act faster. This charm has already been refined and claimed. You're too late. After a moment of silence, a furious roar erupted from the other end. Who the hell are you? Let Lin Yujun answer the phone. Let that be TCH answer. You better not let me find out who you are. I swear I will end you. Jiang Chen disdainfully moved the phone away from his ear and remarked, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention very smooth. The voice on the other end went utterly berserk. Who the hell are you? I will kill you. What is your name? Jiang Chen lightly pressed the red button, abruptly ending the call. The urgency in the other person's tone was nearly explosive. Why linger when one could vanish? To hesitate would be foolish. Yet deep within Jiang Chen, there stirred a slight sense of delight, a whisper of joy that lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. One could say life had become quite vibrant. Shit. What peculiar attributes have erupted now? Jiang Chen shook his head, regaining a measure of clarity.